How to Live Forever, Reincarnated Villain Chases Eternal Youth with Alchemy. Volume 3 by Yamashita Minato, translated by Yami, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 40 Moonchild. What awaited all of us after settling the long list of issues at the capital was more work. The supervision and taxation of the wheat harvest, the inspection of the mines, and the negotiation with the mining market and manufacturing of their potion, a new product. Just from my official duties as the provincial lord, there were mountains of projects to plan and approve. Victor and my other retainers, who were left to take care of Marlin temporarily, were all too happy to push the responsibilities back to me. What a heartless bunch. I am injured too, you know. I had been complaining for some time, but was replied nonchalantly with this. What are you saying? Surely you have already used the secret potion to recover. How was I found out? I have kept the recovery of my chest wound a secret and had strictly forbidden Uni and others from talking about it. It had to be Lobert. Lobert must have leaked it. Damn you, Jean-Jacques Lobert, that cold-blooded bastard. Please stop putting all the blame on me. In the first place, all your retainers know that there are people who would not let your excellency stay injured if the wounds are treatable. I was lost for words. Indeed, there were people who would not delay treatment and let me work in pain. Additionally, being barred from exercising meant that my fitness would deteriorate, and if my goal was to live as long as possible, I should be treated. Those who were familiar with my personality should have long seen through my guise. A certain crafty old man and a certain oversensitive brother, that is. As such, my plan to immerse myself in research while faking my injury came to a halt. I, Tullius Shernan Albaniel, would from now on be working hard openly and privately. So, the most crucial private issue that I am working on was this. What am? Good morning, Margrave Doldrin. How are you feeling? I greeted the noble who just woke up from anesthesia as respectfully as I could. He was Margrave Doldrin. Since the borders were vast and difficult to govern, he was given authority and special privileges that were normally given to marquises, making him a powerful noble. From this background of his, he gave the impression that he was a big shot in the decentralist faction. In truth, he was mostly neutral and was independent from any factions. Anyways, he had strong military authority. He would much rather give his undivided attention in pacifying the southwest borders than be caught in political strife, and asked to provide military support. According to Victor and others, he was a rare breed of upright nobles. Well, that was before he was brought into Marlin and was sedated. How do you feel after the surgery? Vision blurry or headaches? And what do you think of me? He had received the brainwashing procedure to help me build my faction. I don't feel bad at all. Rather, my usual headaches are gone. Yes, I took the opportunity to fix some ailments in your body too. Specifically, I was referring to his alcohol-damaged liver and stress-weakened stomach. Brown had an imposing stature with refined body and thick beard, and gave the impression that he was a healthy man. But it looks like he was not able to avoid the responsibilities and anxiety associated with his position. A quick inspection revealed many parts of his body aging. It would be a waste to have him die prematurely after spending the effort to brainwash him, so I did him a favor. As an alchemist, it was possible to cultivate organs to use for transplant. It has been part of my expertise ever since I treated Uni's injuries 11 years ago. This was nothing compared to the difficulty of reconstructing a person's personality or ensuring that a brainwashing would not cause a mental breakdown. Well then, what about that other aspect? I see, your skills are beyond my expectations. Your kindness cannot be free right. Since you are asking me what I think of you, it must be related to the compensation you are seeking. Indeed, I had operated on your brain to make your excellency to act accordingly as I say. Regarding that, how do you feel? He sharpened his gaze and tried to put strength into standing up. Strange. I felt that my hands were tied, and the moment I tried to move them, I didn't feel like doing so anymore and lost my strength. I should be angry if you had casted some black magic on me, though. Seems like the surgery was a success. All that is left to be done is to put you under further observation and conduct additional treatments for any aftereffects. It is okay for you to return back to your territory, but please let me know if you do not feel well. HMPH, shamelessly ordering me as your please. He laid on the bed again and smirked boldly. Seeing that I noticed his smirk, he deepened his grin. The Margrave has an interesting personality. His boldness and flexibility was rare. Most other nobles go pale in fright once they realize they could not oppose me. There was even a large-sized man who bawled his eyes out. If he could stay firm and not lose his composure, then it was easier for me. You were said to be one heck of a guy by the kingdom's noble. Lavely, the old fox, had sent me a letter to tell me not to go near you. Really, the Marquis is so bothersome. The old man always brought about a depressing atmosphere, though he was wrong on how I would play my hand. It was Dre's job to sneak into the Margrave's meeting with other nobles and lure the Margrave to the surgery. Of course, the nobles were my puppets on strings, made to perform and not leave clues. Hence, trying to be cautious around me did not pose an issue. Well, considering that I have been keeping watch on the old man, he does not have that many approaches against me. I will have ways of sending my instructions to you in the future, so just return back and wait for them. Understood. Rather than waste time and struggle against you, I should just accept the situation of being your pawn and gain whatever benefits there are, I guess. Yup. Truly a great answer. Pointlessly struggling was not good. Having a positive outlook and being true to one's desires while not brooding over small losses was a good way of living. I am very grateful for the Margrave's understanding. I am not too fond of using pawns like disposables, so I have prepared several benefits for those that align with me. I am an alchemist, so you may leave the provision of convenient tools to me. I am able to provide weapons, armor, medicine, and perhaps even limbs. Well then, to start things. I clapped my hands and Uni, and a M-series who were waiting outside came into the room. My apologies. I have brought M22. This is one of my prided slave. Feel free to take her with you and use her. I am M22, Lucy. Please feel free to order me Sir Margrave. Margrave Doldrin grunted at the female slave he was suddenly given. So this little girl is my belle. How odd for a bell on the collar. I could only laugh faintly as I replied. He was right. There was no doctor who could evaluate a patient's state with just 2 or 3 visits, so there was no way I could claim the brainwashing was successful with our short question and answering. That's why I was sending a slave to keep a lookout. If he ever takes suspicious actions, this girl would report back immediately. The Margrave scrutinized M22 and sighed. Fine, looks like she is not just good for being a belle. As you say, I shall use her as much as I want. This man was exemplary. He was able to tell M22 was not just any slave from a cursory glance. This was good evidence that he was from a military family taking care of the kingdom's borders. In fact, a noble like Victor with a good eye would have been able to assess the quality of the equipment he wore. In any case, if Margrave Doldrin does not betray me, it seems he would really be a useful pawn. This girl knows the way back. Your other servants that were also brought to Marlin should be joining you soon. HMPH. He looked annoyed, but left together with M22. He must believe his servants were also brainwashed. Naturally, that was the case too. By the way, we have finished the first stage of bringing in the surrounding nobles. Charles, how is the research I entrusted you with while you were at the capital? I walked to the underground research facility while feeling a sense of fatigue after the completion of a task. The path that connected to the mines was initially just a dirt road, but as part of the plan to improve living conditions, stone was installed. The clacking feedback sound from walking on the stone road was satisfying. However, Charles' reply to the topic that I brought up could not be said to be satisfying. Hey, Albaniel, rather than ask about it, how about seeing it in person now? Then I wouldn't have to explain twice, yeah. Ain't this what you call inefficiency? I let out an involuntary groan. It has reached the point where this vampire was acting like this. Was it the environment making him overly relaxed, or was this an early sign of him growing rebellious? Well, further investigation can be done later. Why not? It isn't like explaining is going to decrease anything. With your expertise, I don't see anything bad with being informed in advance. After all, you are my important fellow researcher. Why, if you say it like that, why don't you stop overworking me, master? After being suddenly ordered, I had to quickly take over the mass-produced types and assemble them at the capital. To make things worse, you banned sucking blood. Wish he would stop being absurd. A vampire lord sucking blood in the capital would be a nightmare. If this guy chose a virgin girl of his liking to suck blood on, it was possible for her to become a rank subjugation class monster. Don't worry, with the success of this experiment, your burden should reduce considerably. This is a great chance for you to gather your favorite cute virgins too, though. Boo, that kind isn't my favorite. That is just too pure. Compared to a brazen hussy, it is better, but it wouldn't give that kind of taste, you know. That kind is far too empty. I much prefer slowly enjoying a good girl at her moments of breaking down. Disgusting hobby. Uni, who was following me from behind, said. I agree, but for women like Uni and Dre, Charles' hobbies were too much. It's probably being of the same sex, they sympathized with the victims. Senior, let's not be mean to each other, okay? In general, men find it more romantic when the girl tries to match their preferences. A fine example right here is Senior yourself. Haven't you been trying to match Albeniel's preferences? This is gonna be a waste of time, so all I'm gonna say is disgusting. Also, are there any benefits to putting stress on one's body by offering it up to you? You have it wrong. The other person who is being sucked by me isn't offering their body to me, they are my toys, TOYS. The first and foremost priority is how I enjoy them. It is not about how practical it is for them. While being amused by my creations, we finally arrived at the place where the research in question was being conducted. I sighed and turned to face Charles. All this talk about your hobbies, but in the end, you couldn't produce any good results. Well. After pointing out his failures, Charles squeezed himself together. As I expected. Well, I had already guessed it. If it was successful, Charles would have been boastful on his achievements and would have pestered me for rewards. The moment he did not do so, I could predict that progress was unsatisfactory. All right. Part of the blame was that this wasn't your field of expertise. As long as you fix the mistakes and speed up, it is fine. I tried to comfort him. It will soon be winter. When snow falls on Marlin, which is landlocked, the transportation networks would all slow down, affecting progress on the faction. It was not a season for tending crops, so the only job left for the lord of the region was to come up with a plan to get past winter. Which means I could put all my efforts on research until spring arrives. Why, you are absolutely right, Albeniel. It is my greatest fortune to have such a gracious master. Flattering me won't do you any good. Please endure yourself with the slaves that Lobert brings over. I opened the door to the research facility as I said. Inside was another door. It was used to maintain cleanliness in the room and ensure the experiments were unaffected by microorganisms. After being sprayed on by disinfectants, we went through the door. It was a scene out of this world, but perfectly commonplace in science fiction from my previous world. Transparent glass cylinders lined up neatly near the wall. Inside the cylinders was some liquid and countless numbers of people floating like seaweed inside. As though it was a factory for cloning people, that was the impression it gave. So, how was it, Charles? Their physical bodies look okay, but what about inside of them? It was a failure. He denied instantly. Charles walked towards a cylinder abruptly and lightly poked the inside with his fist. All of them look well built from the body aspect, but their wills are so weak beyond measure. They probably could make short replies if they were let out and perform simple tasks, but are completely inferior to the M-series or B-series. They are supposed to be superior on both the physical and magical front though. What do you call this? Their hardware poses no problems, but their software is hopeless, right? Right that. Plainly speaking, their souls are faint and minuscule. It would be the same as not having self-consciousness, and moving around in the outside world would only speed up their exhaustion and cause their souls to disappear faster. It would be considered good if they can even last 6 years. Of course, that is if they avoid injuries and illnesses. Then, it is no different from what we made at the academy back then. It was no different from the past, so this was a failure. After preparing such a large facility, the results were as such. Even I would feel disheartened. Uni exhaled lightly and tried to comfort me. This is challenging to say the least. Creating a perfect homunculus, that is. Homunculus. In the words of the old, it would mean tiny people. It was an artificial human created by an alchemist. Compared to a golem that moves by magic, homunculi were cultivated in containers and were a genuine form of artificial life. By the way, though they were termed as tiny people, they were by no means limited to being small. Their size depends on the size of the container. Just like the cylinders in this room, if they were cultivated from large containers, it was possible to create homunculi the size of humans. That being said, independent of their sizes, homunculi do not tend to live long. They could be kept alive for around 10 years within their cultivators, but once they are brought outside, they quickly die. The reason for this was not yet understood well. Weak immune systems were considered and autopsies were conducted, but their bodies looked healthy. It was almost as if they ran out of battery power and switched off. Looks like I have to look into the flaws of their souls, as mentioned by Charles. Isn't it obvious that recreating life from scratch would be difficult? The only person who managed to create a homunculus that overcame the longevity problem was the founder of alchemy himself. Basically, this was during the age of mythologies, and was among the fairy tales of that era. Even though the events were written into literature, they slowly became inauthentic folklore as they passed on from generation to generation and were useless as reference. It even mentioned using horse dung or some herb in the cultivator. How on earth could humans be created like that? However, I thought the results at the academy were good. I thought if we used elves as the base of the homunculi, their lifespan would considerably increase. Charles pressed on. The homunculi sleeping in the cylinders had pointy ears as sharp as leaves. They looked just like elves. Some of the elves captured by Dre, the E-series, were working in this lab and were being used as the base of the homunculi. No matter how long-lived elves were and how much we modified them, they were still mortals susceptible to death. If they were just used as defenders against intruders, eventually their numbers would fall. And that poses an issue since I only have 31 of them. Elf slaves commanded an eye-whopping premium, and it was not easy to find a village of elves with their barriers. Dre was only able to find the E-series by a stroke of luck. Hence, I ordered the elves to procreate to bolster their numbers. The time needed for elves to mature was proportionally as long as their longevity. Unbelievably, they only consider an elf of 100 years old to be a young chick. By the time a new generation of elves are raised, I would have long passed. Of course, I do plan to attain immortality before that. The current research of creating elf types of homunculi, also known as the early elf E-plan, was being conducted to solve immortality. If this succeeds, we could obtain many cultivated elves for combat or research, but success was elusive, as could be seen from the current state of affairs. I think there was a mistake in our way of thinking from the very beginning. Charles said to me, "Elf souls are more spiritual than human souls. Their secret to longevity comes not from their high-quality magic nor strong bodies, but their souls. Surely you would have known, Albeniel. After all, you dissected an elf while at the academy." He was referring to the time when I had received permission from Professor Grauman to conduct a dissection. It was an elf specimen without a single wound that laid untouched in the academy's storage room. Indeed, I concluded that elves' longevity could not be simply a result of their physical qualities. Actually, even before that, I had already fiddled with an elf corpse that Uni killed, so it was to increase the confidence of the previous conclusion. Well, leaving that aside, I had been considering if the problem of souls could be supplemented with physical strengths. Then, how about this? These elf homunculi all have souls despite it being faint, right? How about trying to extract all of them and combining them into one? An interesting idea, but I am of the opinion that we should not do it. Since their souls are weak, won't their sense of self and fighting spirit be weak too? If we combine them, their sense of self would be confusing and go berserk. There isn't a sufficiently powerful soul acting as a core. So this would not work, huh? I was likening souls to pure water and wondered if their quantity could increase just by combining them. However, as Charles has argued, with their weak souls, it would end up as something like a juice with mixed flavors. As a result, without a strong tasting juice as the base of a cocktail, it would taste weird and undrinkable. If I had to give an analogy, that would be it. How about killing an appropriate slave and inserting its soul? If creating a homunculi that could work for an extended period of time, wouldn't that be the fastest approach? Charles, stop saying crazy things. Well, thinking about it more deeply, perhaps we would resort to that in the end, but that would affect the cost to performance ration adversely. We already need to prepare fresh materials to concoct the cultivation liquid. It would be difficult to add the cost of procuring slaves on top of that. Wouldn't affect the number of slaves we can use in other research. As such, I found it difficult to accept this approach. The lives in this world were comparably cheaper than the lives of Japanese people, but they were certainly not for free. It was completely human to want to keep costs to a minimum. After moving into this underground lab, the number of human experiments conducted have risen. We still had a stable supply of slaves for now, but with the current rate of increase, I could not be sure that it would be so in the future. For instance, if a certain country declares to free slaves, the number of slaves on the market would plummet. This was an extreme example, but still a plausible one. Slaves were never a product that could be obtained steadily in the first place. It's not like they could be reared in farms. The increase or decrease in supply was mostly determined by the status of society at any point of time. Charles shrugged his shoulders in amazement. My master is really so selfish. That is no good, this is no good, then we have no other options, yeah? How about giving up on this and trying a different field? Sound argument. As Du mentioned before, whenever Charles makes a sound argument, somehow it gets on your nerves. It's true. Charles continued his attack, perhaps knowing or not knowing what I was thinking. I don't even like cultivating homunculi. Albenil, you understand? I am not allowed to mess with any elf bastard juice that I like, and the male elves can have it banging the girls in the village. Isn't that weird? WHY. For somebody like me who is far superior to elves, why do I have to do all this work? If they are all the same elf juice, then girls are why better. Why better. He snapped, and now he was crying. Looks like the homunculus research gave him too much stress. Well, for this vampire, who loves prattling on about virgin girl this virgin girl that, to work on synthesizing materials for homunculus all day, surely his mood would be bad. The main ingredient to cultivating homunculi was male fluids. To put it frankly, that thing, you know, yes, that, the source of a baby, I could understand Charles' feelings. Even for me, to be using that thing from others would definitely put me in a bad mood. Even if it was my own, I would not feel good. I wonder how female alchemy students feel during homunculus practical sessions. Never mind, I'm not interested in hearing that. I'm not too fond of treating this guy in front of me the same as them. Why do we need to use male fluids? I like to know why myself. It was most probably because it was required to pass genetic information to the homunculus base, though that is just my hypothesis. Incidentally, the sex of a homunculus was not fixed and could turn out to be either male or female. Possibly because of male's XY sex chromosome. Also, I had never heard of any homunculus developing reproductive capabilities. Wasn't this because they only have a single sex chromosome? Somehow magic and science were crossing and mixing together. Enough of this, back to the main topic. Yes, I understand. If you really hate it that much, then you may go into other research projects. I had only wanted you to take care of this while I was stuck in the capital. Since Charles really hated it, I shall free him from this research. He was an expert in manipulating souls. When I entrusted the work on homunculus with him, I only wanted him to observe the souls. There were other tasks I wanted to entrust him, so if he said he hated it, then there was no need to force this on him. Really? Hooray, I'm finally freed from misery. The moment I agreed to move him elsewhere, he danced in joy. Uni suddenly interjected. How exaggerated, Opus 04. Isn't it just an experiment with using elf semen? She sounded completely fed up, leaving both of us men frozen. She said it. We had been skirting around the word, but she said it directly without any reserve. Could it be that women were more tolerant of such topics than us men? Wow, you a senior, saying that with a straight face. Are you okay? What, is it not allowed? Not like we are eating right now. Since we are in the research lab, there is no need to sugarcoat our words. Well, Uni was right in that way. She has been my assistant, helping me with human surgery here and there. I don't recall her being awkward when dealing with the bodies then. If a female nurse goes, Kaya, whenever she touches a male patient's body, then the hospital was doomed. Firstly, why was I strangely being bashful? During the cultivation experiments in the academy, didn't I have Uni as my assistant? Reflecting on that, Charles started grumbling. Seriously, Why on earth are homunculus cultivated from men? I would rather they be made from women. Wait a second, what did he say? Charles. The voice that interjected was a cold voice that was far from my usual self. Charles' shoulders shivered. What, Aubeniel? Did I say anything that angered you? No, just that I heard something interesting. Really, really interesting. Why were homunculi made from men? Were we not allowed to make them from women? A truly thought-provoking question. At the same time, I was ashamed of myself. I was stuck in a fixed mindset and tried to come up with reasons to support that mindset. How foolish it was. A complete disgrace. But at the same time, I felt wonderfully excited. That I would actually overlook this. Uni. Yes. Meet the E-series who are underground now. Then bring the female elves that aren't pregnant. As you wish. And Charles, I feel bad but I'm taking that back. I would like you to stay on homunculus research for a little longer. AWL, if it is what Master says then I will follow. Unlike Uni, who quickly gave the affirmative after receiving her instructions, Charles sort of grumbled while agreeing. This guy really cannot be helped. So what is about now? What are you saying? Didn't you just say it? I walked nearer to the homunculi cultivation cylinders, as I said, and knocked on the surface. Just as Charles has done earlier. Why don't we make homunculi from females, you said. I realized after you said that. How about we actually try doing that? The ends of my mouth curled as emotions welled up inside me. That would be our first option. This was an experiment to investigate what happens if we use eggs from females instead of semen to cultivate homunculi. And if this ends up going well, what about using fertilized eggs too? Chapter 41. 6 Elements, Part 1. Tilting his hip flask upside down, Du Schwarzer stared into empty space. For the second winter since he came to Marlin, he was passing his time by stewing in his unceasing boredom. The source was unfortunately easy to identify. Du had nothing to do. To the eyes of an outsider, Du was Tullius' chief military official. As head of the domestic security team, his primary duty was to subjugate groups of criminal elements. As a result of his efforts, nearly all the bandits in the border regions of Marlin had been put to the sword. Perhaps fearful of sharing their predecessor's fate, there was no sign of further unrest building. There wasn't even anything for him to do behind the scenes, either. His only real job was to annihilate anyone that managed to penetrate the core of Marlin, the laboratory built within the dungeon. However, it was nearly impossible to climb the snowy mountains still caught in the grasp of winter. Since Tullius had holed himself up in the laboratory, he wasn't even able to act as his personal escort. Frankly, he had far too much free time on his hands. After he had crushed only 10 of the more prominent bandit groups, the rest had fractured and dissolved. The only infrequent jobs he was given these days were orders to clear snow from the highways, which served as field engineering and marching practice. Once that was complete, he would return to the common room in the lab complex, where he would drink the day away. The now dry flask he held still reeked of strong alcohol. Since the stuff in question was used to stave off the icy northern winds, it was best drunk sparingly, but Du had multiple flasks all over his body. Even though the liquor was strong enough to make a regular man's nose hairs curl with just a whiff, Du had been drinking it like water. It's all that bastard's fault I'm stuck like this. Downing hard spirits just to get drunk wasn't really his style. A good, dark beer that complemented some fried beef gut was something he still dreamed of. Unfortunately, he would never be able to enjoy the simple pleasures of cheap, intoxicating beer ever again. Hey! From behind him came a voice and a pair of arms. As something soft pressed against his bare back, his flask was stolen from his hands. Once you're finished over there, grab me a drink, would you? Seems like chivalry really is dead. The one who had reached around his head, and was now pouting, was none other than Dre. The scent drifting from her skin and hair mixed with the pungent odor of stale alcohol, forming a distractingly sweet fragrance. Since some time ago, the two had begun sleeping together. At any rate, there was little else in the way of entertainment in the underground lab. When their hearts grew tired of tedium, their bodies acted on those desires. A small romantic spark had spontaneously bloomed between them. Recently, it had become a daily routine to waste their time away in this manner. Give it up. Du shook her off roughly. Whenever they finished one of their quiet trysts, he was gripped with shame over his inability to be more productive with his time. Shaking his head to brush away the lingering sensation of smooth skin, he refocused himself. Go back to sleep already. I'm tired too, you know. Ha, tired? Just earlier you were going at it like. As she spoke, Dre attempted to take a swig from the stolen flask, only to find it empty. What, we're out of booze? Come on, you're letting me down here. Although her words were sharp, her tone was playful, teasing him like a child. Unlike Du, she had no problems with their current situation. With too much time on her hands, she had taken to teasing him, sleeping with him, and drinking his liquor dry. He was envious of her ability to be satisfied with so little. As if I gave a shit, idiot. I'm going back to sleep. With a cold retort, he moved to return to the bed. However, Dre, arms still wrapped around his neck, held him back. The hell you want? If there's nothing to drink, you'll have to satisfy me another way. Her tongue ran its way up his back, tracing the length of his scars. The sensation of her warm saliva mixed with the dregs of liquor melting into his skin sent a wave of heat rippling up his spine. Fueled by his cloudy drunkenness, the anxiety he had been trying to repress reared its head once more. Once more, irrepressible frustration and overpowering lust augured through his mind like nails through his temples. Although his body was overwhelmed by pleasure, a cold, still void spread throughout his heart. He always felt like this after doing it with her. A moment's pleasure disappeared like smoke on the wind, followed by a steep dive into melancholy. It was never the same again after that passionate night at Canals. Ever since then, the attractive woman he embraced had been molded into a tool by that devil. However, with just a slight bit of teasing, his body would start acting on its desires. Shameful. Being self-aware of it only made him miserable. Oh my. Nevertheless, Dre still had a smile on her face. He easily fell for the provocation, just as she expected. Du let out a low, guttural growl. I'm holding myself back here, Dre. What, are you going to punish me? Wordlessly, he answered with a deep, greedy kiss. Then, just as he started to trace his hands up her nut-brown skin to her chest. Talk, talk, as a knock echoed throughout the room, the two froze. Although I humbly apologize for interrupting your pleasure, the master has called. Please assemble at the 6th testing site. The voice quietly murmuring from the other side of the door was Uni's. Despite the building's excellent soundproofing, she had seemingly inferred the events occurring within. As usual, she was unnaturally talented in every way. Continuing on, her voice carried no emotion. As I believe cleaning yourselves up may take some time, please present yourselves within the next 30 minutes or else. Please do not take this opportunity to start again. After the one-sided conversation had finished, the presence outside the door faded away. The now sober pair separated themselves, sitting down on the bed with audible sighs. Man, Uni's got no sense of decency. When she says it's unacceptable to be late, we don't really have a say in the matter, do we? Don't tell that to me. After wiping themselves down with wet towels, the sounds of rustling clothes being put on filled the room. Took you both a while, didn't it? Femme had to come from the farthest away, and she still made it here first. Think you could explain that one to me? As Du and Dre hurried into the 6th testing site, they were met with Tullius's incredulous voice. As befitting the facility's head alchemist, Tullius's elbows rested on a grandly carved desk, towards which the two latecomers trotted to under his exhausted gaze. Come on, Aubigneul. It's not like this is urgent, right? Don't fuss yourself over something so small. Seems like we might have to open you up to fix that sense of humor, The one to break the mood with his clownish antics was none other than Charles. He never did seem to learn his lesson. Every time he opened his mouth and thoughtlessly spouted out whatever he was thinking, he would always end up getting punished. Of course, this time was no different. Opus 4, this experiment was not solely the fruit of your own labors. I would caution you to not make such a foolish claim again. Yes, Uni-senpai is right as always. I'm assuming we weren't called here just to watch your little comedy skit, and I'm sure Uni agrees. You need to kill that habit of yours, Charles. Wait, since you're already undead, would it be purifying it then? Yes, certainly so. Oh, come on, why is it always me that gets the short end of the stick? I was supposed to be in charge of this, wasn't I? Paying for one's mistakes, I judge this to be. Summing up your achievements, failures, and finally your lax attitude, overall it is a minus. Honestly, every time he opens that mouth of his squawking reminds me just how much of a bird brain he is. The bird brain in question took a moment to seriously consider his foul nature, although he was in reality closer in heritage to a bat. Watching his creations squabble amongst themselves, Tullius' mood quickly turned for the better. Well then, I suppose we should get on to the business at hand. Then, today I shall present the fruits of our laborious research and the newest addition to our arsenal. I'll introduce them then. Come on in, series. Yes. Flat voices in perfect synchronicity heralded the arrival of 9 young girls. Befitting their nature as manufactured weapons, they stood in a uniform line, expressionless. The only aspect that drew the eye to them was a singular shared feature. These are elves. Hair like golden thread, skin like polished alabaster. Not to mention their long ears like sharpened knives. Without a doubt, they were of elven blood. At least, they appeared that way to Dew's eyes. What's this about, master? I don't remember seeing these bitches in that elf village. Where did you order them from? Dre asked with open bewilderment. As she had been the one to hunt down the elves living in the forests of Marlin, she knew them better than anyone else in the laboratory. When faced with these new arrivals, her logical conclusion was that they had been procured from somewhere else. Ha, halfway there, mademoiselle. The vampire pompously swung his fingers around and clicked his tongue. These children, the E-series, are elves and yet not exactly elves. Our dear master, Aubenial with my BULOUS idea, created these artificial magic lifeforms. He explained in high spirits. Artificial lifeforms, don't tell me. Dew found it incredulous as he glanced at the elves. They were lacking in emotions, but no matter how he looked at them, they were living beings. He found it impossible to believe that they were created by the hands of man. The very thought of artificial lifeforms made his hair stand on end. Yes, Tullius had already created monsters that one should only see from nightmares. Uni, who was trained in medicine and other highly specialized fields, as well as the mass-produced M-series and B-series. Dew himself was a product of sophisticated surgical procedures. Dre was given brainwashing demon eyes and also had her magic enhanced. Charl was a chimera made from undead and vampire parts. And Fem, the golem who could easily be mistaken for a living human. However, to be able to create life from zero held a different fear for him. It was blasphemous into the realms of God while being a mere human. Any decent human would be in disbelief as well. What is it, Dew? You look pale. The person in question was asking him with concern. He definitely felt no remorse and shame for his doings. Are you sane? How could you do something like this? You worried about the disrespect to gods. Tullius leaned back on his chair as he mocked. Why would creating life be sacrilegious to God? Didn't we all come from our parents? That's completely different. It's about whether it's the right way to create life. And what is the rightful way you speak of? A loving couple procreating, isn't that self-pretentious? In the first place, a child can be made without love. If you cuddle a woman you don't really like or vice versa. Dew was at a loss of words. He knew that the official stance of the church was that children could only be born from a family with love. However, it was commonplace for nobles to have mistresses. In fact, there was a child of a mistress here, and then we also have Linus and Simone, who were a loveless couple. Or perhaps, are you bothered by it being unnatural? That too is laughable. If everything has to be natural, then everybody has to live like they were from when they were born. Is building a home and living in one a crime? Are we not allowed to dislike being naked and wear clothes? What about plowing the fields and growing crops? Raising farm animals like cows, pigs, goats, and chicken? Using medication when we fall ill or are injured? We find nothing wrong with these unnatural acts. And so, why would creating life like this be wrong? That is, Dew could not find an answer. He could only feel annoyed. The unorthodox alchemist seemed to have seen through him and laughed. Basically, you just felt that it was sinful. If we were to further break it down, giving birth to a life is a magnificent and noble undertaking. It must be no doubt the grace of the gods. Giving birth to life should have been with the help of God, and thus, doing it without the help of God is impious. Is that what you have in mind? Maybe that was it. To do, every life was precious, and to give birth was a blessing. If it became easy enough to be artificially created, wouldn't that be demeaning the value of life? Just the thought of it was enough to make his stomach turn from the guilt and corruption. Dew felt that it was like turning away from God itself. Du Schwarzer. So long as you are my subordinate, please dispose of such values. That would mean leaving one's fate to God. That is foolish. Even if I had to go against God, I am still a person who does not wish to die. I cannot bear the thought of my life being controlled by a being I have yet to have encountered. Of course, right? Charles abruptly shouted. We have been killing and modifying people up till now. Why are you feeling scared about creating life? Ha, you should be happy. Isn't it a blessing? You should be crying out happy birthday. I share the same opinion. Giving birth to life is a plus phenomenon. I'm not too sure about human ethics. I find it somewhat repugnant that we were creating my brethren like this while I was rounding up the white ones for sale. Of course I'm not trying to blame anyone. Charles was making a fuss. Femme was quietly nodding her head. Dre was cocking her head in contemplation. None of them were criticizing Tullius' latest deed. What about Uni? Needless to say, there was no way she could hold any ethical concerns with regard to her master. The only person disagreeing with it was, as usual, Du himself. Tullius sighed as Du remained silent. Putting that aside, let me explain. Charles said that the Yi series was a form of magic life, but in the stricter sense of the word, they are not. Really? It is fine, since this is out of your specialization. Well, it is normal to be mistaken, because they were made like homunculus. Du has heard of the term homunculus before. They were magic life forms similar to humans, made from dubious experiments by alchemists. They were born with high functionalities and vast magic. In contrast, their spirits were mechanical and their individuality was weak. Also, they were short-lived. As such, they were mainly used to inflate the ranks of an army. When Du was an adventurer, there was a time when he had to subjugate an illegal alchemist who had homunculi. Compared to the devil before him, that alchemist was second-rate or third-rate at best. Traditionally, homunculi were made with semen, but Charles mentioned this when it was autumn. Why can't we make them from women? And with that as inspiration, I tried experimenting with the ova of women instead of semen. Ova, what is that? You know what's that, Dre? Who knows? Dre, a woman, was none the wiser. Tullius weakly smiled. To put it simply, it is a component in the womb that joins together with semen to form a baby. They become stale after 1 month, so they are replaced with a new one during menstruation. I wonder why this isn't taught during physical education. Weren't you guys taught when you were children? Master, this knowledge is only taught at the Alchemist class at Magic Academy. The healing classes ignore it, assuming that it is all superstition. Oh, you are right. Those people from healing classes don't have experience with dissecting humans. I see. And there's the church covering up such knowledge too. Cough. Tullius then cleared his throat. Returning back to the main topic, when ova were used, we were able to create the homunculi. Then I realized. With just semen or ova, it was not sufficient to create living beings, so we have to provide magic support to complete the baby. So this might mean that their lives were greatly shortened because we overused magic to supplement what they lack. As Charles would say, their spirits were dilute. I see. Dre clapped her hands. If that's the case, then what happens if we put both semen and ovum into the cultivator? Are the Yi series from experimenting on that? 50 points. I wouldn't handle it as randomly as that. What I did was to use semen-fertilized ova from elves. Semen-fertilized ova, you said. Once again, it was an unfamiliar term for Du and others, though they were able to vaguely guess what it meant, though he didn't feel too good about it. Exactly like it sounds, it is the state of the ovum after it accepts a semen. Another way of putting it is the state of the baby after the parts of the baby come together. As Du had expected, he couldn't look straight on hearing that. The state before it becomes a baby, to use that in an experiment, it was repulsive. Something was definitely wrong about using a fetus in a human experiment. Several times, he almost wanted to speak his honest thoughts, but Du never opened his mouth. He knew that it was futile to do so, nor did it seem like the rest would pay heed to him. He was the only person here enduring the discomfort. Tullius continued triumphantly. And so, we obtained stunning results from the use of the fertilized ova experiment. The ova rapidly multiplied, and with the aid of the homunculi cultivation technique, their growth was further accelerated. And just like that, they grew to the size of an adult. The key was the cultivation. and we were able to achieve growth that would normally take an elf 100 years in a span of just 10 days. Why you mean, the E series are not homunculi, but growth-accelerated elves? Dre leaned forward in excitement. That was to be expected. Elves that were demi-humans blessed with extremely long lives could be created by man. Furthermore, they could be fully grown with less than 1 in 100th of the time normally taken. That would be preposterous ordinarily. When he first heard about orichalcum, he thought it was already pretty unreal, but today it far exceeded that. Surely this level of achievement, which rivals even God's achievements, was unheard of. Exactly, so homunculi making technique is actually just a technique to cultivate life forms. Somehow, it was treated as a way to create magic life forms. Why is that so? I am rather intrigued by this mystery, but that could be left for later. What I desire is the real technique, and researching the history behind it might shed some light on that. Tullius spoke as if he was a child that had found a new toy to play with. Well, that was fine. Nobody expected Tullius to have the nerves of normal people and be afraid of the gods. And that they have proper souls had been confirmed by the expert, Charles, yes. Yup. Compared to the homunculi, these beings hold long-living, beautiful, and strong souls. They would probably live much longer than the average human. But you know, they are way too innocent to be my playthings. Even if you didn't say so, there is no way I would give them to you. I have many uses for the E-series. Replenishing the dwindling number of E-series, or perhaps use them for high-level magic research. Anyways, aside from elf semen, we are limited by the difficulty of extracting ova. We could of course mass-produce it, but the costs would add up quickly. They would be too wasteful to be used as your toy. They were describing the elves as though they were a set of exquisite teacups. The disrespect they have for this long-lived race may not even be found at slave markets. And then, Dew, who was just staring in wonder, was even more shocked by what was said next. And that's just for starters. The air grew colder. Even Dre, who was filled with enthusiasm, Charles, who was boastful of his contributions to the research, and Dew, who was bored, had to second-guess what they just heard. The only ones unperturbed were Femme, who either had no emotions or her emotions could not be read, and Uni, who always acted together with Tullius. Wait, Albenial, the E-series are just for starters. Such a great accomplishment is just starters. What is it that you plan to make? Their master smirked. Ah, it isn't that special. You see, now that we have the E-series, we are able to obtain a steady supply of elves, which would normally be expensive. Then I would like to have at least one which I can spend some time modifying without too big of a demerit. Tullius stood up from his chair and proceeded deeper in the room. There were glass cylinders near the wall. A total of 9 cylinders. They were probably cultivators for the E-series. Charles seemed to realize something suddenly. Wait a minute, only 9? There should have been 10 of these cultivation cylinders. Unconsciously, Dew took a closer look at the cylinders. He quickly found the 10th cylinder that Charles was talking about. It had been concealed in the darkness, but was actually placed right at the center. It had the same size as the other cylinders. Uni, please unveil it. Yes, as you wish. Uni began to act upon receiving her master's command, and what appeared was a young girl that was immersed in an orange liquid. No, perhaps a young infant or a toddler was more appropriate. She floated in the cylinder while asleep. Chapter 42, 6 Elements, Part 2. A young lady, or more accurately speaking, a young child was soaked completely in a translucent orange liquid. Her dainty body floated within the cylinder while asleep. She was not completely naked. On her head was a silver ring of which purpose was unknown. It seemed to be part of Tullius' preparations. It was probably not just for decorative purposes. This is the experiment to create an improved homunculus with superior magic and adaptability towards different elements. Can you tell? The differences in experimental setup. Indeed, the differences in machinery was obvious. On the base of the cylinder, there was a magic circle with large jewels embedded in it. Also, on the side or behind it was a flashy metal box with bundles of strings connected from it to the cultivator. What is this? I question. Could it be the vril generator and orichalcus brain? Femme was referring to the 2 components that formed her core. Vril generator was a magic furnace that could generate magic without exhausting so long as special fuel burned in it. Orichalcus' brain was a logical device to imitate the human brain. It did not look like it was included half-heartedly. Oh, Femme is quite astute. Well, since it is a part of you, I guess so. Exactly. It provides magic to the cultivator and at the same time provides higher-order magic and knowledge sleep learning. Of course, these are simplified versions of the kind that is in you. Then are these jewels and the magic circle to strengthen elemental magic. Ruby, emerald, topaz, sapphire, these are the 4 classical elements. And to complete the pentagram, the crystal witch represents the sky. If successful, this individual would have magic powers that surpasses mages and even possibly mine. What? Surpass even Senior Dre as a mage. Wouldn't that be on the level of a sage from the mythical era? By the way, what is the circlet on her head for? Some kind of good luck charm. Yup, an important good luck charm. It has the obedience spell like those in slave collars infused in it to directly insert loyalty. Wouldn't it be a problem to have the test subject wield such powers before brainwashing? Is that so? Du was disappointed at the unexpected answer given. Before birth, this subject had magic infused into her, knowledge baked into her, and furthermore, forced into obedience. This young lady was pitiful. In the end, even if she was an EE series elf, she was not that different from normal homunculus. They were unblessed, illegitimate children at the mercy of their creator alchemists. They were also just cannon fodder. The hopelessness of the situation made his conscience hurt. Naturally, the situation continued regardless of a lackey's feelings. Introductions over? Behold, let us wake her up now. As you wish. 3rd iteration of strengthening cultivated elf. Begin. Uni started operating the machine after receiving Tullius' enthusiastic command. There was something that made Du feel unsettled about that, though. 3rd iteration. If this was the 3rd, then there were 2 other attempts before this. The first 2 strengthening experiments ended up in great failure. The first exploded after the machines overloaded, while the second self-destructed after being overloaded with magic. No worries, we have corrected those flaws, so this time should be all good. 3rd time's the charm. Du had found himself lost for words repeatedly today. This means he had killed 2 cultivated elves twice already. Not long after their birth, even before birth, their lives were taken. Stow. Please do not touch the machine. Who knows what would happen if an amateur messes around with it? As he involuntarily stretched out his arm, Uni stopped him. At the same time, due to the command in his brain, his entire body froze like a stone. His reconstructed brain must have deemed his actions to be disadvantageous to his master. All that was left for Du to do was to stay silent. He only could pray that this ungodly demon's experiment was a success. The child for the experiment floated quietly with her eyes shut in the cylinder. At her feet, the magic circle that provides magic glowed ominously. Generator output stable between 58 and 60%. As far as operation goes, it is extremely stable at the moment. Good, raise the output. Okay. Raising to 70%. Uni operated on the knobs of the machine. Flashes gushed out from the bundle of strings suddenly. Whoa, is this normal? Keep it down I caution. This probably poses no problem. After Femme said, the flashes stopped. However, something strange happened. The young girl in the cylinder stirred. Her curled-up limbs started to slowly grow. Her height was also growing, and her spine turned and turned around. Generator output at between 67 to 73%. It is minute, but I can feel some instability. Prioritize the stability. Keep the output at this level. As you wish. Is it just me? This person just got taller. Du muttered. He had wrongly assumed at the start that she changed her posture. But that was wrong. The girl in the cylinder definitely became taller. Not just her height, her facial features have grown too. At first she looked like she was around 6 years old, but now she looked like 10 years old. He could not believe such a rapid change. The magic supplied is used to promote body growth. That's why she got taller. That's the basis of the cultivation system. So, Uni, what is the range of output now? Rest assured, stabilization is successful. It is around 69 to 70% now. Do we increase it? Of course, this time 80%. Okay, targeting 80%. The machine output was raised. Another flash of electricity ran through the strings and the magic circle became brighter. The test subject started to gasp and was struggling. Ahi, ahi. She clutched both her throat and head, squirming as though she was drowning in the liquid. Is this fine? Obviously not, Dre. No matter how you see it, she is dying. Not yet. Paying no heed to Do, Tullius calmly observed the test subject. The young girl looked like she was around 12 to 13 years old now. However, the young maiden with features prettier than flowers was obviously in pain. Without a hint of concern, Uni plainly reported. Output at 80%, unexpectedly stable. It is fluctuating between 78 to 82%. Looks like stabilizing at 70% was effective. Oi master, stop going further. Keep quiet, Do. Uni, raise it to 90%. As you wish. The machine became extremely hot. As the indicator exceeded 85, the flashes continued without stopping. The magic circle flickered, sometimes at an intensity that might blind eyes. That was not all. The jewels at the base of the cylinder started to melt, and some parts were evaporating. A weird smell enveloped the room as the minerals melted. Master, Albaniel, this is definitely bad. It's gonna explode. It is within specifications, so it is all right. We planned it to last at the limits of the first overloading. This much should be fine. But if by some chance it explodes? I have defensive gear, so it is all right. Then us. A vampire like you shouldn't die. As for my other masterpieces, they aren't so weak that this can affect them. Perhaps Tullius was right. Even during the first explosion, Uni made it out with all limbs intact. Then even Charles, Femme, Do or Dre should not have problems with this level of destruction. The only one who would die is the test subject, the young girl. The young girl's growth continued. Not long after she grew to look like a 15-year-old human, she started to look like an 18-year-old. Her arms and legs were long and slender, and her body was also richly endowed, unlike that of a normal elf. However, this was not the time to be awestruck. Now, the young girl's eyes were open, and she was knocking on the cylinder with her hands and asking to be let out. The liquid inside bubbled as though it was boiling. Isn't that enough, master? She is awake now. Her body has fully grown. Keep quiet, Do. The output is unstable again, alternating between 86 and 93% very quickly. Go at full power, Tullius coldly ordered. Full power. Do spontaneously repeated Tullius' words. Being unaware of the technicalities, he did not understand what was happening. However, from Uni's reporting, he believed that keeping the output stable should have been the order. Why did Tullius order to go at full power then? He had a bad feeling about it. We are near the limits of operation of the machine. To reach the minimum required magic capacity, we need to go at full power. Yes, raising it to maximum immediately. The master ordered without feeling pangs of guilt. The retainer obeyed unhesitatingly. Output to the maximum. The electrical discharge from the machine was now sending out whips of electricity indiscriminately in all directions. The hem of Charles' cloak was burnt, and he cried out loud pathetically. The magic circle beneath the machine reached maximum luminosity too and began releasing puffs of black smoke. The test subject could not be seen. The liquid inside the machine bubbled, and the white foam obscured her figure. This was basically just like the Japanese torture by boiling in a kettle. Du could not see what was inside, but he was certain that nothing could live inside. It's over, thought Du, and his shoulders dropped. This was clearly a failure. No human, elf nor homunculus could stay inside that boiling liquid and make it out alive. Every part of the body would be inflicted with third-degree burns, and then the person would die. Blingek. The bell connected to the machine suddenly made a piercing ring. As soon as the ear-piercing alarm sounded out, Uni calmly flipped the switches on the generator and the output started to drop. The experiment is over. At the same time, Tullius lightly tapped on the noisy bell and stopped it. What experiment? Du silently cursed. He wanted to cut Tullius and Uni now. He wanted to finish Charles and Femme off and then die together with Dre. If not for the brainwashing that prevented him from rebelling and self-harm, he would have already done so. There was a dark feeling swirling in his chest. It has only grown ever since he heard Dre attacking an elf village, Uni betraying her parents, Browson being raised by rioters, and the experiment now. Even though it was an artificial life, It was still a baby dying before his eyes. He was at his limits. Any more with this madman and all his pride and honor as a warrior would turn to shit. Before that happens, he wanted to bring this devil down. But that was fated to never happen. The price he paid for his life was the freedom to act like that. While he was lost in pointless thoughts, Tullius walked as near as he could to the badly damaged machine. Dew unconsciously followed him with his eyes. "Open sesame." As Tullius whispered, the cylinder, which should not have any openings at all, opened. The steaming liquid inside spilled out spontaneously. Steam and a medicinal mushy smell emanated from it. Even though the experiment had failed, surely he would not miss the opportunity to examine the corpse. As expected of the slave murderer, how hardworking, such sarcastic thoughts crossed his mind. However, those thoughts vanished the very next moment. Wah! A cold chill, cold enough to freeze his spine into an icicle, ran through him. And then an intense sensation, pricking sensation. Being pressed by such a sensation, his first reaction was to reach for his weapon. What he had sensed was a magical aura stronger than anything he had ever felt before. Dew had no affinity for magic, but with a body upgrade, he gained the ability to sense the magic of others. The feeling was unlike anything he had ever felt before, enough to alarm him. Looking around him, Dre had instinctively readied her magic, while Femme was clenching her fists in a stance to confront an enemy. Uni had, without him realizing, moved to cover Tullius. The only defenseless person was Charles, who was curiously looking around. What they were on alert from was hidden in the dense white fog in the direction of the cylinder. The magical aura came from it, tap tap. It was the sound of feet, the sound of somebody walking barefooted. Along with it was the sound of dripping liquid. The silhouette within the fog was slowly walking forward. It was a naked girl. Her wet golden hair was messy and long, just like it had never been trimmed since birth. Poking out from the sides of her face were long and sharp ears, but the most eye-catching feature was her body. Long-eared elf women were known for their dainty and slim body, but the impression she gave was completely opposite, in a good way. Her hips were slender like average elves, and her chest were as well endowed as the ancient mother goddess. Her booty could only be called juicy. Her beauty was further enhanced by her pale white skin. The unknown dense aura came from this girl, who appeared to be that of a goddess. The silver circlet hit the ground with a clang. Did it drop because its purpose was served or because of the girl's intentions? No way to know for sure. However, this reminded him that the girl, the test subject, was as powerless as the fragile-looking silver circlet. A painful silence surrounded the atmosphere with the appearance of the girl. However, it was only for a short moment. The quiet was quickly broken by somebody clapping his hands. "Wow, good morning. Cultivation Elf Test Subject 3. It was a precarious situation, but looks like the experiment was a success." The person clapping his hands in a jest was Tullius. As he happily smiled, he announced to his subordinates that this girl was the test subject and it was a success. This magic and the presence of a spirit that lies inside it, it is undoubtedly a creation of mine. From today on, you are Opus 6. Opus 6, selected among the Mad Alchemist creations to be the accursed sixth masterpiece. That was the meaning of the name he gave to the newly born girl. Next, the first of his creations spoke to the new creation. "Now then, Opus 6, please show your respects to your master." Opus 6 looked around absent-mindedly, after being ordered, and gradually walked towards the person in question. She stopped right in front of him and lowered her head. "Good morning, esteemed creator, father." A sweet voice that would capture souls, a polite and fluent tone. Her bow was also proper. A perfect greeting unexpected of a person who was newborn. The only problem was, "Oi, why are you greeting me, 6? Who?" Right, the person she was bowing to was Dre. Ew. All the grace and refinement from earlier became swapped with awkwardness and silence. Section. What was the problem? What is going on? I, Tullius Aubigneul Shernan, was somewhat baffled at the white and black elves who were facing each other. Opus 6 had just completed the experiment to insert magic and improve elemental magic through cultivation. After being urged by Uni to greet me, for some reason she greeted Dre. Why? How did this happen? As I was thinking, Opus 6 squinted hard and scrutinized Dre, and that it hit her. "Ah, you are right. You must be Opus 3, Miss Dre. I learned that during sleep learning. I won't make the same mistake next time. From her crisp and smart greeting earlier, Six spoke in a childish manner. No, isn't it obvious? You shouldn't have made the mistake in the first place. Du interjected. And then she bowed sincerely. Yes, I will pay attention in the future. Thank you for the guidance. Opus 2, Mr. Du. Me. However, she was facing Charles. They had the same sex and nationality, but their voice, appearance, and race was completely different. How could she mistake them? As I was perturbed by these contradictions, Uni spoke. Master, perhaps she has vision problems. Vision. Now that she said it, that could be the reason. She was squinting when she was mistook Dre with me, so it was possible she had myopia. Is that so, Six? How is your sight? Why, yes. Father. Six jumped up in surprise after being called by me. Charles commented. Senior Du, did you see that? The jiggle, her boobs jiggled. Let's ignore him. It seemed like he had an issue in the head, and it was not something I was capable of curing. More importantly, I need to confirm the irregularities of Six. She pointed outwards from her chest with both her index fingers and bashfully replied. I can see, yes, about as far as this. Then that means she can't see, really bad myopia. That's myopia. Myopia, yeah. Myopia is my assessment, I recommend, specially made glasses. Uni and the rest were in agreement. This was outside my expectations, though. This was probably a side effect of over-accelerated growth. Maybe the rapid growth caused defects in the eye. Are there any other anomalies with your body? Come over here. Time to do a quick examination. Ah, yes. She dashed over. Suddenly she fell, and her face landed on the floor. There were many awkward situations today. Oh, ouch. She started crying like a child. But since she was born not too long ago, so she is no different from a child actually. Nevertheless, she looked like an adult female, so the difference in her behavior and appearance was jarring. Oi, no matter how short-sighted you are, how can you fall over nothing? It must be her chest shifting her center of balance. Buhahaha, my stomach hurts. I conclude she has bad motor skills. Although she has this much magic. The other creations were both perplexed and fed up. Oh dear, despite their new junior, they should be more welcoming. Uni could not stand it any further and went to help Six up. Are you okay? Opus 6. Hick, thank you, Miss Femme. I am Uni. Sorry. She mistook somebody again. How many times is this going to happen? Please stop with this gag. We cannot make any progress like this. Uni held onto Opus 6 arms and guided here to me. Okay. The person before you is your master and your creator. Don't make a mistake again and greet properly, please. Why, yes. Good morning, Father. Opus 6 has awoken. While being grabbed by her scary senior, she finally greeted me. Yes. If nothing else, I welcome you, Opus 6. I cannot call you by number all the time. Your name shall be Says. From now on, you will be called that, remember it. Thank you, Father. From today onwards, I will be Says. I will remember it. As Six Says said, she placed her hand on her chest in a prayer and chanted her name. Looks like she liked her name. There was still something bothering me. By the way, Says, why do you call me Father? She blinked her eyes as though she was caught unguarded. Father was the person that made me and is a man, right? Then the correct word to use is father. That was the conclusion I came up with during sleep learning. So that was why. Indeed, the sleep learning was to impart a minimum level of common sense and knowledge to her. But unlike the other mass-produced EE series, flexibility in thinking was left untouched. She was thinking of what to call me and decided with father. Well, all right. If you obey me, calling me something different is not a problem. Yes, Says is a good child, so I will listen to whatever father says. Says pumped her fist to the air and declared. Once again, there was a discrepancy between her looks and her behavior, but at least there seems to be no issues with loyalty. Of course, I would still give her the same brainwashing like I did with Uni and Du. Master, is she acceptable? Dre had a bitter expression. Opus 6 is indeed incredible in the aspect of magic, but she is considerably lacking in other areas. Since we can mass-produce them, shouldn't we dispose of this and make a more perfect 6? Says looked like she was about to cry again. Dre's concerns were understandable. We already have a Charl who is unstable in the mental level, and Says was also lacking in her physical capabilities. It was normal to hope for perfection if possible. Though, I disapprove. Dre, don't say such wasteful things. Certainly, she is lacking in some areas, but Says was specially strengthened in magic. As long as that is successful, there is no reason to dispose of her. I shrugged my shoulders and explained. Firstly, it isn't particularly a problem if she has myopia and has motor skills problems. Her role is to support magic research with her large pool of magic. I have no plans to send her out on the battlefield presently. With spectacles, she would be able to work in a lab just fine. Well, that is if no other issues arise later. Father, thank you. Says will work hard. Says kneeled in front of me with glistening eyes. And I just said that I would consider Dre's opinion if more issues crop up. Would this child be okay? I was feeling somewhat worried. Clearing out random thoughts in my head, I continued. Also, look at all these overloaded and damaged machinery. Just one of them costs so much resources to make. The manufacturing cost is insanely high. Fundamentally, when creating an opus series, I ignore efficiency in production. I was looking at the smoking generator and cylinder, which parts are now lying around. Also, the floor was spilled with the cultivation liquid. Everything here was one-time use only. The only thing safe to reuse here was the orichalcus brain, which was used for sleep learning. The biggest pain point was the jewels used for improving elemental magic. Ruby and sapphire were not obtainable from this underground mine. They were all procured by Lobert during autumn. And now the jewels were all melted, clearly unsuitable for second use. If that miser were to find out, his blood would surely boil. We paid this much to conduct these experiments 3 times before finally succeeding. Rather than hope for success the next time, it would be much better to use her as she is. Even with her flaws, she still makes for a good observation subject to gain data from. Albinyal, looks like you're siding with this child. Could it be, it must be her chest right, interested in that. Enough with your nonsense, Charl. Do you want me to stuff a garlic in that mouth and sew it shut? Please no. Charl jumped away exaggeratedly and covered his mouth with his cloak after being lightly threatened. Then Says spoke. Yes, father, please let me try doing that. Hi. Try what? The other creation's mouths were left agape, and Says continued. Both her hands were on her cheeks, and her chest jiggled side to side. Her innocent expression was that like of a maiden from a dream. If we sew up the mouth of a vampire, what would happen? If something wrong happens to the body, how shall we treat him? Or maybe leave him like that? Or maybe we should put him on a hot iron stake too. I wonder how he would heal if we add foreign substances into burnt parts of the body. Ahaha. Just the results from these would be enough to last 3 meals for me. Speaking of which, I have never eaten any meals yet. How does it feel to eat delicious food? Or what about unpalatable food? So many things to learn about the word. I'm so glad to be born. I am really grateful to Father. My great father. Her monologue was endless. Master, this too scary. Will this be all right, Master? Perhaps Charl would really end up in some weird experiments. While being hugged by the panicking vampire, Du asked. Really, the men here lack courage. Nothing to be concerned of, yeah? I tuned up her curiosity during sleep learning. Isn't this a good result? I agree. She appears to be loyal, so there will not be a problem with her listening to Master. Uni added on, and their expressions became less tense. But then their face became suspicious again. Damn it, just because she was just born, don't look down on her. Now that I think about it, there was no way this would have been a piece with a cute face. How did it become like this? This is no elf, not the cute elves I know. How gutless, you two. So how is it, Dre? Have the doubts on Says disappeared? I prompted Dre. This was initially about erasing Dre's doubts, but Charl butted in and derailed the conversation. It was troubling that he was always like that. Well, research on the EE series would be underway soon, so it wasn't all bad news. A problematic talent, but I can understand that disposing her now would be wasteful. For now that is okay. Says, we shall proceed with the finishing touches. Follow me to the operation room to do brain reconstruction. You are fine with getting a change of clothes after that, right? Yes, father. Says replied happily and held onto my sleeves. It looks like she was doing that because of her myopia. Please don't fall again, okay? Please, I beg of you. Together with Uni, my assistant for the operation, we brought our newborn client out of the research section. I plan to study the other 9 EE series at the same time. All right, let's fix this kid real quick and move on to the next research. Once spring arrives, I would have to handle more work as Lord, so I wish to do as much as possible during winter. Chapter 43, Day by Day, we gave our best in experimenting on that day. Open the head and brain juice, Will. What could go wrong while fooling around during surgery? She sang innocently while cutting a slave on the laboratory bench. Says was already being put to practical use after her final adjustments. She looked no different from a competent surgeon when wearing her prescription glasses and white laboratory robes. However, she was enjoying herself and humming a parody of a lullaby, making her appear more like a child making merry. Currently, as a trainee researcher until my wing, I made her try a simple human restructuring surgery. She had various defects like having poor physical senses and extreme myopia, but fortunately, she was dexterous with her fingers. As expected of an elf, even if she was cultivated. Their race was masters in wielding bows and in crafting, though not better than dwarves in craft. Of course, a bow on Says would be dangerous. Heal the openings completely, fix up the split open head. All right, done. She finished the operation nimbly. I whistled. She was faster than expected. Uni, time. 22 minutes, 46.07 seconds, master. It is much less than the given 30 minutes to complete it. Uni, who was the timekeeper, announced. An excellent timing. Compared to the other 4 EE series that did this previously, she was almost twice as fast. As expected, the lack of restraints on emotions and on thought processes were showing better performance. Even though this was just practice, it was a stellar result. If we keep the progress up, it would not be long before she can head the research department. Hyuha, how is it, father? Says thrusted her chest outwards excitedly and boasted. Her entire body was saying, praise me, praise me. Well, there was room for improvement in today's surgery, though. Says, you get full marks for speed and precision. However, brain surgery should not be the last procedure. In fact, I believe it should be the very first. This subject is just a human slave, but to progress in future research, you would have to handle superior races and dangerous monsters. When that time comes, if the subject wakes up in the middle of the surgery and runs wild, wouldn't it be dangerous? Is that so? She lowered her shoulders and her ears drooped. She looked pitiful, but this too was education. It was important to point out clearly when something was bad. She must have assumed that it was a common procedure to do it that way when she herself was strengthened first before her brain surgery. Her circumstances were special. It was not possible to bring her out of the cultivator until she was strengthened. The most essential part of research is safety. Our final goal is to achieve immortality. If we lost our lives before that, then all is futile. Please remember that dearly. All right. Yes. That aside, the execution was perfect. Well done, Says, as expected of my prided masterpieces. Don't need to feel bad, just don't make the same mistake again and it is fine. Needless to say, I had to show some support after all that lecturing. It was important to point out mistakes, but equally as important was to give praise when she deserved so. When disciplining children, rather than scold them when they did not do well, it was better to appreciate them when they did well. That is what I believed in. After all, I have already experienced raising Uni. This was the most optimum way. Really? Am I a good child? Yes, Says is a good child. Hey, father. After stroking her head that drew close to me, her ears moved up and down. And she was about the same as me, on the taller side in terms of stature. I was feeling awkward rather than embarrassed on the way she behaved, but I did not show any of that to her. It would hurtful for the child if a parent was embarrassed about his own child. Well, now that we are done with this, it is time for snacks. Uni, what's on the menu today? As you wish, we have donuts prepared today. Really? I love donuts. I love Uni and father too. Thank you. Uni mumbled as she was being hugged by an overly emotional Says. It was not like she hated Says. This child would behave cautiously usually, but when dealing with others that she deemed her friend or family, she was surprisingly unreserved about it. I will not name the person exactly, but there was a certain vampire that had his ass kicked when she was joking around. If she really hated somebody for real, surely she would rip that person apart right away. So it wasn't too bad to leave Says as she was now. Says, listen okay. Before snack time, make sure to wash your hands. And don't add too much jam to the black tea. Also, don't forget to brush your teeth after eating sweet food. Yes, got it. See how reliable Uni was in taking care of Says. While enjoying this pleasant sight, I operated on the communication tool inside the operating theater. I was calling for a certain mass-produced person who was on standby to come in. It's me. Procedure on the subject at the 4th operating theater is done. Please help move the subject to the designated location. Understood, Master. IB08 will head there now. Okay, business was done. Time to enjoy some tea, perhaps. Says looked like she was tired of waiting already. Father, Miss Uni, hurry up, freshly served donuts are the best. Says, don't run out of the room so quickly. Don't run in the corridors, Eth. Kaya. Uni was a step too late. Says jumped out of the room and fell flat on the ground. Even her glasses were flung off. Sniff, it hurts. Ah, my glasses. Where is it? Such a troublesome kid, really. While saying towards nobody especially, she went out of the room to pick up the big child. Section. Dre was kept busy that day too. Amongst Tullius' masterpieces, people like her were rare. She was capable of brainwashing others with her demon eye and using various useful spells, so she was convenient for her master. She managed the monsters they had captured, which were released in the mountains or forest. She was sent out to procure materials they lacked. She also had to inspect the magical barrier erected at their base. These were just some of her duties from day to day. In addition to all the manufacturing, she was also tasked to mobilize their forces because of the emergency situation at the capital. Her way of working could be said to leave one with no regrets. The only other person who might potentially work harder than her might just be Uni, Tullius' personal assistant. And this was Dre's schedule for the day. So you are saying we are starting to lack essentials like firewood for winter. HMPH, idiot. How could you not have noticed until now? E01. She was currently in a small log hut, harshly reprimanding the other elf while warming herself by the fireplace. Yes, it's because I was unfamiliar with it. The other elf sitting across her scratched her head and replied. She was an elf from the Wit clan that was discovered previously. She survived the massacre then and acted like a leader of the village, so she was installed as the village chief of the new village at Marlin. Communicating with the elves was part of Dre's duties. Dre was the person who brought them in, and she was also part of the long-living race despite some differences in their ethnicity. Tullius' argument was that Dre would be able to understand them better than any other human or former humans. Against that argument, Dre had no room for disagreement. She thought it was a reasonable decision, though that did not mean she was happy with the job. We've never had this issue until this year. We have no idea why this happened. The village chief had a perplexed look. Their memories have been altered, leading them to believe that they have always been living in Marlin. And that somehow led to their current lack of resources. The villagers must have carelessly made wrong estimations based on how they lived previously. Well, this new village was only completed around summer. It wasn't too long ago when the Wit clan started adjusting to the terrain here. There was not enough time for them to stabilize spiritual protection in the area to make living here easy. It wasn't the same as when they were at the White Birch Forest. An elf's demand was the same as a spirit world. Physics and normal phenomena change within the protection of the spirits, so it is possible for a warm and pleasant environment to be maintained. From human folklore, elves are thought to live in a country of eternal spring. Of course, a full year in spring was probably an exaggeration, but surely their old village, which was further inland, had a warmer winter than Marlin. That being said, Dre felt no reason to sympathize with the elves. You didn't realize the weather changes at the start of autumn? Irredeemable fools. What do you have brains for? None of you guys noticed it. Perhaps E31. Chaga? No, he didn't notice anything special. That kid is useless. E31, Chaga, was an individual who received special reconstruction. His memory was untouched, and he still remembers the series of events that occurred with their old village. While it was to reward him collaborating with the mission, the The real aim was to have somebody deal with the inconsistent memories of the other elves internally. It seemed that he had failed to do as intended. Had Dre not visited the village regularly, the 31 E-series would have froze in their beds. To think he had done nothing to avert this crisis despite receiving their master's bias and obtaining both power and the village chief's daughter. From Dre's perspective, he was too lackadaisical. Dre stopped at only clicking her tongue because they had the same master and were comrades. Else she would drag E31 out and order him to kill himself. All the more so now that the E-series was made a reality. All right, I understand the situation. The lab should still have a stockpile of fire stones. I will discuss with our master and see if we can loan them out to you. Really? Thank you. E01 smiled widely. Dre felt the urge to click her tongue again. Dre still could not find it in her to like this job. Dre's personality was not a good fit for the role of being a middleman. She was easily annoyed by others, and she had to force herself to not let it show. She found it troublesome to listen to others. Bluntly put, she found it tiring to converse with blokeheads. If they were simply blokeheads, she could still endure it. But she hated those who were useless. For example, Charles was annoying, but he has produced results in his job and research, and the kid who was just born, says, was capable. Anyways, sometimes being stupid made the man cuter. Dre shook her head slightly to remove the thought. She was still at work in the company of the other party. These were just mass-produced types, so it wouldn't be too big a problem in how she treated them. But still, it was her pride and her sense of aesthetics which made her refuse to treat work lightly. She shifted her focus back to business. Well, it's all up to our master's will. For the time being, this should resolve the lack of firewood. Changing the subject, what is the status of reproduction in the village? Dre was referring to the plan of pairing up elves to get them to replenish their numbers. Of course, Dre believed they were useless given that the E-series project was successful. However, Tullius had other plans. He wanted to use them now as insurance if issues crop up with the E-series down the road. They were made to think of children as precious beings to be protected, and if the brainwashing somehow weakens, they could use the children as hostages. When she heard about it, she was impressed by how well thought out the plan was. There was the topic of maintaining genetic diversity for the continuation of the race and whatnot, but that was outside the expertise of Dre. The village chief blushed when asked. Ah, of course. All females in the village have gotten it, it seems. There are 2 or 3 in the village with large bellies now, but by spring, we should see most of them with big bellies too. Ha ha ha. For the first time, Dre showed a smile. I see. That is most important. Having confirmed that things were going well, she felt a sense of satisfaction. When they rounded up the female elves who had troubles with conceiving a baby, aside from collecting their ova for use in the E-series research, they decided to try artificial insemination while they were at it. It was just a little side project, but it looks like the master's new experiment had gone well. And with that, all of Dre's concerns were addressed. Then that is the end of our discussion. I'll be going back. Already. How about staying for food and entertainment? No need, you guys can keep your own meals for yourself. After giving a sharp reply, Dre stood from her seat. They must have really wanted to give her a grand banquet, but hunting must be difficult in the middle of the winter. It was likely that stored food like smoked meat would be served. If she wanted to have meat, she could just go back to the lab and thaw some frozen meat. As for drinks, rather than having the elves' favorite medicinal soup, she preferred to have Uni's tea. Turning a blind eye to E01, who was trying her best to make Dre stay, Dre grabbed her long coat which was hanging at the wall. In the past, she wasn't that fond of this attire, but lately, she found it fashionable. She had looked down on human culture, thinking that they were just vain monkeys, but after witnessing her master's greatness and experiencing her comrades' reliability, she adopted their practices and found it surprisingly decent. Also, if she was to ensnare human men, it was a good idea to learn the ways of humans. That was how Dre became preoccupied with fashion lately. After leaving the hut, a strong gust of snow blew into her. It was unbelievable that she was actually at an elf's village, which should be protected by a barrier. Dre's attire came with anti-cold properties, but just the sight of the blizzard was enough to feel the cold. Let's go back to the lab quickly. After that, I'll just hole up in his room again. That guy is probably free all winter. While he was free, why not make the best of it and relieve some stress? As she thought, a sudden shiver not caused by the cold went through her. Dre started to chant a teleportation spell. Section. That same day, Charles Franz Schmidt was merrily enjoying his hobby. So long as his subordinates kept to their orders, Tullius had no qualms with whatever they were up to. Thus, once the research reached an appropriate stopping point, he could enjoy himself with nobody to bother him. Now then, time to get into my fun time again. And no, let me go. Charles tugged on the chains connected to the collar on the slave while heading towards his playground. Today, he was waited upon by two women who had sadistic smiles. No, let me go, please. Wahaha, fool. The women, pale as a sheet, became excited. There were two exposed bite marks on the napes of their neck, where the slave collar should have been. This was what happened to them after Charles bit them and sucked their blood. No, you are all mad. The female slave cursed them as she was pulled around like livestock. Among the slaves who he had kept in the underground labyrinth, she was the only survivor. The other two of them had succumbed to becoming Charles' familiars. There was another one of them, but Charles had killed her on impulse while playing some game. This poor slave was subject to potential death as she became a plaything for today. We've rived. Charles coarsely kicked open the door. The female slave shut her eyes instinctively. It wasn't because she wanted to look away from the appalling sight of the room. It was just too bright. This place is. The female vampires shrieked suddenly. It was because therein lay their natural enemy. What in the? An incredulous sight lay before the slave as she opened her eyes. Warm light filtered in through the ceilings. It wasn't just some artificial light created by magic, which would have felt cold. It was sunlight which she had forgotten. Ahaha, shocking, isn't it, that we can get direct sunlight from an underground space like this. If humans don't bathe in some sunlight regularly, they would weaken. But that's the opposite for vampires, haha. Charles boasted. The room, rather than being a room, was actually a large hall. It was spacious enough to be used for a noble's dance party. At the center of the hall, sunlight poured through a circle. A chair and table was placed directly in the sunlight, and there were countless other slaves, dressed in maid or butler uniforms, enjoying themselves in the sunlight. Sir C. Charles, why are we going towards the unpleasant sunlight? Charles would be fine, but we would turn to ashes. The vampire Lord threw a gloomy glance at his timid familiars. That's an exaggeration, not like we are in direct sunlight. Didn't I bring you all here to enjoy ourselves? If you don't like it, you can just go back, yeah. I'll make sure to have some fun with you guys later. Both familiars let out a shriek. More fun later? Charles' definition of fun could be very different for them. After Charles was done playing with the female slaves, it could be their turn to be toys. After hearing that, the two of them lost the courage to retreat away from the sunlight. And no, of course not. Since C. Charles has invited us after all, we would be more than happy to. Oh, really? Then let's go all out, you-ahaha. Charles was in a good mood after being buttered up by his familiar. The current scene looked no different from a cruel noble with his slaves. Even though their collars were removed, the familiars' positions had not changed. On a single whim, the familiars could have their feeble heads removed. Opus 04, how may I help you? Yo, mass-produced type. Sorry for disturbing your break time. How about playing over here? Yes, no problem. The butler slave replied, and the rest of the slaves quickly emptied the area. How can we please you? The chained female slave feebly asked. What was about to happen now couldn't be anything good. She would definitely become more pale the more she knew about Charles' plans. But the less she knew, the more vivid her imagination of what was to come. Since she knew nothing, she expected a tragedy. The vampire paid no heed and pushed her to the sunny spot and chanted softly. Steel-bound. Clang! All of a sudden, steel chains restrained her limbs. The cold sensation of metal and the fear of what was to come made her freeze. What am I planning to do? Well, there's only one thing that a vampire would do to a virgin, yes. At the same time, Charles bared his fangs. Both her blood and her life was sucked out of her. Not only was the area around the bite numb and painless, she could feel a sense of intoxication and pleasantness. However, that made it all the more terrifying. She knew that if she finally gave in and enjoyed the process of her blood being sucked, then she would cease to be a human. The female slave had that intuition. This was something that Charles had done many times. Charles did not like to suck blood all at once and turn the other party into a familiar. He preferred to suck it bit by bit, and at the same time, torture the other person. Only when the other person finally gives up in heart and soul would he welcome the other person as a familiar. Having been unsatisfied from the first time he turned a slave into a vampire, he preferred torturing them first before converting them. However, this woman endured it. She shook off the thick fog and resisted the blood sucking as much as possible. She refused to become a vampire. She refused to become an inhumane, godless monster that killed others indiscriminately. This was her final determination, even though she had fallen as a slave and found her way into this underground labyrinth. No, I will never be vampire. Ahem. Charles moved away from her nape and narrowed his eyes with a smile. I see, so you don't want to be a vampire, good for you. As long as you are here, you will never want to be a vampire. Ay. She had lost some blood and was feeling hazy from the poison from the bites. She could not immediately understand what he meant. Ah, gah. She screamed in pain, a scream that did not sound like it was from a woman. Ah, hot hoo-woot. Her feet felt so hot that they seemed to be on fire. It was as though a piece of red-hot iron was on her feet. The area from her feet to her ankles became red and puffs of white smoke flew up. The intense pain emerging from her feet was making her go crazy. Hot. Pain. Agony. She wanted to smash her head to the ground and end the suffering. However, she could not. Charles was restraining her movements. Biting off her tongue was impossible too. The vampire was holding her chin, forcing her to keep her mouth open. He wanted her to scream in pain for longer. Ahahaha, how is it, bathing in sunlight, the sensation of the accursed god's light? Tears fell and her eyes looked confused. She had been able to do so because the pain from her feet was weakened and she was no longer in complete agony. It was just somewhat weakened though. The skin on her feet was still cramping and there was the remaining tingling feeling of pain. The pain resembled burns. Haha, you just became a vampire, you know? The proof is in that you feel good after your cutesy feet left the sunny spot. Sunlight was burning you, right? She looked down at her feet. As Charles had claimed, the part of her feet that had been in the sunlight, while shackled, seemed to be blistered like a burn wound. The part that is hit by sunlight will be cleansed of vampirification curse. Even though it was just momentarily, you were burnt because you had become a vampire. And then, after that portion is purified from the vampirification curse that I gave your body will once again vampirize your feet. And then purified again. And the loop goes on until the poison that I gave you wears off. That was the reason for your pain. The female slave trembled as he explained slowly. What was the vampire planning to play today? She began to realize it. Unfortunately, Charles grinned, as if to congratulate her on guessing the right answer, to mock her for discovering the dreadful truth. Sue, in exchange for the burning pain, you get to keep your humanity. Congratulations, for as long as you stay in the sun, you won't turn into a vampire. Hooray, humanity is the best. The dignity of your soul is protected by the holy light from God. Wow, I'm so jealous. Amazing. Such a brilliant game, Master Charles. The female vampire's eyes glistened. Let us join in, their body language seemed to say. Naturally, Charles had every intention to welcome them. Well, why don't we get this started? Play like kids till the sun sets. The female slave could not help but cry. Not from the pain, but from the despair. It had been half a year since she became a slave, was sold off to a noble, and was trapped underground. She had no means to escape. She didn't even know where the exit was. Resistance was futile. A mere female slave like her stood no chance against these vampires. She had nobody to call for help. She had been waiting every day, and yet there was nobody whom she could ask for help. All hope was lost. Even sunlight, which should cleanse evil, was now used as a tool to torment her. In face of such a reality, who could stay sane? Nu-woo-woo, forgive me. Sorry, please save me. Kayahaha. What did you say? Aren't we already helping you? You are about to be a vampire, but the sunlight though. The female vampires sniggered. She had always roused herself by telling herself that she could not lose to these vampires, but now, none of that determination was left. Damn it all, if asked to lick their feet, she would gladly do it. As long as she was ordered to, she would put anything dearth into her mouth. She would even gladly give her first time to a beast. Anything at all but the sunlight. Charles had only a single response to her plea: release. The slave collar broke as soon as he finished chanting. Slaves would rejoice upon hearing it, but not for these people underground. It almost had an opposite meaning here. It was in the way for bloodsucking, so Charles would remove them. And no. Now then, thank you for the meal. The two familiars took the place of their master, in holding her down, while Charles sunk his fangs on the slave's nape. Arg! The pain, as intense as the hell earlier, assaulted her senses. Kiss, ahahaha, interesting. Ha, really? She almost looks like a horse or deer with how she jumps about. Yuwa, it hurts. Hayahaha, this is the best. I never had this much fun before. I must really praise myself for being such a genius. I'm really the best. No, please no, forgive me, sorry, I was in the wrong, so please. She threw all her pride and shame away, and cried for mercy at her torturers. Charles gently smiled. You want me to forgive you? Please forgive me. You will do anything. Anything. Then don't speak of those accursed words. Curse the church, spit at the saint. Reject God, reject his light, and betray humans. Only then will we vampires will look after you. All right. She quickly agreed. If she could be freed from the agony, she would not hesitate. God had failed to save her. She could no longer rely on faith in God. She found herself falling into the temptation of the poisonous fangs of the vampires. As the vampirification poison was slowly being purified, the burning pain on her legs subsided. Still, she screamed, "The church, they are a good-for-nothing organization that just takes our money. Saints are just liars who fool kids. God doesn't exist. Even if he did, he isn't half as good as demons, the sun. Stop eating the moon. Humans suck all their blood and destroy them all." Charles could not help but hug his stomach and laugh. The female vampires smiled vulgarly. Good guwad. That scream, cursing at everything in the world, truly amazing. Much more than I had expected. Ah, I'm so glad for this game I prepared for you. I'm so glad that I didn't suck all your blood for half a year. Then I shall fulfill my promise to you. I shall free you of the pain, and become a vampire. She was freed from her chains and dragged out of the sunlight. Her nape was pierced by Charles' fangs, and blood spilled out. For the first time, she did not reject the allure of depravity and death and welcomed it. The richness of despair. Surely the cultivated won't produce such a taste. Ah, I knew it. This blood can only be from natural virgins. Charles mumbled as he licked every last bit of blood from the girl who was becoming a vampire. He was delighted to finally enjoy his meal. Incredible, Master Charles' way of playing is unlike any other vampires. As expected of our master, the one who will one day rule the world. To their compliments, Charles stared coldly. You shut up. He grabbed one of the vampires with a single arm and threw her under the sunlight. Jaya, see Charles, W-I. HMPH-Y. The other vampire froze as her compatriot screamed, as she was enveloped in flames. Their master was so angered that even the space around him was simmering. Why, you say, what did you just say? One day rule the world. Don't give me that crap. W-I, what did I say wrong? Everything, you idiot. Dominating the world? As if I would dare do anything rebellious against my master. Know your place, bitch. Who do you think is one that allows us to live? Albenil, my great master. Aye, if you know that, then don't speak of such things. Charles was almost at the point of screaming. The truth was that he was crying out in fear. To Charles Franz Schmidt, Tullius Shernan Albenil was an existence that could never be messed with. He was a person that should be feared. He had been forced to participate in an inhumane experiment while they were students at the academy. His body was inserted with undead parts, turning him into a vampire. The hatred and grudge he had against Tullius had been modified by brain restructuring. Tullius had a determination to never stop, even if he had to give up the world. Every bit of the alchemist's flesh, hair, or blood made his soul shudder. Tullius was always on alert for the chance that he was rebellious. If he did display signs of betrayal, surely Tullius would go out and dispose of him. After that, he would just brainwash another appropriate necromancer, or simply just manufacture a replacement like how Say's was made. Because of his fears, Charles often played the fool in front of him. He wanted to let Tullius feel that his guard was down towards him so Tullius could rest easy. Also, since he was dumb, there was no way he could betray him to give that impression. He desperately continued with his act. And how dare this slave someday rule the world? How could she even mutter such dangerous words? In front of the M series or B series who could be listening? These idiots would make all his efforts go down the drain. Firstly, why was it possible for these vampires to go without slave collars? It was not because Charles recognized their talents or anything. It was because he could deal with them at any given time. They had no battle experience, lacked training, and had nothing for use as equipment. They were just stupid toys. There wasn't even a need for the Opus series to deal with them. Even mass-produced slaves with equipment could take care of them. These idiots had the audacity run their mouths like that when they failed to understand anything. That was the reason behind Charles' sudden fury. Forgive me. So do you understand how foolish you were? Why yes, please. The female vampire was almost burnt to a crisp and was just moments away from crumbling away. Charles walked briskly towards her. For a vampire lord, just sunlight alone wouldn't be fatal. Much less so for a hybrid like him. He had higher than usual tolerance for vampire weaknesses. The female vampire crawled and groveled, trying to get into Charles' shadow. Charles looked down and asked, "Do you want to be forgiven? Please forgive me." The female vampire who could smile and joke earlier was now crying in pain. Charles smiled benevolently. "You will be forgiven." He raised his heel into the air. "After you burn and suffer." Without a tinge of emotion, he crushed her head with his foot. Beneath his foot was the sound of crumbling ashes. Her body had turned into a mountain of white ashes. Charles spat on the ashes and turned away. He moved towards the mass-produced slaves who were silently witnessing everything. My apologies, okay, that this turned into such a mess." The slaves replied, "No, there is no problem. Our break time is just about to end. I humbly believe that this was a meaningful use of time. Once again, I can see Opus 04's allegiance towards our master." Charles laughed jokingly. Really? Ahaha, being praised like that makes me embarrassed. All I did was deal with some defective products. We will deal with the waste matter over there, so please rest assured, Opus 04. I feel kinda bad, but well, please do. Then I shall go back to my room. He lifted off the girl who had her blood sucked and left the place. His fun game ended like that. He had dealt with his familiars, but how much suspicion did that remove? Master Charles, she just had a slip of the tongue. Charles glared sharply at the remaining female vampire to silence her and quickly returned to his room. He had to find time soon to apologize to Tullius in person, but he feared that being upfront would only raise suspicions against him. He would need to consider the appropriate level of apology. In any case, he had to clear up his negative thoughts. Panicking like this wouldn't be productive for thinking. This girl had transformed into a vampire and was now his pet. After having fun with her and forgetting his troubles, would he then consider his next approach? Damn it, please try to not do anything stupid like that, okay? As he sighed, he whispered into the ears of his new undead toy. Section, Master. Four's toy has instigated rebellion as planned. She was then dealt with. Then I guess he isn't planning anything. I cannot make any conclusions about that. Hey. Father Uni, what are you guys talking about? About the safety of our experiments, I guess. Nothing you should be concerned about anyways. Section, today, Femme was bored. But since she was a golem, would she actually feel boredom? She herself did not know the answer to that. However, the Orichalcus brain definitely came installed with human emotion emulation. But was that truly emotions? The signals running through her head were the ones telling her if she felt anger, sadness, or other kinds of feelings. There was no fundamental difference between Femme and humans if considered from the perspective of outcomes. However, the main difference was that humans had souls, whereas Femme did not. A soul, which was detectable by magic, was the central location where a living creature's memories and consciousness reside in. It wasn't something that belonged in an inorganic and unliving existence like Femme, and that's why she mulled over it. Did she really have emotions if she did not possess a soul? Was she really thinking? Was there a heart in her? Thinking like this was also the reason she found everything boring. If Femme was given a mission, she would dedicate her full processing power. ignoring all play and indecisiveness to achieve the mission's goals. However, her current mission was to stand by. Her current role was to protect the facility, called the Temple of the Sun, which directed light into the lab within Marlin's mountains. Yet, there was no opportunity for her to perform this role. There was not a single intruder. Firstly, this dungeon was undiscovered. That's why her computation prowess was left idling. The missions that Femme had received to date were all emergency missions, and not missions that were planned originally. Now that it was winter in Marlin, the probability that an emergency situation could occur was very low. And so, she was stuck with fighting off boredom instead of external enemies. Once spring arrives, Femme thought to herself, once spring arrives, human activities will spring up and there might be adventurers who would discover this dungeon. And discover the large exterior which protects the lab, the sea of trees, and the temple. She would then be able to use her abilities. Femme has yet to distinguish herself in battle. When they were attacking the elf village, she took damage from the large-scale spell and did not make it out completely unscathed. Also, when she was at the capital, her job was to keep a lookout and not engage in battles. It was alarming for her. What was she doing? Among the Opus series, she was supposed to be built fully for combat. She had to redeem herself. Her circuitry was giving her an itch, telling her that she needs to redeem herself in the future. She had to obtain more combat data, obtain new resources, complete more missions, and of course, win, win, and win. Obtain everything her master desired. The generator spinning hidden inside her seemed to roar. "I can't wait, I think," she said as she struck both her fists together. The sound of bulky metal plates colliding reverberate through the temple. Opus 05 Femme quietly waited for spring as she sought to accomplish her reason for existing. Chapter 44, Exploring the Demon Woods, Part 1. Spring. Just as the snow melts and human traffic to and fro Marlin resumed, an incident occurred. Inspired by the booming activity in the copper mines the year before, prospectors hoping to discover new ore veins went to explore the mountains. However, each and every one of the prospectors subsequently went missing. The feudal lord of the land, Tullius Shernan Albaniel, took upon this issue gravely and issued a local exploration quest to the Adventurer Guild at the merchant city, Canals. Shortly after, 5 C or D ranked parties signed up and traveled towards the inner parts of Marlin. The adventurers who accepted the request were initially very optimistic. Marlin had been known to be void of monsters, after all. For over 10 years, no monsters were rated higher than D rank here. The local lord was probably just making a big fuss over this. It was the start of spring. The missing prospectors were probably caught in an avalanche or some other mishaps. The adventurers exchanged words as they approached the mountains. Their self-conceit would come back to bite them. 9 confirmed dead, 26 missing, and another 3 heavily injured, even though non-combatants like porters made up a large part of people who failed to return. The casualties within the 5 parties weren't small either. Annihilated. This word was used to describe what had happened to them. At one go, tens of mid-level adventurers were lost. The top brass at the Adventurers Guild were shocked. A large group of adventurers, which included C rankers, were crushed. This was no longer simply a rescue mission for the prospectors. They had done interviews with the survivors, and the response from them did not bode well for the situation. Even the upper mid-rankers spoke in a delirium, something about monsters or "I am not good enough." They could only conclude that they encountered a fearsome monster and lost their sanity. Marlin had, for the longest time, been ignored by the Adventurers Guild as it was largely devoid of monsters. Somehow, strong monsters moved in and established their territory there, the guild concluded. It was an area surrounded by mountain ranges, but those mountains connected directly to St. Gallen. It wasn't unreasonable to believe that strong monsters from their country had moved in. Hence, the guild had recognized the Eastern Forest as a dungeon-level threat. They named it Trees of Darkness. It was a forest where light could not be found and was located at the southeastern border of the kingdom. "Boss, here are the spoils from today. Please have a look." The minute the adventurer entered the guild branch office, he placed a heavy-looking leather bag on the counter. Inside were the body parts of monsters that had been subjugated. These parts were to prove the identities of the monsters he had slain as well as to be sold as commodities. Needless to say, this was the part of an adventurer's livelihood. "Ah, Mr. Raymond. Thank you as always." The middle-aged branch head bowed, almost too politely. Located at a rural town, this guild, which had only dealt with low-level monsters, could not make any request with decent rewards. The discovery of the Trees of Darkness dungeon was a cataclysm for them. They had to suddenly manage high-level quests, and lucky for them, a high-ranking adventurer visited. The branch head had been given the nickname of Post Office Head since he mostly handled delivery of letter types of request. He found it hard to adapt to the current situation. Raymond, an average C ranker, was an incredible high ranker in the eyes of the branch head. Even though he was clearly human, the branch head saw him as a monster. His especially polite bow was probably due to his deference to mid-rank and above adventurers, and his fear towards them. This ear is 1-2 ogres. This subjugation level is DSO. The branch head looked uncertain and slow. His face had turned pale like a timid lady as he was examining the body parts. He had to count out loud for each and every part. A new employee in his or her teens from the canal's branch would have taken half the time he did. If not for this. Raymond fumed. He wanted to have a drink to ease his tiredness from the subjugation. For an adventurer like Raymond, Marlin was a juicy land. When he heard the report on the search party being annihilated, he packed his belongings, called out to all his acquaintances, and traveled to this remote countryside. It sounded to him like a gold rush. It was the discovery of a new, untouched hunting ground. His intuition was spot on. Soon after, the guild's main office designated the monster-overrun eastern forest of Marlin as a dungeon. The quiet local adventurers guild expanded its operations and welcomed the adventurers who came to challenge the dungeon. That was how Raymond became the first adventurer to be active in the area. For newly discovered dungeons, naturally there were no veterans hindering access to the area. The first to establish their base here would become veterans. He would gather up other fellow mid-rankers who were stuck at their ranks. They would then monopolize entry into the Trees of Darkness. If it went well, his remaining adventurer life would become comfortable. Well, this is the reward. Please accept it. Seems like the reward confirmation was finally done. The branch head respectfully handed out a bag full with silver coins. Raymond accepted it silently. He did not check the contents. Just by the weight and the jingle of the bag when he shook it, he could guess at its value. Also, he would leave a good impression by not appearing stingy. "By the way, why are you still manning the front, boss? Hasn't the main branch sent over employees?" A grimace formed on the branch head's face. That the employees are busy with the documents. They are important documents to be sent to the main branch." "Is that so? Looks like you have it hard too, huh?" From the branch head expression and reply, he could roughly guess at the truth. The documents were an excuse. The employees sent here were probably playing truant to show their contempt towards Mr. Postman. It was theorized that the guild used attractive ladies as receptionists to rouse the spirits of the adventurers, who were mostly young men. The employees sent must have been women too. However, how would a young lady feel about being sent to the sticks? They would think that they were demoted. And the reason they were sent here was this old man, who was nothing more than a figurehead. Perhaps this explains their insubordination. "Well, things will turn around for you one day," Raymond commented in an effort to comfort him. He was considering the possibility of the benefits he might get in the future by being nice to him. For the female employees, working at the Adventurers Guild gave them a chance to marry a successful adventurer. If young, hopeful adventurers gathered here, they would have many opportunities to be acquainted with them. He gave a pat on the shoulders to the troubled-looking branch head and left the building. Suddenly, a gust of sand blew into his face and he choked. Unlike Browson, Marlin lacked stone pavements. On clear days, the ground would be baked dry, and with some wind, sand would be lifted into the air. After waving away the sand, he looked at the bustling townscape. There were carpenters constructing new buildings, and the man instructing them seemed to be a local official. There were hawkers who came to sell food and drinks to the workers, and the residents curiously looked on at the liveliness of the town. A random person who did not know of the background might have thought this was some festival preparation. "Barley, would you like some barley? Barley made with cool and refreshing well water." "Mister, give me a cup." Wood construction is no good. Ever since the Great Fire, new buildings have to be made with stone or brick as much as possible. As you say, Lobert, and the extra costs have to come from my own pocket. Father, what is that? What is that? Listening closely, that was what Raymond heard. The town was, at long last, being revitalized. Various buildings were being constructed to meet the demands of the adventurers who were going to challenge the trees of darkness. Facilities like inns, blacksmiths, workshops, taverns, brothels, and they were all being built at a feverish pace. Also, other than the discovery of the dungeon, there were the mines and the locally made potions. There were merchants who traveled to Marlin in search of it. There were some who got second thoughts upon hearing about the notoriety of the Lord, but the investment and influx to the town continued nonetheless. This place was going to grow. Once the town grows, he would be able to make more money too, and he had his foresight to thank for being able to reach the town earlier than anybody else. HMPH, transient crows. He heard a low-pitched grumble. The owner of the voice was a young lad who was less than 20 years old. He had brown eyes and bluish-black hair. He was probably shopping for food, as he was carrying a bag of bread, dried meat, and fruits. His innocent and gentle face was oozing youth, but the disgust he had for whatever was in front of him was evident. TCH Guardian of Balance, Joel. He was looking scornfully at Raymond. The young lad was the leader of an up-and-coming party Guardian of Balance. Their rank was C. While he was still young, he had already attained the same rank as Raymond. For him who had spent all his youth getting to his current rank, the one thing he hated most were these kinds of greenhorns. Urgh! Still, he wasn't childish enough to pick a fight just because he was irked by him. He would just give a snort at him and walk past him. Joel had called him a transient crow. That was not because he was talented and gained a nickname. Having a nickname at C rank was too early. In fact, it had the opposite meaning. It was used to criticize the deeds of an adventurer. Transient was one of the styles of adventurers. It might be too much to call it a style, though. It was mainly not forming specific parties, though it wasn't going solo either. If a party needed extra members because of a big request, transient adventurers might be recruited. And after the quest, they would leave the party and seek out a different party. In short, they were adventurers who lacked skill to survive alone, nor did they have the persistence or teamwork to stay in a party for long. They were neither here nor there, neither the kind of people who could cultivate long-term camaraderie with others nor independent enough to stand on their own. This was why they were easily hated amongst the other adventurers. Some of these transient adventurers would be insistent on their share of loots, or tend to shirk responsibility to others when in dangerous situations, and were commonly seen as cunning and dirty. It was almost as if they were scavenging for scraps, hence the name transient crows. Well, such an opinion isn't completely false, though. Well, it's not like he would be called that in broad daylight, Raymond thought. Actually, what he did would only get on the nerves of youths with a sense of justice. He was monopolizing the delicious hunting grounds at Marlin with a faction made up of his previous comrades or other crows. It was commonplace for adventurers to hunt monsters 1 or 2 ranks beneath them to earn spare change. Some youngsters have asked him to let them use the place for a single day, but he had replied by threatening them. For adventurers who love to challenge themselves, fight strong foes, and explore the unknown, taking this evil path was equally as good. Raymond was describing none other than himself. He knew what he did was distasteful, but being told off by others was infuriating. Especially so when being told off by talented youngsters. Hey, Joel, what is it? Nothing, just some detestable guy. He could hear a pair of man and woman conversing. Joel's party seemed to include a female magician. She was rated by others to be a beauty, and there were some rumors saying that she was intimate with Joel, the leader of the party. Basically, a happy-go-lucky guy. Getting a person of the opposite sex to join the same party was difficult. Having a public relationship within the party was even rarer, and on top of that, he was the leader of the party. That is to say, Joel's party could split up any time. However, for some reason, Raymond couldn't see any signs of cracks in their relationships. Were the fissures deep within, or had he made the impossible possible with his extraordinary leadership? He clearly wanted it to be the former, but in their trade, it was an unpleasant jinx. United parties with mixed genders were known to excel. It sounds ridiculous, but there were real examples. To the west border, there was an active rank party made of 3 men and 1 woman. He had also heard of similar stories from other countries. Also, heroes written into history were always the ones with romance on the battlefield. If this isn't what I expect, then this youngster could be hero material. Thinking about it made him fed up. Joel's emergence as an adventurer had just started. Becoming a C rank at this age was already unheard of, and there were already rumors that he was going to become a B rank soon. Raymond had not met him at the Trees of Darkness before, so perhaps he was venturing deep within the dungeon places where only B rankers would go. For common people like him, being at C rank was their peak, but for somebody like Joel, it was just a passing point. He held such hopes in the past, hoping that he and his party would be famous. When he became a C ranker, he firmly believed that he could continue on to become a B rank and finally an A rank. Yet there were some party members who were satisfied and wanted stability, and these conflicting views led to the party disbanding. That was when he became cunning and petty. He could not get used to going solo and slowly, but surely his skills with the sword dulled. No longer being able to choose, he had to lower his expectations and join different parties whenever they needed extra support. Soon, it became known on the streets that he was a transient. Having failed to achieve his dream and accepting the harsh reality, he had already fallen from grace. That was who Raymond was now. Joel did not venture off the path he started on, and in fact, was racing faster than he ever did. That's why Raymond couldn't stand him. Do your best in chasing your dreams. One day you will stumble too. Filled with jealousy, Raymond walked off. The injury a person sustained from falling was proportional to how fast that person was. Even more so for a person unaccustomed to falling. For Joel, who had only the smoothest sailing life, how stunning would his eventual blunder be? The middle-aged transient crow imagined quietly. Section. I think it is a good time to start exploring deeper. The members of the party Guardian of Balance were dumbfounded on hearing the proclamation of their leader, Joel. They were in a room of an inn, late at night. They were discussing their future plans. Joel. A guy with thin eyes looked troubled. Now that they were at the inn, he was not wearing any equipment and was in ordinary clothes, but hanging from his neck was a cross, a symbol for the saint. From this alone, anybody could deduce his job was a priest, a clergyman who borrows power from God to perform miracles like healing or protection. His name was Mariano. He was from the Omnian Empire and was the party's eldest member. Exploring deeper as in, exploring the depths of the Trees of Darkness. There are no other places to explore, right? Mr. Mariano. Joel's reply was in a joking fashion, but his eyes were dead serious. His determination could be seen clearly. The girl who was beside him sighed and gave her views. It might be easy to say that, Joel. The Trees of Darkness is a really demanding dungeon, though. Its discovery was made after that incident, did you forget? An alliance of C-rank parties like us was wiped out. She sounded half bantering, half anxious. Rosalie was a mage that acted as the party's main firepower, and she was also the person rumored to be Joel's lover, though she vehemently denied it when asked. No, I have not forgot. When the report was made, the guild at the town we were at was making a huge fuss, like a beehive that had been pricked. Joel laughed bitterly. A C-rank adventurer was normally considered to be an ace at taking on the guild's requests, and the guild would have high expectations of them. After all, it would take many years of experience before the average adventurer could get to this point. It was a disaster that many of their precious C-rankers were defeated at the same time. All this happened at the Trees of Darkness. If that's the case, even then, Joel interrupted her. The monsters that we have encountered at the Trees of Darkness were all possible to be classified as a C-rank subjugation. There was no way other C-rank adventurers would fall to these monsters. So, this means the reason for their defeat remains a mystery. Don't tell me you want to unravel the truth of it. Rosalie. Mariano was rebuking her for provoking him. She had a bad habit of testing others. Her rashness suited her sharp beauty, though it was difficult to deal with. Joel shook his head and said, "It's all right. Well, I am an adventurer. There is no way I would not have that kind of desire. But there is a bigger reason why I want to do so. And that is..." What do you all think of the adventurers of this town? It was a completely different topic altogether. However, Mariano and Rosalie did not overly disagree. They were deeply thinking about their leader's question. What about the adventurers here? Raymond and his gang had notoriously taken over the entrance to the Trees of Darkness. Adventurers of D rank and lower were denied entry and could not accumulate experience. And them being the only ones who disagreed with the schemes of the crows, they had to take out the C-rank monsters deeper, inside the dungeon alone. And the future seems bleak, with what those crows are doing. It doesn't have anything to do with us, but it isn't something others can handle. I worry that the overall skill level of adventurers would weaken as time goes by. Yes, while the middle rankers go for the easy jobs, the lower-ranked adventurers would lose learning opportunities. What happens if the main cause for the annihilation of the alliance we were talking about appears? It isn't a big problem if the only ones that pay for it are the migratory crows. But if the monsters grow in population and eventually attack the town, then we will be the only ones that can deal with it. That is what will happen if jobs are monopolized. Middle rankers who should adventure deeper were content with the outskirts of the forest, so beginners could not get the chance to hunt weak monsters. If this situation prolongs, the average ability of adventurers in this town would weaken, and if some disaster happened, the adventurers would not be able to handle it. The reason for all this is also because the middle rankers are only thinking that the dungeon is a new gold mine. And why would they think so? Because they don't fear the dungeon. Since they don't know if there are dangerous monsters within the Trees of Darkness, they are under the impression that it is a safe place. So you mean, the fourth person in their party finally decided to join the conversation. She spoke flatly. You want to gather information inside the dungeon and try to change the predicament. Shirin, HMPH, finally using that mouth of yours. And here I was thinking where you had gone. I was here throughout. I know, that was a figure of speech. The person Rosalie was crossing words with was a young, unassuming blonde girl. Her ears looked as sharp as a leaf, but when compared with elves' ears, they were very much shorter. Human ears did not differ very much in length. The young girl called Shirin was a mixed blood, or what some would call a half-elf. After making repairs to her bow, she gloomily looked at the three of them. I don't fully understand Joel's motivations. The status quo is not favorable, but why should we act? A high-ranking adventurer would eventually explore the depths of the dungeon, and waiting for such an adventurer would be a safer plan. Is that what you are trying to say? Mariano clarified. She quickly nodded. Shirin's opinion made sense. There was something strong in the dungeon that even a C-rank alliance could not hold up against. There was no reason for the members of the Guardian of Balance to risk going near such an existence. It should be better for them to wait for a B-rank or higher adventurer to challenge the depths of the dungeon. Joel shook his head. It seems like that wouldn't be the case. Huh, why? Something inside has eliminated many C-rankers. Also, the surroundings of the dungeon are swarming with C to D rank monsters. So why can't we wait for somebody stronger? I do not understand either. Please explain. Both girls were confused on what Joel meant. I hear that an abnormally large wave of monsters have appeared in the neighboring country, Sent. Galen, many high rankers have gone there instead. What? Rosalie's mouth was agape. Her posture was telling everybody how shocked she was. Shirin was probably thinking the same. She did not say anything, but her eyes narrowed in doubt. The other country is paying well. St. Gallen fights monsters throughout the year, and they are used to having adventurers. They have issued many subjugations requests already. Why? Why would the adventurers ignore a dungeon that appeared in their own country? Shirin, the thing is, it was Mariano's turn to answer. For adventurers who drift from one town to the next, borders between countries mean nothing. Even for ourselves, we aren't from the Arkwell Kingdom either, we were from the Omnian Empire. Furthermore, it is pointless to expect patriotism from penniless adventurers. Because the country is bad, because they cannot provide for themselves, that's why they are stuck with this job. Many adventurers resent their jobs. And amongst the people who became adventurers, because they wanted to, how many are willing to defend their birthplace from monsters? And even if it was the same country, why would there be a reason for them to travel to an unknown land and put their lives at stake? In this case, rather than patriotism, it is more about loving one's hometown. For example, it is well known that the Arank party, the face of adventurers in the Arkwell Kingdom, are active in the west borders where they were born. There was hardly a chance they would come all the way to Marlin. Of course, the higher-ups in the guild would be very interested to find out the reason why the C-rank alliance was defeated. But thanks to St. Gallen, they are taking much longer to find suitable adventurers to do an investigation. Also, they think the thinning of monsters in the Trees of Darkness is going smoothly. It was as Mariano had said. Despite the large number of prospectors that have gone missing and the defeat of the adventurers, there were no reports of monsters directly attacking the town or the people. Thus, they have assessed the situation with optimism and believe that there are no immediate dangers. Danger past, God forgotten. Damn right, who was the most worked up at the beginning, huh? Sheeran lightly sighed, while Rosalie openly displayed her irritation. Joel nodded bitterly. It is exactly as Mariano says. Everybody is taking the issue too lightly, or in fact, not even considering it an issue anymore. That way it is easier for all parties involved. It is not like there is a direct threat to their own lives. To change the impasse, we need concrete information. So long as there isn't definite information about the Trees of Darkness, the guild wouldn't give their full attention, and crows can make the dungeon their personal hunting grounds. The only people who can do something about this now are us. Joel's eyes shone with determination. It was a gleam that only those who were convinced of their purpose would have. That's why I think we have to go deeper. Luckily for us, we haven't gotten into any accidents while hunting. I don't think it would be that long until we can proceed deeper. That's why I decided to discuss this with everybody today. Well, if you think it is safe, then I guess so. I do agree with Joel, but what happens next depends on our confidence and determination. Of course, I'm sure you guys might feel it's unsafe or have other opinions. I will respect that, and if there is even a single objection, I won't press the issue. I might just be overthinking things too. Joel took a quick look at his party members. That was how the Guardian of Balance operated. They would only attempt a high-difficulty adventure if they have unanimous support from everybody. The balance in their party name represents weighing everybody's opinion before taking action. It was a principle they've had since the party was formed. Rosalie, what do you think? If I say no, won't you be depressed? Spare me from that so. Rosalie turned away nervously. She was the daughter of a regional lord. She was able to learn how to use magic because of her social status. There was only one reason why such a lady would be an adventurer. The reason was because of this reckless boy. As a child, Joel knew no fear and was curious and even dared to explore a noble's home as a commoner. The adventures he had was a good way to pass time and boredom from Rosalie's daily lessons. And when the two of them grew older, Rosalie's father started to look for political marriages. She didn't want that and so ran away from home and joined Joel, who had left his hometown to become an adventurer. She explained nonchalantly that she would rather waste time meaningfully without even asking to join the party. That's why, this time too, I'm gonna endure it and join you. It is always okay. She sounded angry, but she had no intention to decline. It was because she always found what he sees and what he does fascinating. Mariano. As per the will of God, Mariano softly replied as he held the cross and prayed. He was doubtful of his life at a church in Omnia, so he ran away. Day by day, he watched the hollow formalities of other priests. He was disgusted at the priests who spoke of God's love and yet looked down on others, or priests who celebrated abstinence and yet complained about the taste of wine. That's why he decided to embark on a journey to serve others. That's why he chose to be an adventurer. A few years passed, and he stopped by at the guild in a small town on his way back home for his spiritual practice. That was where he met Joel and Rosalie. He was disillusioned by the degeneracy of adventurers, but was saved by their honest and direct interactions. Once again, he saw hope in the ideals he held. In any case, Mariano enjoyed their company and joined their party. Now, his goal was to impart his knowledge and experience to the youngsters. In short, do whatever you think is good. I am in agreement. He did not plan on stopping the youths from walking on the path they believed in. There were risks involved, but he was confident that he could shoulder them as an adult. And that makes you last, Sheeran. I have a condition. Sheeran looked straight at Joel. On this land, half-elves were a minority, so their social status was low. Most half-elves here were children of enslaved elves bought by humans. Shirin was no exception. Her mom disliked her since her father was a low-life merchant. Meanwhile, her dad was a scum who wondered how much Shirin could go for since she looked like her mom. When she was 10, she managed to escape from her environment as a pervert's toy. Thereafter, she hid her face and ears and lived as a pickpocket in the slums of canals. One day, she met Joel and the rest of the Guardian of Balance. She looked down on them and thought they were easy pickings, but soon after, she was caught by Mariano, who was used to pickpockets. She was ready to be sent to the guardhouse, but they let her off and gave her some small change. She was angered. Joel was a young boy who knew not of the evils of the world. Rosalie was runaway from a well-off family. And Mariano was a pushover of a priest. She knew they were born lucky and had a good upbringing. Shirin rejected the charity, leaving Rosalie and Mariano confused. However, Joel took her hand and said this to her: "If you don't like to be given money, then make your own money. Want to follow us?" Shirin took his offer. She planned to steal their belongings while on the road, but the opportunity never came and she forgot about it. Only after she became good with the bow, she was given the bow simply because elves were good with the bow, did she realize something. If even a single person disagrees, then we won't do it. It is the same as before. Simple, right? Yes, that was it. The real reason why she did not release her grip from his hands was because she didn't want to. She wanted to stick with them. She wanted to see the same rose-tinted view of the world that they saw. She wanted to adventure with them. Those were the honest feelings of Shirin. That's why she would go anywhere he went. But when it gets dangerous, she has to prioritize their survival. Not just her own, but everybody's survival. Ah, all right, I don't intend to rush headlong into death. The end of an adventurer's tale needs to be a happy end, where the protagonist makes his triumphant return. Adventurer's tales for children, right? Shut up, you liked these tales in the past, didn't you? The two of them started a quarrel that nobody would interfere in. Mariano smiled weakly and watched over Shirin. This was commonplace in their party. After they were done with exploring the trees of darkness, they should be able to bicker like this again. Surely. The party members of Guardian of Balance naively believed so. Chapter 45. Exploring the Demon Woods, Part 2. For adventurers, exploring a dungeon wasn't something that could be done impromptu. No amount of preparation could be said excessive when exploring a place as harsh as the Nest of Monsters. In addition to equipment and stocking up on medicines, they must also prepare to make camp for extended journeys. Most dungeons were not within a day's travel distance. If they were, then the city would be attacked by demons in a heartbeat, and the vastness of the trees of darkness made it impossible to explore it completely in a single day. Therefore, adventurers would have to remain vigilant through the night while moving and exploring the dungeon. In some cases, they would have to keep it up for multiple days. The essentials adventurers had to prepare were long-lasting food and drinking water. Mages of a certain skill level could use magic to produce water, but doing so drains magic power. Magic is one of their trump cards during adventures, and is also the very purpose of a mage in a party. Thus, wasting magic power is frowned upon. In any case, no matter how much magic power a mage had, it was unlikely to produce enough water for all members of the party. Therefore, it was an ironclad rule that adventurers prepare their own supply of water from the very beginning. Of course, if there was a spring or other water supply point within the dungeon, this burden could be reduced somewhat. Fortunately, there were several springs in the trees of darkness, so it was easier and more rational to bring a pot for boiling water than to carry more water. Adventurers should not forget to bring their tents, sleeping bag, and blanket to sleep comfortably and in safety. Accumulating fatigue and stress would cause loss in concentration during the adventure, and make it more likely for adventurers to make mistakes that wouldn't be normally made. Also, it could be said that mosquito nets were a must because they fended off disease-carrying mosquitoes. The cloth of the tent acts as a simple layer of protection against monster attacks when camping. It was only cloth, but it will certainly expend the energy of the monster trying to tear it apart. Surprisingly, the attempt of tearing the cloth made the difference of life and death for some. Also, no matter how hot the place was, it was a taboo to ever forget bringing a sleeping bag. Once night falls, the cold ground would deprive their bodies of heat, and energy would be wasted to maintain body temperature. To begin with, the ground was hard and uncomfortable to sleep on. Simply lying on the ground was exhausting. Merely using a sleeping bag could greatly increase comfort. Other than that, extra clothes, especially innerwear and underwear, was something that adventurers should not be negligent about. Some may question whether they should spare time on such frivolous things, but clothings were surprisingly impactful during adventures. Adventuring was a dangerous job that carried the risk of injury. What happens if an adventurer sustains a wound and was wearing unsanitary clothing? What happens if the dirt gets into the wound? The concept of germs was only known to the Magic Academy of St. Gallen, and only a select few within the academy were privy to this knowledge. Still, it should be commonplace knowledge what happens if a wound gets dirty. Simply by keeping the surroundings as clean as possible, the incidence of tetanus and other diseases would be significantly reduced. However, there was no way adventurers have the luxury of bathing and washing their clothes, since every drop of water was worth a drop of blood. Thus, many acknowledge that the bare minimum was to at least have a change of clothes. In this way, adventurers heading to a dungeon have to prepare a great deal of supplies. It costs money just to procure them, and it's not easy to transport them. Of course, even the strongest and toughest adventurers would not be able to fight to the fullest of their abilities while carrying their bags. Most adventurers would hire a porter to carry their load and focus on the adventure as best they could. Lower-ranked adventurers from other parties were sometimes hired for this job, but sometimes was done by volunteers from a guild or by slaves owned by the party. For the Guardian of Balance, they took the orthodox approach of hiring other adventurers. The members of the Guardian of Balance were not fond of using slaves, and the Trees of Darkness was not an easy dungeon for them to confidently adventure in. "Hey, Guardians of Balance, I guess we could just hang around here." The sound of a middle-aged adventurer's voice could be heard from a corner where bushes had been cleared out. This was the border between the explored and unexplored sections of the Trees of Darkness. It was the end of the entrance to the endlessly spreading forest. "Yes, we're going to go deeper, so I'd like you to hold the campsite for me. We plan to return in a day. But if we don't return in 2 days, please help us by reporting it to the guild." "Hey ha ha ha. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, Mr. Priest." The person conversing with Mariano was the leader of one of the 2 D-ranked parties that have been tasked to carry their luggage and maintain their temporary base. The young and impulsive Joel was not suited to handle such discussions, so it was Mariano's job to do so. It was bad for rumors to publicly leave everything to Mariano, so Joel tried to at least show his face during these discussions. However, perhaps knowingly or unknowingly, the leader from the D-ranked party spoke directly to Joel. "Hey, kid, is it all right that we get a 50-50 split of everything we caught on the way?" "Oh, not cough. Yeah, I don't mind." Joel responded roughly, in an attempt to fool the other party. It was part of the contract to give the 2 D-ranked parties all the parts and materials from the monsters they defeated along the way. Thanks to this condition, they were able to negotiate a big bargain on the payment, but most of the profits for the Guardian of Balance were also wiped clean. If they do not kill some big game in the depths of the Trees of Darkness, the cost of the adventure might be more than their earnings. They were conscious of that possibility, and they weren't that foolhardy to gamble everything to collapse on a single failure. They had come up with a plan to recover the money in the event of failure. Nevertheless, it didn't feel good that their earnings were being taken by another group. "I'm relieved to hear that. You're more understanding than you seem, rising star." The adventurer tapped Joel on the shoulder, with a hint of ridicule. To put it bluntly, he was mocking him. Most likely, he was mocking the Guardian of Balance that was gambling on an adventure that may or may not be profitable. There were 2 main ways for adventurers to earn money. The first is to complete requests from the guild. The other was to sell the parts and materials of the monsters they defeat. The latter, in fact, was the less profitable option. After all, you could also sell materials of the monsters that were defeated during the quest, so naturally the former was more profitable. Of course, if you could monopolize the easy hunting grounds, like what Raymond and his gang were doing, you could make lots of money with the latter method. However, in Joel's case, He was giving away all the scraps of profit he got along the way. Hence, the remuneration was less than satisfactory. Indeed, it was foolish from the standpoint of profit. They were throwing away the rewards of fighting and yet risking their lives. Both the leader and the party that followed him were extremely irrational. I don't care. However, it was none of Joel's business. It was the best thing to do. The party had agreed upon it. And the original purpose of their venture was to bring back even the smallest of information about the trees of darkness, and to motivate the upper echelons of the guild and high-level adventurers to mobilize. They were thinking about the future of Marlin. It wasn't something that somebody requested him to do, but Joel believed that it was the right thing to do. There are several jinxes in the Adventurers Guild. Among them were people like Joel. Top adventurers were generally lunatics. If lunacy was having a firm belief while ignoring the pros and cons, then Joel certainly met the criteria of being a first-class adventurer. I'm flattered by the compliment, however. He spoke in a simple and honest tone. The fact that it pays well means that it has to be reliable. I know this isn't something I have to say to a veteran, but keep that in mind, okay. He didn't sound particularly angry and sounded like he was just making small talk. But when the adventurer looked directly into Joel's eyes, he unconsciously took a half-step backwards. Of course, since I'm more than twice your age, I'll make sure to do it perfectly. He sounded as though he was making an excuse at first, but quickly mixed in a fawning smile. The adventurer felt the pressure from Joel. A sweet-faced boy of medium build held a sparkle in his eyes. The light that attracted Rosalie, that made Mariano trust him, and made Sheeran open up to him, was far too bright for this man to bear. This realization was presented in the form of a feeling of threat. What are you doing, Joel? Let's get out of here, or we won't be back when the sun sets. Mariano, too. It's important to interact with others, but our time is limited. I think we should hurry. All right, I'm coming. And that's that, may God bless you all. Hastened by the women in their party, Joel and the others hurriedly left the camp. The adventurer, who was not really being intimidated, looked dumbfoundedly at their backs. The leader of the other D-ranked party puzzledly tapped him on the shoulder with a questioning look on his face. Hey, what's going on? Why are you zoning out, man? Damn monster. I've seen a guy with the same eyes a long time ago. He had the same, well, even worse eyes than him. Damn you, monsters above monsters. He continued his complaints, without being completely aware of the other person. The leader of the other party, who called out to him, frowned and called out to his companion instead. Hey, what's with your leader? He won't be able to work properly at this rate. Yes, but even we are entirely uns. Speaking of which, you have some idea about it. Something similar happened a long time ago. As far as I can recall, when we were at Browsun, the leader went alone to pick up a request. Apparently, he was involved in a quarrel between adventurers and ran back to the inn. It seemed like he met a monster with some crazy eyes. If I'm not wrong, that person was. 2 hours had passed since they stepped foot into the unexplored region of the Trees of Darkness. The Trees of Darkness was an undisturbed primary forest that was said to hide rich veins of ore. It was not a big deal if they were in a low area, but going higher and deeper into the forest, they would have to both circumvent the trees and shrub while climbing up the slopes. Not only was it easy to lose their direction, their stamina was also mercilessly sapped as they advanced. Overhead, branches and leaves blocked out the sun, covering the forest in a darkness that made it easy to mistake daytime for nighttime. The surroundings were dead silent. There were no signs of monsters, nor were there birds singing. In the painful silence, the only sounds were the footsteps of the party as they pushed through the vegetation. We're making good progress so far. I know, there's a sinister feeling, right? Joel nodded in agreement to Mariano's words. It was too quiet for an area that was supposed to be the home of monsters. And not just any part of the dungeon, but this was also the inner regions of the Trees of Darkness. Given that D-to-C ranked monsters were common near the entrance, the silence in the inner region was disconcerting. Quiet as it was, there was nothing peaceful about it. It was as though all things living had died. There's no sign of life, but the magic in the air is so thick, my senses are going nuts. Sheeran, how about you? Do you hear anything? Nothing. 200 meters around us, completely silent. Is this really a forest? I can't even feel the presence of a bug. Both Rosalie, a mage who was skilled in magic detection, and Shirin, with well-trained ears, were puzzled by this environment. Let's be careful. It is said that when there are strong monsters, especially the ones that act alone, the forest becomes still as death, just like this one. Because the other demons and animals were exterminated, is it? But it's odd that Shirin couldn't detect anything. Rosalie was right. If the area was dominated by a powerful monster that had eradicated other creatures, there should be traces of that monster around. The fact that there wasn't even a sign of that was odd. The four of them were baffled, but continued to move deeper and deeper while staying vigilant. They maintained an orthodox formation, with 2 men at the front while the women took on the rear. Joel was dressed in banded mail and wore a buckler strapped to his left arm for easy maneuverability. A swordsman's duty was to attack the enemy and to protect his allies in the rear. As for Mariano, he wore a surcoat embroidered with a holy seal over his plate armor. It was not necessary for him to move as quickly as a swordsman. As a priest who could use recovery magic even on himself, he could act as a tank too. Rosalie and Shirin were relatively lighter armed compared to the men. It was a good thing that Shirin was wearing leather armor, while Rosalie was carrying a staff and wearing a thick robe. The rest of their clothing were equivalent to plain clothes. The troublesome thing for mages was that, unlike a priest who uses holy power, magic was incompatible with some metals and animal materials which were known to cause magic to disperse. That's why most of her gear was made of cloth. The metal armor for mages was very expensive due to the scarcity of the materials, and it was too much for a C-ranked person to purchase and maintain. Therefore, the crux for most low-ranked parties was how to protect their mages effectively. 100. After walking the fixed number of steps, Shirin took out a knife to carve a mark on a tree trunk. It was a method to adventure in a forest without a map. It was a strategy to not lose the way out and get lost. Carving sounds were made as she dug the knife deep into the trunk. A strange sensation hit Shirin. A tremor. A faint vibration was felt from her left hand against the trunk. She involuntarily jumped back and braced herself. Did the tree just shiver? Trees that shiver. Could it be a treant by any chance? Mariana was referring to tree monsters similar to the spiritual creatures, which could move according to their own wills. They were called the protectors of the forest, and although they were generally mild-mannered, they would act mercilessly towards lumberjacks and humans who threatened their habitat. By attempting to carve and damage its body, they have undoubtedly angered the treant. But it's not moving. Could it be just in your head? I've never heard of treants staying still after being stabbed. Is that so? Unsatisfied with the explanation, Shirin tilted her head. Joel made a suggestion to her. Why don't we try to put a fire near it? Tree spirits hate fire and would probably react to it. No, let's not. No good can come from angering it. If it was treant, it would be a bad idea to provoke it into a fight. Its entire body was made of hardwood, so Shirin's arrows were ineffective against it. Moreover, Mariano's mace would likely be lacking too. Joel's sword and Rosalie's magic might work, but they would want to avoid the situation where Joel's sword dulls and Rosalie expends too much magic. It was unheard of to attempt subjugating a tree spirit for the fun of it, especially so when they had enough power to manipulate the forest environment. They were good for hunting because their wood was of high quality, but this area was dangerous. They were deep within the trees of darkness. It was best to avoid combat that had no important purpose. First of all, if we are wrong, it just becomes a huge torch. That's true too, let's hurry up. I see. To begin with, a treant isn't enough to dominate all the monsters in this area. Perhaps the big one is ahead. Having come to that conclusion, the group rushed ahead. However, Shirin had lingering concerns about the tree. The sensation she felt on her fingertips were still vivid in her. The sticky sap that oozed from the trunk. It was not anything like blood. She wasn't sure if it was because of the tension of exploring unknown territory, but she couldn't get the experience out of her head. Should she have studied the tree in more detail? No, if she did, and if it was really a treant, they would have to fight a futile battle. She was distracted by these thoughts. At the moment, she decided that this was no good and she had to be more attentive. What? Rosalie, who was in the middle, jumped up with a jolt. What's up, Rosalie? No, something cold got onto my face. Rain. It shouldn't be, I don't hear rain. As Mariano had said, The Trees of Darkness was a place with tall trees high enough to cover the sky like a ceiling. If it rained here, the raindrops would hit the leaves and branches above their heads before landing on them. Don't surprise me like that. It's probably just leftover morning dew falling from. Joel looked up jokingly. His face became frozen and tense. What, Joel? What's up there, ah? Rosalie, too, made a small shriek. Both Mariano and Sheeran turned to look up and were equally stunned. On a tree about 3 meters above their heads, there was a human-like thing lodged between the branches. A corpse. A corpse with its intestines spilled open and its face frozen in horror. It was hanging in the air, as if it was on display. Of course, the corpse was not human. It was still fresh and undecomposed, unlike what they would expect if these corpses were from the prospectors or adventurers from the search party. Even if somehow their bodies had been deformed, the corpse they saw was far too different from a human's. A troll. They were humanoid monsters that were inferior to ogres in terms of intelligence, but possessed abilities and a physique that surpassed ogres. They were powerful monsters that were assessed to be near the limits of what C-rankers could take on. If the trolls grouped up, even B-ranked adventurers would have to be requested. It was highly anomalous to find the corpse of such a strong monster hanging by the trees. In fact, there were not just 1 or 2 corpses. A quick look revealed 5 dead trolls hanging from the branches. The scene was so frightening that the members of the Guardian of Balance paused as if they were bound by chains. They were well aware that there was no simple existence inside the Trees of Darkness, since an entire alliance of adventurers was wiped out. However, what kind of monster was lurking inside to be able to cause trolls to end up like this? These trolls are hung out like a butcher hanging his chickens. Does it mean that these trolls are bait? To save it, such as, dangerous, we have to get out quickly. Everybody immediately agreed with Sheeran's assertion. This place was either the monster's home or somewhere near it, and this was definitely no ordinary monster. It would not be absurd at all for them to be attacked right now. They could no longer continue their search for evidence and clues. They did not feel a single sign of the monster or even a trace of it until they had stepped into its feeding ground. There was no way they could risk fighting such a cunning and powerful monster. There was no choice but to retreat, but it was too late to make such a retreat. Crack, crack, crack. From above, the sound of crushed and smashed trees approached. The thick branches that could even support the troll's carcass still screamed and broke from the something that was approaching. Something big and heavy was falling from above with tremendous force. Crash. A huge body, even bigger than an ox or horse, landed with a resounding thud. The monster that appeared had a strange body. 4 of its large legs with claws resembled that of a tiger, and its huge coated wings looked like it was from a bat. Its long tail with countless spikes swung up menacingly, resembling that of a scorpion, and from the tip grew thick needles that dripped venomous mucus. There was a rugged mane across its neck. It may be described similar to a lion, but the actual impression it gave was different. From the wicked glint in its eyes, the shape of its nose, the way it scorned at them from its distorted mouth, its face was blasphemously similar to a human face. Manticore. Someone in the party uttered the name of the monster while in a daze. Manticore. A demonic beast with combined features of multiple beasts with a human face that lurks in a forest. The name meant man-eater in ancient language. Its physical strength, intelligence, magical prowess, and traits were all dangerous to humanity. Their subjugation rank was B+, making them a target only for inhuman high rankers with great ability. Sacrifice, sacrifice. Offer up yourself, dedicate yourself to feed me. The monster with the face of an ugly man howled, spoke in human language as though it was natural. The air trembled and the leaves rustled. The malevolent wave enveloped the 4 C-ranked adventurers and took away their ability to move. In other words, they could not escape anymore. There was no sign of it in the forest. Could it have been in the skies? This is not the time to be thinking about that, Sheeran. Get ready, it's coming. Yes, I know. Joel was already doing a superb job by shaking off the petrification and taking a stance. The miasma from the manticore would render more than half of the C-ranked adventurers incapable of fighting typically. Those who were unable to stand up against the miasma had no rights to fight against the manticore. The fate of those who were unable to fight back was to be eaten. That was how it was when fighting highly ranked monsters. The manticore laughed at its prey's futile attempt at resistance. In the very next moment, the large body became hazy. Wah! Gah! Joel was blown away, and Mariano stumbled as he took a few steps backwards. The monster closed the distance in one breath and struck the two vanguards with both of its front legs. But that wasn't the end of it. Mr. Mariano, jump. Joel, ahi. The monster made a roar and swung its tail, which had poisonous spikes, at Mariano, a combo of two attacks. Joel was blown away not because he was defeated. Whether consciously or unconsciously, he somehow sensed the follow-up attack from the tail and decided to dodge. On the contrary, Mariano, who had stopped moving, almost failed to escape the area of its attack. Mariano followed Joel's instructions and jumped backwards. By a hair's breadth, the tail full of needles and thorns skimmed past his chest. He managed to narrowly avoid a direct blow. However, my armor is. A charred hole appeared in his surcoat, and the erosive poison reached the breastplate beneath it, creating poisonous fumes. It was the venom from the manticore's tail. The slightest exposure to it had made Mariano's wholly marked surcoat and metal armor become like this. If this had hit his skin or was driven directly into his body, one could only imagine the result. Just imagining it was terrifying. Shirin, please try to hold it back with your bow. Oh, fire spirits. Elahi. In order to fight back, Rosalie began chanting her spell, while Shirin covered her by firing arrows. The monster's evil eyes twisted into a thin line as the two maidens put up a resistance. Impudence, child of humans. Foolishness, child of humans. The monster swung its tail. With that, the three arrows that Shirin fired in one breath bounced off pointlessly in the air. Feel the despair. O God of darkness, father of us demons, I humbly pray. Magic. Since it had the head of a human, voice of a human, of course it was perfectly normal for it to chant spells. Moreover, it was as ominous as the chanting from an evil cult. The miasma in the air became denser, and Joel sensed the activation of powerful magic. If they were hit by it, they would be in grave danger. Realizing that, Joel lunged forward to attack. Get the anti-magic barriers ready. Shirin, I don't care if the arrows hit me, just shoot. Instead of simply giving a warcry while charging, Joel gave instructions before charging in straight to slash the enemy with his sword. Got it, O God, the founder of all things, the holy king, the father of mankind. Move out of the way if possible. Mariano chanted the scriptures after emptying his mind, while Shirin grimly fired off arrow after arrow. Rosalie also chanted her spells without pause. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and activate your stupid magic. Joel is in danger. With the firm gaze of his comrades behind him, Joel let out a yell and continued to boldly attack, despite being hit by stray arrows, which he had assumed would happen. Joel tried to hit the manticore's head with his move, Bamboo Strike, but it was deflected by the manticore's claws. He then changed his attack into a horizontal slice, but that was blocked by the spikes of the manticore's tail. The manticore took a step back. To mock his prey, it then rushed forward with a headbutt. Taking the opportunity, Joel gathered all his strength for another bamboo strike. Before unleashing his move, he was hit in the chest by the manticore's claw and was blown away. Joel bounced several times on the ground and slammed into a tree trunk. Even though he had performed several anaerobic attack moves previously, and his lungs should have been deprived of air, the impact towards his chest made him cough out non-existent air. Cough gah. Even so, Joel couldn't let himself fall as the leader, so he stood up with his sword thrust onto the ground to act as his walking stick. In his hazy field of vision, he could see the manticore smiling in triumph. The manticore had fended off Joel's attack while continuing with its chants. Take the souls of the living here and burn them in hellfire, ignis fatas. Instantly, supernatural flames spreaded from underneath the monster's feet. At the same time, the members of the Guardian of Balance reacted. Joel. Shirin threw down her bow and covered her cloak over him. Bless us with your shield, holy protection. Mariano invoked the sacred magic of protection. Rosalie also activated magic towards the target. However, the manticore's ignis fatas swept the entire place in flames. Unlike normal fire magic, the evil flames had an unnatural brightness, brighter than several candle flames put together. Instead of burning the vegetation around it, the cylindrical flames enveloped the flesh and soul of those trapped within it. Such sadistic flames were befitting of magic casted by the offspring of demons. The flames tormented the adventurers, completely bypassing the priest's protection. Rosalie, Mariano, and Shirin, who was hugging Joel tightly, writhed spasmodically in agony caused by the intense pain and suffocation. Eventually, the four collapsed on the ground. The manticore roared triumphantly. Sacrifice! 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 Gyufuhahaha. Chapter 46, Exploring the Demon Woods, Part 3. As the flames disappeared, not a single scorch mark was left on the forest landscape. Behind the smoldering smoke were 4 humans who had fallen, 3 humans and 1 half-elf. This was the power of dark magic. The secret magic that has been specialized in tormenting the living and maximizing their pain. The only person who could move in this devastation was the perpetrator itself, the manticore. With a single shudder, the manticore shook off the arrows that were lodged in various parts of its body. The arrowheads had gotten halfway into the thick surface of its skin and hadn't even reached the muscles, let alone the bones. This was despite Shirin's frantic attempt to fire arrows and Joel's determination to be hit by the arrows. Sacrifice. The manticore licked its chops as it surveyed its prey. All 4 bodies were half-cooked. An inexperienced predator would have burned them fully and would be unable to fully relish the fresh meat. Finally, the manticore could savor real human meat instead of trolls or ogres. That was why the manticore was unable to contain its excitement. Shall I start from the brains, or from the guts? I want to chew on the flesh, suck on the bones, play with the eyes on my tongue. You guys were truly excellent sacrifices. The manticore slowly walked up to the delicacies while drooling. Well, who should he start with? The well-toned swordsman, the virtuous priest, the soft-fleshed female mage, or the rare-breed half-elf? All of them were equally alluring choices. Ooh. The human woman, Rosalie, let out a faint cry. She was still alive. By a stroke of luck, she was still breathing. Perhaps Mariano's sacred magic managed to reduce the power of the manticore's magic just enough for her to barely hold on to life. It was undeniably a miracle. But it was a meaningless miracle. Rosalie was in no position to resist. She was wounded everywhere, her comrades were dead, and there would be no time for her to chant any spells. Even if she could use her spells, she stood no chance against the manticore's strong body and its poisoning spines. To begin with, was she even conscious? Even if she was, she would be in too much pain. No way she could fight at all. So her survival was just the seasoning on top of the predator's food. Sacrifice. Woman, I want to hear screams. The manticore drew closer to Rosalie, brandishing his shark-like fangs. She could not move. She was not even aware that the enemy was closing in on her. She was only murmuring incoherently in her pain. I'm sorry, Joel, I was useless. Her voice was feeble even more so than dying people. The manticore listened carefully to her voice. Negative emotions like anguish, vindictiveness, and sorrow were as appetizing as flesh and blood for these demonic monsters. Rosalie continued expressing her remorse, unaware that her words were pleasing the monster. I'm sorry. I'm such an idiot, I just drag you all down. She betrayed the trust and emotions by being powerless. Only this man-eating monster was listening to her words of repentance. No, you weren't. From the monster's blind spot, something stood up. The sound of parts of armor rubbing against each other. The sound of the heels of the feet stepping on the ground. And the ring of the guard on a sword. Joel, the young leader of Guardian of Balance, stood up with his sword, despite his injuries. Rosalie made it possible for me to still fight. What a fool. How was it possible for him to fight back, now that he was on the brink of death? The manticore turned to look at the source of the weak voice. The manticore stared at them, dumbfounded with his human-like face. Fire. Joel's sword was lit by fire. The glowing sword was ablaze, as if taking the shape of their prayers, unlike the flames from dark magic. Thanks to your magic, I was able to cut through the opponent's magic just in time. Before they were enveloped in Ignis Fata's, Rosalie had finished casting her spell. This was the magic sword Flame Turn. It imbued the blade with fire magic, transforming it into a magic sword rivaling that of the talons of a fire dragon. Originally, Rosalie was just a country nobleman's daughter. She was not exactly that talented to be a mage, and only had knowledge of magic to the extent of the small library she had at her old home. To compensate for her mediocrity and to keep up with Joel, she devoted herself to magecraft and learned how to enchant swords with magic. She managed to learn some magic, but only those that are exclusive to the element of fire. Still, her skill and precision in this specialization was the real deal. The flames didn't disappear even in the spray of fresh blood. This blade would only burn and cut the evil. This was the level of swordplay and magic the two of them have reached. Sacrifice, sacrifice. The monster screamed in humiliation. How could this have happened? The mere illusions of a mage and the sleight of hand by the swordsman shouldn't have been able to fight against his own magic. The contempt from the manticore was palpable. Joel shook his head. It's not just Rosalie. If Mariano hadn't given me protection, I wouldn't have been able to survive it. He took a step forward while saying, I wouldn't have been able to stand up if Sheeran hadn't covered for me and let me drink the potion. Joel wiped his mouth as he took another step. The back of his chafed hand was covered in a red-purple stain. It seemed to be the residue of the potion he drank. The half-elf girl managed to accomplish so much in that short moment. If any of them were missing, Joel wouldn't be standing anymore. Joel was finally within striking distance and readied his flaming sword. Manticore turned to look at him, full of malice. Don't you dare have a bite of me and my comrades, monster. We're going to defeat you with our powers. Ridiculous. The manticore took the initiative and moved first. He wasn't interested in entertaining the delusions of the youngster, pounced on him and reached out with his claws. His large body, which should be over a ton in weight, sprung up like a typhoon. Joel lowered his stance as if waiting. Joel confronted the enemy head-on. Like a volcanic eruption, the sword sliced from the bottom to the top, inflicting a deep wound diagonally on the monster's right leg. The manticore groaned at the pain inflicted on its leg. This was the first time the manticore faced off against a magic sword. At the same time, the blade, which he had no problem catching with his claws earlier, melted and cut his paws too. The manticore had no choice but to recognize Joel as a threat now. In the meantime, Joel followed up his attack with a swing from his shoulder. Damn, sacrifice. The manticore barely defended against it by using its tail as a shield, but some of its poison thorns melted and flowed down. Joel's sword and the manticore's tail were locked together. Joel's earlier move to injure its right leg was showing its effectiveness now. The manticore had to plant its foot firmly on the ground to push with its tail, but there was a pain on its leg. If the manticore was in perfect condition, the human's sword would have been deflected without any trouble. Now Joel could match up evenly against the monster manticore. While locked together, the flaming sword started to burn the rest of the plating on the manticore's tail. Slowly but surely, Joel's sword grew closer. This is it. No. The manticore roared and sprayed venom from the tip of its tail. By adjusting the angle of the poisonous needle, the venom could be shot in any direction despite being fixed in position. Joel jumped back, dodging the lethal venom. The demon smiled mockingly at him again after he dodged. How sad. How sad, huh? That was your only chance. What? The monster slowly moved its tail forward. The tip of its tail was pointed at the fallen Rosalie. What? Hostages. The manticore shook the tip of his tail ever so slightly. The spilling venom scorching the ground was just 10 centimeters next to Rosalie's face. Joel's chance at victory was earlier, when tail and sword were locked together. He had to defeat the manticore right there and then, because his party members were all lying on the ground. If not, his friends would immediately become hostages. This monster was familiar with the nature of its prey. There were two kinds of humans. One was the kind who would run away or who would abandon his comrades and attack him together with them. The other kind would foolishly sacrifice his own life to save his fellow man. Joel was by all accounts the latter. For such fools who could not overlook their bonds with others despite being in a critical moment, taking hostages should have an immediate effect. However, fireball, Gaia, what a surprise, that the hostage of all people had struck the manticore with magic. Rosalie stood up with her staff and released fire magic. Who's the hostage? No way I would be a burden. Rosalie, you got up. Of course I did. I'm a mage after all. As long as we have magic, we will always be stronger than swordsmen. Rosalie forced a smile. Her mental state had been foggy, and even now, she could collapse any time, but fortunately, Joel had given her some time to recover. It seemed that Joel's previous attack wasn't completely in vain after all. The manticore cried out in anger, having eaten Rosalie's fireball. "Gah, die, sacrifice. Let me eat you." "Too bad." As if he couldn't resist the urge to interrupt the manticore. "My god proclaims, struggle until the end. Wide heel." A sacred light surrounded the area. When the manticore finally realized what had happened, Mariano had already gotten up and casted his healing magic on the party. "Mr. Mariano. Hey, you should have healed us if you could already stand." "Ha ha ha, well, I regained consciousness when Joel was fighting at a critical moment, so I took the chance to chant the healing magic. I sped things up when you were being used as a hostage." The priest, who had acted carefully, scratched his head. It wasn't that difficult to imagine how this all happened. Mariano was second to Rosalie in magic potency, and thus was second to her in terms of resistance. He had also used sacred magic to reduce the damage taken during the manticore's magic attack. In addition, he had been wearing a powerful, albeit somewhat damaged, armor. It wouldn't be strange to think Mariano had the most amount of stamina left amongst them. Damn you all. Then, one more time. Grating on its fangs, the manticore prepared to launch another attack. It shall use the same magic that had nearly wiped out the enemy. Even if they had survived the first attack and used recovery magic, the damage couldn't be entirely erased. This time round, some of them would be completely unable to stand again. The monster predicted as such. Yet, what? The manticore felt a sudden wave of numbness across its entire body, especially a cramp in its tongue, rendering it unable to chant further. As long as chanting was disrupting, no matter the magic, it would not activate. The only magic that could have activated were if they had been chantless magic from the very start. Naturally, the manticore's spell was cancelled, and the magic required to cast the spell was expended. It's finally taking effect. It was a slow-acting one, though. Sheeran had somehow recovered. The half-elf girl casted a cold glance at the bewildered manticore. "My arrows were coated with a paralyzing poison. Even a little graze would be sufficient for it to enter the veins and travel into your body." Impose. The manticore was driven further into confusion by her claims. The arrows were not lethal, but they were nonetheless poisonous. Yet, she fired her arrows at her allies earlier. Joel's strategy is always appalling. What would you have done if you'd been paralyzed by the poison first? "I was going to take the antidote before the paralyzing effect begins. But it looks like Sheeran made me drink the antidote." Joel was talking about how Sheeran was protecting him while giving him the antidote. She was quick in her actions. It was the instincts and technique she acquired when she was a pickpocket. But then again, how could the poison be effective against the manticore? Even venomous monsters are susceptible to other kinds of poison. It is also said that some monsters die from their own poison if their poison gland breaks. The manticore could not help but feel shame as Mariano carefully explained the situation. "NGGGGGGH. With the force of its will, the manticore tried to tense up its paralyzed muscles. To think it could have been made fun of to this extent by those who it had deemed as mere sacrifices or food. It was humiliating. For a monster hunting living people, it was a complete disgrace. Hence, the manticore had to throw away any pride it had or any urge to have fun. Kill. The only option was to kill them. Who cares about leaving edible parts to eat or killing them in an entertaining manner? These prey don't deserve to live even for another second. Killing them was the only way for it to regain its pride as a monster. Wounded in the right foreleg? Why does that matter when there were 3 other legs? Magic sealed? Didn't matter since it still had its claws, fangs, tail, and poison needles. Paralyzed by the poison. Regardless, even if the numbing sensation was considered, the manticore believed that its current physical ability was superior to theirs. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr to the poison. The air crackled and the manticore's bloodlust swirled like a whirlwind. Stay focused, we don't know what's going to happen yet. The party, which had been feeling too relaxed, after turning the tables, re-heightened their senses upon Joel's command. That's right, manticores were ranked B+. Usually, such a monster would not be so easily done by a C-ranked party. Taking it easy now would lead to grave injuries later. They had poisoned the manticore with the use of their unconventional strategy. It was 4 against 1. The party should be rather evenly matched since they had Joel, who was well beyond the realm of a C-ranker, and the magic sword as their trump card. No, their actual chances were probably 4 in 10 or perhaps even worse, 3 in 10. Even if you didn't tell us. Of course. Not about to be careless here. Rosalie readied her staff, Mariano gripped his mace, and Sheeran knocked an arrow. And then Joel swung his sword, which was still burning in flames. Let's go. We must defeat this monster and return. The adventurer party, guardian of balance, against the evil monster, Manticore. Their final all-out battle was about to begin. As mentioned previously, even with all of their advantages in play, the monster was still stronger. Still, Joel and his team believed strongly in their victory. Suddenly, the first move was made. A wind burst. A gust of wind struck the manticore. SSSSS sacrifice. The manticore shrieked in astonishment as it was flung inwards into the forest. Huh. Who could have made the huh in a stupefied tone at this situation? Perhaps it was all 4 of them. After all, they had cornered a powerful enemy that they would normally be no match against, and just before the final decisive strike, the ladder was pulled beneath them. It was inevitable for their minds to be blank while seeing that. Something was rustling in the grass and moving towards the stunned Joel and others. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. The boy who wore a fur waistcoat looked like a hunter. However, it seemed incredibly unlikely for a hunter to be alone in this dangerous dungeon, nor did he seem like he was capable of blowing away the manticore with magic. The matter of fact was that he was no ordinary person. Sheeran muttered, staring intently at the boy's ears. Elf. Elves had ears sharper and sharper than other races. It was unmistakable evidence of being an elf. Indeed, this Trees of Darkness was an unexplored forest. It might not be surprising if there were elves living in isolation from the humans. But why had he decided to help humans at the last minute, given elves' usual animosity against humans? Anyways, let's run. If we don't, that monster will come after us again. Yes. This way, come on. Leading the way, the elf boy ran windwards. Joel and the others hesitantly chased after him. Is this fine, Joel? I'm not sure if we could have beaten the manticore without any losses if we continued like that. I think we follow him here and escape. I agree. We were able to fight back, in part because the manticore was just playing around. Also, our original goal was to find out what monster lurked within the forest. In that sense, we've achieved our goal. I suppose so. But is it safe to go with that elf? Elves recognize these monsters as enemies too, right? Then perhaps we can trust him. At any rate, he had saved their lives earlier. It was true that humans and elves weren't on the best terms because of slavery. But it was not completely impossible to be friendly either, since there were some elves who left their forest to become adventurers and integrate with humans. Moreover, they were in a dangerous place where they could encounter monsters at any time. There was nothing in it for the elf to be tracking them. Such a line of thought would be the norm. After running upwind for an hour or so, they stopped in a small clearing, like an air pocket in the woods. There was no sign of them being followed from behind. Did they shake off the manticore? The elf who led Joel and the others here turned to look at them while wiping sweat from his face. Well, that was too dangerous, outsiders. What brings you to the depths of this forest? He said this with a smile, perhaps out of relief at having survived a close call. The Trees of Darkness was an unexplored forest. This elf probably did not know about the existence of the human race, let alone the profession of an adventurer. Well, we are monster slayers by trade, and that's what we're here for. We came to slay monsters. Joel, the leader of the group, blurted out a vague explanation. There were many adventurers who got into conflicts with elves who lived in forests. Sometimes, there were adventurers who were not interested in defeating monsters, but in the exotic plants and mushrooms in the forest. And of course, those items were of high value to the elves who lived in the forest. Joel didn't want to explain the situation fully and complicate things. The elf boy maintained his smile. Really? Wow, you're here to slay such a scary monster. It's a big help to us who live here, too. Haha, we don't deserve that much praise. Drawn into the conversation, Mariano smiled too. Really, it's not something to be praised. We failed to finish off the manticore. Ah, we aren't blaming you at all. If the fight had continued, we may have been in trouble. That's a relief. The boy replied cheerfully to Rosalie's words too. Shirin interjected. By the way, you. Yes, what is it? What's with this lousy act? She gave her verdict coldly. Click, it was so abrupt that one could almost hear the elven boy stopping all his movements. His expression froze in the masked smile, but it was only for a short moment. He started speaking again with a smile. Wait, no. What even is acting? Shirin, what do you mean? Yeah, what the hell is going on? Joel questioned her with a serious expression, while Rosalie compared her companion with the strange elf. Mariano stared narrowly at the boy while putting a hand to his chin. Shirin continued. The ebbs and flow of his emotions were too constant, and his voice is exaggerated, as though he was a pimp luring girls in the slum into prostitution. What a terrible thing to say, as though I am somebody who does terrible things to women. I am going to be angry if you don't apologize. The elf expressed his anger in a joking manner, raising a fist to the side of his face. But Shirin was not all impressed by his pretense. If you're trying to be angry, I think it's too late. You are being too tolerant of me, a half-elf, aren't you? Hi. Elves hate children with human blood in their veins, so much so that they refuse to even catch a sight of them. Indeed. It was unheard of for a normal elf to have such a long conversation with a half-elf. It's all the more so if the half-elves were suspicious. Elves prided themselves on the purity of their blood and would curse at mixed-blood elves as though they were hairless monkeys. There was no way an elf would show any tolerance for half-elves. This was more likely to be the case if the elves were so closed off that they didn't know the concept of an adventurer. No, I mean, it was too dark and I couldn't see clearly. And besides, yeah, I don't care about those things. Don't you think it's ridiculous to be trapped in discrimination and prejudice and all that? That's what I think. That's it. Oh, that's very noble of you, isn't it? So you do understand, Mr. Priest. The boy smiled at Mariano, thanking him for helping out. But you seem to know quite a bit. Where did you learn the indecencies of the outside world, such as pimp? Hi. And you said someone who does terrible things to women. You know what it means, don't you? Where did you learn such a word? By the way, it means a person who introduces girls to work in brothels, to be precise. Do you have prostitutes and pimps in your village? You didn't even know what we were doing in the forest when you saw us dressed like this, young elf. Mariano readied his mace with a stern look. He considered the elven boy in front of him to be a complete enemy. Joel also pointed his sword. The effects of the magic sword had expired, but the dull glint of the worn sword was more than sufficient to draw blood. And how did you know that Mr. Mariano was a priest? He is in full body armor and armed with a weapon. If you weren't familiar with human society, if you're not an adventurer, wouldn't you think of him as a warrior rather than a priest? Oh, so you were trying to trick us. Finally, Rosalie, finally able to grasp the story, held her staff tightly. There were too many peculiarities with this elven boy. He seemed like he was pretending to be unaware of things he had already known. For Shirin, who was brought up in the slums, and Mariano, who had gone through hardship during his solo days, they were absolutely convinced that he was trying to deceive them. Joel and Rosalie trusted their two calm companions wholeheartedly. The balance in the Guardian of Balance was tilted in the direction of recognizing the presence in front of them as an enemy. As expected, the elven boy shrugged his shoulders and raised both his hands resignedly. Ha, I guess that's it. You're more perceptive than I thought, despite being a half-breed of a hairless monkey. Those guys from the other day were much more simple-minded. And then he laughed mockingly, a derisive, twisted smile revealing his contempt. He was definitely not a harmless forest elf. It was something more horrific. Those guys from the other day. Does that bother you? Was it a month or two ago? Alliance, was it? A large group of adventurers made up by several parties lumped together. They were scattered by the monster attack, so we had the chance to round them up. Those that we didn't catch survived, right? What a shame. It would have been a perfect score if we got them all. It appears that this elf had a part to play in the incident, which led to the recognition of the Trees of Darkness as a dungeon. Why would you do that? Of course it's to protect the forest, right? The prospectors came here to find the veins of ore and clear a path to the mountain. The adventurers came in search of them. But if we let them return safely to their homes, then they would build mining sites, eventually bringing trouble to the forest. Despite being surrounded by this group of adventurers, the elf had no difficulties in presenting his account of the incident. His tone was strangely devoid of warmth. For example, when he spoke of retaliation against humans to protect the forest. If he wanted to safeguard the forest, he should have had a sense of duty and mission to protect the forest, and thus show passionate emotions and spite towards humans. But there was nothing like that. There was nothing but cold contempt and mockery. The elf continued on, smiling hideously. As a matter of fact, you adventurers can be paid by aristocrats and merchants to attack us elves. All to shack up our women and children and sell them off. How awful, really. That's just like being a pimp. Ha 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 ha. That's enough, shut it. Joel coldly cut him off. If he had to go along and listen to his impudent speech any further, Joel could not help but feel like chopping off his head. It would be better both for the world and for people if he actually did so, but that wouldn't go well. There was still something that this guy had to do for them. Just shake your head in silence and answer the question. Are you going to lead us out of the forest? They need to find the exit of the forest. While they had escaped from the manticore, they could not return the same way they came from. Firstly, they were brought to the place they were currently at by this crazy elf. The only way to find the escape route was from this guy, no matter how annoying he was. The elf only had a condescending laugh as reply. Ha 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 ha, I hate them both. Both staying quiet and leading the way out. Joel moved into action as he answered. Is that so? It went against his principle of hurting an unarmed opponent, but the opponent was a madman with malicious intent. If he didn't understand the position he was in, he would have to force an appropriate reply from him, though it would require some pain. Fortunately, they also had a priest, Mariano, here. Even if he lost a limb or two, Mariano would be able to heal. Protect me. The flash of Joel's sword was stuck by something that came from the side. What the? Joel. Ugh. Rosalie ran towards Joel, who had been blown off by the hit, but she cowered in front of the enemy that had blown him away. Zoo. Eyuo. Ague. Tentacle-like roots from living ancient trees crawled forward, brushing past branches and leaves. The hollows in their trunks, or the softer parts of their trunks, resembled huge human faces. The faces were distorted with loathe and hatred. Treants, that's 5 of them. Bingo, didn't I tell you? About how I brought the others to round them up. Did you think this place would simply be a resting spot? The elf claimed proudly, glancing at the one of the treant. Oh my, what a terrible thing you guys have done. Wounding the body of a forest spirit. What? Upon a closer look, there were scratches on the trunk of one of the treants. It was the marking that Sheeran carved to leave as a landmark. I can't believe it was really treant then. Watch out, idiot. This is the mystical body of a protector of the forest. You should have realized earlier. Or maybe it's too much to ask from a vulgar half-breed. He was no longer hiding his disdain and discrimination against half-elves. Sheeran glared back in retaliation. Ugh. Sheeran's vision became blurry and her head wobbled. The tips of her fingers and toes went numb and strength left her body. Sheeran wasn't the only one who suffered this strange physical sensation. Mariano, too, had difficulties breathing and thrusted a knee to the ground. Rosalie leaned back on her staff, panting in pain. This is some paralyzing poison, Joel said while trying to stand up. Even if they were under a surprise attack, he was a vanguard who was almost about to be promoted from C rank. It was unnatural that it took him this long to recover from the previous fight. Hence, his conclusion that there was some poison involved. But when were they administered? It's finally working. Maybe it's normal for blood circulation to be slow for slow-witted people. Well, it's all too late for you all now to only realize how weird this situation is after being lured here. Don't tell me it was when we were chasing after you. Joel muttered in astonishment. Come to think of it, the elf always chose to run upwind when guiding them. That should have been the first thing they should have noticed that was strange. Monsters should have a good sense of smell. If they were trying to run away from the manticore, the preferred route should not have been upwind since their smell could be carried by the wind. If they were intentionally choosing to do so, then the purpose must have been to make use of the wind to disperse some kind of poison. Good deduction. By the way, whatever antidote you have in your possession is probably not going to work. This paralyzing poison is specially concocted by an incredibly skilled person. Heh, even venomous monsters are susceptible to other kinds of poison, was it? It's as you say, ha ha ha. That was when we were. The situation was different, but that was what Mariano said when he paralyzed the manticore. From that moment on, this elf was already watching them. It would be a problem if the priest could heal the paralysis though. Restrain them, treants. Just need to make sure they are unconscious. Ew. The treants obeyed and started to coil around Joel and the party. With the snaking branches, their limbs were restrained and they were strangled too. They felt the sensation of losing consciousness. Ha! Impossible this. God, please. Shirin, Rosalie, and Mariano passed out one by one. Even the last remaining Joel could only stare at the perpetrator, and with all his strength. Who the heck are you? Tricking adventurers, poisoning them, and using the ancient treants as if they were property was unbelievable for an elf. To think that such an evil person was an elf. In response, the elf sneered. Didn't I tell you? I am an elf that fights against outsiders to protect the forest. Tormented by the evil voice, the young swordsman's consciousness descended into darkness. Section. Even after confirming that the adventurers were all unconscious, the elf gave them a sniff of a new bottle of sleeping potion to be extra safe, and then finally let out a breath of relief. Then he picked up a magical tool shaped like a talisman and put it near his mouth. It was an equipment imbued with communication magic. E08 to E01. I repeat, E08 to E01. Please respond. From E01 to E08, I hear you loud and clear. No communication problems. Somehow I can't get used to this way of speaking. The response that came back to the tool was a sense of friendliness one would get from their coworkers. The other party in the communication was the head of the village to which this elf, E08, belonged. She was the elf that led the hunters before succeeding the chief when he passed away. She must be finding it difficult to shake off some old habits, E08 thought. Speaking of which, what caused the death of the previous chief? So, are you done with the job you were entrusted with? E08 snapped back into reality. Well, no point thinking about the dead, he thought. It's those who are alive now that should matter, he reminded himself. Yes, of course, did I make you wait? Just a little. I felt a little uneasy about it. If you reported back a little later, I was going to send Chaga, E31, to have a look. Please don't do that. He could not help but stiffen up. E08 did not have a good impression of the man mentioned by the chief. He didn't know if he was the son-in-law of the chief or what, but it was said that he was specially given powers by their great leader. It's not too hard to put up with that, but when it came to E31's attitude towards his work, he hardly showed any enthusiasm. But hunting in the sacred forest was a noble duty for the Wit tribe, now known as the E-series. There was a momentary cut in their conversation, and the atmosphere became really awkward. He tried to cover up the awkwardness by returning to the topic of work. I'll be reporting the spoils of today's hunt. A swordsman, a mage, a priest, and a mixed-breed archer. 4 in total. Oh, there's a priest. Mixed breeds are a rare thing. That's a good achievement. I can understand priests, but being excited for mixed breeds. Derision involuntarily slipped from his lips. It seemed that their great leader was obsessed with priests these days. So that was understandable, but he wasn't convinced that a lowly half-breed would be considered excellent prey. It felt like mud was being smeared on the sacredness of the hunt. The chief laughed embarrassedly. It was just good timing for the mixed breed. I've heard that our leader wants elf virgins. But, well, us elves are a rare existence, so we can't just hand them over like toys. So it would be much favorable for us to submit the mixed breed instead. What, really? But that girl was from a whore who opened her legs to hairless ones, though. Surely, like his parents, she would be a vulgar brat. I'm not sure if she's even a virgin or not. Well, it's certainly a rare prey to find anyway. In any case, you should be pleased at the catch. Indeed, the chief was right, as expected from a former ace hunter. Ah, she was still teaching young elves how to hunt. E08 felt shame at his thoughtlessness. Well then, time to take the spoils to the village. That was when a rumbling emerged. Sacrifice. The manticore peeked out from the trees. It was chasing after the adventurers that had escaped. The wind had brought it here. Hey, what's happening, E08? No, it's just the manticore who has been fighting the adventurers. It's just that it got wounded and is hungry. He'll need to be fed. E08's voice was easygoing, as though his dog had interrupted him while he was eating. Normally, no elf would be able to come across a monster as big as a manticore and show this level of composure. However, the situation was a little different in this forest of Marlin. Most of the monsters in this forest were servants of the leader of the Wit tribe and his subordinate, the fearsome dark elf. Because of their limited magical supply, they needed to eat at the same intervals as they do in the wild. But they were sensible enough not to attack the elves, who were also guardians of the forest. In fact, the manticore ignored E08, who was the culprit that sent him flying with magic. The manticore focused its attention and appetite towards the adventurers. Then give it the swordsman and the mage. I don't care as long as you bring back the priest and the mixed breed. Are you sure? I think the mage could be a good slave if we modified her and put a collar on her. I've been told that altering people who are known publicly would be an inconvenience. Of course, if she was a rare and valuable existence, then it might be worth it. Is this mage worth it as a sample? She was likely a C-ranked mage, judging from her youth and her skill at creating the magic sword. With that in consideration, no, not at all. Then I shall follow your instructions, E01, and return with the requested prey. Over. Okay, understood, over. After finishing the conversation, he quickly put away the tool. Then he gave instructions to the treant. Transport the priest and the mixed breed to the village. Let me know when they wake up from their slumber. I don't want the swordsman and the mage. Leave them. Azoo. The treant started to move, making loud thuds with each step. E08 gently nodded his head as he passed the manticore. You know, I think that was too much difficulty you had against these C-rankers. Thanks to you, I had to put on a play for them. Ew. While being disciplined like a dog, the monster could only make whimpers of disapproval. It was a scene that would make anyone familiar with dungeons faint. However, this was commonplace in the trees of darkness. The man-eating monsters were just pawns to be used as hounds by the elven hunters, but they were important pawns. If they died, then the dark elf would have to go out of her way to find more replacements. So, the manticore had to be careful not to be defeated by adventurers. Well, your food will be left here, and you can reflect on what you've done. Next time, don't expect me to be there to help you again, okay? Yes, sacrifice, sacrifice. With the munching of a delighted manticore as background music, E08 hurried back to the village. He wondered how much their leader would reward him in exchange for the adventurers he had captured alive. Thus, one of the more promising parties of the Adventurers Guild, the Guardian of Balance, met their ends in the Land of Darkness. Chapter 47, Scarlet's Research, Part 1. The residence of Tullius Shernan Aubenial, Lord of Marlin, was furnished in a military design to give it the feel of a lord's estate. Armor sat on display in every hallway, and each room was decorated with mounted animals such as deer and bear, giving it a rustic feel. It was common for first-time visitors to the castle-like building to be surprised at the scenery. The visitors on this occasion had the same reaction as other visitors. I hope that didn't surprise you. The young man who was guiding the guests said with a mischievous smile. With his gorgeous appearance, one might be misled into thinking that he was the master of this house. However, Victor de Lacroix-Lorge was only a vassal, despite being considered a crown jewel in the estate. For him to be in the service of an aristocrat with a poor reputation seemed like a huge waste. The person to whom his smiles were directed to may blush if she were a woman, and even if he was a man, they might feel conflicted. However, the guests he was guiding this time did not have the sensitivity to be affected by his smiles. Oh, that was certainly surprising. The tall man at the front said so with indifference. He was part of the four being guided by Victor. His fiery red hair was stretched out boldly and stroked back like a lion's mane. He had a deep, chiseled nose and eyes that were stern, yet somehow had a depth that made people feel at ease. He was dressed in a black iron full-body armor with emblems and gold trimmings scattered around. The armor was covered with a gaudy crimson-red cloak. The weapon on his waist was a curved sword, as though it was the fang of a giant creature. His blade was thick and wide, giving the impression that it had been forged in the fires of battle. A quick glance at it made it apparent that it was no ordinary magical sword. If Victor gave off the impression of a well-groomed aristocrat, this man was more akin to a renowned general. But just like Victor, who was simply a vassal, this man was not a general. Nor was he a knight or an aristocrat. He was an adventurer, and a top-notched one at that. He continued speaking without malicious intentions. From what I've heard, I didn't think he was a man with interests like these. Mr. Gerald. From behind the man, a voice called out his name, seemingly to reproach him for the insensitive remark. The owner of the voice was a woman. She was in her mid-20s or so. Her eyes were hidden by her long bangs, but even so, the neat bridge of her nose and her full, shapely lips indicated that she was a very beautiful woman. She had a fleshy and sensual body, but was dressed in the dress of a nun, with a holy cross woven on the chest area. It was an odd combination for a nun, so it wouldn't be that strange to imagine that there would be men holding immoral lusts over her. However, there was something more peculiar about her. Everything she wore was bright red. Her robe and her hat were all red. Strictly speaking, it was scarlet in color. Her sense of color was, if anything, even more uncharacteristic for a nun. That may not be a bad thing. She was not a genuine nun, but an adventurer who fought with her skills as a priest. She was a member of the party led by Gerald. What is it, Ninon? Gerald turned and looked over his shoulder. From his expression, it seemed that he was unaware of why he was being blamed. The woman, called Ninon, shied away from his gaze. I don't think that is a good way to put it. It is no problem at all. Victor flashed a wry smile to help her out. It does not appear like the home of a person who enjoys alchemy. Is that what you think? He followed up by saying that Gerald's earlier comment was not a dig at his lord's infamous behavior. Ninon quickly nodded to agree. Yes, that's right. Well, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The agreement quickly turned into a bow of apology. The way she apologized for her behavior was strangely fitting, despite the provocative colors of her clothes and appearance. Gerald, on the other hand, put his hand on his chin, groaning. What's going on? What's going on? No, I'm really so sorry. He doesn't mean any harm, he is just a bit impolite. We've been living in the middle of nowhere all our lives, so we're not very good with etiquette. We are sorry for being hillbillies from the countryside. Victor couldn't help but twitch his mouth in response to Ninon, getting down on her knees to apologize. Only he himself would know whether he was being angry or trying to hold back his laughter. Oh, no, we're in the middle of nowhere too, so don't worry about it. I have been so rude, I'm sorry too. I'm so sorry that I was born. What a troublemaker. You're the one who's always getting in trouble, Gerald. A certain person observed their uproar from a few steps away. Well. Here we go again, the two of you rambling on. That's bullshit, why don't you stop it, Gotch? Just kidding, isn't this amusing, Mr. Cedric? One of them was of medium build and wore a red bandana over his head. He had a monkey-like appearance, which made him look like a fun and friendly guy. However, there was no casualness in the way he carried himself, and his limbs were long and slender in comparison to his height. He wore protection on areas like his chest, knees, and elbows. He used a belt made with animal pelt as a tasuki sash that loops over the shoulders and slotted in dangerous-looking darts in it. 2 curved daggers hung from his waist. But the strangest thing about this man was that his presence felt so weak that it was easy to lose sight of him even if he was just in front. If one wasn't actively aware of him, it was very possible that he could dig the other party's heart out without being noticed. He was a thief skilled in stealth. It would be rather obvious that he was so by looking at him. On the other hand, the other person was a giant, almost 2 meters tall. He was rugged, bulky, and tough. At least that was the impression he gave. It was difficult to discern his build in detail since he wore armor from neck down. Compared to Gerald's armor, his armor was clearly thicker. It seemed like his armor was enhanced with weight reduction magic, but it still looked crushingly heavy, almost enough to cause the average person's feet to sink onto the ground. To be so relaxed while wearing such armor must mean that he was rather well built. On his back, he carried a variety of armaments, including a sharp pickaxe, a single-edged axe, and a short spear suitable for throwing. In his hand was a large shield with red scales. The shield was so large and heavy that it would probably sink onto the ground if dropped. He was the personification of the impregnable, a heavy warrior. No other job seemed more fitting. A priest, a thief, a heavy warrior, and the leader, a swordsman, a party of 4 adventurers. These were the guests who had been invited to the Lord of Marlin's mansion today. a man who looked like an official passed by them in the corridor, while giving them a stern look. Heavily armed strangers strolling around in the mansion of an aristocrat naturally drew derision. However, the adventurers have their own reasoning for it. For adventurers, the equipment they wore was their lifeblood. It was so valuable that it was very possible for it to be stolen at any time if they didn't keep it by their side. This was especially true for high-ranking adventurers. The more skilled they were, the more rewards they could earn, and the more opportunities they had to obtain rare materials. Naturally, their equipment was more powerful and expensive. There were probably as many people as stars who would be tempted to steal it upon seeing it. It was even necessary for the guild to make a rule that adventurers were not allowed to kill each other. In order not to be robbed or killed, they had to treat it as though wherever they went was a battlefield. This also applied even if they were visiting an aristocrat. Cough. Well, as Gerald mentioned, my master certainly does not enjoy displaying his wares. However, the people who have associated with us often suggest that we decorate the house a little. That's why we chose to put up useful things. Well, we thought that taxidermy would blend well with armor and weapons. Victor explained, trying to fill the silence. Ninon breathed out a sigh of relief at his words, glad that the topic was diverted. Not catching the hint, Gerald commented. I see what you mean. With such preparations, even if a rebellion were to occur, By the way, what's the story behind this armor? I'm curious. Yes, this armor was gifted from Baron Arles. A gift? Your relationship with the other noblemen is not as bad as rumored, huh? You. Please just shut up already. Thus, every time Gerald opened his mouth, she would scream. Heh, Ninon's troubles seem never-ending. By the way, Cedric, what do you think of this armor? No interest. My armor is surely better. Hey, Cedric, don't say anything unnecessary. Please enjoy yourselves and have some tea until the Lord arrives. Victor wiped his tense face with a handkerchief and urged the noisy guests to calm down. Most adventurers were eccentric. Rather than keeping up with their pace, it was better to just focus on what was important. As the butler, he decided that was the best way to get on with it. Delicious! These baked sweets are really good. I'm not too sure about the tea, though. Shut up, Cedric. Try to have some class like me. Well, aren't you two pretty much the same when it comes to class? Please stop embarrassing yourselves. Don't be too stiff, Ninon. We've been told to relax, so why don't we just do that? The four adventurers who were ushered into the reception room were even noisier than they had been in the hallway. Perhaps it was because they were sitting on the comfortable sofa and relaxing with a cup of warm tea. In other words, they were already trying to be considerate earlier. Nobody watching was overly dismayed at their constant, unbecoming behavior. Victor had gone to call his master. In his place were slaves dressed as maids who had been tasked to serve them. Normally, slaves were not supposed to be shown to guests. However, the Lord of Marlin, who placed great importance on pragmatism, chose not to employ or have his talented vassals be used for just serving food. Therefore, it was customary in this mansion for such roles to be filled by slaves. Victor and Lobert must have had many bouts of headaches thanks to this. In fact, at the banquet held to commemorate the completion of the mansion last year, they had informed their lord of this matter, but nothing had changed from then. Of course, since they would be seen by outsiders, only the better-looking slaves were chosen for this role. Although the master, Tullius, was not concerned at all about this aspect, his subordinates were more careful on this point. As much as their budget allowed, they tried their best to improve whatever outwardly aspect as possible. They, as in Lobert, who was in charge of purchasing slaves, and Uni, who instructed and trained slaves. However, this was not the case for slaves that did not need to be shown to the public. Of course, the person being entertained had no way of knowing such circumstances. They would simply think that they had a lineup of beautiful slaves. Another helping of tea. Crunch, crunch, this snack is tasty, but the crunchiness is making me thirsty. Gerald lifted his cup and called for a slave. There was cookie residue around his handsome features, making him somewhat less attractive than usual. As he repeated the motion of chewing, bits of the cookie fell out from his mouth. If he hadn't moved his mouth, he would have looked dignified, but now he was nothing more than a large kid. Ninon sat next to him, her cheeks red with shame as she repeatedly wiped the cookie residue from her armor. Her armor was expensive, and staining it with sweets would make her a laughingstock later. She wriggled her mouth and was gesturing with her hands, probably to chide Gerald. She didn't raise her voice, perhaps because she felt she would be ignored as usual. A slave maid, oblivious to the scene unfolding, held up a teapot respectfully. "Yes, sir, I'll pour it for you right away." In a graceful motion, she poured a reddish-brown liquid into the cup. Even though this was his second cup, the temperature of the tea and the degree of steaming were as precise as if she had carefully measured and chosen them. It was hard to believe that this was the work from a slave. Of course, an expert tea brewer might be able to come up with a few complaints, but this was still impressive for the house of a viscount. I'm kinda sorry, but it's okay not to rebrew the tea from scratch. As long as the tea can wash out these crispy bits. Mr. Gerald, it's called the last drop. Oh, you don't know that, do you? How embarrassing. It was probably more vexing to be called out like that than to not actually know it, though. Lil miss, you're such a looker and your tea is delicious. How about it? Won't you come with me? I could discuss it with your master. Gotch said, lowering his ape-like face. In other words, paying her out of bondage. The custody of a slave can be exchanged for money. So, if her master accepts the offer and the price is paid, this female slave could even become his property by today. Gotch shamelessly took the maid's hand and tried to sweet-talk her. This time, Ninon said nothing. She just looked on as if to say, "Here we go again. Are you jock?" No, I'm serious. If you want, I can promise to take off your collar. Thank you for your kindness, but master has been very nice to me. I do not intend to ask to be freed." She politely declined. That's the way it has always been with Gotch, and his friends were well aware of that. He slumped his shoulders and frowned dejectedly. "Oh, that's a shame, tea then. How about just one night? Stop with the nonsense. It's outrageous to be so easily charmed by the allures of women. You haven't trained your body and mind enough." The heavy warrior shouted at the reluctant thief. It would have been a more convincing act if he hadn't sent the residue of the pastry flying while shouting. "I'm really sorry for the trouble my people are causing. You may not believe it, but we're all good at what we do well, more specifically, only good at what we do. But we will make sure to do our job well, so please forgive us. No, we do not mind at all, guests. Please raise your face. Your words are too much for my humble self. I greatly appreciate your sentiments." The maids offered words of comfort to the nun who apologized for the rudeness of her party. However, their facial expressions and tone of voice were as flat as cogs in a machine, so it was difficult to discern their true emotions. In particular, it seemed as if their hearts were not even there. Gerald watched the exchange from the side, sipping his tea. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting." An aristocrat, served by his attendants, entered the room with a soft but somewhat light voice. He was a young man with brown hair and a well-formed yet lacking face. An unwrinkled shirt could be seen from under the fine vest he was wearing. His pants appeared to be made for ease of movement, as can be seen from the expensive-looking, soft fabric. He was basically just a harmless and mild-mannered young man. However, everyone knew that he was not such an easy person to deal with. In the royal capital of Brausan, he was abhorred as a slave murderer and a man-eating snake, and was heavily involved in a case last year when a certain count lost his position. He was said to have survived an attempt on his life by Marquis Lavallee, the most powerful man in the kingdom. Such a person introduced himself in a gentle manner. "Greetings, I am Viscount Tullius Shernan Aubenil. Welcome to my residence. I hope you have enjoyed the stay." He even bowed. It was unexpected. The nobles of the kingdom of Arkwell were very prideful. It was probably the same for every country, but this country was even more so. After all, they were only second to the Omnian Empire in terms of history and the wealth in the continent. He should show more pride in himself. However, this man who was rumored to have committed slave murder did not show such pride. It was rather odd. "Yeah, we enjoyed it." Gerald's evasive reply was not the attitude of a commoner towards an aristocrat, but he was allowed to do so. Tullius accepted it without any signs of concern. "That's good to hear, members of the A-rank adventurer party, Scarlet Shield." A-rank, it was the pinnacle for adventurers in terms of competence. Dragons, higher-ranking vampires, and Cerberus are the kinds of monsters they fought against. It should not be difficult to understand the value of such people who were entrusted with the task of defeating such monsters. They were living legends who confronted monsters which humanity had no hope against except to bow in defeat. There was another rank, the S rank, but it was more of an honorary title. The only condition for promotion from A to S rank was that the adventurer must have made significant contributions to the guild. An A-ranked adventurer could earn enough to feed himself for several years in a single adventure. Those who were lazy would take requests less frequently, while those who were more diligent would usually only take jobs that interested them. For example, quests that involved battles with powerful enemies or exploration of unknown lands. Such jobs were in no way commonplace. That was why requests for high-level adventurers tend to pile up and go unfulfilled. To solve this problem, the rank S was established as a kind of decoration to encourage those who were motivated by honor and title. That's why a rank was the pinnacle for an adventurer. There was no clear distinction in ability between it and S rank. In other words, the party sitting in front of Tullius were some of the most talented adventurers in the world. You guys haven't introduced yourself yet. The red-haired swordsman led the way, with the others proudly revealing their names in sequence. I am Gerald Red Lion Layson. I am the leader of the party. My name is Cedric Crimson Wall. Nice to meet you. Gotch Dancing Ape. Hee, pleased to meet you. My name is Ninon, Scarlet Nun. Naturally, all of them had a nickname. They announced the proof of their bravery and talent with pride. Tullius shut his eyes for a moment as if deeply impressed before opening his eyelids and nodding. I've remembered your great names. Then shall we? Oh, I understand. Ninon. Here. Ninon respectfully presented the two separate letters after being prompted. One was a letter from the Adventurers Guild. The other was a letter from a noble. The civil servant in attendance, Victor, briefly inspected them before handing it to his lord. Your Excellency. These must be the notification letter from the guild and the letter from Margrave Doldrin. Please give permission to allow the people listed to stay in the territory to allow them to explore the trees of darkness. All these formalities are so bothersome. We had already agreed on this before. Sir, you are before the guests. No, we don't mind. We find the formalities troublesome too. As Tullius fumbled with the letter in disgust, Gerald nodded in approval. The adventurers were visiting and staying in the territory, and the Lord acknowledged it. This meeting was held only to confirm this fact to each other. These formalities were certainly ostentatious, but it was a different story when the adventurers were A-ranked. The personal soldiers of lords were unlikely to be a match to them. It was a headache for the nobles to have adventurers who could outmatch their own army roaming freely in their territory. Therefore, when an A-rank adventurer moved to another territory, it was customary to exchange written permission beforehand and to hold a meeting like this afterwards. This was a tacit understanding, and there were no particular penalties for breaking it, but it was better to follow it as much as possible. Margrave Doldrin, the lord of the territory where the Scarlet Shield came from, understood these customs. Still, it is somewhat surprising. I didn't think Lord Doldrin would let you all go. The West has been calm. It won't be a problem if we left for a short while. The big game have all been taken down. Oh, isn't that amazing? Tullius widened his eyes. The western part of the kingdom was dangerous in a different sense compared to St. Gallen. There were no large numbers of monsters, but occasionally a powerful monster would appear. This was due to the strong monsters coming from the Great Desert where dark elves live, and the demonic peninsula beyond it, both of which were outside the sphere of human influence. He was boasting that they had taken down all the notable monsters in the West, where even dragons were sometimes sighted. If these had not been the words of the very best among the A-rankers, it would have been dismissed as the ramblings of a fool. Adventurers get rusty if they don't fight. It's a lifesaver to have new challenges. Gotch. The nun chastised the thief for his light words. It was not right to say that they were glad to have a new dungeon in front of the Lord. Fortunately, the young noble did not seem to mind. No, don't worry about it. So, you are here to explore the trees of darkness. I don't suppose there are other business that would require an A-rank to attend to here. That's true. This was an investigation of the trees of darkness, a dungeon that appeared in Marlin. This was a direct request from the Adventurers Guild, not from an intermediary from somewhere else. Gerald and the others were here for this quest. It seems the guild has finally decided to get serious. They've brought 3 other B rank parties in addition to us. An alliance with A rankers at the core and B rankers on the flanks. Magnificent. There are probably more adventurers coming, since C rank and below adventurers will act as support. In fact, we could have moved in much sooner. The folks at headquarters finally made their move after their favorite was crushed, and their asses were on fire. Cedric was referring to the case in which a C-ranked party, the Guardian of Scales, was annihilated in the Trees of Darkness. Apparently, they were frustrated with the guild lethargy in taking action and attempted to scout the dungeon on their own. Furthermore, in the background, there was a monopoly of hunting grounds by mid-level adventurers, and they were worried about the decreasing competency of adventurers in Marlin. These stem from the guild's negligence. It was not uncommon for adventurers to kill each other in disputes over hunting grounds. Respecting adventurers' autonomy, they hesitated to intervene, which in turn made the situation worse. This was a common occurrence here. While they folded their arms and watched the problem unfold, a promising star who was about to be promoted to B rank went down. The guild finally became flustered. Gotch let out a sigh with a sarcastic expression. I heard there was a lot of trouble at the guild headquarters in Canals. The official who was supporting the party shouted that there was a liability issue. The one who was being told off deflected by saying it was her fault for showing them favoritism and making them arrogant. I heard that it took them 3 days to conclude that they should finally send a serious survey team. Well, wasn't that quick? Browson would have taken at least 5 times longer. Tullius maintained his smile as he joked. It would be good to say that he was enjoying the chat. However, there was no sense of seriousness nor urgency in his tone. It did not seem to concern him. The Trees of Darkness existed here in Marlin, and he was the lord of this land. Speaking of dealing with things, how are things moving on your end? Gerald spoke stiffly towards the happy-go-lucky-looking youth. Tullius blinked his eyes gently. The town has been expanded in capacity and is ready to receive more adventurers. Is there anything else you need? How about requesting for more high-ranking adventurers? Mr. Gerald. Ninon restrained him. It was clear that Gerald had gone too far with his statement. It was beyond the scope of a short meet and greet session to try and find out what the other party was thinking. In addition to that, asking an aristocrat on the security measures for his territory was not something that an outsider who just arrived yesterday would do. But the words that came out of his mouth could not be taken back. Tullius' gaze wandered upwards as if he was considering Gerald's question. Even if you ask me, we don't know what's inside the Trees of Darkness yet. In such a situation, even if you ask me to request a B rankers and higher. But I heard you had quickly requested help to find the missing ore prospectors. Gerald was referring to how the Trees of Darkness was discovered. Tullius had sent C and D-ranked adventurers to search for the missing people. Due to that, many adventurers' lives were lost. The first thing that came to mind towards his questioning was a sigh. It was a sigh as if to say, this can't be helped, as if Gerald was an inattentive child or a student who had difficulties comprehending. Rescuing the prospectors was a matter of great concern to our territory. After all, we are trying to boost our fledgling mining industry. It's human nature to want to rescue the prospectors who might have found new veins of ore. If the group was made up of primarily C-ranked adventurers, then it wouldn't cause too big a dent on the finances too. Finances, huh? Gotch repeated sarcastically. He glanced at Gerald momentarily and gave a small nod. Even though you have money to build new housing in the town, the Lord, Tullius, was expanding and improving the town to prepare for an influx of adventurers who were coming to deal with the dungeon. But wasn't it strange? It would be easier to hire high-ranking adventurers to investigate the dungeon and kill the monsters without such a huge undertaking. This way, the problem could be solved in a shorter time and expenses could be reduced too. That was the point Gerald was trying to make. Tullius appeared unconcerned. He was still giving a bitter smile as though he was the wise gazing at the foolish. His vassals, on the other hand, did not seem to feel the same. You may call this a difference in viewpoints. Victor interrupted, his beautiful face distorted in annoyance. It is the duty of the nobility to enrich their lands, and one way of doing so is to expand their towns and attract adventurers. Through this, the population can gain new jobs, and some merchants can start new ventures. What's wrong with that? That was the meaning he was trying to convey with his long-windedness. Tullius did not try to interrupt Victor. He recognized that he was speaking up for him as his subordinate. In other words, that was the intentions of the Lord. You might have forgotten something. Gotch raised his hand and spoke. He seemed to be taking it easy, but the glint in eyes said otherwise. He had a tendency to ease himself when he was on the verge of getting emotional by telling jokes and speaking lightly. His friends, who had known him for a long time, were well aware of this. When you make a town bigger, the number of people will increase. There's a dangerous dungeon right next to it, you know. If the town is attacked by a monster that escaped from the trees of darkness, wouldn't that be a big deal? He was afraid that the monsters would harm the innocent. The reaction from the nobles present, however, was that of indifference. And that's why we're calling for adventurers, isn't it? They're already deployed in the trees of darkness to wipe out the monsters. Yes, that is the reason why no major issues have occurred as of today. Victor did not try to conceal his exasperation in reply to Gotch, while Tullius affirmed Victor's reply. The extermination of the monsters near the entrance to the trees of darkness was going well. They believed there were no problems, was what they were seriously proposing. But what is happening on the ground? I heard that there were some adventurers arbitrarily occupying the hunting grounds, negatively affecting the income and training of other adventurers. Cedric lost his nerve and questioned Tullius and others. Ninon, who had failed to stop them, looked upwards to the sky. Yes, there was in fact such a problem. This was a problem that affected all the adventurers based in Marlin. That's why the Guardian of Balance tried to break the impasse, but was destroyed in the process. And yet, shouldn't that be resolved between the guilds and the parties involved? Yes. After all, adventurers don't like to be constrained by those unrelated to them, don't they? If adventurers want to maintain their own independence, then they must deal with their own problems. That's what adventurer guilds are for too. Victor's reply was that of nonchalance. The nobles don't understand the crux of the matter. They seem to think that so long as they don't provoke the monsters lurking deep in the forest and cull the monsters in the exterior, they would be fine, but they were wrong. The Scarlet Shield, which has made a name for itself in the West, felt that it was too naive of the nobles to think that way. A monster was, in essence, an adversary to the living. Monsters were hostile to all life that lived in the world of light. That's why they frequently leave the dungeons they reside in and attack human settlements, spreading fear and chaos. There was no way monsters would stay quiet in the depths of the trees of darkness for so long. One day, they were bound to leave the forest and attack people. That was the case with all the monsters that had crossed the desert and attacked the West region. No matter how plentiful food was in their habitat, they would abandon it all to attack humans. They were not animals bound by the usual rules of ecosystems or food chains. In the end, monsters were anomalies of the world. Tullius and the foolish adventurers occupying the hunting grounds lacked understanding towards this. There was no telling when a strong monster would genuinely launch an attack on a human settlement. So it was unthinkable that selfish behavior was running rampant, causing the quality of adventurers to decline. To have conducted themselves like that without any concerns, the middle-ranking adventurers in question must have gotten too comfortable and thought of monsters as nothing more than prey to be hunted. In the West, which was constantly in peril, if there were people who would do such a thing, Gerald and his team would immediately slay them. Don't be too serious. Gerald and the others, who were unconsciously leaking bloodlust, were called out. The owner of the voice was a man who looked like a military officer attending to Tullius. He had dark hair that was cut in a casual manner, but was tall and well-built. His clothes were of good quality, but they seemed disproportionate to the crudeness he exuded. He was probably a former commoner who had been recruited to serve as a first-generation knight. This was a common occurrence for military officers, whose abilities were more important than their origins. We're here to greet each other. There's no need to be so stiff, dear guests. We have been impolite. Gerald expressed his gratitude with a bow. A-rank adventurers were usually excellent at controlling their presence. When dealing with powerful monsters, it was important to catch enemies off guard. In addition, the Scarlet Shield was the leading party in the western frontier. It was extremely uncommon for people to be able to perceive their murderous intent, suggesting that this man was no ordinary person. This man is... Oh, he serves my family. He is Du, our chief military officer. Come on, greet him properly. Du Schwarzer. Sorry for the late greeting. It's my great honor to meet renowned A-rank adventurers. Being urged, Du bowed his head lazily. Judging from his last name, he was probably from St. Gallen. If that was the case, it was rather curious that there was a person who would come all the way from a neighboring country to serve such a countryside noble, a man who was notorious too. Well, Mr. Du, I assume you're a famous warrior too. As if to regain her composure, Ninon said. It was an opportunity to change the subject from the awkward atmosphere her comrades have created. She was trying to divert the conversation. Nevertheless, Du laughed in self-derision. It's not that big of a deal, nothing but crap compared to you all. Don't be too modest, Du. You make me look like a fool for hiring you. He's a former adventurer. His grade at the time was B, I believe. Victor took over and replied. B rank was the mark of an established adventurer. In St. Gallen, where there were many requests, a B-ranked adventurer could expect to earn a lot of money. Besides, he was still in his 20s by the looks of it. He must have risen to the rank of B at a young age. With more experience and accomplishments, he could have been promoted to a rank by the time he was over 30 or so. One could say that it was too early for him to quit adventuring and serve under a noble. No, I think it's splendid. Yeah, I guess. Gerald nodded in agreement with Ninon's words. With somebody as accomplished as yourself and the rumored Silver Wolf, we might not even need to be involved if you two teamed up and surveyed the trees of darkness. More bombs were dropped. Ninon's expression froze into a feeble, affectionate smile. Speaking of which, we haven't seen the girl we've heard so much about. What happened to her? It was Gotch who asked quizzically. Even though the Scarlet Shield was from a remote area, it was not to the extent that they were ignorant of the rumors surrounding famous adventurers. If such famous adventurers moved into their area of operation, they may become formidable competitors or reliable allies. And if things turned out badly, they might be slaughtered by the other party without ever knowing. In that sense, the female adventurer named Uni, the Silver Wolf whom Tullius was keeping around, was famous for both good and bad reasons. She was a young woman in her early teens and a slave, but was so skilled that she was given a nickname as a special exception despite her being only C rank. On the other hand, she had been involved in numerous problematic activities, which explained why she was unable to advance beyond C rank despite being highly regarded for her abilities. She made good use of the rule that death was part of the process and killed other adventurers. Anybody who tried to disagree with her on the ownership of a hunting ground, somebody who offended her. As long as there was a reason, it was a fight to the death. She was like a bloodthirsty wolf, and her nickname was simply because she was an accursed silver beast. Last year, there was a rumor that she was the illegitimate daughter of a certain count, but it was not true. There was no way she was a noble lady. If she were, she would have to be noble from the Aubenil family. The one who had kept such a monstrous girl with a collar was the noble in front of them, Tullius Shernan Aubenil. Uni. Well, she's rather busy as well. The wolf's owner glanced at the ceiling, feigning ignorance. It was a gesture that contained multiple meanings. Maybe off to a sassy. Cough, oh excuse me. My throat is kinda dry. Gerald was about to give the conclusion he arrived at, but was interrupted by Ninon's deliberate cough. Tullius looked at them curiously. Oh, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. I just had a coughing fit, cough. If you're not feeling well, I'll have someone bring you some medicine. If you want to see the girl, I could call her over at same time. Oh, please don't be troubled by it. If she was just somewhere else, please don't appear to be evasive, Ninon pleaded in her head. Let's get back to where we were. So we were at, why didn't Du and Uni explore the trees of darkness? Yeah, with a former B-ranked adventurer and the Silver Wolf, who is as good as an A rank. Surely these two wouldn't be insufficient to investigate the dungeon. You say that, but... Tullius flashed a wry smile. We're taking a long-term approach to that dungeon. We'll be working with the Adventurers Guild. Even if we try to solve the problem quickly and brute force it with the lone strength of Marlin, there is the risk of failure, you know. If Uni and Du were lost, there would be no way to replace them in a short period of time. I see. In short, he did not want to gather chestnuts from a fire. He did not want to make a choice that might result in the loss of his power. With that said, he had no intention of leaving the dungeon to be. Furthermore, he wanted to gain something out of this situation. It was too good to be true. The thing that pissed them off was that things were going pretty much the way this guy wanted it to. Tullius had succeeded in getting A-ranked adventurers to come here without committing a single dime of his own. Our conversation has gotten long. How about we have some more tea? Gerald and the others firmly declined. They were no longer in the mood to enjoy tea in this mansion as innocently as they had been earlier. Section. Well, those adventurers were more trouble than they seem, weren't they? The reception room after the guests have left. There was no need to be polite anymore. I rolled my shoulders to relieve the stiffness and reclined deeply on the sofa. Good work, Your Excellency. Yes, but that's unusual, Victor. It's rare for you to be so honest with me. It was truly a rare occasion. The first words out of this straight-to-the-core, walking liturgy textbook of aristocracy were words of encouragement. It may very well snow tomorrow. Well, there were a few things I would like to have advised you on. Apart from that, I greatly share your thoughts on how annoying the guests were. Were those people so much trouble? It was Dew who expressed his surprise. Those guys were technically his former colleagues. To some extent, he wanted to root for them, but he couldn't do so. He was now a knight who served a noble. It's a huge problem. As for etiquette, I've been trained to tolerate it. But how could you accuse a lord you've just met of political corruption? And to order the lord to request for more high-ranked adventurers. Their sense of money is kinder off. If we were to deploy A-rank adventurers, we'd have to pay the guild quite a bit. Marlin, which was a small territory in the middle of nowhere until the year before last, obviously wouldn't have that kind of money, would it? That's right. It might be surprising, but we have been running on a tight budget on the territory management side. After all, it wasn't until I took over that Marlin was able to collect taxes effectively. The public coffers were as good as empty before then. The money amassed by former governors were somewhat sufficient to support their lavish lifestyles, but on the flip side, the budget for the territory was off by an entire magnitude of 10. My personal savings? Please don't even think for a second that I have a personal stash. It's impossible since I was kicked out by my brother from the capital. Recently, the tax revenue had finally stabilized, the mining operations and potion sales were on the right track, and we could catch our breaths. It wasn't that long ago that we finally went out of the red. How could we afford to hire a party of A-rank adventurers or 4 B-rank parties in such a situation? You must really be out of your mind to believe that. If we forced ourselves to spend like that, we won't have enough money for other policies, even if we hadn't started out with the town expansion project. But before that, the centralist faction would find fault with us. Hiring a squad capable of defeating dragons? What kind of a conspiracy are you planning? That's what your brother and the old geezer would claim, yes. That is true. Dew groaned and reluctantly agreed. The members of the Scarlet Shield were too insensitive to how they were being perceived by adventurers. The fact that they lived by hunting monsters meant that they were monsters above monsters. If they took action on personal whims, they would eventually be trapped by political traps. The meaning of authority for them would thus be the control of their powers. It would be incredibly displeasing to authoritative figures if ranked adventurers acted arbitrarily. Even more so if the actions they took were at odds with the centralists. Victor's continued lecturing. That's why we waited until the guild decided to send A-ranked adventurers on their own will. And then those guys. Haha, you really dislike them, don't you? It's not that I dislike them on the personal level. To tell you the truth, I don't like adventurers in general. I apologize to you and the chief maid, though. Oh, that was a surprising thing to hear. I thought the only people Victor disliked were Marquis Lavallee and myself, who took the liberty of messing with his brain. After all, adventurers are basically drifters. That's why they couldn't be taxed. They were not bound to the land, and they could not be bothered to obey the law because they valued their own freedom and independence. The only law for them was survival of the fittest. To the extent that they sometimes start fights in town that result in deaths, and adventurers were typically stronger than the average soldier. For the authorities, this unruly group was akin to monsters. As a side note, as he said, no taxes were collected from adventurers. The Adventurer Guild branches in cities and towns paid taxes indirectly for adventurers, but it was doubtful how much they were paying honestly. Even if you asked them to audit the books, they usually refused on the principle of confidentiality. If their clients' information was exposed, a dirty secret or scandal of the nobles or wealthy merchants might be exposed. However, no lord or country was welcoming of tax revenues that were opaque. Yeah, they are a difficult bunch. I've often heard others saying that adventurers are actually demons disguised as humans. Yes, well said. Armed groups that don't obey their country or lord are only allowed to exist when they have a common enemy, monsters. If monsters were to become extinct, the next target to be eradicated would be adventurers. After listening to the story, Du folded his arms and started to think. He must be comparing his own experience with Victor's explanation. It's been almost 2 years since he started working as a military officer under me. This was also the first year that adventurers have come to the territory. Now that he's in a position to lead troops to maintain public order, I'm sure he's had to deal with adventurer-related disputes more than once or twice. The cons of adventurers. That's a tough one. I never thought about it when all I had to do was swing my sword. Being frank is your strong suit. However, please don't misunderstand me. I don't like adventurers who are disruptive, so I have nothing against you, Mr. Du. Rather it being about frankness, it was more like common sense. He carefully considers reasonable opinions and tries to digest them in his own mind. It's very natural, but that makes it all the more so difficult. Especially since there were many people with extreme viewpoints in my group, Du acting as a balance was important. Thinking fondly of my work, I sipped away at the remaining tea. It was completely cold. Well, it would be a shame to leave it behind, so I drank it, but I wanted to refresh my taste buds with a refill. Uni, may I have another cup? Yes, as you wish. I called out to her, and she immediately appeared beside me. Du and Victor were not surprised now. They had already gotten used to Uni's uncanny ability to appear and disappear. In addition, this time, they knew she was somewhere here from the beginning. Master, if possible, please refrain from glancing at where I am with your eyes, she said as she poured tea into my cup. Did I do something like that? Ah, I think you did. I saw you looking at the ceiling a few times during the interview. Du pointed out the specifics. Oh damn, I covered my eyes with my hands. Oh no, I was completely unconscious of it. Ah, I might have screwed up. They might have noticed. I don't think so. They were not as alert as they should be if they realized I was here. If Uni thinks so, then it probably was true. It was a trivial mistake on my part. I guess I was a little tense. I've been more focused on my research than on fighting conspiracies. It's a good thing that my opponent didn't notice me dropping clues this time, but if it had been during a struggle with my brother or Marquis Lavallee, I might have made a mistake that I couldn't recover from. Strange though, the other side was also A-ranked, and they even had a thief. Probably because there were no traces of malice. There were probably a few close calls along the way, though. Please don't get worked up over some disagreements with His Excellency. If people were dying every time you did, your infamy would grow, wouldn't it? Yes, Uni had been hiding from the 4 members of the Scarlet Shield and had been observing the meeting. No. More like she had been watching them since they were relaxing in this room before the conference began, or even since Victor was leading them the way. As Du said earlier, she had been lurking behind the ceiling. In any case, those guys were armed and were ranked adventurers. If they were to be assassins sent from another party, my life would be in danger. This was even despite my various protective armor. So, if they showed any suspicious signs, Uni would immediately launch a surprise attack from the ceiling. In addition to that, there was no indication that our guests, especially the thief, have planted anything in the house. That's good, that's a relief. She had also been on the lookout for them, leaving behind audio recording tools or the like. Aren't you a little too nervous? High-ranking adventurers are very upright. I don't think they'd agree to be assassins or spies. What are you talking about, Du? There were adventurers acting as spies last year. I'm referring to the C-rank party called Green Squad. They were hired by my brother, and they did a great job of getting caught in our smokescreen and playing into our hands. But there was a possibility that they might simply think that a C-ranked party wasn't enough and get an A-ranked party instead. They might be banking on our belief that A-rankers were self-righteous. If we were to be defenseless, then they might have succeeded. In the first place, if you can get around the world just through skill and virtue, why does society revolve around royalty and nobility? The priestess of the party was sweating so hard to keep her members from getting into trouble with us, wasn't she? She didn't want to make enemies with the nobility, you know. So you're saying that even though they were A-rankers, they might have their hands deep in other nobles' pockets. Yup. Power, money, etiquette, righteousness, and justice. There are many factors in the world that can be ignored by brute force alone. It's the business of nobles and merchants to roll with those factors in their hands. Even if they are an A-ranked party, there are plenty of ways to put a leash on them. The Adventurers Guild itself is tied to the Merchants of Canals. If you think about it, there isn't a single adventurer in the world who isn't tainted by someone else's color. Well, it looks like my fears were unfounded this time, though. That said, I had no intention of weakening my guard around those adventurers today. As Victor said, they were potential troublemakers who have no intention of accepting our control from the beginning. In fact, I only trust those who have been brainwashed by me into complete submission. There is no noble who is more incompatible with adventurers than you, my lord. After all, it was you who built that dungeon. If the truth were to come out, adventurers from all over the continent would come for your head. Victor sure does say some terrible things. Well, it's the truth, so I can't do anything to help it. It was I, of all people, who had converted the trees of darkness into a dungeon to serve as a barrier for the lab and as a monster material farm. Even though they were a source of income for adventurers, monsters were the common enemy of mankind. There's no way the adventurers would forgive the mastermind of the dungeon. I responded to my retainer's harsh comment with a chuckle and sipped my tea. It would be a shame to let the tea get cold again since Uni had made it for me. I swallowed the moderately warm liquid into the back of my throat, savoring it carefully. Ah, how delicious. Thank you for the tea, Uni. Now then, shall we go? Yes, master. Putting the cup on the saucer, I accompanied her out. My lord, where are you going? What are you saying, Victor? Giving our guest a warm welcome is basic courtesy for the host. Even I, who people often call impolite, had a certain amount of common sense. That's why I properly follow the rules. Not just here, they are heading there, too. We'll have to be ready to welcome them. Chapter 48, Scarlet's Research, Part 2. 3 days later, in the dungeon of Marlin, Trees of Darkness. It was midday noon, but the forest was dim. The forest was unusually noisy because of the group of adventurers with the scarlet shield at their core. Sacrifice, sacrifice. Shit, it's a manticore. It ate Marco. Don't look down on it. The four-headed dragon party, one of the parties that grouped up for exploring the Trees of Darkness, encountered an unexpected enemy. A manticore was a human-faced winged beast that ate humans. It was one of the more powerful monsters in the B class, with high physical ability, intelligence, and even magical power. The four-headed dragon was also a B-ranked party. It might look like an even fight, but there were large differences in power within the same grade. The manticore might as well be considered a B-plus monster. It was said that even A-ranked adventurers have difficulties handling it. In addition, one of their members had already died in an ambush. What's more, the composition of their party was extremely unbalanced. They were all swordsmen. Shit, shit, shit. Get ready, shitheads. Don't you dare die in vain. At least give it a scratch. Ha. God damn it, just do it. Following their leader's desperate orders, they raised their swords. Their party composition was not due to a particular preference. They were just unable to recruit anybody else other than swordsmen. It might even be said that balanced parties were rare. A heavy warrior to act as a tank for the party, who would put their life on the line for another. A priest who heals with their miracles, their prayers to God were never returned. A mage with firepower and resourcefulness, where do they find people who have received such a high-class education? A dexterous thief. Even if you are slow, as long as you can cut the enemy, the reward would be yours. There's no way that an adventurer from the slums or a peasant would have any of such specialized knowledge or skills. The best they could do was to carry a single sword on their hips, an easy piece of equipment to obtain. The four-headed dragon was a party of adventurers from the lowest ranks of society. Such a party would have fallen apart quickly, but not these guys. They were the exceptions that made it through the battlefield with their beginner's luck and with the experience they've accumulated, they've risen to a high rank of B. However, their good luck seemed to be running out. Nonsense, this can't be. The leader of the four-headed dragon muttered to himself, I'm not going to die, I'm not going to die, I've never died before. And I'm not gonna die today. Having convinced themselves, they engaged with the manticore. Their swords were the rough diamond of swords, having only tasted blood on the battlefields. They are the swords of beasts that are far from refined. But even so, so long as they managed to cut and leave a wound, they would be able to kill their enemies. A monster was still a living thing. If you gouge out their vitals with the blades, they die. Even a zombie would turn into a corpse if you slashed it till it couldn't move. If you feed the greedy churches with money and receive blessings on the sword, then you could even kill bodiless ghosts. When you think about it, a manticore was just a beast. It was only a little stronger and smarter. They could band together and kill it, without a doubt, even if they were one man short. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Shut up, you damn animal. The manticore sprung towards them while drooling. The adventurers were in their slashing stance. In the meantime, you're too far ahead. A new red beast appeared. No, not a beast. It was a human being, of course. But his red hair gave the impression of a red mane, and his earth-sweeping demeanor was that of a king of 100 beasts. His eyes, his strength, his toughness, resembled a lion, only that he held a weapon instead of claws and fangs. He was Gerald Layson, the Red Lion. Sacri. In a flash, the manticore's head hit the ground. Somehow, Gerald had swung his blade and sliced off the beast's head. The curved blade in his hand glimmered strangely in the dim forest. Was it truly a reflection of the light leaking from the canopies? On closer look, it could be seen that the blade itself was emitting a mysterious phosphorescence. The leader of the four-headed dragon recovered from his momentary stupor at the alluring light. Hey you, where are you butting in from the side? His face turned purplish red as he cursed. Leader, don't do it. Gerald's quizzical reply, and his companion's attempt to restrain him, were ineffective. He strode up to his savior and grabbed him roughly by the collar. This was not the expected attitude of a man who had life saved. This monster was ours, it's our prey, and you, bastard. You're gonna jump in and scoop it up, huh? Your prey. Despite being grabbed by the collar and shouted at from a spitting distance, his reply was calm. No, there was a slight hint of confusion. He doesn't understand why the man in front of him was so angry. Truly no idea why. His reply seemed to be suggesting that. Don't you mean you were the prey? I think you were just moments from becoming so. What the fuck you? Leader. The leader of the group was about to swing his sword down, but one of the members stopped him by choking him. It's not unusual for adventurers to clash with each other in the middle of a dungeon. Still, having such fights could impact their promotions. In fact, it is said that some of the adventurers have been stuck on C rank for this reason. The leader, however, was unable to contain himself and struggled to free his hands. Let go of me. It's a manticore's head. It must have been the boss of this forest. This fucker he stole. You think this was the boss of the dungeon? Gerald let out a sigh, this time in disgust. Do you really believe that? What do you mean? The leader of the four-headed dragon shouted. Thump, thump. They were interrupted by earth tremors. Trees swayed, branches rustled, leaves scattered. It was clearly an anomaly, and the surviving members of the four-headed dragon ran away, shaken. Clearly, something bad was about to happen. What the? Earthquake? No. Don't tell me this is. Thump, thump. Crunch, crunch. Like a child using a toy shovel to dig out an ant's nest, the branches above their heads that served as a ceiling tore away. But what replaced the branches wasn't the sun. Instead, a bloodshot glare filled with hunger and sadism. A single large eye, like a distorted full moon, looked down at the humans below. A cyclops. It was the incarnation of violence and was considered to be the strongest of giant monsters. Is that the sound of its footsteps? The leader of the four-headed dragons let out a cracked scream. It was unmistakably a scream. The grade for defeating this giant is A. The B-ranked four-headed dragon was surely no match for it. It outclassed the manticore they were fighting earlier and was considered a calamity. GRRR. The giant laughed, twisting its fang-lined mouth. Was it mocking the wretched humans, or was it joyful at the sight of food? It's hard to say which, but no matter which, there was only one thing it would do next: an attack on the adventurers. Grua. With a long, lingering scream, the Cyclops swung its fist down. The power of this blow was so great that even describing it as a battering ram was insufficient. It was not an exaggeration to compare it with the skies collapsing. Hold on tight. Gerald grabbed the leader and another member of the four-headed dragon and leapt away. They were able to avoid the destruction just in the nick of time. There was a person who was left behind and was crushed before he even had the time to scream. Unfortunately, Gerald was a child of man, even with his accomplishments as an adventurer. He had only 2 arms. The best he could do on the spur of the moment was to carry 2 of them. Half the members of the four-headed dragon were lost. Shit, how are we supposed to fight against that? Despair set onto the four-headed dragon as they ran away at high speed through the forest. The only one who seemed unperturbed was Gerald, running with 2 fully grown men. To much surprise, he was beginning to break away from the Cyclops, who should have an unmatchable stride length from its gigantic size. Don't talk or you might bite your tongue, and please refrain from pissing on me if you can. I don't want my armor and cloak to be ruined. Like I'm gonna piss. The leader cursed. It was then Fireball, Icicle Lance, Gale Edge, Stone Bullet. 4 magic bullets, each with a different attribute, rushed out with a tail of light. Not towards Gerald, but the Cyclops that was chasing them. The bullets exploded. Sparks of magic were visible as the sounds of flames, ice shattering, wind slicing, and rock crushing came from the Cyclops' breast. Even those unfamiliar with magic would be able to appreciate this display of magic. One of the 4 mages who had casted it grinned. How do you like the magic of the Apostles of the Dawn? Even though it was just a low grade of magic, it is still very powerful when performed by B-ranked mage. Ugh gar gar. The mage was bragging as the Cyclops lost its footing and stumbled. One of the parties in the alliance was a B-ranked party, Apostles of the Dawn. Similar to the four-headed dragon, they were a party composed of a singular type of adventurer, mages. This was a nearly impossible feat. Where would you gather a bunch of people who were gifted with talent for magic and had the capability to attend magic lessons? This was where the difference lay between them and the four-headed dragon. The Apostles of the Dawn was a group that sought to establish their ideal party, a party of only mages. Swords, spears, bows, and arrows. The firepower of magic was superior to each and every one of those barbaric tools. A shield to protect you? Armor? None of those matter, so long as you fire magic from a safe distance. Healing and blessings through faith, prayers to God were obsolete in the advent of knowledge and magic. An expert in the field of exploration. Unnecessary, since both detection and breaking seals could be achieved by magic. The end result of such extreme belief in magic superiority was this party. As proof of the correctness of their beliefs, their party had climbed to B-rank in the short span of 5 years. Their defense was weak, but by timing and casting their magic as 4 together, their firepower could be said to match a rank. The man who led the Apostles of the Dawn snorted derisively at Gerald. How unsightly, Red Lion. Showing your back at the stupid giant, what a great shame to your name. I guess it couldn't be helped, teacher. The Red Lion may have made a name for himself, but that only applies in the frontier. There is nothing like the magic of our Apostles of the Dawn, born out of refined education. The other members of the team were quick to follow their leader's lead. Gerald lowered the remaining members of the four-headed dragon to the ground and readied his sword in his hand. The leader of the Apostles of the Dawn frowned in confusion. Why the sword? You're not going to resort to violence, are you? What are you boasting about? Gerald turned his head back towards the Cyclops that should have suffered from the combined barrage. Go! Smoke dispersed from the gaping hole of the bullet in the Cyclops. As it rubbed on its wound, its eyes grew bloodier with rage. The monster was still alive and well, albeit a little shaken. Nonsense. Giants are supposed to be vulnerable to magic, especially Cyclops, which should have no protection against elemental magic at all. We've hit it 4 times, so it should be dying. Teacher, what do we do now? The Apostles of the Dawn took a 180 degrees turn in their attitude. It was true that Cyclopes were weak against magic. If a party had a few good mages and fought from a distance, even B-ranked parties stood a chance. But that did not mean they were easy to beat. The strength from their huge body could smash a human being in a single blow, and their stamina was so good that it might be thought as infinite. How could they have underestimated the Cyclops' resistance to magic? If they had used a higher level of magic, there might have been enough damage to stop it in its tracks. Gerald had to resist the urge from chiding them. Resume your spell casting. Use whatever magic you can. HMPH, you might be A-ranked, but that doesn't mean an outsider can tell us what to do. Without paying heed to the hesitant mage's complaints, Gerald rushed to face the Cyclops and let out a battle cry. The blade he held gleamed brightly in sync with his fighting spirit. A trail of phosphorescent light trailed through the darkness of the forest. It was as if he was slicing through the darkness. Uwa! The red lion's gushing warcry stirred the air. The Cyclops was distracted by his cry and turned his attention towards him. At over 180 cm tall, Gerald was no more than a baby when compared to a giant that thundered through the sky, or even worse than that. It was unclear if Gerald's height could even reach the Cyclops' ankles, but there were still plenty of ways to fight against the giant. Those with large bodies tend to be weak near their legs. The bigger they were, the further away their eyes were from their feet, and the harder it was to see around the feet. Combined with the fact that the feet had to support the giant's excessive weight. This was what Gerald was aiming for. Take this. With heightened spirit, he unleashed a sword strike. The target was the top part of the heel, or what we call the Achilles heel. Even though they were giants, they were still humanoid, albeit of a different size. Their weaknesses and body structure were similar to humans. If the tendon was severed, then there would be no way for it to move. He buried his curved blade halfway into its heel. Uguaya! The giants let out an unbearable scream at the pain of being cut and gouged in its weak spot, but Gerald's brow furrowed as he ran the blade through the Cyclops' feet. Too shallow. The giant was still standing, despite the blade in its heels. The Cyclops was not just an A-ranked target just for show. The thick skin of the Cyclops had prevented Gerald from cutting its tendons. Guyoyoyoyo. The Cyclops bent down to the ground and began slamming its fists into the ground like a crying child punching the floor. It was trying to smash Gerald, who was nothing more than a cheeky fly. With strength that could wipe out several people at once, the Cyclops beat down on the group rhythmically, like a drummer. The ground of the forest started to scatter everywhere, and with the continuous earthquake-like tremors, the very topology of the area was being changed. Eek! Come on, you guys gonna flee like that. Shitty mages, hurry up and use your spells. The Apostles of the Dawn looked like they were trying to flee, so the four-headed dragon hurled insults at them. None would be able to tell they were adventurers with a great list of achievements now. The fear of death was so great that confidence, experience, and talent were meaningless. This was what it meant to challenge monsters of a grade higher. In the midst of the panic and confusion, Gerald, the target of the Cyclops, was alive as he ran around to dodge the attacks. HMP. However, he was not unscathed either. The pressure of a huge fist being swung down, the impact of a thrust from the ground, the flying earth, sand, debris, and wood chips. He could avoid direct hits, but couldn't nullify the secondary effects and started to accumulate damage. At this rate, he was going to lose his agility and be beaten. It would only take a single direct hit to claim his life, but that only applied if he was alone. Ha! There was the sound of a violent gust alongside the shouting. Something with a heavy weight flew through the sky. The Cyclops, who was bending down to attack Gerald, was struck in its only eye. Bujaya! The giant covered its eyes with its hands. Through the gaps, the aqueous humor spilled out like tears, followed by the blood-stained, vitreous humor sloshing out. Just in time, Gerald. I thought I was going to die, Cedric. Gerald bitterly smiled at Cedric, while releasing the tension in his shoulders. The heavy warrior from the Scarlet Shield had thrown his weapon, smashing it into the eye of the Cyclops. With Gerald as the bait, they managed to get the enemy to lower its stature. Had the Cyclops remained upright, the target would have been too high, and the projectile would not have been as effective as it was. And as they exchanged a manly smile, a new figure appeared between them. It was Gotch, the thief of the Scarlet Shield. Sorry if you are still in pain, but I'm gonna take advantage of this. With a sadistic laughter, he threw a cloth bag that could easily break open. It hit the Cyclops' face, right on target, scattering tiny grains of powder that spread it out. Bua! Gaga. The giant writhed in agony, screaming inexplicably. What Gotch used was not something as exaggerated as poison. It was a smokescreen containing powerful spices that, if inhaled or put into the eyes, would damage the mucous membranes. It was usually used to blind people, but unfortunately, in this case, the eyes were blinded from the start. So the purpose was its secondary effect. Haha, what do you think? What do you think of the spice of the West? Isn't it nice? After taking away its sense of sight, the next would be to take away its sense of smell. That was the goal. Gotch smiled gleefully at the success of his tactic. 2 meters behind him, a cool air arose from the bushes. Fear the awe of God, let it be a warning to the wicked. Stigmata. The person releasing a holy spell by chanting a scripture was Ninon, who was clad in an unusually red robe. Gii. The evil giant squeaked in agony as the holy rays rained down on its wound. Holy magic stigmata has the effect of piercing the target with stakes of light and rendering the target immobile. The restraint was in the realm of the conceptual, so it was next to impossible for the giant to tear it apart with its physical might. It was a difficult technique that would normally require several priests for chanting, but she was able to do it all by herself, even without being in a state of meditation. Ninon continued to fold the holy seal in her hands, sweat pouring from his forehead as she shouted, "Now, hurry up and finish it with magic." Stigmata is a powerful restraining spell, but despite delivering lots of pain, it lacked the power to kill. It was difficult to kill a cyclops with it. Only extremely evil monsters and the undead might die from it. The magic of a priest and a mage were effective on different things. Don't need to tell me that. Let's go, everybody. Yes, teacher. In accordance with the leader's command, the Apostles of the Dawn began casting. Unlike before, they were not individually using a spell to hit the enemy. They were now coalescing their magic to form a larger spell. It was a secret technique to reach deeper into the magic than what a single person could reach alone. And this was the technique that enabled them to be equivalent to A rank in terms of instantaneous firepower. Thunderspire. It was a large spell capable only by mages in the inner of the inner circles. It was possible to cast it in a very short amount of time by having 4 people supply the magic and compress the chanting. A thick and long purplish lightning spear appeared. It was as though it was the spear of a lightning god, something that might be considered overkill no matter what monster it was. But even then, one could never be too careful with a rank A monster. If they wanted to bring it down in a single blow, then there was a need to go all out on its weak spot. In the eye. Cedric bellowed. The hammer I threw at it is stuck in the eye, aim at it. It's like a lightning rod. A lightning strike would be attracted to metal at a higher point. To a certain extent, magic ignores the laws of physics, but by modifying the formula, it was possible to leave only the effects that are advantageous to the magician at will. The Apostles of the Dawn grudgingly followed his instructions and fired the spear. Giara! It screamed. The lightning struck the warhammer that was buried in its eye socket, and the magical electricity flowed into it. Right behind the eye was the brain. Depending on the resistance to electricity, the flow of current would lead to an increase in heat, boiling the brain. In the end, the Cyclops' entire body was burnt black, and he slowly fell on its back, spewing bubbling blood from its ears and nose like a geyser. Thump, 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 the earth shook in response to the Cyclops' vibrating stomach. A few moments later, the B-ranked adventurers slowly loosened up from their battle stance. Did we do it? Phew-ha-ha. This is the brilliance of the magic from the Apostles of the Dawn. As expected, teacher. They all shouted with explosive joy. Gerald and the others looked at them warily. If you guys had used that from the very start. SHH. Don't throw cold water now. This might bring the alliance together finally. It was Ninon who stopped Gerald from complaining. As she said, the alliance of adventurers had been lacking in unity. The reason for the encounter with the Manticore and Cyclops in the first place was that the 4-headed dragon tried to outsmart the rest and acted alone. That acted against them, however. That was the incohesive alliance they were in. She had been struggling to improve the alliance, but now that they have defeated a strong enemy, she was hoping that the adversity would build better relationships. I can't believe it. Are they really B-ranked? I mean, they've got all the fight in the world, but their attitude and behavior is no better than a toddler's. You too, Cedric. SHH, don't say a word. By the way, where's the other party? It is Gotch who realized. They left the management of camp to the D to see ranked adventurers they hired. The only parties exploring the trees of darkness were the Scarlet Shield and a rank party, as well as 3 B-rank parties. Four-headed Dragon and Apostles of the Dawn were here, so what about the final B-ranked party? Oh, sorry, are we late? A new group joined them from the rear, with a voice that lacked any sense of urgency. The leader of the Four-headed Dragons shot an annoyed glance at him. Where the hell have you been? We've had 2 of our own killed in the meantime. They shouted at the party who came late, shifting the blame for their own mistake. But it didn't seem to bother the other party one bit. Is that so? That's tough, but that's not the point. Look at this. The man who seemed to be the leader of the party held up a small glass bottle in his hand. The bottle, sealed with a cork, was filled with a clear liquid with a green moss-like substance floating in it. I collected this from the roots of a tree we just passed. This is a kind of magical luminous moss. As the name suggests, it's a moss that glows in the dark with magic power. This area is full of magic power, and despite it being dark here even in the daytime, this moss isn't glowing. Maybe there needs to be some other condition for it to glow. If that's the case, it could be a new species that lives only in this region. It's a great discovery. Oh, the warrior that should have been pissed off was overwhelmed by the lengthy explanation. As though taking over for him, Gerald posed a question. And you were late because you were looking into that moss? Ars longa. Yes. The man smiled and replied as if he had nothing to be ashamed of. The party he led was the B-ranked party, Ars longa. But their fighting prowess was at best a C rank. Their true value lay not in battle, but in academic research and analysis. They have been successful in investigating the ecology of unknown and unexplored areas and in excavating relics in ancient ruins, which earned them the rank of B. They traveled the world with a curious and inquisitive mind, bringing new discoveries of knowledge to others. They too were adventurers in some sense, but they were in the middle of a dungeon overrun by dangerous monsters. It was unbearable to see them act like butterflies attracted to flower, just because something caught their attention. Well, leader, this is an interesting forest. Absolutely, absolutely. I've never seen an environment where so many different kinds of monsters coexist. Perhaps we might find 10 or 20 new and unknown species. Ha ha ha. Unaware of the concerns by the other parties, the people of Ars longa were having a great time. Gerald rubbed his tense temples and then called out to them again. I'm not saying don't do your research and investigation, but at least do so after informing us. The leader of Ars longa blinked his eyes. Huh. Why? Why, you ask? Well, you see, the Scarlet Shield is in charge of coordinating this alliance. Oh yes, I see. I'll bear that in mind. He said he would be careful, but his tone was light. It sounded like a child who had been ordered to help his parents, but just kept making excuses, saying he would do it later. It was not the kind of thing you would expect to hear in a place where one mistake could mean the difference between life and death. Never mind that. What are we going to do now? This big guy is an A-rank monster, right? Are we going to report to the guild that we killed it now? It was the leader of the Four-headed Dragon who said grumpily. While he sounded annoyed, he did not seem to be in any grief for the slaughter of 2 of his party members. That was to be expected, since party members were akin to weapons for him. They could be replaced if they died. In truth, only the leader's head was irreplaceable for the Four-headed Dragon. Of course, he would have to look for easier but less rewarding adventures in the future. It has happened a few times, so it no longer bothered him. The leader of Ars longa objected. No. The quest was to find out the identity of the menace in the trees of darkness, and we are not done with that yet. After all, you see, Cyclops are not very intelligent, are they? No matter how powerful they are, they're not fit to be the boss of a dungeon. This is the reason why there are so many different kinds of monsters in the trees of darkness. Until we find out what the true boss is, this quest would not have an end. In the first place, the request wasn't to subjugate monsters. It's to conduct an investigation. That's why you guys will be forever meatheads. The leader of the Apostles of the Dawn added. This man was very condescending to any profession other than mage. He was probably from a noble family. It's not uncommon for nobles to become adventurers after failing to inherit the family headship. If they have magical talents and have been educated, they could rise to a good position as an adventurer. The ones with real potential could end up as a court mage or a teacher at the Galerian Academy. For those with the ability but failed to become as such, it was either a political issue or a personality problem. What the hell? Do you want to be killed, you dumb-looking spellcaster? Hee hee, how about yourself? Mr. Four-Headed Dragon turned into a two-headed dragon. Was this interaction between them the result of feeling inferior? However, the Alliance was in no position to sit and watch these childish disputes continue unfolding. Enough. Gerald put some murderous intent in his voice, scaring the both of them. We are going to enter deeper into the trees of darkness. We may come face to face with powerful monsters again. Do you want to die a foolish death because of a broken group? GGH. That's all I'm saying. If you can't even understand that, you don't need to wait for the monsters. I'll kill them myself. If you want to go on from here, don't forget that. Closing with rough speech, Gerald wordlessly advanced. As usual, he and his companions followed at his back, but Ninon let out a soft sigh. I thought we had a chance, but I guess not. The Alliance was beyond repair. The Adventurers Guild in charge of forming the Alliance must have had confidence in their choice. A party made up of vanguards combined with mages would clear the way for the researchers to investigate. It was a well-balanced group of B-rank parties. And finally, it would be the reassuring A-rank party to take the leadership. It would have appeared to be the perfect lineup, but the reality ended up like this. The four-headed dragon was the vanguard, but was constantly looking to take credit. The Apostles of the Dawn were mages who used magic to gain a sense of superiority. Ars Longa were narrow-minded explorers preoccupied with research. And then there was the Scarlet Shield, a party that was completely self-sufficient and could not bring harmony to the Alliance. It might seem like Gerald had quelled the quarrel between the four-headed dragon and Apostle of the Dawn, but the truth was that he had not. He threatened them with his might and silenced them temporarily. There were still the embers of hatred between the two parties, and now there was also a sense of loathe towards Gerald. The Alliance was far from being united. It had only temporarily contained the divisions, but at the cost of creating more fissures. In the first place, Gerald Layson was no talent for leading a large group. He was a young man who grew up in the countryside of the western frontier. He was often misunderstood because of his fine bearing and calm demeanor. He took up the sword to protect his homeland from monsters, and as he continued to fight against powerful enemies, he came to be known as an A-ranked adventurer. He was a swordsman and a fighter, not a leader who could unite people of differing beliefs. For the other members of the Scarlet Shield, they had come from the same area, ate the same food, and faced the same enemies. From their experience, he was a leader they could count on, but to the rest of the party, he was a stranger. If we were on the western frontier, it would be a different story. Other members there knew they could rely on Gerald and them and took directions from him in battle. Hence, there would be no problems for him to take the lead. In fact, when monsters launched a large-scale attack, the Alliance with Scarlet Shield as the core gained many victories. The track record had misled the guild. They thought the Scarlet Shield could handle an unfamiliar place and unfamiliar parties without problems. The guild made a big mistake associating their exploits in the West to their leadership capabilities. Damn, HMP. This was the end result. The B-ranked parties have been disobedient and constantly trying to steal a march on each other ever since they entered the forest. They had just saved their allies' lives, but were now staring daggers at each other again. These idiots who didn't understand the fights they had in the West, they scornfully thought. Even the timid Ninon felt this way. As for Cedric, who was leading the way, who knew how deep his frown was. In the West, the fight against monsters was desperate. Every fight was on the edge, and without the combined efforts of parties, they would not live to see another day. A little eastward, and adventurers were of this quality. In most parts of the kingdom of Arkwell, the monsters were not too strong. Many adventurers who did their quests progressively would eventually reach the C rank. Hence, many of the weaker ones, who would have been eliminated in their own hometown or in St. Gallen, end up surviving. And with some luck, some of these people would rise to be. The members of Scarlet Shield couldn't help but feel contemptuous. Maybe we shouldn't have taken this job. But there's no way they could quit now. The only thing they could do was to try to keep the alliance from falling apart and finish the quest without any problems. The trail inside led to deeper darkness. Every step they took was on sinking rotten leaves. It seemed to hint at their future. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 49, Scarlet's Research, Part 3. As soon as we passed the thicket, we suddenly had a clear view. We seemed to have entered a gap within the endless sea of trees, and a magnificent mountain landscape stretched out before us. A series of gently undulating ridges led up a narrow path to the highest peak, and on the highest peak, light. At the top of the mountain, at an altitude of about 2,000 meters, there was something bright-looking. I squinted my eyes and caught sight of a tall building. Light was emitting from the structure. Is that a temple? I can't see it from a distance. Shall we try to get closer? Gerald, who was leading the alliance of investigation teams, asked the people trailing him. For his part, he hoped that they would show patience. They had countless encounters with monsters on the way, and their stamina was expended. Also, the four-headed dragon party had already lost half its members. The right course of action was to return to their camp location, rest up, and head in again tomorrow. That was his intention when he asked, however. It seemed that there were some dense people among them. Yes, of course. Let's go. It smells like treasure. Don't hog it for yourself, okay, Scarlet Shield? If you're tired, you're welcome to leave first. The other participants reacted this way. Ars Longa was excited at the prospect of new discoveries. Four-headed dragon's greed was clear as day. And the Apostles of the Dawn seemed to be preoccupied with outdoing everybody ever since the humiliation they faced in the fight against the Cyclops. All three parties gave the attitude that if Gerald and the other members of Scarlet Shield hesitated here, they would leave them behind. Gerald sighed and looked for feedback in his comrades. His trustworthy and genuine comrades, that is. What about you all? If it's no, we can head back. Hess, what do you mean? I haven't even had a scratch on me today. No, Cedric, that's not what he means, but yeah, I'm good, leader. I'm fine. I'm tired, but I should be able to cope with it. Cedric made a pose to show off his strength, though his muscles weren't visible because of his armor. Gotch had given his affirmation, but seemed to have some reservations. Ninon sighed, but agreed anyway. Naturally, Gerald had leftover stamina, enough to create a path of retreat for his comrades if they met an incredibly strong foe. This meant that their investigation would continue. Let's go, then. The sun is going down, let's be extra cautious. Treating us like kids. Oh dear, country bumpkins sure like to put on airs. Oh, how exciting. An undiscovered structure in the middle of the mountains. It must be an ancient ruin, and we are going to be first. Oh, we are going to explore these untouched ruins personally. With the Scarlet Shield at the head of the alliance, they set off messily towards the top of the mountain, all the while without knowing what lay in wait for them. What existed at the summit was a large ruin, just as Ars Longa had claimed. The series of ancient and weathered stones gave the atmosphere of a deserted building. At first glance, it appeared as big as a royal castle of a small country. It was nothing short of astonishing that such a huge structure could have gone undiscovered. In fact, the members of Ars Longa started their survey with sparkles in their eyes. It's amazing. Why is this here? What is its purpose? Is it for religious reasons, like a temple, or is it the grave of an ancient ruler? I've never heard of a civilization existing in such a place. It is similar in style to the ritual grounds of an ancient religion, the cult of Saint King, that could be found in Omnia. Then this must be a temple. Who cares? Anything expensive looking. It was the leader of the four-headed dragon who asked in an arrogant manner. Yes, if it is a grave, there may be burial accessories and other objects, and those may go for a good price. Whoa, really, this must be our lucky day. He whistled and snapped his fingers. Gerald decided to give him a warning. Hey, don't forget that we're still in the middle of the trees of darkness. You never know what might be lurking around the corner. No, I know. If there's a dangerous monster out there, we'll just leave it to you guys, won't we, heroes of the West? Ignoring his sarcastic reply, Gerald looked at the entrance of the ruins. It was about 2.5 meters high and 4 meters wide. With the decorative reliefs on the border of the entrance, it did look like it could only be a temple of sorts. The place was dimly lit and the interior could not be observed from outside. It was dusk, but sunlight only shone up to around a dozen steps from the entrance. Beyond that, the darkness swallowed everything up. And then Gerald realized. By the way, what was that light we saw earlier? Light. Considering the potential locations, it is most probably somewhere in the upper levels. Could it be a stone or something reflecting the setting sun? Gerald asked his comrades, but none could provide a convincing answer. Firstly, the light did not come from a stone reflecting sunlight. It was much brighter and dazzling. It was unlikely that an ancient rubble could be that reflective. It's no use thinking about it. We'll just have to go in and find out, don't we? This might be the home of the boss. A monster taking residence in ancient ruins, huh? One could only imagine what a nuisance it must be. In these old ruins, the flow of magic felt obstructed, causing magic from the spiritual to pool. A monster that collected such magic would easily become powerful. If it was a newly born monster, there was still hope. The worst would be a monster that has been around since ancient times. If it was a survivor that escaped being killed by the Saint King or a hero from ancient times, it was hard to imagine how powerful the monster would be now. Ars Longa, any idea what period these ruins belong to? The age of this stone is about 1500 years old. That's what Detect is showing. Gerald bit down on his tongue. It was very old. This meant that it went back even before the age of the Saint King. If there were monsters from such a time period, the danger level was certainly a high A, even more, so if this monster held dominance over the trees of darkness below them. The leader of the four-headed dragon was oblivious to such concerns. How could the stones from that age remain so beautiful? It should have been crumbled to pieces, shouldn't it? No, if a preservation magic is applied tightly, it should be able to prevent natural weathering. Look carefully, all these stones are covered with preservation magic. Whoever constructed this must have been amazing. It's impossible without more than 30 mages. That is amazing. Gerald was not convinced. St. Gallen with their magic academy, or even Arkwell or Malbeher with their court mages, would be able to gather that many mages. But a member of Ars Longa waved his finger in the air, refuting that possibility. Tusk, how naive. Where do you think we are? We are deep in the mountains of Marlin. It might be possible for adventurers like us, but there's no way the weak court mages would be able to make through the forest and up the mountain. Is there any country on the continent of Ithusela that can bring more than 30 mages to such a place for construction work? At least, not in the kingdom of Arkwell. I see, then I can understand how amazing it is. Yes, it's amazing. Gerald did not completely follow, but decided to just agree and let the Ars Logan party be happy. Gerald was not convinced, but it was better than them being angry at least. Gerald's eyes wandered, and he noticed Gotch studying the relief on the roof of the entrance. Doesn't this look like a letter? Hey, anybody can read this. It looks vaguely like the old Elvish script, but it's also Preomnian. If that's the case, then wait a minute. The member of Ars Longa turned his gaze upwards, as if trying to remember something. It says, in the beginning women were the sun. I think, probably. What heck that means? Well, maybe it's referring to the qualifications to be a priestess or something. If this was a temple for a sun god, that's a possible statement. A temple for a sun god right after the trees of darkness. What a strange combination. But the sun and women. Normally, the sun is viewed as a male, but it seems to be different here. Is that so? Yes, isn't the sun, with its relentless shine on the earth, rather masculine? Paternalistic, you could say. The feminine equivalent could be the land, water, and the moon. Hey, we are not here to discuss this, are we? The leader of the four-headed dragon cut off Ars Longa's lecture, though it was appropriate. The sun was almost disappearing beyond the horizon. If they continued to stay here and chat like this, the sun would really set. Then they would have to spend the night in these ruins. Before that happens, they would need to at least ensure their safety. Your lecturing can come later. For now, our priority is to examine the site. At the very least, we need to make sure there are no monsters in the area, and if there are, we need to get rid of them first. Oh, there's that, I guess. The adventurer from Ars Longa shrugged. Feeling relief that he appeared to be convinced, Gerald swept his eyes around the Alliance members gathered around him. First of all, there were 4 members of the Scarlet Shield, including himself. There were the 2 survivors from the four-headed dragon. There were 4 members from Ars Longa, And as for the Apostles of the Dawn, hey, a stiff voice echoed over the evening mountaintops. Where did the Apostles of the Dawn go? Section. Hiding themselves from the Alliance behind a corner of the ruins, the Apostles of Dawn were smiling at their success in getting away from them. HMPH, it was such a foolish choice to team us up with a bunch of frontier barbarians, thieving lowlifes and academic nerds. Indeed, teacher. This must be solitude for those at the peak of magic. The leader nodded repeatedly at his members' flattery. What were they doing lounging around in front of these musty ruins? The Apostles of Dawn were a group of mages from the nobility. For them, adventure and quests were akin to hunting and killing monsters for sport. There was no concept of adventuring in dirty caves or tomb raiding. Even if they were hired by commoners with reward money, they would not lose the pride of their noble birth. It was with this in mind that they rose to the rank of B by solely slaying monsters in open spaces. Therefore, they were unacquainted to archaeological research. In fact, they despise culture from ancient times. They see those as relics that died out for whatever reason before they were born. Hence, relics were nothing more than broken, primitive toys. They, who live in the present day, were naturally superior to people of the past because they were refined through the passing of time. This kind of thinking is frowned upon at the Galerian Magic Academy in St. Gallen and the Heptarch National University in Malbihar. From historical research, it was discovered that ancient civilizations possessed more intricate and advanced magic technology than they have at present. Many of the relics found include the ultra-rare alloy, orichalcum, to various others out-of-place magical artifacts. But they knew nothing about that. They were nobility from the kingdom of Arkwell. St. Gallen was, in their eyes, a barbaric nation that had taken their territory through cowardly deception 50 years ago. On the other hand, Malbihar was a nation of pirates across the sea to them, and it was their narrow-mindedness and lack of knowledge which led to them failing to inherit their family titles and leaving government service. They would never admit these, though. In short, their knowledge of ruins in general was full of holes. They don't know the potential threats they might face in a ruin-type dungeon, such as traps for thieves, ancient curses, and powerful monsters, such as guardians. This was why they were eager to work on their own to outwit the other adventurers in the Alliance. Besides, we have proven, through this quest, that our magic is effective on A-class monsters. There's no reason for us to be beholden to the country bumpkins of the West any longer. Yes, I especially dislike that unmannerly redhead. I was considering shooting him from the back. Let's not do that, it would be a blow to our pride. As he spoke, a sudden realization came to him. Perhaps this was for the best. Look at the battle against the Cyclops. Despite the pompous commanding of the A-rankers, the final blow was only possible because of them. How would those self-important faces distort if they fire magic at them? He would be lying if he said he wasn't curious to find out. However, he had a more interesting idea in mind. It would be more pleasurable to be a step ahead of them and explore the site ourselves. Let's show the so-called top adventurers how good we actually are and reveal their incompetence at the same time. How amusing that would be. The leader of the Apostles of the Dawn looked above him while sniggering. The roof of the towering ruins laid before him. Well, guessing based on the height, the light was coming from somewhere above here, wasn't it? Shall we go, teacher? Yes, of course. They were about 20 meters away from the top of the roof. That's taller than the height of a Cyclops. However, for accomplished mages, such heights were nothing but child's play. After all, they could fly with magic. If the goal was to get to a higher altitude, levitation was an efficient method that could conserve magic power, although not as fast or as flexible as flight. Since ancient times, mages who could use magic to fly have been both feared and revered by the public. They were unlike the warriors who crawled the ground with barbaric weapons in their hands. Levitation. Upon the activation of magic, his body started to lift gently. His disciples, or followers, performed the same magic and became airborne. Without meeting any mishap, they floated 20 meters up and landed on the roof of the ruins. HMPH trivial. I only feel pity for those without magic, since they wouldn't be able to do this. What do you think, teacher? Wouldn't it be nice to look down on all those people wasting their time at the entrance? No, let's not. It is most impressive to only reveal the trick at the final stage. It would be more interesting to present our findings to them, who can only claw at the surface. Don't you think so, gentlemen? I see, as expected of teacher. You have a far more refined taste than we ever could. After exchanging smiles around, the Apostle of the Dawn surveyed their surroundings. The roof, or rather the rooftop, of the ruins sloped in a strange manner towards the center of the building. And in the middle of the slope, there was a huge, gaping hole. It was like the nest of antlions. And the light that they saw earlier in the distance seemed to be coming from inside of this hole. What a stupid design. Isn't it just asking to be infiltrated from above? Indeed, it must be the shallow wisdom of the primitive. It shows the extent of those who built it. With a sneer, he approached the hole. They imagined that there were mountains of gold and silver inside, causing it to shine in the evening sun. Even the most ignorant would know that the remains of tombs and palaces could sometimes contain vast amounts of wealth. It was not surprising that the mages from the Apostles of the Dawn came to such a conclusion. A glint of desire appeared in their eyes. As dropouts from nobility pretending to reach the apex of magic, they were naturally not apathetic to matters to do with money. In fact, since they were surrounded by wealth in their childhood, they had a strong desire to seek out treasures, though it was a slightly different motivation compared to the four-headed dragon party. They wish to return to their luxurious lifestyles. They want to return to a life where they could wear lustrous silk clothes and adorn themselves with jewels. They wanted to eat and savor the delicacies that were only worthy of their blue blood. They wanted to have a beautiful princess in their beds who would be the envy of kings and nobles. They wanted to look back on those who kicked them off the seats of power. There were so many things they could do if they brought back treasure. With the exception of saints, the seeds of desire were more infinite than vast grains of sand in the world. Driven by such greed, the Apostles of Dawn peered into the interior of the ruins. I greatly advise against prying eyes. A monster crawled up from below and was directly opposite them. Who was it that could not help but reply in that way? Before their eyes was a strange woman. It was strange enough that there was a woman in the ruins hidden deep within the mountains, but where she was now was much more confounding. There was a tunnel connecting the large hole in the rooftop to the ruins. Her hands and feet were on the wall at the edge of the tunnel, and she was clearly in the process of climbing. Climbing was imprecise. What she was doing was nothing like climbing. Pieces of stone fell from where the woman's hands and feet were hanging. Her fingers and toes were dug into the edge of the tunnel. Fissures spread it out like spiderwebs could be seen. She had gouged her limbs into the solid stone wall, allowing herself to climb up as a foothold. A woman who would do such a thing could not possibly be a normal human being. Ah, Mons. Silence, I implore. Just as one of the party members was about to scream in terror, the woman vanished. At the same time, the face of the person who opened his mouth disappeared. In place of his face was a fountain spilling red. Before he knew it, the woman was standing behind the Apostles of the Dawn. As more confusion spread internally, another man who was about to scream was pushed into the hole. Similarly, his head disappeared without a trace. Confirming, I only have to guide a single person, no more, is necessary. As soon as she finished, the woman's figure faded into a haze. There was a red afterglow from the sun setting to the west. She seemed to have melted into the evening background, but that was just an optical illusion. The woman did not disappear, but moved precisely and firmly. The sound of something bursting twice in quick succession could be heard. With that, the portion from neck and above were missing from two of the remaining members. Then an outstretched arm grabbed the collar of the only surviving person, the leader, and carried him. Ga-Guji. While he was lifted into the air, not by magic but by simply the strength of her arms, he finally caught full sight of the woman. Platinum hair that glistened in the evening sun. A statue-like, beautiful yet still expression. A strange armor that covered her body in spots while boldly exposing her stomach. A metal ear-flap that might be thought of as the horns of the devil grew out from her hair. The hands that left him no room to resist from her strangling were covered in armor, but beyond the armor were unmistakable feminine slender arms. Her eyes were lit in a supernatural gold, dispelling the shadows of the backlight. An unfathomable monster in the shape of a beautiful woman. He was forced to understand that this was what he was facing. Don't tell me this thing is the leader of the Apostles of the Dawn, then gained an insight into how the first member died. Perhaps this monster had leapt from her position in an instant and killed the man who had almost screamed. He hit the nail on the head, but of course, there were no prizes to be gained for that. "This way, please." Immediately after she said so, the sights around him changed rapidly. In such a short span of time, unfit to be measured in seconds, his body was carried downwards. Everything was bright red. So rapid was the movement that blood rushed to his head and painted his retinas red. In this world, this phenomenon was still unnamed, but somewhere else it was known as redout. Gah! The mage was slammed onto the stone floor, his neck hurting from the sudden acceleration and deceleration. From the perspective of the relative speeds at which he was carried and laid down, he was actually gently decelerated and brought to the ground. However, that was just from the estimations generated by the algorithms that ran in her. The burden was such that a normal person should have died instantly. The fact that he was able to endure this proved that he had the ability to be a B-rank adventurer. He blinked repeatedly, while gasping for breath, opening and shutting his eyelids to restore his sense of sight. He could discern through his blurry vision, the stone walls, stone floor, and from the hole at the roof, the crimson sky. And then, in the middle of the wide area he was in, a monstrosity, with something shining from her back, was looking down at him. "Are we inside the ruins?" I shall reply to the query. "Welcome to the Temple of the Sun. You are the #1 guest to be here, or that is what I would like to say." However, the monster stared coldly at him. The expression on her face, which was originally devoid of any emotion, became all the more horrifying. "I regret to inform you, you fail. As you did not use the proper route, you shall face punishment until the real guests arrive." Punishment? The ominous feeling from her words triggered his survival instinct, and he was temporarily able to regain the strength to move his body. Who would accept that? Fireball. With a speed like the vanguard of an adventuring party, he jumped up and casted his magic without the full incantation. He tried to burn the monster with the ball of fire released from his palm. Target attempting to resist, confirmed, activating sequence to render target powerless. It was a direct hit, but the opponent did not even flinch. That's fine. Chantless casting results in weaker magic, so it was mainly used as a way to contain the enemy. His true goal was what comes after it. He would just need to chant accordingly to raise the effectiveness and level of magic now. "Oh, thunder spirits, dwell in my hand and become spears to bring destruction to the enemy." He chanted a mid-level lightning spell. It was outside of the 4 main elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and would take additional effort to use, but the damage it brought was well worth it. After all, this was the spell that did the Cyclops in. Gee, that spell. He smiled triumphantly at the monster's distraught. Maybe she was afraid of intermediate or higher-level magic, or maybe lightning was her weakness. Either way, his spell could decide the battle. The spell was previously casted in unison with his disciples, but it didn't mean that he depended on them to use it. Still, it would consume more magic power from him compared to earlier, but it had to be done to defeat this monster. No man can escape the violet lightning spears, Thunder Spear. The released purple lightning spear struck his target. For a moment, a bright flash of light illuminated the ruins. What? The spear dissipated without producing any effect on the enemy. The woman looked down at her belly, where she was hit, and muttered nonchalantly. "Damage report. None, perhaps the same spell, have different effects from different casters." "No, I am possible. That would have been effective on a rank A monster. No effect at all." There was not a single burn mark on the woman's stomach. Not even a strand of hair had been burned. She was completely unharmed. His eyes widened in astonishment as he fell to his buttocks. The woman slowly approached him. Terminating sequence. Target was powerless from the beginning. A time for the punishments. As she declared, her arm was extended. It was the same destructive arm that killed 3 of his companions. He could offer no resistance. Arm strength? Nothing should be expected from a mage in arm strength. Magic? Impossible. His tongue was frozen in fear, unable to chant any spells. What about chantless magic? He could not do so while in such panic. Was there any point in him trying to resist anymore? The shivering man's trousers became warm and wet. The woman coolly announced, "Please be as loud as you can. Make sure your companions who are outside. can hear you loud and clear. Section Ah. A long, trailing scream echoed from deep within the ruins. They were still concerned with the sudden disappearance of the Apostles of the Dawn, and the scream brought their attentions back to the entrance. That scream was from. It must be the leader of the Apostles of the Dawn. Gerald nodded in response to Ninon. Due to the great distance between the owner of the voice and them, the scream was largely distorted, but they could still pick up features of it. It had to be that intolerable mage. Did the bastard try to get ahead by using magic? But I like that. What are you talking about, four-headed dragon? This basically confirms that there is something disastrous inside the ruins. Gotch was thoroughly disgusted by his behavior. They were adventurers on the same quest, albeit an unusual one. It was highly abnormal to feel joy at their perilous position. By the side, the members of Ars Longa gathered together and discussed facing each other. I suspect they flew up with magic, entered through some opening from the top or something. Considering that scream, they must have fallen into some trap. Oh no, it must be some kind of ancient guardian. How terrifying. An unknown mystery guardian of the ruins. So terrifying that I can't help but feel excitement. Even as they said, there was curiosity and joy at the prospect of being able to satisfy said curiosity. In a way, their innocent, unabashed joy was perhaps more chilling than the malicious laughter from the four-headed dragon. It was said that the best adventurers were broken in some ways as people. The men of Ars Longa definitely had questionable characters, which turns into a massive problem when leading such people. Cedric pulled his head away from Ars Longa. What do you think, Gerald? It's clearly bait. Another scream arose from the ruins again. They have no idea if it was a monster attacking the mages inside. But there was one thing they knew. The enemy was torturing his captives, not killing them, but waiting for them to come to their rescue. Of course, Gerald could read that much into it. It was a common trick employed by intelligent monsters. I understand, but if there's something in the ruins that's attacking people, it's part of our job description to investigate and, if possible, kill it. What about saving the mages? Disregard them. We'll search slowly. Keep an eye out for surprise attacks and traps and figure out the identity of the monster. The answer to the question was a ruthless one, but there was no way around it. In any case, they were taken prisoner because they tried to steal a march on them. While facing an unknown enemy, perhaps even the boss of the Trees of Darkness, they could not afford the luxury of aiding a laggard. The best they could do was to outwit the enemy by prioritizing identification of the enemy and escape from the enemy who expects them to rescue their comrades. Nevertheless, a leader who chose to abandon his allies in a crisis was likely to demoralize those who remained. No one was going to risk their life for the group if they might be abandoned. The silver in the lining was that the Alliance had no need to worry about that. Not because they were all courageous or trusting of one another, but because there was no cooperation from the parties from the beginning. We're the only ones that we can rely on, aren't we? I was half thinking that the whole time. Don't say further, Cedric. You think we can enter the ruins, Gotch? Yeah, I'll see what I can do. At the leader's confirmation, the expert thief raised his hand. There were demons and other intelligent monsters that often used castle ruins and other man-made structures as their strongholds. In order to sneak into the area and defeat their targets, adventurers had to be familiar with traps. This was also the case with their adventures in the West. Are you sure we are going? Of course we are, goddamn. We can't come all this way and leave empty-handed. We're finally entering the ruins. How exciting. Exploring the ruins or the monsters, which should we prioritize? It's so hard to choose. The four-headed dragon tried to drag the last surviving member along. As for the members of Ars Longa, they were fearless and wanted to enter the darkness within the entrance. The Apostles of Dawn were probably already inside, and if there was a humanity-threatening monster that existed inside, the Scarlet Shield was ready to meet it head-on. The Alliance of Adventurers decided to all enter the ruins. Section. Uni, Master. What does this sentence, in the primitive times, women were the sun, mean? 2. It's a phrase that somehow makes it sound like an ancient temple, nothing special. That was what I came up with randomly with what I know. Uni, is that so? Such was the conversation they might have possibly had. Chapter 50. Scarlet's Research, Part 4. The interior of the ruins was a network of complex passages. There were countless bends and forks, and sometimes you had to climb up and down. And of course, there were strong foes obstructing the way. Damn it, what the hell is this? My blade can't get through. The leader of the four-headed dragon, cursed, as a grating sensation was transmitted to his hand. With the spear on one hand and the silver gleam that covered all its body, it appeared to be a fully plated soldier. However, judging from the distorted figure, a head directly from its torso without a neck and its unusually thick limbs, it was clearly not a human. It looked like a child-made clay doll. It's a golem, and it's made of metal. One of the members of Ars Longa shouted in excitement. Golem. A golem is a type of familiar that a mage can create by granting a temporary life to a material. The strength of the familiar depends on both the skill of its creator and the quality of the material. In the case of metal, such golems would present a hindrance. It was because metal is both durable and strong. And this color means mithril. It's a mithril golem. Mithril, huh? Wait, isn't that a super high-grade magical alloy? This golem is made out of that. Ninon stiffened. Her eyes, hidden behind by her bangs, must have been wide opened. The analysis made by Ars Longa was that disturbing. Mithril is also known as magic silver or true silver. It is a light yet strong silver alloy that could seldom be found from magic-enriched veins and can possess a variety of magical properties depending on how it is processed. It was a material used for the highest quality of armors, and it was said that the equipment of the heroes from the old was often made of mithril. It was a rare metal that was synonymous with legendary weapons, and to their demise, it made up the entire body of the golem. The golem, or perhaps it should be called walking ingot, moved with an agility that betrayed its appearance. It was targeting the leader of the four-headed dragon. The swordsman, who was preoccupied with snatching whatever treasure lay ahead, was attacked by the spear of the golem. Don't you dare look down on me, puppet. But he was a B-ranked adventurer. In fact, as the unchanging member, despite the frequent substitution of members in his party, and also as the leader, the one thing he had was tenacity. Rather than being thrust to his death, he hit the hilt of the spear and avoided the blow without suffering any wounds. But the price to pay was high. With a sharp noise, the sword broke in the middle. Damn it, my goddamned expensive foreign-made woot steel sword, how could it break? It was a rare steel material from another continent that was touted as being resistant to rusting, breaking, or bending. But it was insufficient against mithril. After all, since the whole body of the golem was made in mithril, the spear was surely made from the same thing. Gerald took position to cover him. Get back. I'll handle it. He readied his scimitar as he said. He took a deep breath as the golem closed in on him. As if responding to the golem advance, the mysterious glow that was always around the blade grew in intensity. Ha! A slash. A straight line of sparks ran vertically towards the top of the golem's head, creating the noise of objects chafing against each other. The next moment, the golem and its spear was cut completely in half and fell onto the floor. A single stroke. Wow, amazing, as expected of the good name of the Red Lion. If mithril is considered a legendary alloy, then this strike must also be a legend. The leader of the four-headed dragon murmured, while the boisterous Ars Logan members cheered. This scimitar, which could cut through even a mithril golem, was actually not made of metal. It was a weapon made from the parts of living things. It was the fang of a dragon. In the past, a vicious dragon attacked the West and destroyed several B-ranked parties. After a fierce battle, the Scarlet Shield finally put it down, and to commemorate their achievement, they made their own equipment from its parts. Gerald's scimitar was a dragon fang sword. Cedric's shield of scales was a dragon scale shield. Gotch's sharpened daggers were made from 2 dragon claws. Ninon's robe was made with the beard of the dragon. There were 4 different equipment made in total. All of them were first-rate equipment suitable for the A rank, the pinnacle for adventurers. They were both rare and powerful, and not at all inferior to mithril. The other adventurers around them looked on with envy. The members of the Scarlet Shield were instead looking at Gerald with concern. You've poured a lot into that strike, didn't you? Yeah, it was an opponent that required it. No, but I could have. No, even so in the end, Gerald, or I would have to be the one to exert ourselves. This guy is just too tough. Ninon worried for their leader, Cedric grinded on his teeth in regret, and Gotch let out a sigh. Gerald's was drenched in cold sweat, though he pretended to be unconcerned about it. These 4 types of armor made of dragon material also had a special function. That is, in exchange for a temporary boost to its performance, it takes an equivalent amount of strength of its owner. By literally breathing life into them, the dragon's claws and fangs could be restored to their former sharpness, and the scales and beard could be made stronger. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, but this was not something that could be used more than once in a short period of time. In fact, during the noon battle against the Cyclops, with the magical firepower of the Apostles of the Dawn, they managed to preserve this trump card. Until then, the burden was great. Now that they were in a situation without the mages, they had no choice but to use their trump card. No, even if the Apostles of the Dawn were still alive, it might not be effective against a magic-resistant mithril. They would have to use it anyway. Hey, what are you guys mumbling about? No, it's nothing. They brushed off the 4-headed dragon leader. Equipment strengthening was a double-edged sword and was thus a secret. It was not something that could easily be revealed to outsiders. In particular, the 4-headed dragon leader, with his insatiable greed, he wasn't somebody they could be careless around. If the weakness in their trump card was discovered, it could be capitalized on to assassinate them. After all, the disadvantage of fights between adventurers was that dead adventurers cannot provide testimony. How could the Adventurers Guild make a rule to allow such fights? The members of Scarlet Shield showed equal disdain against the deplorable state of affairs between adventurers. On the other hand, for the members of Ars Longa, so it isn't just the use of mithril, but also the excellent build quality. As you say, these must be the legacy of the ancient civilization who built these ruins. They must have been very advanced. And yet, the design was so simple, wasn't it? If it was such an expensive golem, I think the design should have been more elaborate. Yes, if it was left behind as a guardian of these ruins, symbolism should have held importance. And so on and so forth, as they surrounded and inspected what was left of the golem. They showed no caution despite being deep in enemy territory. You guys need to be a little more careful. Oh, yes, but we have an A-ranked thief over there, right? Then our vigilance is unnecessary, wouldn't it? Is that how it is? Yes, it is. Rest assured, we have already disarmed the traps around us. And that's how the conversation went. Indeed, if they chose to rely on Gotch's ability, then their lack of vigilance was acceptable. But how could they have such dependency on other parties? The stubbornness of the 4-headed dragon and the Apostles of Dawn was one problem, but they were, though different in nature, a separate problem. It's like being forced to babysit, to say the least, if these adventurers delegated away these basic responsibilities to them. Ninon tried to avoid the awkwardness by asking, "So, how about it? Did you find anything out by examining the golem?" "Oh, I'm so glad you asked." The member of Ars Longa shone with a look of anticipation on his face. Sensing that this was going to be a long explanation, they inadvertently braced themselves. The survivors of the Apostles of the Dawn were probably being tortured, yet these inquisitive people paid no heed to it. Normally, the guardians left behind in these temples, tombs, or other religious sites would be designed with more symbolism. They tend to look human, or be decorated with expensive ornaments. This would have the effect of intimidating thieves, showing the authority of the deity they worshipped or the person buried, while also potentially boosting magical potential. So there were tons of benefits to doing so. Isn't it strange they didn't? No, perhaps they were stingy with the resources used. That's impossible. They had the technological and financial power to use an alloy like mithril as a material for golems. An authority that gave birth to such a civilization would definitely be more elaborate in its decorations. If they couldn't do that, they would have downgraded the golem's material and armed it with mithril products instead, even at the expense of performance. The simplicity of this mithril golem was unique enough on its own. "So what is the point you're making?" Gerald urged him in a tired voice. His lethargy came not just because of exerting his life energy into his weapon, he thought, but the narrator continued, indifferent to the matters at hand. "According to the hypothesis I have just formulated, this golem is..." He tried to continue, but... "Get down. Zalia." They were interrupted by Gotch's warning and the sudden falling of spears from above. There were 4 shadows that appeared from above. Their shapes were almost identical to the destroyed golem. The only difference was that they were not cut in two. In a matter of seconds, the golems killed all 4 of Ars Longa members. I see. In other words, these golems were made in numbers. Gerald readied his stance as he roared out. In short, it was a mass production type. It would be laughable for soldiers to be decorated like generals, so there was no need to be elaborate with their design. Holy shit, there are still so many of them. Gotcha's expression was tense. The grade of these golems was about B+ to A, but that's only if it was just one of them. It was a nightmare for even A-rank adventurers to encounter them in packs. In addition, the other side had ambushed a thief as talented as Gotch without being detected until the very last minute. Were they using some sort of a passageway hidden by advanced magic technology? Or was it spatial teleportation that they were using? In any case, it became a hot potato for them. We have no choice but to do it. Cedric stepped forward. There were 4 enemies. It was very likely that there would be more reinforcements, as they suddenly appeared from the ceiling. Then, it would be a foolish idea to place Gerald at the front and fight like before. No matter how outstanding their swordsman was, it would be the end for him if he were to be surrounded and skewered from all sides. Cedric, the party's tank, has no choice but to stop their combined attacks and cut open an exit. "O Lord, I humbly present myself." Ninon began her prayers for healing. For the Scarlet Shield, whose trump card was exchanging physical strength for improved equipment, recovery magic that could regain lost vitality was a matter of life and death. The number of times she could use the heals were limited, but she couldn't afford to hold back now. The brawl began. Section. In the midst of the melee, the 2 surviving members of the 4-headed dragon fled the scene. The majority of the alliance had been eliminated, and their party itself had lost half their members. In addition to that, they could only at best be a hindrance since they were swordsmen who had lost their swords. The leader of the 4-headed dragon made the call to escape with tears in his eyes. Of course not. Ha. It was a shitty job, but at the end of the day, luck turned out to be with us. He. The 2 men each carried a lump of metal in their arms. You might think that they would be too heavy to move a load of metal, but they were adventurers, and most B-class vanguards would at least possess the strength of a dozen ordinary men. They could lift and carry iron ingots and gold ingots with their hands without any trouble. This was especially true if the metal in question was mithril, which was known to be one of the lightest alloys. Yes, they left everything to the Scarlet Shield and were running away with the parts of the golem. After all, mithril was a legendary alloy. Even if they sold it at discounted rates, they could probably fetch 5 times its size of gold. That's how much it was worth. If they could bring back such goods, then they would be able to live comfortably for a while. Then that was sufficient. It was foolworthy to continue with the exploration. They felt no guilt about abandoning their fellow adventurers. They might all be adventurers, and they might have higher rank than they did, but in the end, they were all competing for the same pie. Even more so since they were incredibly pissed at being ordered by them ever since taking up this request. They had reason to kick them off the cliff from the back, but there was no reason that they save them or die together with them. We, or at least I, must survive and thrive at all costs. This was the reason why the leader of the 4-headed dragon chose to flee. Serves you right, serve you all right, you bastards. I'm the one who will survive. I'm the one who will be moving ahead. I'm the one who wins in the end. The mages of the Apostles of the Dawn were snobbish. The Ars Longa was a group of useless people with nothing better to do but argue. The Scarlet Shield cheekily looked down on him, and the subordinates of the 4-headed dragon were not even useful as pawns. He scoffed and ran for the exit. Even though they were a group of battle-specialized swordsmen, the 4-headed dragon was a party that has risen to the rank of B. The leader of the group would have, of course, acquired a minimum level of searching techniques. He had an approximate mental map of the dungeon. The only thing left to do was to hide their presence and avoid encounters with monsters while escaping down the mountain. It was a race for his life and death, but with the help of consumables like scent-removing potions, he should be able to pull it off. It was an overly optimistic plan backed by little evidence, but it was important to believe in the plan. In a desperate situation, it was possible to bring out one's hidden strength as long as there was hope. So be it if it was false bravery. That was how he had come to survive in the numerous crises he faced in his life. But, who knew? There was a golem waiting at a T-junction near the exit for any intruder who tried to escape. It was a monster that wouldn't be damaged by any simple sword or spear, and was almost completely resistant to magic. There was surely no way they could hope to challenge, since the leader had lost his weapon in the previous battle, and his final subordinate was actually the worst in skill among them. However, that is an assumption. This might be sudden, but what is the most important quality for an adventurer? Most people would claim that it is ability. Physical or magical strength, skill in exploration, depth of wisdom, decision-making skills, these were all skills that were crucial for adventurers. So in some sense, ability is indeed the most important quality. Those who know better would say it's madness. Putting it in other words, it's the belief in oneself and mental strength. When adventuring in a foreign land or fighting an enemy of unparalleled wickedness, a normal mindset was too fragile. Only by armoring your mind with madness would you be able to find a way out. In a sense, this was also the right answer. But it was not the right answer to this question. I apologize for not revealing the answer yet, but the answer will be clear as day as the confrontation develops. So, back to the scene. The golem, following its duties, proceeded to attack the escaping four-headed dragon. Opus 1 to higher command. Stop Golem 6 immediately. Over. Suddenly, somebody speaking could be heard, and the golem stopped. A few moments later, the remnants of the four-headed dragon took off for the exit, ignoring what might be hidden in the darkness. Ha ha ha, that's the exit. I got away from these damn ruins. Are we saved? And then, they ran down the mountains, as fast as their legs could carry them. They didn't even try to look at the ruins behind them. Of course, they were oblivious to the entity that had stopped the golem who was observing them. Still, she did not even let the A-ranked thief sense her the other day, so even if they were a mere 30 centimeters apart, they wouldn't have noticed her existence anyways. Left already, I hope you have a safe trip home. The person watching the four-headed dragon from the shadows of the temple's entrance was dressed in clothing that would look out of place in either the ruins, the mountain paths, or within the forest of the seas of darkness. A woman in a maid's uniform with a silver collar uni, and then the space beside her flickered in a haze. The next moment, there was a new person there. It was the dark elf Dre, who was bound by a slave collar like Uni. Hey, Uni, is it a good idea to let them flee? They took the golem, which might still be repairable. No, it is all right. This is part of Master's intentions. Good, though I see it as the root of disaster later. Mithril is a rare metal, even though we have plenty of it in the laboratory. If we let them take it home, won't those greedy monkeys come back for more treasure? Don't you see, Dre? That's why it's perfect. Oh. Dre wavered for a moment, while Uni continued. The mithril golems are acting as our advertisement. If there was an opportunity to obtain a rare metal, other adventurers who have been waiting and watching what would happen would gather in droves to this dungeon. Then we can hunt them to increase the number of test subjects. I'm sure you understand that much. Yes, I've heard that explanation many times. But is it really necessary to spread word about this dungeon so rapidly? If we're not careful, we could end up with too many adventurers and an oversupply. I have a feeling that it would be bad news for them to keep coming back as an alliance. No problem. You've just seen what an alliance really is. Ah, Dre thought. There were adventurers trying to get a jump on each other, and there were adventurers trying to drag others down. The A-rankers did some impressive feats, but overall, the alliance was a miserable sight. The kind of alliance where people can trust each other's life to one another can't be created overnight. Trust has to be built over a long period of time, and sometimes you have to show that you are willing to go through rough times for others to build mutual trust. Being bonded by temporary profit would lead to the alliance we saw. Never make an alliance with somebody you do not trust. That has always been the ironclad rule of adventurers, though. How many adventurers or parties, blinded by the shiny mithril, can put faith in one another? I see now. That's right. What's more, when those adventurers return to the foot of the mountain, they'll tell everyone that there were ancient golems in the temple deep within the Sea of Darkness, and that they were guarding the ruins. Basically, word would spread that there were no actual monsters in the dungeon that actively sought to destroy humanity. Even if adventurers from all over the continent were to gather, they would never be able to work well together. A large group of adventurers who came together for the sake of treasure would be in danger of splitting abruptly. That's why they could not form large alliances, and even if they tried to, they would be no threat. That was what Uni was trying to say. And if the dungeons were guarded by golems that just did as they were told, the Adventurers Guild would not take any action. They gave priority to monsters which threaten human life. It would be like poking a beehive if they tried to kill a tomb guardian that was not immediately harmful. There was little to no chance that they would form alliances with important and high-ranking adventurers to do it. Naturally, there would be an increase in monster hunting activity in the Sea of Darkness, but there would be greater safety for the Temple of the Sun, or more specifically, the lab hidden underground of it. Those who would venture into the temple would likely be small in numbers but capable or fragile alliances. In any case, this would leave the best ducks to be hunted. This was the reason the four-headed dragon was allowed to leave with the parts of the golem. I get the picture now. It's really an excellent plan. Yes, it was Master's, although the details seem to have been fleshed out by Lord Lobert. Young Lobert, if I were to guess, the part about using mithril as a souvenir. Am I wrong? No, it is the correct answer. He was always waiting for the chance to promote the area. To attract people to Marlin. He's in charge of internal affairs, right? How meticulous of him. The two women casually conversed as they watched the adventurers running away. Suddenly, Uni struck on an idea. That guy over there looks like he'd make a good adventurer. Ahem. That clumsy-looking guy running as fast as he can. It's true that he was fortunate to have his life spared. But was that all there was? She was about to finish, but was interrupted by a shake of the head from Uni. Luck, she said, is the utmost important factor. This is just my theory, but a good adventurer is simply the adventurer blessed with luck. Luck's him. Not convinced. But isn't it all down to luck that people are born with talent, or had the opportunity to develop their talent, or given the chance and the stage to showcase their talent? If somebody's luck was not good, he might just die in the middle of the road with nobody to pick up his dead body. It is only through luck that we avoid this. Dre could not help but agree. Escaping the Sea of Darkness, Temple of the Sun, and even getting away with the precious mithril. Indeed, not just anybody could pull off such an adventure. It was a feat that only the best of adventurers could accomplish. Of course, that's only if you have the wherewithal to seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Ah, this is just my opinion. You don't have to take it seriously. No, I'm also deeply impressed by it. After all, it is the opinions of the great adventurer Silver Wolf. I'll bear that in my mind. Please don't make fun of me too much. I'm a little ashamed that I said something so unbecoming. Come on, being unashamed at telling me your love stories. You meant to say that you are the happiest woman in the world to have met Master. If you know what I mean already, then don't say it. You are a very bad dark elf, aren't you? After saying this, Uni silently watched the adventurer descend the mountain. With his arms full of treasures and his sword at his hip, he was more of an adventurer than anyone else. Section, Heart of the Temple, night yet bright. She stood patiently waiting for their entrance. Bodies of intruders lay before her feet. A faint smile towards the shaken four. A true-to-heart, joyful, captivating smile. I've been waiting for you, dear guests. They were now in the deepest part of the ruins, after being driven back by sporadic golem attacks and traps. With these words, the four members of the Scarlet Shield were greeted with a scene that was out of this world in every sense of the word. In the middle of the hall-like space, standing tall with half of its body buried in the floor, was a huge crystal that shone as bright as the sun. This eye-burning source of light made it so that the insides of the ruin were as bright as if it were daytime outdoors, despite it actually being nighttime. The next thing that caught their eye was a woman in a strange suit of armor and ear flaps, standing against the crystal and protecting it. With her platinum hair blowing in the breeze, coming from a hole in the ceiling, it would be easy to believe that she was a priestess who had served this temple since ancient times. If so, then it was okay. But there was a scene from hell around her feet. A man laid on the stone floor with his arms and legs helplessly thrown out. The rags that clung to his half-naked limbs barely resembled the robes of a mage. The whites of his eyes gazed into the void, and the small rise and fall of his thin chest plate barely gave away that he was not dead. The hair on his head had all turned gray, as if he had been through something terrible. The man, a survivor of the Apostles of the Dawn, possibly their leader, was surrounded by a choking pool of blood and flesh. One would think that instead of chicken feathers being plucked before cooking, human body parts were plucked instead. In fact, that had to be what had happened here. The strange thing was that there was not a scratch on the man who seemed to have been subjected to such an atrocity. He said to himself that there are strange things in this world. The presumed perpetrator, a woman, began to speak on her own accord. The flesh and blood that regenerates over the wounds when healed with potions and healing magic. Where does it all come from? It is obvious that it is more than the human body can store. In terms of nutrition, energy, and mass, how very interesting. So much so that it cannot be helped to hold such scientific consideration for these magic products. The smile on the woman's face disappeared in her plain voice. There was only a blank expression on her face, like ice or metal impersonating as a human. But the graphicness of her story and the sourness with which she told it would make even the most seasoned adventurer feel emotional. In other words, this woman had repeatedly cut and healed this person until there was a carpet of flesh and blood all over the floor. What are you? The adventurers were at a loss for words. Gerald was the first to recover his sanity and speak up. He asked Curly while pointing the dragon fang sword, his beloved weapon, at her. I am greatly impressed. Finally you speak. But do you require an answer to that question? In other words, you're the boss of the monsters that have taken up residence in these ruins and the trees of darkness. Cedric repositioned himself to the front while holding his dragon scale shield. His left arm was behind his back, grasping the handle of his hatchet, which he uses with one hand. My reply, you can take it as such. The reason why monsters run rampant in the trees of darkness, the reason why I am here, the reason why I protect this place. Why did you do this to the mage? If you just want to protect the ruins, then there is no reason to do so. Ninon shouted, grasping the cross hanging above her chest. It was a reminder to restrain herself and to prepare a prayer to the gods. As she readied herself to use her holy magic, the woman-like something replied. The answer to that is varied. 30% was to make him scream in order to lure you in. 30% to punish him for arriving here using illegal means. 30% was to kill time while waiting for you all to arrive. The remaining 10% was to take out my pent-up anger for failing to fulfill my duties for so long. There was a lot of resentment, exasperation, and frustration. Perhaps I do possess such emotions. Just to be clear, is there any room for negotiation? If your job is to guard this place, then we can negotiate and you can make us leave. To show that he did not desire a fight, he raised his opened palms in the air. Still, he was still in a position where he could pull out his dragon fang daggers in less than breath's time. He would be able to get into a fighting stance the moment negotiations break down. The woman dismissed the option of negotiation. The task I was given, defend the inner ruins and remove any intruders. The moment you entered, your deaths were assured. I shall add on, I wish to complete my objectives. I wish to defeat intruders. I wish to bring victory to my master. I wish to receive praise and to be useful. For these to be achieved, I need targets. My reason for existence is to defeat my targets. And you are the targets. As she spoke, her voice went out of tune and her face became contorted and the corner of her eyes and mouth were lifted. Unable to smile and unable to cry, she had waited vacantly, madly, while repeating such thoughts in her mind. As if it were the only thing she knew, as if it were the only thing she was born with. Are you an ancient guardian, beholden to the wishes of your deceased master? That's how Gerald interpreted the unusual situation. A deserted temple in the depths of the trees of darkness, where no one ever visits. A pathetic girl who waited day after day for a change that would never happen, neither fulfilling her role nor being relieved of it. For her, even the arrival of an intruder, which should have been bad news, was heaven. And so, with mad glee, she tried to greet the adventurers as if they were the ones she was in love with. That's what he felt from the maniac in front of him. And so did the others as they secretly communicate with one another. How sorrowful! It might be most compassionate to send her to the afterlife right now. Oh God, please guide this lost soul. She isn't lost, whatever. Doesn't change what we have to do. Along with their resolution, they transferred their vitality to the dragon armaments. They were using their ace in the sleeve right off the bat. This was probably a decisive battle and the most challenging hurdle in the quest. Then there was no need to hold back. They were going all out right from the start. I am Cedric, the Crimson Wall. From the Scarlet Shield. I am Ninon, the Scarlet Nun. Likewise from the Scarlet Shield. Same here, I am Gotch, the Dancing Ape. And I am the leader, Gerald. Gerald Layson, the Red Lion. In the face of their declaration of war, the woman calmed herself. She became calm as a winter lake. It was the calm before the storm. The final guardian of the ruins, the woman started violently spewing magic from her body. They may very well transform into surging waves and strike them in the next moment. Registered, guest accounts for 4, though there are no access rights, nor do I expect continued usage in the future. Introduce yourself, woman. That's the etiquette of those who fight for life and death. The red-haired swordsman urged her on, and her golden eyes lit up ever more intensely. Then quietly she opened her mouth. Introducing myself, my name is Femme, Opus 5. Let us begin. The second practical battle evaluation test. Chapter 51, Scarlet's Research, Part 5. Deploy technique, imaginary space storage, connected. Armament summoning, selecting main armament. Vast amounts of magic gushed out from within the body. Whatever she was saying was incomprehensible. Based on the above factors, the members of the adventuring party, Scarlet Shield, guessed that the enemy, who called himself Femme, was going to use a magical attack as her first move. Therefore, their response was to defend. Cedric, the tank of the party, will stop the attack, then Gerald will lead the counterattack, while Gotch follows up with more. Ninon would prepare some magic, either offensive, defensive, or restorative. Depending on the situation, the course of action between Gerald and Gotch might be reversed. But for now, the 4 of them decided this was their approach. This was by no means a mistake entirely. It was true that whatever she was doing, she was using magical logic to activate, generate, and create magical phenomena. But what emerged was hundreds of years beyond their wildest dreams. Gatling cannon. A lump of iron floated in the air. No, the material could not be as simple as iron. But to Gerald and his comrades, it was nothing more than an uncouth lump of metal that looked like iron. What the hell is that? Cedric, who will surely be the first to suffer from its attacks, exclaimed in dismay. The tip has evenly spaced holes reminiscent of a lotus root. A thick, rugged tube connected to it. Femme inserted her right arm up to her elbow into the base of the cannon, supporting it. In the slit at the middle of the base was something like that bellows of an accordion to control the ups and downs of the weapon. Incomprehensible and unintelligible. The adjectives came to mind when thinking about the weapon. It must be heavy. After all, it was a long mass of metal. Most enemies could be crushed in a single blow by it. But the shape was too uneven to be used as a blunt weapon. Of course, she had no intentions to use it as a blunt weapon. Naturally, she intended to use it as a firearm, although the concept of such a weapon had not existed in the minds of the people of this continent and this world until this moment. Please enjoy this feast, fire. With a shout, she pulled the trigger with her finger. Immediately afterwards, a weapon which was supposed to be based on unknown science was activated using magic as a replacement. The vril generator started to rotate, providing magic power to the ammunition belt. As the magic reacted violently and created explosions, ammunition was fed into the cylinder. The gas pressure rose rapidly and forced the bullets out of the cylinder. Let's just omit the long explanation. Below is a brief summary of what happened. The steel beast roared and spat out a breath of hot iron. Whoa there! Cedric yelled as he endured the series of impacts through his dragon scale shield. He had to yell out and provide his life force to the shield. If not, the great shield, representing the strength of dragon scales, would be useless in an instant. That was the intuition he got as he desperately held on. His intuition was accurate. Even though Cedric went completely on the defensive, he was still being pushed backwards by the torrential rain of attacks on his shield. However, he would not be able to endure the attacks indefinitely. The shield's defense was only possible by sapping the life from its bearer. If this situation continued for 3 minutes longer, Cedric would be killed, not by the enemy's attack, but by his own shield. His comrades would not stand idly and watch. Take this. It's a mysterious weapon, but I won't let you use it further. Oh Lord, please give this humble ones your blessings. Gerald and Gotch leapt sideways from the shield for a counterattack, while Ninon recited a restorative prayer. If Cedric took care of the defense, the 2 remaining men were responsible for the attack. In the meantime, Ninon was responsible for healing whichever comrade as necessary. This was their winning strategy that allowed them to bring down many monsters in the west and even legendary dragons to their knees. In the face of this, Femme called out, "Armament summoning, selecting secondary armament." She calmly chose a new tactic, hand cannon fire. As before, she picked up a weapon seemingly from thin air, but unlike before, she used it immediately. The roar of the new weapon silenced the Gatling cannon. To Gotch's eyes, it looked as if Femme's left hand exploded, and instantly something collided with him. Gah! Something struck him hard in the chest, and he was blown backwards in the air. Something glittered in the wake of the path of his flight. It was the end result of the breastplate that Gotch was equipped with. Femme's new weapon destroyed it with a single hit. On her left hand, she held a short tube made with thick steel plates with a round hole at its end producing fumes. That must be the weapon that hit Gotch. Hi-ya-ya. As his comrades were literally blown up behind him, Gerald roared and threw himself towards Femme. He focused just for the moment and ignored the fate of Gotch. He could not afford to worry for him now. Their first priority was to defeat the enemy. It's not like the enemy would spare you and pause further attacks while you saved your allies. Fear the Almighty Lord. Let this be a warning to the wicked. Stigmata. In addition, Ninon finished her sacred prayers to bind the enemy, even for a moment. If the enemy cannot move, Gerald could take them out. For a fight with a first-class warrior, the momentary pause was more than enough to be fatal. Crucifying stigmata appeared everywhere on Femme's limbs. Naive. It had no effect whatsoever and dissipated into particles of light. What? No way. The magic, which was supposed to be highly effective in restraining magical beings, was nothing but handcuffs made of paper. Ninon let out a cry of confusion. It was true that the guardian, who called herself Femme, was of an unknown species, but she was unlikely to be human from the way she spoke. If the target was a monster or demonic in nature, sacred magic should be effective. Even if she were a human species or a subspecies, she would not have been able to break free in an instant. The still unknown being turned her iron-made weapon that she had been pointing at Cedric towards her now approaching opponent. The trigger was still pressed, which meant that gunfire was still spraying out. The barrage of bullets curved towards Gerald. While Cedric was protected by a dragon scale shield, a top-notch piece of armor, Gerald had only plain armor. It's the best quality equipment one could hope for, but it was not as good as the treasures made from dragons. It was incapable of the violent explosions caused by iron, wind, lightning, and fire. But what if Gerald, like his dependable tank in the party, could protect himself with his dragon weapon? The naive one is. You! Gerald shouted, resisting the numbness in his arms. Yes, his arms were going numb. He was numb because he was using it for defense. He did have a way of defending against Femme's mysterious barrage of attacks. He had it from the beginning, the Dragon Fang Scimitar. The Dragon Fang Scimitar was supposed to be a weapon. By hiding the edge and pointing the blade towards the attack, it could be used as a temporary shield. Of course, it had to be fed with life force to strengthen its hardness. Both fangs and scales were part of a unique monster, a dragon. The Dragon Fang Scimitar was not any weaker than the scaled shield. But in the end, a weapon was a weapon. It was not a substitute for armor. It was just a temporary solution, but that temporary solution was enough. Unlike Cedric, who was ready from the outset to take on the attack, Gerald was running full speed on the ground. He just had to use that momentum and launch a strike on Femme. If he could maintain the durability of his weapon until then, it should still be all right. Absurd move. Femme's golden eyes flickered slightly as she commented. In fact, Gerald's move was insane. Who in the world would dare to use the blade as a shield against a roaring machine gun? If the line of fire was just a few centimeters away from the blade, the defense would fail, and his body would be torn apart like thin paper in a storm. In the first place, No matter how hard the weapon was, there should have been no way for the wielder to withstand the impact of the bullets. It would have been impossible to hold onto the weapon as it was being hit. Disproving that logic, he was a person who was capable of the impossible. With great combat acumen, Gerald intuitively grasped the characteristics of the firearm he had never seen before. I got it. That weapon can only shoot in a straight line. The bullet flew out of the muzzle in a straight trajectory. It was this insight that gave his miraculous defense a chance of succeeding. If he blocked the bullets in the line it was coming from, then everything behind would be safe. There was nothing absurd about it, it was entirely reasonable. He was making an impossible statement, not in words but through his actions. However, I've got more than just a single muzzle. Fem silently replied with no. The hand cannon that shot down Gotch, a large caliber pistol, was aimed at Gerald. She was attacked in 2 different directions and chose the nearest target to point the Gatling gun earlier. If he could handle the Gatling gun, then he could enjoy the other weapon too. In that life-or-death moment, Gerald's world slowed down. Adrenaline boosted his brain, and in a long, drawn-out moment, Fem's left hand tried to cross over her right arm, which was carrying a Gatling. He knew in his gut that if it was fully aimed at him, it would be his end. The Gatling cannon was still firing away at him while he shielded himself with the scimitar. She was aiming the hand cannon at him, and he was still trying to run towards her. Like a viscous, thick mud flowing, the moment dragged on. The one who broke that moment was neither him nor Fem. H. With an angry shout, a hatchet was flung towards Fem. Cedric was the first to be struck by the Gatling weapon. After Fem switched targets to the other 2, he had not been simply waiting and doing nothing. He was looking for the right moment to deliver a solid blow to the enemy and save his comrades. And there was no better time than now, just as Fem was about to direct both of her firearms on Gerald. In the face of the approaching weapon, the armed monster halted her attack. Evasive maneuver, no, intercepting. Fem made her decision to use an anti-air approach after a single second, though with some hesitation. The firearm in her left hand quickly locked onto the target, and she pulled the trigger. With a roar, the flying hatchet was shot down by the projectile from the hand cannon. At the same time, not wasting the opportunity, Gerald twisted and turned to dodge the Gatling's fire while getting closer. Just in time he had caught Fem. He closed the gap to a mere hair's length and held his weapon in a reversed grip. Gerald took an unfamiliar stance, sinking low while moving quickly with the momentum of his steps, accumulating all the spring in his body. His chin was almost to the ground as he folded his limbs, prowling tiger. That was what this preliminary motion was called by swordsmen. The whole body is flexed like a spring in order to put all the energy into the backhand slash. But in the West, this stance had another name. They called it the scale-breaking lion. It was the deadly blow used by the red lion to finish off the evil dragon. This is the end. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his counterattack. It was as if he was a lightning bolt from the skies. He gave it his all in this blow, intending to even offer his soul to the life-sucking dragon fang. The light emitted by the blade was brighter than the illumination from the crystal, as though it was the breath of a fire dragon. The sensation he felt through the handle of the scimitar was the same metal-cutting sensation when he cut the mithril golem in half. And then a surge of weakness enveloped him. He fell flat towards the ground with the inertia. He had been grinding his tooth so hard that his molar teeth were crushed. Made a mistake, not deep enough. What he had cut was the weapon of the enemy. As proof of that, Fem was alive and well. She had released the Gatling gun, which was now in halves. Before the Gatling could reach the floor, she already moved to her next attack. She aimed with her left gun calmly, attempting to get a better shot. Once again, however, she was interrupted. From the side, Gotch, with a dagger on each hand, attacked Fem while making a strange cry that sounded like a monkey or a bird. His nickname was Dancing Ape. His nickname came from the fact that he manipulated the 2 blades with explosive breathing as though he was in a trance. He was an adventurer with an ultra-aggressive fighting style that was extremely unusual among adventurers. But it was also a double-edged technique. In addition to the breathing technique that expended oxygen in his lungs, he had to supply life force to his weapon, the twin dragon claws. If he pulls it off successfully, then he might be able to slay the enemy in that single breath, but it will still come at a great cost to his body. Furthermore, Gotch was already wounded from the previous attack. Naturally, his movements were slower and less graceful than usual. It looked inevitable that Femme would counter and finish him off instead. Wide heal. This inevitability was overturned by Ninon's healing magic. This healed and revitalized the dancing ape, allowing him to recover his nimbleness. Not only that, but the heal wave expanded over a wide area, granting restorative effects to both Gerald and Cedric. The red lion, who was flat on the ground after delivering a blow with all his might, and the crimson wall, who was struggling to breathe after enduring a series of blows, regained energy and could battle once more. Ahihi. Femme laughed as she ducked and danced her way out of Gotch's 2 daggers, which came at her like a storm. She laughed while being exposed to the dragon claw daggers, while sensing attacks from the swordsman and the tank, while catching sight of the supporting priest. She had an expression of a young maiden, but such a joyful smile would only prove fatal in an all-out battle like this. She then called for her next weapon. Armament summoning, selecting grenade armament. Something new is coming. Ninon, observing the battle from the rear, warned her party. But it was too late. It was no longer possible to escape unscathed. Gotch was attacking at close range, trying to prevent his opponent from spraying gunfire, while the other two were too fast to break their momentum. Pineapple grenade. The weapon that appeared resembled a piece of fruit. However, the rough and heavy texture it had was unmistakably that of metal. In fact, it looked like it had the same style as the other weapons she used earlier. 3 of them. Just like how she did previously, she had somehow summoned them from out of nowhere. Femme did not even try to pick them up. She just summoned them and rolled them over without doing anything. The fruit repositioned itself and spat out a pin-like object. Then the strange fruit fell to the floor. Get down. Explosion. The reddish-black flames surrounded the area and fragments were scattered. The destruction engulfed Gerald, Cedric, Gotch, and even Femme herself. Self-destruction. Ninon was so shocked by this insane strategy that she forgot about the safety of her comrades. After all, Femme showed no regard to the temple she was defending or even for herself. It was too absurd. But she was not allowed to continue trembling in astonishment, nor to come to her senses and reflect on her companions. Gunfire, ah! The impact was like an elephant stamping on her stomach. A bullet from her gun, which was shot through the smoke, struck the priest in her stomach. Then, with the sound of clacking from her footsteps, Femme appeared through the smoke. On her left hand was a large gun with smoke emitting from it. Despite the flames obscuring her vision, Femme was able to accurately aim and fire at Ninon. What's more, there was no change in her appearance except for the soot. She was completely unharmed, Ahiji. Pale, nauseous, and with black blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, Ninon stood up. She was equipped with the dragon's beard robe, made from the carcass of a dragon. A direct hit from a pistol bullet would not penetrate or even fray it. However, this was only true for the equipment itself. Although the flexible material dispersed and absorbed most of the shock, it did not fully protect the human body underneath. The kinetic energy that failed to disperse sent shocks into her body, damaging several organs. The blackened blood was a result of it. If she was an ordinary person, she would not have been able to stand. But Ninon was also an A-rank adventurer and a member of the Scarlet Shield. She wasn't about to give up just because she was suffering from an internal wound now. She placed her palm on the injured area of her belly and sent healing waves into it. H-heal. After the green illumination disappeared, the pain and nausea vanished as if they never existed. But the cold sweat on Ninon's face did not go away. This was because of the fear she had of the monster, the beautiful woman standing in front of her. An enormous amount of magic was leaking from her body. The various mysterious weapons she unleashed on them. Her sturdiness was such that she was unharmed in a suicidal attack. In every single way, she had overwhelmed the A-ranked adventurers. She was a force that surpassed even the dragons they once fought. They had no idea such a monster lay dormant inside the ruins. This situation was already beyond what an A-ranked party could handle. If the highest-ranking adventurers from each country did not join forces, they might not even be able to challenge it. Such fears crossed Ninon's mind. Marvelous, my admiration. To think that all of you could survive even after all those attacks. Femme glanced at where the smoke had cleared. The survivor of the Apostles of the Dawn, who had been captured, tortured, and now abandoned in the corner, was struck by stray bullets and was drawing his last breath. His body, full of holes, was like a piece of paper torn to shreds without caring about the dotted guiding lines. This was what usually happens when a person was hit by the sweep of the Gatling cannon. The Scarlet Shield enduring it and fighting back was the exception. Unusual. Yes, the Scarlet Shield was an unusual group of adventurers. The explosion of the grenades summoned by Femme. The 3 vanguards were caught up in it, but they were still alive. Blackened here and there, with burns and lacerations all over their bodies, and yet they were still breathing. Gah. Oh, that was a close one. Oh yeah. If Gerald hadn't instructed me at that moment, I'd be dead right now. Not only that, they stood up, cursing and swearing while stretching their limbs. If Femme was a monster, so were they. An adventurer was a monster who kills monsters. And their rank was the extreme north of that. It's no surprise that they stood up to an attack that would have killed a normal person 10 times over. What was more astonishing was their intuition in combat that allowed them to take the best defensive action immediately. As Gotch said, they were following Gerald's command to get down. They were from the continent of Ithusela, where sword and sorcery reigned supreme, and the grenade was completely unknown to them, yet they managed to find the best solution to counter it. This was what made them extraordinary. Of course, this was no baseless guess or divine intervention. Femme's attacks have all been fast, linear, and piercing, but when the 3 men closed in on her, her attack was more relaxed than ever. Perhaps she could use some explosive attack. If that was the case, by lowering bodies to the ground, the area exposed to the blast would be minimized. Such logic played out unconsciously in Gerald. A strong instinct towards the best answer. The guts to surrender his fate entirely without hesitation to the instinct, and the party members' faith in their leader. This was what made it possible for these men to survive. These were the kind of warriors that should be admired. Femme laughed further at the scene of the men raising their battered bodies while the woman was preparing another healing prayer. I am happy. This is fun. This is what it means to have a fight. What it means to have a battle. This is the joy of fulfilling my mission. Ah, is this what everybody else has been feeling? Her eyes narrowed in fascination, her arms outstretched as if welcoming a lover, her whole body expressing her joy. In the meantime, the Scarlet Shield was steadily preparing to resume the battle. What are we gonna do? She is one heck of a monster. As soon as we recover, we'll have to fight to the death again. It's about our approach to attacking her that is the problem. Hey, I've got an idea. Gotch then turned his shrewd gaze behind where Femme stood. The crystal in the center of the hall shone brightly in the ruins. When Cedric threw the axe earlier, she stopped for a second and then shot it down, didn't she? It was as if she hesitated to avoid it when she should have. She showed hesitation in avoiding. Gotch remembered a scene from the earlier attack. When Cedric threw his axe out of the blue, Femme certainly hesitated in making her decision. There was no reason why she couldn't have avoided it. Her agility was such that she could dodge Gotch's continuous slashes. Even with all the momentum, she could have at least avoided the flying projectile. If she did not do so, then there must be a reason why she chose not to do so. For example, if she avoided it, it would have hit something behind her that she didn't want damaged. That giant crystal. Guardian, that's her role here, right? If that's the case, then I think it's reasonable to assume that she's trying to protect it. But all the flying bombs and weapons she has been using indiscriminately. But the whole time, that crystal has not been scratched even once. If she was confident in the accuracy of her attack, then it wouldn't be absurd for her to choose flashy attacks. Cedric used his chin to motion towards the radial black soot on the floor. It was the leftovers from the grenade explosion. It was an attack that could have engulfed the crystal behind him, but there was enough distance between the explosion traces and the crystal. In addition, from the markings left in the traces, it seemed that Femme had prevented the shockwaves with her own body. It seemed that Gotch's reasoning was highly probable. Gerald nodded in agreement. Let's do it. Gotta try it out. Are we really all good on it? Either way, we don't have many options. As long as there is a chance, then it is worth a shot. Gerald then readied his stance. The first thing was to dodge the enemy's attacks, then aim for the crystal in the middle of the hall. If defending the crystal was a priority for the monster, she would be conscious of possible stray bullets hitting it, and thus, her movements would be slower. The Scarlet Shield would take advantage of the opening to slay her. It might seem like a cowardly move, but this was a battle of life and death. They were not as naive to think that they could pick between fair and unfair moves. So long as the fight ended in their favor, any strategy they chose was appropriate. And now that they steeled their resolve. So that's how it is. Femme gave a small nod. Certainly, it would be troubling for the things I am protecting to be damaged. She removed the weapon on her left hand. Then I shall initiate a change in routine. The weapon vanished into thin air like a magic trick. What? The whole of the Scarlet Shield frowned at the incomprehensibility of her actions. Why would she be willing to give up the weapon that had destroyed Gotch's breastplate and struck Ninon in the stomach? Moreover, there was no attempt to call in new armaments. She had been fighting with firearms all along. Would she actually be going for hand-to-hand combat now? The firearms operational test phase has ended. To continue, I declare the start of the hand-to-hand combat test phase. And there she declared it. As if to ridicule their expectations, Femme clenched her fists, bent her knees slightly, lowered her hips, and took a new stance. A fighting stance. It was true that a knuckle brawl would not be likely to damage the crystal. But how could she give up that advantage without hesitation when she had been dominating the fight with it? Then the only reason must be obvious. She was confident that she could beat the four of them in close combat. Wide heal. In the meantime, Ninon had finished her prayer and released a wide area healing magic. Gerald and the other vanguards were healed from their injuries and their stamina replenished. Femme watched on in silence. This is our only choice. Let's do it. Gotch showed his determination. Even if the opponent was confident in her combat skills, there were plenty of ways to get around it. First of all, they had to get close to the crystal, and so, he sprinted to it. Femme was still waiting in silence. Can't let this one go, can you? Cedric followed immediately, clutching his last remaining weapon, a large hatchet. He wanted to throw his weapon again to see if she would avoid it, but he couldn't possibly throw all of his weapons. Femme looked on in silence. This time for sure, I'll slice you. Gerald placed all his strength into his sword and gave a loud battle cry. He chose to use a stab. With the full momentum he possessed, he was going to pierce and kill her. He ran, intending to hit the crystal behind him if she tried to evade. Femme met the attack in silence. Sorry for being abrupt, but let's have a little review. What are the requirements of a good adventurer? And how well does Gerald Layson possess such requirements? That's what this review is going to focus on. First of all, they are competent. I would certainly not have any complaints in this condition. A swordsman who once slayed a dragon, and during this adventure, killed a manticore and a mithril golem with one strike, how could he not be considered competent? Secondly, madness. No problem in this respect either. The way he challenged the machine gun with his scimitar. His willingness to put his and his allies' lives in the hands of a fleeting momentary revelation. In any case, it was not sane at all. He was a madman. Last but not least, luck. I'm sure you'll disagree with me on this one, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say it. Gerald Layson was a lucky man. Undoubtedly, he was a very lucky man. Here's the scene to prove it. Hey! Someone from the Scarlet Shield let out an out-of-place voice. The voice was either Cedric or Gotch, or it could have been Ninon. Whoever it was not something to expect to hear from an adventurer in a battle. Gerald was very lucky to not show confusion like that. Then something crashed into the stone wall. It sounded like a leather bag full of water, and the sound of Femme's feet zipping across the floor. Finally, with a light crunch, what looked like a broken fang fell to the floor. G rowled. Ninon's gaze wandered around, searching for their leader. In the midst of a battle with an enemy of unprecedented strength, it was out of the question to take her eyes off her opponent. But she had to do it. It was not a problem that can be dismissed, because the leader of the party has gone missing in the middle of battle. In the end, she finally caught sight of her leader. Only his lower half remained, and it was stuck to the walls. It was like a carriage squashing a frog. For a moment, silence reigned in the innermost hall of the temple. Cedric and Gotch, who had leapt at their opponent, stopped in midair and landed on their feet. Femme looked around at the stiffened adventurers, steam billowing from every part of her body. The only sound was Ninon's confused voice. Femme lightly shaked her right fist. Report, 2 cm crack on fist. Was it impossible to not receive damage? A tiny scar on the back of her hand, that was all Gerald had done to her. Impossible. Cedric shuddered as he realized what had just happened. The 3 men of the Scarlet Shield were trying to attack her. Femme then chose Gerald to counter. She then swung her fist at him. That was all it took. The impact of her fist shattered the dragon fang scimitar and blew Gerald's body into halves. One half vaporized, while the other half was smashed onto the wall. Surely it was an instant death. Clearly no human could have survived that. Cedric wailed in despair. There was hatred in Gotch's eyes. Ninon's gaze wandered, as if unable to accept reality. Let me reiterate it. Gerald Layson was a fortunate man. He never had to experience the sorrow of losing a comrade. He was the first to die. He reached the peak of his life. He died in the true spirit of a warrior, in the midst of a battle with a powerful enemy. He felt no pain, no regrets. There was simply no time given for him to feel such emotions. To those who were involved with the monster hidden in the temple, his death was one of the easiest. Auto repair, operational. Recovery, complete. And the wounds he left on her disappeared without a trace. This was the result of the final blow of the dragon slayer known as Red Lion, who risked his all to unleash. And this was part of his good fortune once again, as he did not have to witness this scene. Arg! A shadow jumped forward at the same time as the scream. His twin dragon claws glowed. Gotch was now in a rage. He threw away his usual calmness and swung his twin swords at the enemy. The shouting was not the result of his explosive breathing. It was just a long, drawn-out cry of anger. The party's scout, a man of calm, had given way to murderous intent and hatred. Femme turned to him in silence and opened her arms wide, while wondering what he was doing. "You bastard! How dare you?" to Gerald. Gotch no longer had the calm to consider the strange response from her. If she wanted to expose herself, then he would gladly cut right through her. Die, 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 that was all he thought as he slammed his twin dragon claws down. How dare you, our leader, our hope. Deye. Every slash he did, streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Normally he acted more cheekily within the party, but the truth was that he admired the leader more than anybody else. In the early days of his adventuring, when he was frustrated with his uselessness in battle, Gerald helped him train. He would never forget the feeling of happiness he felt when he was recognized as a member of the party. Whenever he disagreed with the leader, they would discuss and come to an acceptable conclusion. And so, while sometimes clashing with each other and other times putting full trust in one another, they reached the ranks of heroes. And this damn thing killed their irreplaceable leader. Warning, accuracy is reducing. Clank, suddenly his 2 daggers were fixed in place. Femme grabbed Gotch's weapons, stopping the attack. Question, what is wrong? The previous person provided more meaningful battle data. I request a do-over. There was not even a scratch on the face or body of the monster. Even though Gotch's attacks have lost some of their usual precision, his weapons were the dragon claws enhanced by his life force. How sturdy was she that not a single cut seemed to have appeared on her? Aga, aga, aga. When the weapon was suppressed, Gotch started to headbutt her. How could a headbutt damage her when all the slashes did nothing? He had lost all his senses, and all he cared about was to attack his opponent. Femme let out a sigh at such madness. Her face and her posture showed no signs of wavering as she received the repeated headbutts. This is a waste of time. I give up. No, Gotch, get away. Cedric's advice was too late. Well, even if it was on time, he would not have listened anyways. Gotch, with blood streaming from his forehead, continued to deliver headbutts. Hun. In return for the continuous headbutts, Femme blew his head away. The headless corpse of Gotch fell on its back with a shock. All the blood that flowed out of him, together with the gray matter and pieces of flesh, was sprinkled on the floor. Instead of avenging his leader, he died without even scratching his foe. Go Gotch. It can't be, then Mr. Gerald too. Ninon finally woke up from her stupor, after being shown the death of another party member. But that didn't mean things were going to get any better. Already, the party had been reduced to half its original size, and the fallen members were the ones responsible for most of their firepower. Cedric was the party's shield, and Ninon was the party's healer. The two of them have no way of dealing a decisive blow against a monster that was unharmed by the claws and fangs of a dragon. Ninon's sacred magic would not be effective at all. In what was effectively a dead-end situation, Cedric made a call. "Run, Ninon, I'll hold her off here." See Cedric. With his shield at the ready, he stood in front of the enemy with his only remaining comrade at his back. He was a man of valor. It was a magnificent sight to behold. But the situation was far too dire for admiration. Even if Ninon fled, there were countless golems roaming the ruins. They may be inflexible, but they have better perception than the average monsters in the trees of darkness. Also, the tools adventurers used to dazzle their enemies were often designed for use against biological monsters. It was a tough enemy for an A-ranked priest to overcome on her own. But if they stayed here, they were bound to be wiped out. If so, then they had to bet on whatever remaining chance they had. Even if it meant giving up his own life, that was what Cedric decided. A wonderful self-sacrificing nature. I give my compliments. Being sarcastic, damn monster. No, I honestly think it is wonderful. You didn't hesitate to sacrifice yourself in order to do your very best. It's a beautiful attitude. I would like to learn that as well. The look on the monster's face was so gentle it was frightening. She was like a mother who watched her injured child get up from a fall, even though she was the one who pushed the child down. In other words, it was the gaze from an overwhelmingly superior person who loved to watch their subordinate toil away. Announcement: however, I'm not going to let even one of you escape. I'm not going to let a mass-produced golem claim the credit. I will complete the mission with my own hands. Femme's figure trembled and then vanished. She moved without leaving any sound behind, going much faster than what A-ranked adventurers could follow with their eyes. Cedric thrusted his shield, wholly prepared to sacrifice himself. "Please hit the shield, and please endure this one hit," he fervently prayed. Just as he wished, Femme's iron fist landed onto his dragon scale shield. Though his wish was not fully granted and the shield did not hold up against the single blow. It sounded as if a gong was sounded. At the same time, Cedric's body flew apart, exploding within. The exceedingly powerful punch had destroyed the frail human body hidden behind his shield and his armor. The dragon's scales plating on the shield shattered, and the light of life that had been sucked out of its owner glimmered in the air. It might have been a merciful veil to hide the sight of grotesque destruction. But then the gods must be fickle if this was the mercy they granted, because the disciple of God was not even given time to benefit from it. Ha! Ninon's neck was gripped by cold fingers. In the end, she was not given the time nor space to grieve for Cedric or to escape. Femme had captured the final member of the Scarlet Shield herself. All that is left is to neutralize you, and the mission is complete. I confirm. Ah, gah. Ninon gasped as she was mercilessly strangled. Many thoughts went through her mind and then disappeared. The sadness of losing all the friends she had made over the years. The frustration of not being able to be of help to them. Anger and hatred towards the enemy in front of her. The fear of imminent death. And the last thought that remained was, who exactly are you? It was a very simple question. She was armed with unknown weapons, immune to sacred magic which was effective against all known monsters, and even the equipment made from the corpse of a dragon was no match for her. Ninon had never even heard of such a monster. If there was such a monster capable of this, then they must be the demon king from the legends or his kin. Are you a high-ranking demon? Please don't say that, I ask of you. At her comment, Femme's expression twisted, and she increased the force from her hand. Gah, I am outraged. You can't be any further from the truth. You mean to tell me that you couldn't even tell what I was, even though we have been fighting all this while? That's enough. And here, I thought I have completed a worthy objective. Stop trying to put a damper on this. I sentence you to sleep like this. You don't even have the right to know who I am. With her arteries compressed and the blood flow to her brain cut off, Ninon's consciousness sunk into deep darkness. Femme's golden eyes continued coldly observing the situation. Thus, the A-ranked adventurer party Scarlet Shield disappeared from the world. Chapter 52, Scarlet's Research Final, My Greatest Apologies, Master. The precious Gatling cannon was destroyed. As soon as the debriefing began, Femme, who had finished bringing in the new prisoner, the priestess of the Scarlet Shield, bowed to me. She seemed sincerely apologetic, but to tell the truth, I didn't really care much. Well, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm the one who asked you to do the operational test against A-ranked adventurers. But, first of all, the mission I entrusted you with defending the lighting facility and capturing of the intruders went well. I'm satisfied with that. Is that not enough for you? Saying it like that is unfair. Femme looked unconvinced. Homie, there's really no need to worry about it. And what does it matter? It's just a toy or two. It's just a prototype of a prototype that I made as a little break from my research. That's some crazy toy, The one who interrupted me, with his mouth twitching, was due. All the other members of the Opus series were gathered here in my personal workshop. It has become tacit that after a big mission, we would usually have a review meeting here. He shrugged his shoulders and continued. If a weapon like that makes its way to the world, it could wipe out one or two of the 4 major powers. To be holding on to such a toy. Speaking of that, the Gatling cannon and other firearms are currently only available as specialized equipment for Femme. And even though she is the only one who can handle them, the data from her battles do not look promising. I think our master's decision is justified. It was Uni who gave a long explanation. As she said, a firearm with such a complex mechanism would be too much for the slave weapons mass production department, which was busy researching small arms. It would be impossible to make them without the help of either me, Uni, or Says, who were skilled in alchemy. I am planning to simplify the process so that even mass-produced types can make them, but that was not my current top priority. After all, my main goal is to achieve immortality, and researching on powerful weapons was just a way to protect myself until that comes to fruition. Or maybe just a way to relax. More like, normal punches would have been way stronger. It pales in power when compared to Lil, Femme's body herself. If regular forces were to use them, it wouldn't be possible unless they are all made from mithril. Wahaha, when it comes to the legendary mithril, Albenyal Kun and everybody are losing face. Charles laughed dryly at Says's analysis. Dew and the St. Gallen folks have overestimated the value of mithril. Speaking of which, in actuality, if we had unlimited resources, we can use orichalcus as much as we want, but for now, we have to make do with mithril. We have been mining those as raw materials, and the materials for Alchemist, which is the topic at hand, can now be obtained steadily from the monsters breeding in the trees of darkness. I'm still pretty amazed at the current situation we are in. Dre is surprisingly hard-headed, Common sense is something that is rewritten every day. In this case, I think Albenyal Kun is the one that lacks common sense. The vampire with the uncommon sexual habits was saying something, but I chose to ignore it. Well, I've seen the data, and it has enough firepower to nail that heavy armored warrior. If we keep improving the materials used and brushing up on the design, there will come a day when it becomes a weapon that is more reassuring than simply just punching. Until then, as I said before, you can think of it as a toy. I emphasized once again. Femme finally started to look up. Reply, yes, master's will is my will. Yes, it's good to be honest. Research is a process of trial and error. We cannot be discouraged by temporary unfavorable results. We reflect on the mistakes and flaws and prepare for the next time. In that sense, it's me who should be reflecting on the fact that we were doing live practice before simulations. I am surprised, though. I didn't know Femme had a passionate side to her. I thought you were more of the type who thought of fighting and stuff as work. What Charles was referring to was the battle with that party. I had been watching the battle unfolding in real time using my surveillance magic equipment, and I too was amazed at how much emotion she showed during the battle. After all, Femme was a golem. By nature, they did not possess any feelings of happiness or annoyance. However, she was equipped with the orichalco's brain, which was created to mimic the human brain. If it could reproduce human thoughts, it's no wonder that emotions were created. Still, I didn't know that she was so competitive either. Femme spoke with a small bow. I'm proud to say, I was created to fight. So it is only natural for me to be sincere in my fights. There's nothing wrong with that. Is that what it is? And because I never had a chance to make amends for my previous mistake. She must be referring to the attack on the elf village last year, when she was half destroyed by the highest level spell used by the target. That was truly shocking. I hadn't expected to find a mage from an unknown village who could break through the magic resistance of the orichalcon. Even I, who had just sent them off without a care in the world, was horrified. It must have been a serious trauma for Femme. At that time, she had just started operating and was not showing much emotion, so the other opuses and I around her did not even notice. After that, she continued to work as a liaison when I was at the royal capital, and also guarded the lighting facilities where no one usually came. It's no wonder that she was so determined to fight the next battle that she developed the desire to fight like a battle junkie. Master, it seems the current arrangement for Femme is inadequate. So you feel the same way, Uni? Femme's mission now put her in a long period of inactivity, but her emotions were making it unmanageable. It's a good thing that this time it was transferred to her fighting spirit, but if more stress were to cause a problem, we would be in trouble. We will need to make improvements as soon as possible. There is no need to use emotion-equipped golems to guard the innermost regions. In normal times, we should deploy normal golems that specialize in defensive combat, and use the Opus series only when a tricky intruder appears. It was a very reasonable opinion, typical of Uni. The idea that Femme, a high-end orichalcum golem, would have to be restrained to guard a place that was rarely visited was absurd when you think about it. If the only purpose was to repel intruders, then something designed for that purpose should suffice. Or rather, she was too overspecified for this security mission, as she carried heavy weapons and had more power than a siege weapon. Realize that earlier, me? Question. Am I not useful? Femme's voice sounded a little nervous at the thought that she was going to be relieved of her duties at this point. She is really specialized in combat. She couldn't help with research like Uni, Charles, or Says, nor was she suited for undercover missions like Dre. She wasn't even human, so she could not be entrusted with frontline work like Do. If she was removed from her security duties, then she would truly be out of job. On the other hand, if there were fewer and fewer opportunities for combat, that would weaken her identity. It was a problem. This was also the negative side effect of the loyalty that I inserted, so I could not just go through with it like somebody else's problem. There is something I could do. Don't be so downhearted. Don't feel too bad, it's just that I haven't been able to get you the right job. So I'm going to assign you a new mission that suits you better. Really? Yup. The details have to be worked out while consulting with everybody, so I can't assign the mission right away. I'm sure it's just another crappy mission anyway. Do buted it unnecessarily. That's rude. I'm pretty sure I've thought of a way to use Femme's abilities to help the world. Well, it would be clear after I explained it. With the latest mission, the Scarlet Shield, the most prominent party in the Western frontier, was eliminated. So, if monsters started making an offensive in the West, it would be a big deal, right? Yeah, and we were the ones that are causing it. Do listen. Our master is expressing his profound wisdom. Nice follow-up, Dre. But it's a little embarrassing for her to call it profound wisdom when I've only just struck on the idea. Well, let's leave it at that. That's why we have to do something about it. The Doldrin Margrave who rules there is also a member of my faction. I don't like the idea of that place being destroyed. We've discussed how to deal with that beforehand, though. I believe you were planning on experimenting with a new version of the product. Hey, Father and I have put a lot of work into this. Says thrusted out her chest and said proudly. Yes, unlike the Opus series, which were works of art, these products were mass-produced. They were slaves that had been remodeled in large numbers for a long time, in order to allow Says to gain experience in surgery. The latest model of them would be sent to the West in place of the destroyed adventurers. That was the original plan. I think I'll let Femme oversee those products. That is my greatest honor. Femme knelt down, creating an audible knock. Good, I'm glad she was satisfied with it. She would practically be a military governor. Are you sure we can leave this to Golem? It is not like it encompasses negotiations with the Margrave's army. We're just collecting actual battle data and providing support if necessary. After all, the West is on monsters' territory. We have no idea what kind of monsters are there, and the observers of the products will need to be able to fight in case of emergencies. I'm going to expect His Excellency the Margrave to make the big adjustments, right off the bat. In short, her role was to collect data and run wild as she pleases without getting in the way. I hope she will do her best to be useful to me while satisfying her fighting tendencies. Fem and I would be happy, and Lord Doldrin would have replacements for his lost adventurers. Win for everybody. Sounds like a great idea. Their A-ranked adventurers are gone, and replacing them are your loyal forces. I pity the Margrave. What are you talking about, Do? In addition to the new model, I'm sending them Fem that's way stronger than the adventurers. They'll have a much better fighting chance against the monsters. Besides, unlike her and the high-ranking adventurers, the products can be replaced at will. I'm sure Doldrin Margrave will agree that it is a good deal. Uni commented, as a matter of fact. She was an adventurer, and one with a nickname to boot, yet she gave such a harsh assessment. In her case, she had killed more adventurers than she had collaborated with them. She probably felt more annoyed than attached or proud of adventurers. Depending on the results of the operational tests in the West, the day may come when mass-produced slaves replaced adventurers. They can be supplied stably, obey orders reliably, and have lower operating costs. Of course, they will only be sent to the territory of nobles belonging to my faction. After all, they were my most important political pawns. I'm willing to relieve them of their security burdens so that they can operate at maximum capacity. After all, the cost of hiring adventurers and preparing for large-scale expeditions to fight monsters is quite high. There are not many adventurers who are willing to work without pay like Uni. I'm sure it would make things far easier for them financially. But other than members of my faction, the territories of other nobilities and other countries were outside of my jurisdiction. Allowing external parties entire their sphere of influence would increase the risk of information leakage. So the only lords who would accept my products would be members of their own faction who have been brainwashed. As I said before, there was no noble who would welcome a person with a powerful fighting force roaming around in their own territory. Even dragon-slaying heroes are replaceable, huh? I wonder what adventurers are then. Du muttered depressingly to himself. He, too, was a former adventurer who had risen to the rank of B. He might have been brooding about the end of those who were ranked higher than he was. But there are all kinds of dragons, aren't there? From strong to weak ones. I've analyzed the wrecked armors that Fem has recovered, and the material seems to be from a fairly young specimen. Probably a young dragon, less than 100 years old. They killed a lower-level dragon species, the lesser dragon. Even so, it's enough of a threat to wipe out a local city or two, but it's no match for the Opus series. How about going to the West or St. Gallen to hunt dragons? I'm sure we'll get some good material. It would be difficult to face some kind of legendary dragon lord, but it would not be so difficult if it were a mid-grade dragon that was several hundred years old. I possessed only a few samples of certain dragon species, so it would be enticing to hunt them. Hee, sounds good. As for me, I'd like to capture them alive. Our Cyclops was recently defeated, so we need to replenish our supply of big game anyways. A dragon as the boss of the trees of darkness would not be a bad idea. Yes, I think the chimera material was interesting. Wouldn't it be more interesting to combine fire dragons, ice dragons, and thunder dragons to make a super dragon that spits out 7 colored breaths? High-ranking dragons can humanize, right? So I'll take a virgin female dragon. I object to Opus 4's proposal. It is difficult to capture a high-ranking dragon alive. In addition, there is little point in selecting females that meet Opus 4's aesthetic needs. I mean, what the hell are you doing with a dragon? No, don't tell me. I can imagine it already. So, what do you want to do with the dragon after you hunt it? How about you enlighten me, senpai? Do you want to use them as materials for swords or something like that, just like an adventurer would? Everyone seemed to have different opinions on how to use a dragon. There was one person who was out of line, but that was as expected. No, to be honest, I wouldn't recommend using dragon-made weapons. They boost performance in exchange for life force, right? If that's the case, it's better to use orichalcum or something else from the start to make high-performance equipment. Is that how it works? I agree too. First of all, we can append such functionalities that boost performance temporarily later, whenever we want. For example, Fem. As I said, I turned my gaze to Fem. She was a masterpiece that made me proud, being able to shake off the dragon slayers who wore dragon armaments with ease. She nodded her head in agreement. Affirmation. By circulating magic power through magic-infused metals, its strength and other properties can change. I have those abilities by default. Fem was a golem made with orichalcum, a super material. The orichalcus brain wasn't the only high-end feature she had. The vril generator, a semi-permanent magic generator. Magic generators consume fuel, but the one installed in Fem was different from the norm. The magic fuel known as vril becomes impure on usage, but it can be reused many times by installing a purification system. Basically, it was a perpetual motion machine one could only hope to find in dreams. However, if Fem was damaged and leaks occurred like it did last year, vril would need to be resupplied, but that won't happen very often. It's not like there were many strong mages who could cast the highest rank of electric magic. In fact, most of their attacks didn't go through, right? The only weakness is when you're supplying another weapon, consuming your magic power, and lowering your defense. This is another dilemma we face for mass production of heavy weapons. Since magic was used to fill up the gaps from the current state of science and technology, only those with an abundance of magical power could operate them. Even if Uni or Dre were capable of using them, the two of them would fare well enough with just their magic and blades. This is something that needs improvement. Why don't we just put a generator in the weapon? If we do so, the supplied magic power goes up, and the firepower will go up too. No says, that would make it too large. Rather than generators, capacitors would be a better fit. It would be more compact. Wow, awesome, as expected of father. Good idea. Then next time, we will go in that direction for upgrading. Getting a more powerful weapon. I look forward to it. Says had already set her sights on her next toy, while Fem looked excited for it. I'm glad they were enjoying themselves. I guess I'd better get to work on my own research, since Fem went through the trouble to get these specimens back. Oh, you mean the well-endowed priestess. Hee, she's in good condition, isn't she? The combination of her devotion to God and her immoral body is really something. She won't be passed on to you. 4. Because the opportunities for procuring such priests as test subjects are truly limited. Uni was right. We couldn't afford to hand out our precious experimental subjects to Charles. In fact, he was already given many high-value toys, and I didn't want his lust to grow any further. And that's when Dre interjected. By the way, Master, what are you planning to do with priests? To be honest, they are unlikely to contribute to the study of alchemy or immortality. It was a reasonable question. After all, they were religious people. They did not aspire to gain eternal life, but for peace in the afterlife. At first glance, they might not seem to have any value in achieving my goals, but it's too early to say that. Well, I'm currently investigating the principles of sacred magic and others. The Magic Academy hadn't done much in this area, partly because of the church's interference. That's why I like to take this opportunity and conduct a thorough inspection. Specifically, the difference between regular magic and sacred magic, the specific working principles of prayer-triggered miracles, and the God behind sacred magic. God, yes, God, a being that is supposed to be immortal, indestructible, and eternal. In short, my senior who has already reached the utopia I longed for. I wanted to learn more about them. God. Who are they? Dre spoke with bated breath. If God were an omnipresent being, how did they become one? Why do they give miracles to believers and have the believers worship themselves? How do they govern heaven and hell, the afterlife? Or was it like how I felt as I faced the end of my previous life and the beginning of my new life, where the afterlife was a void and the existence of God a lie? The more I thought about it, the more things I wanted to know. For someone like me, who aspired to gain immortality, there was no subject more interesting than God. There is no harm in learning more about the mechanisms of sacred magic. Our immediate enemy is Marquis Lavallee. He has been encouraging closer ties with the Omnian Empire, that religious nation. Depending on how things go, we may even come into conflict with that country. We need to be prepared for that. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and thou shalt not be in danger in 100 battles. That's one of Master's teachings. Uni said, it was the knowledge from my previous life that I taught her. Well, I'm sure there were similar sayings in this world. After all, this was a world where people fought not only with their own kind, but also with different kinds of monsters and subspecies. It would be no surprise to find proverbs related to war. In that sense, there is no more troublesome opponent than Omnia. They are secretive and use doctrine as their shield. On the other hand, they have a lot of holy relics and secrets hidden. In all seriousness, I wouldn't want to make an enemy of them if I could help it. This is why we will be using adventurer priests, who are considered a cut above even the churches over there. Though if word spreads about your deeds, even if it was just a small part of it, I have no doubt that more enemies would appear. 'Cause we're artificially cultivating monsters here, huh? We humans use materials from monsters in our day-to-day life. I don't see what's wrong with raising them like sheep. It's really irrational. This is why nobody should fixate themselves on fixed ideas like religion. Getting back to the matter at hand. That's why I've been experimenting with the adventurer priests we captured from the dungeon. Can they use sacred magic after their brains are modified, with their beliefs on religion no longer present? Or if I don't change their beliefs, but control their bodies to break their commandments in some way? The problem is that the supply of samples we have is limited, so I can't really explore large changes in the experiments though. That was one heck of an experiment. The other day, I replaced the object of my faith with a random imaginary god and had him chant sacred magic with it. And then the priest said, "Buhaha, you devilish heretic, you will be judged by my god, Hondoraminosa." Can you imagine? Just thinking about it, bufufuhaha. Says burst out laughing, holding her stomach. Of course, after saying that, sacred magic failed to activate. If it did, it would be problematic. In the sense that I wouldn't know how to react to that. So the masters are operating normally? If you don't stop, you'll really be punished one day, okay. That would be a problem. I shrugged my shoulders at the negative reactions from the men's side. I thought that Charles would enjoy this kind of thing, even if Du was rather sensible. I'm not doing this for fun either. I'm doing this to investigate God, possibly an unknown threat against this world, and if gods do exist, I would uncover the secrets behind their immortality and make it my own. Hence, I'm going to try my best to find a way to deal with God before I get punished. I said as I left the workshop with my assistants, so that I could perform the all-important research without delay. Section. He was really lucky. He succeeded in escaping from the Temple of the Sun, an extremely dangerous place, and while carrying with him a treasure trove, pieces of mithril with him. By applying a magic trace remover on his body, and by hiding any presence he had, he somehow managed to get close to the base camp without encountering any monsters. A few more steps, just a few more steps, and he would reach the base camp where the other adventurers were waiting. With such hope in his heart, the two remaining members of the four-headed dragon ran through the night forest. "Stop slowing down, do you want to be left behind?" The leader of the group slowed down to match his remaining member. It was not out of consideration for his comrades. It was simply because he had given his men half of the treasures from the mithril golem. It was easily worth a fortune. Of course, life is most important, but he wanted to pick up as much money as possible. If the potential reward was a huge amount of money, then it was even more so important. "I'm sorry." The subordinate who was told off reflexively bowed his head. Was that the right response? He was already running in an unsteady position while carrying his luggage. The slightest of bow caused him to lose his balance and he fell. "Gah! Damn it, what are you doing, you idiot?" Since they were in the middle of an area where monsters roamed, his cursing naturally had to be more subdued. The leader of the four-headed dragon quickly picked up the fallen items in the bushes and reached down to lend him a hand. "Come on, get up. You're no use to me as a baggage handler, you piece of shit." "I'm so sorry, leader." He grasped the leader's hand tightly with his left hand. "Really, I'm sorry." With his sword, which he quickly drew with his right hand, he poked the leader in the chest. Ah. Caught off guard, the leader stared at the sword in his chest with his mouth hanging open. The suddenness of the attack seemed to have caught up with him. Even though the blade had pierced his back, he was more bewildered than in pain. Ha, I did it. Who's the shit, huh? The fucking leader, huh? He hurled a twisted sneer at his leader, who was dumbfounded. He made a smile that was mixed with contempt and glee, a smile that an upstart would make upon victory against his superiors. Being shown that face, the leader frowned in anger and pain. "Did you betray?" "Betray? How dare you say that to someone you don't even have a shred of faith in?" The four-headed dragon uses and abandons its party members in order to survive and gain for itself. That's what I did, and I followed it to the letter. In fact, he had seen many times when members were abandoned by this ruthless leader, used as a pawn against powerful monsters or as meat shields. Sometimes he would even cut off the arms of dissenters. There was no reason to show loyalty to a man like that. If there was, it was because of the fear of being killed if one disobeyed him. However, the power to suppress his anger, his sword, was not on the leader's waist. It had been shattered by the golem during battle at the ruins and was still there. He was really lucky. The others had been wiped out, leaving him alone with his defenseless and powerless target. On top of that, he would now have the mithril all to himself. There were not many men who have been blessed by such good fortune. Don't think you can get away with this. Of course I will get away with this. Battles between adventurers are just considered natural deaths. Well, it might not be overlooked since we are doing a direct guild commission, but luckily for me, we are in the trees of darkness. Nobody saw this. I'm sure you'll just become fodder for some monster so no evidence would be left. Heh, Lady Luck is truly looking my way. You piece of shit. The curtain of life of the leader of the B-ranked party, four-headed dragons, closed while being looked down upon by a prideful smile. And this was the moment when the expedition alliance to explore the trees of darkness was destroyed. Goodbye, leader. Stay there and become monster poop. He was the last one left alive, and he walked through the forest in great spirits. He'll need help to carry the mithril. It would be nice if he could get help from the people guarding the base camp, but they would almost certainly want to share. He wasn't sure how to handle that. Section. Here is the evaluated sum. Oh damn, that's down as heck. When Raymond saw the amount of money that the guild official presented him, he blatantly clicked his tongue. It was obvious that the payment was more restrained than the last time. He was thinking of protesting about his reward. However, the person who calculated and presented the reward was not the Mr. Postman of the past, but a female employee in charge of reception. In other words, she was a capable employee prepared by canals. If he poked her in the wrong way, he might even be accused of bad behavior as a migratory crow. Raymond gave up on bargaining and accepted the evaluation. Fine then. Thank you, by the way, Mr. Raymond. What? There have been some bad rumors lately, haven't there? I heard that some people in the trees of darkness have been interfering with young people's efforts to defeat monsters. Oh, really? Raymond's voice lowered. This was a situation that he had half expected. Even if the Adventurers Guild was laissez-faire as an administrator, they couldn't allow them to continuously monopolize the hunting grounds, as it might cut off the growth of young adventurers. He knew that he would be warned at some point in time. That's really troubling. Yeah, troubling indeed. Raymond replied as if he was uninvolved. The female employee let out an obvious sigh. The territorialization of the hunting grounds that he had spearheaded was certainly an unsightly act. However, it was not something that could be immediately censured and banned for that reason. After all, experienced C-rank adventurers were valuable. Unless they were in a monster house like the Western region or St. Gallen, C-rankers were likely the main force in most towns. Their capabilities were not easy to replace. Of course, if he ignored the warnings from the guild over and over again, that might not be the case for long. My, it's really scary. You never know when you'll be interfered in the middle of an adventure, right? I'm not a young person, but I still don't like the idea of having to pay attention to things other than monsters. That's right, I would have to be careful with my back as well as my front. Hahata. Totally. Hahata. We exchanged false smiles. Suddenly, Raymond made a show of turning away. Then maybe it's time to go. I've been feeling a little weak lately. Oh no, isn't that because you challenge high-difficulty dungeons? Mr. Raymond is a C-rank adventurer. If you don't obsess over the trees of darkness, I think you can keep at it. The female employee said in a friendly manner, but her true intentions were different. Reading behind lines, they were. If you want to leave the trees of darkness and move to a lower priority area, I'll be happy to help you. I'll think about it. Well, thanks for the advice. He had no reason to object. His crew who monopolized the area for themselves were ultimately a bunch of crows, there for the sake of quick gains. If they learned that the guild was starting to hint or warn them, some of them might be ruffled. Younger members who had been excluded from the hunting areas would probably bear the brunt of their wrath. Thinking about it, it's not that bad to be given a new area to work at. The guild official smiled. Yes, by all means, please do. We want our skilled adventurers to be able to work in an orderly fashion for many years to come. Well, thank you. After saying this, Raymond walked out through the wooden door. At the same time, the sunlight shining on his face made him squint his eyes. It was near summer. The stores that were being built during spring have now started operating. In the meantime, more construction was happening, including new stores and houses for the people who work there. Marlin was in its early stages of a boom. Brother, do you need a new weapon? If you don't need a new weapon, we do maintenance too. A secret potion for bruises, cuts, broken bones, you name it. Would you like one? Marlin's famous donuts, sweet and delicious donuts. As for the price, hey young mister, you wanna come by? It's half price during the day. Of course, the service won't be any different. I'm sorry, but this street is already at its limit. You can't open a store here. Haven't I explained that to you many times? That's all well and good, Mr. Lobert, but we're in the midst of. Father, I want a donut too. Be patient, it's for people from other places. It's too much for our tastes. Raymond walked through the landscape of a flourishing town. To be completely honest, he would have liked to stick around a little longer. It was finally time for a large tavern, a small brothel, and a weapons shop to open. This place was becoming convenient as a base of operations for adventurers. It would be a shame to leave the town for another at such a time. It was truly an inopportune moment to leave. Oh well, what's there to do? The lack of luck was the reason why Raymond acted alone as a migratory crow. If he hadn't left the party when he was young, if he hadn't overextended himself when he was solo, if he had joined a new party, there was no end to his regrets. Many times he wished he had a little more luck. This was yet another example of it. As he walked along, thinking about it, he passed a young adventurer. The migratory crow. He'd seen this before, he thought, as he walked away. He was reluctant to leave, but he had already decided to leave the town. With his new determination, he could no longer stay. If somebody realizes his intentions, people who hold grudges against him might come looking for him. He had to leave the town as soon as possible, without doing anything unnecessary and abandoning the people who were part of his crew. Oi, what's up? Nothing, just past some unpleasant bastard. The crow, oh yes, did you know? Speaking of bastards, there's a recent survivor from the four-headed dragon. Raymond hurried along the road to the inn, ignoring the chatter behind him. Then he smiled grimly. Damn, they're all so cool, huh? Not like they will ever be a real hero, anyway. He suddenly remembered Joel's party, the party with all the grand ideals. Their party was defeated. The boy who was hailed as a genius swordsman never returned from the trees of darkness in the end. There was some disturbance at the Adventurers Guild when news of their promising newcomer returned, but it had now passed. He was, no matter how you put it, just another commonly found mid-level adventurer after all. It was also the reason why the Alliance, with the Scarlet Shield at its core, was brought in. They, too, had carelessly ventured too deep into the ruins they had discovered and were destroyed, leaving only one person behind. They had a so-called perfect formation of 4 A-ranked adventurers and 3 supporting B-ranked parties, and yet they equally fell short. And yet, the world goes on and on. The elite adventurers, the handful of chosen geniuses, no matter what they are called, if they die, that was it. The people left behind do not mourn their loss and go about their daily lives as usual. That's what an adventurer is, a drainage cleaner who slays monsters. There was nothing heroic about it. For a few pennies, they clear rubbish that would otherwise be too much for others to clear away. That's all they do. They don't move society, they don't leave a mark on history. Originally, they were the ones who couldn't put food on the table even if they did normal work. And yet, because they were stronger than others, they think they are heroes. It was ridiculous. He had come to this conclusion based on his experience up to this age. When he was younger, he was different. When he was younger, he had thought that if he could make a name for himself with his sword, he would be known throughout the world as a hero. That was when he met his first stumbling block. From that point on, he kept tumbling down till he reached the point where he was despised as a crow. From the beginning, I should not have dreamed so much, and should have been more realistic. There was no need to force yourself to live hard and fast. It was wiser to live a not as exciting but long life, no matter how dirty or immoral it might be. That was Raymond's conclusion. Hey, keep dreaming, young people, until you die a miserable death like that boy. The migrator crow ambled along the path, sneering at the youngsters who have yet to experience failure. Towards the next feeding grounds. Behind him, the town of Marlin continued to grow, swallowing more and more adventurers. Chapter 53, The Start of Summer. Margrave Doldrin cast a puzzled glance at the guest in front of him. They were at the Margrave's office. The guest present was sent from Marlin to aid him in defeating the monsters. A few days ago, the Scarlet Shield, one of the top adventuring parties in the Western region, left for a quest by the Adventurers Guild to investigate the dungeon in Marlin. However, they were now not in a state where they could be returned. The priestess might be returned once business with her was done, but it seemed that she was probably incapable of fighting now. In other words, Margrave Doldrin had lost his greatest strength against demons. The guest present with him currently was the replacement that Tullius dispatched to make it up for him. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was the troops that she was leading. My name is Fem, Opus 5, and I am in charge of supervising the reinforcements to the west under the command of Lord Tullius Aubaniel. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Margrave. The one who bowed her head politely was a woman with platinum hair, wearing a strange armor that exposed a large portion of her stomach. In fact, from the details he heard, she simply looked like a woman and was not human. A golem, created by a madman skilled in alchemy. Although it resembled a delicate, soft-looking female body, it was actually a steel fighting machine that deflected arrows, swords, and spears. Although he had been informed in advance, he had never imagined that such a fairy tale-like being would be sent to him. It was completely beyond any of the Margrave's expectations. However, the Margrave was known for his boldness. He pushed aside all of his inner confusion and gave a composed affirmation. I see. I'm sorry you had to travel this far. In any case, I'm told you are here to act as a military observer. As he said this, Margrave Doldrin paused, trying to get a read of the person in front of him. After all, it was a golem. Was it even possible for her to show human expressions? This might have been a foolhardy attempt to read the guts of the other party. Fem nodded with an iron-masked expression on her face. My answer, yes. Those who will act as reinforcements are currently on standby at the front of the house, and that's when the sound of footsteps echoed from behind the door. Somebody was approaching the room. It was not the kind of noise that would be made by a Margrave's family member, no matter how vulgar that family member might be. Pardon me. As if she had averse to the incoming person, Fem leapt to the ceiling with a light movement. Then, with her arms and legs propped up against the beam, she stuck herself to the ceiling while looking down. It was a scene that left a strong impression on the Margrave once again that she was inhuman. I guess she was trying to hide. Fem's visit was completely in secret and unofficial. She wanted to stay out of sight from the people in the house. Immediately afterwards, a retainer of mine knocked heavily on the door and entered. Excuse me, sir. What's with the fuss? As my vassal, please, for God's sake, don't look up. He tried to get his retainer to leave quickly, but he clung to his desk. It is an emergency. Look at the front. The front. The retainer pointed out repeatedly, as if he was very bothered. Doldrin rubbed his brow with one hand and said in a firm voice, So, what is it I am asking? What's wrong with the front? Did a dragon come attacking the front of the mansion? No. It's not that, sir, but it's a serious situation and... Speak clearly. Having received a sharp rebuke for being unable to bring his point across, he finally straightened his back and regained his composure. Yes, sir, I'm sorry, I must have been too confused. There is a group of unknowns gathered at the front of the mansion, and I thought it might be an emergency, so I came to inform you. A group of unknowns. The Margrave inadvertently turned his gaze towards the ceiling. The golem, attached to the ceiling like an insect, nodded her head. Margrave Doldrin wanted to look up into the sky and sigh in exasperation. Putting the facts together, the group that appeared outside were arranged by Tullius. There are 20 of them. All of them are armed. We think they are adventurers or mercenaries, but the atmosphere coming from them is very strange. I understand. From the looks of it, they are not likely to attack the mansion now. For the time being, leave someone behind to keep watch on them. I'll be sending out another message shortly, so tell everyone in the house to refrain from any rash actions. As you wish, sir. The retainer bowed and quickly left the room. He was probably rushing to bring instructions from Margrave Doldrin back to the scene. Fortunately, the foreign object in the ceiling seemed to have gone unnoticed. As soon as the footsteps were far enough, Fem landed silently on the floor. "It seems that our Lord has sent me a very large gift." With a blank expression and full of bitterness, he said, "Not at all," I humbly reply. That was no compliment at all. On the contrary, the Margrave wished that there was some correspondence between them before being given such an arrangement. However, Margrave Doldrin was already a loyal pawn of Tullius. From Tullius' point of view, there was no need to hold back since there was no worry that the Margrave would defy him. As a person who retained some level of free will, it was frustrating. Then I can confirm that the initial batch of 20 units of the new S-Series products have indeed been transferred. From now on, the rights to command them are yours. Please use them to your heart's content. I'll simply be collecting battle data." Fem said nonchalantly. While they were all slaves, 20 of them was a large number. It would be very difficult to find an excuse for such a sudden large purchase. "I will have to use these gladiatorial slaves. It's going to be difficult." Gladiator slaves, as in slaves that are used for fights in arenas as a spectacle. They are often involved in dangerous acts that would lead to serious injuries rather than normal gladiatorial combat. They are preferred because, unlike professional gladiators, they do not require medical attention, and if they die, they could be easily replaced. It was rare for a noble to buy them, but it was not completely unheard of. Though it was not common to keep gladiatorial slaves, even for military people. Margrave Doldrin was well known for his military exploits and as a warrior. It was not impossible that he might choose to buy gladiatorial slaves. Even so, 20 slaves at once is unheard of. The world might think I've lost my mind. Don't worry, I'm sure when the combat results are made known, people will start praising your ability to discern talent. You seem quite confident, don't you? Well, good, I will happily use them then. It's not like I can go against the orders. Then, Margrave Doldrin left the room to inspect the conspicuous gift from Tullius. The lethargy and sighs from him as he walked showed signs of mental exhaustion. Fem's confidence was definitely not just a bluff. Before the eyes of Margrave Doldrin was an astonishing sight. The knights of the house were among the most powerful in the kingdom of Arkwell, as they ruled over a harsh land with a strong monster presence. They may be inferior to the most elite of the Imperial Guards, but there was no way they would fall behind any random, half-baked opponent. One of the knights, who was renowned for his strength, was crouching on the ground, holding his aching body with his hands, and looking down on them was one of the slaves known as the S-Series. End of simulation battle. Ah, ridiculous. That I would, to a mere slave. The knight, face on the sandy ground, let out a gasp of humiliation. He was considered one of the best among his vassals, but he was helpless against the slaves and had to taste defeat like this. Even though they were slaves for gladiatorial combat, they were still just slaves. This was the end result of his bravado, thinking that the slaves could not compete with the honorable knights. It all started when a retainer took issue with the Margrave suddenly gaining 20 gladiatorial slaves. As Margrave Doldrin had feared, many people in the house began to suspect that he was hit by a spell of insanity. Perhaps he had decided to obtain the slaves because of the loss of the Scarlet Shield, but even for a house of warriors, a gladiatorial slave was too vulgar. Even now, the retainer was trying to persuade the Margrave to reconsider. Without much room for other options, the Margrave said, to quell the complaints. "If you say so, then what about this? Let's see if you guys can face them off and get rid of them." If the S-Series won, his retainers would no longer be able to openly protest. After all, the Margrave family has its roots as a house of warriors. There would be no problems at all for him to surround himself with slaves, so long as they were strong. On the other hand, if his retainers won, he would have an excuse to return this gift from Tullius. With this strategy, the Margrave randomly selected one of the S-Series and one of the best warriors from the house. And the result was, the S-Series slave gained an overwhelming victory. The slave, who wore armor and a sword and whose collar was hidden, looked to the casual observer like an adventurer or a mercenary. The slave had treated one of the fiercest men from the Margrave as if he were a baby. "I hope you are satisfied, Your Excellency." The one who said, with a voice lacking in intonation, was the first slave entrusted to Doldrin by Tullius, Lucy, the M22. She acted as a liaison between the Margrave and the man-eating snake, and also reported back on the Margrave's movements. She was also present at the reception of the S-series, perhaps to observe how the Margrave would react. The Margrave looked at the girl beside him uncomfortably. He had no complaints about their performance, but the way he was handed them left much to be desired. However, in the face of this result, there was no choice but to agree. Indeed. Please wait. A young man interrupted the Margrave, who was about to give his approval, and spoke up. He was the only son of the Margrave, and he was dressed more elegantly than the rest of the retainers. He looked somewhat annoyed. What are you thinking, dear father? You invite these slaves in, and then you humiliate a knight who is loyal to our family. Please let these people go now. If they are slaves, they will value their freedom. As nobility of the kingdom, we have no positions to offer those of lowly status. Wouldn't this be better for both parties? But there are other facts that the Margrave's son was unaware of. While the right to command these slaves was handed to Margrave Doldrin, he was not free to release them. The chains connected to the collars of the S-series, including M22, extend from the hands of that mad Viscount of Marlin. However, there was no way he could divulge it here. If he did, Tullius would get news from M22 and start working to brainwash his son. So he had no choice but to poke and prod at his argument. You may be my heir, but you have no say in this. This is a decision that I, as the head of the family, have made. Father, obey, for these are the words of the kingdom's Margrave. Doldrin gritted his teeth at the fact that he had no choice but to suppress his son's opposition through his authority. Defying him further was tantamount to saying that he, the Margrave, the person tasked to quell the unrest from monsters in the West, was inept. Whether or not he knew about his father's feeling of helplessness, the son lifted the corner of his eye and shifted his focus. He looked at M22 from the corner of his eyes. You bitch, you've seduced my father again. He yelled and grabbed her by the collar. This was not the way a noble would treat a woman, but nobody around could punish him for it. Because no matter how she was treated, Lucy, M22, was a slave. It was common knowledge in this world that those who are fitted with a silver collar are not to be treated as human beings. A young woman with an age gap like that of parent and child suddenly appeared one day and served by the side of the Margrave day and night. That brought about nothing but gossip and speculation. Deplorably, since it was grounded in truth, he could not rebuke him. Margrave Doldrin looked down involuntarily. Although he was one of the more honest of nobles, he was still in his prime, and his wife had long since passed away. As a byproduct of Tullius brainwashing, he had also regained his health, which had been previously compromised by work. What would happen if a woman who listened to everything he said and did everything for him, even though she had another true master, appeared in his life? He laid his hands on M22 2 months ago. She did not resist. After that, on nights when he couldn't quell his rage, he did the same thing again and again. When he considered this fact, his spirits sank and his mouth became heavy. Please stop, young sire. A voice from one of his retainers brought Margrave Doldrin back to himself. It was one of the men who had accompanied him to Marlin who stopped his son. In other words, he had been brainwashed just like the Lord. Let go of me. She's a slave, but she's an adulteress who's harming our family. That can be punished by death. What the young sire says is true, but that person does not belong to you. The retainer was right. Killing another person's slave was tantamount to damaging their property. M22 was currently in the service of Margrave Doldrin, whose true owner was also Tullius. Even though she was at the bottom of the social hierarchy, and even if nobody would blink an eye at her death, only her master can kill her at will. The Margrave's son took one look at the retainer who stopped him hatefully and pushed the female slave away violently. He then turned resolutely to his father. Father, we can't have this kind of behavior repeated over and over again. As the head of the noble Doldrin Margrave family, please refrain from behaving in an immoral manner. I'm sure you've heard about the ruckus that happened at Count Carton's house, right? It was a story about a noble family that had caused a disturbance involving slaves last year, and the head of the family had been forced to retire in the ensuing trial. Yeah, of course. Margrave Doldrin affirmed with a melancholic expression. In any case, that was a case where Marquis Lavallee made a rare blunder, and that man and his slave were very much involved in it. Naturally, he could not remain indifferent to the matter, so he did his research. Based on the story and what had happened to himself, he guessed that the man in question had used brainwashing to manipulate the results of the trial. Surely, his son was unaware of the truth of the case and simply warned him at face value. I wouldn't want our house to make the same mistake as theirs. These words, imbued with a deep sense of concern, were meant as a warning to his father. If the misconduct becomes intolerable, he will not hesitate to force him to retire. That was what he was insinuating. I'll bear that in mind. Or would it not be better for this house, and the people of this land, if that were to be the case? He thought about it, but Margrave Doldrin, who did not have free will to agree with that, replied gravely. For today, I shall back off, but I will not give up on the issue of Lucy and these gladiatorial slaves. My apologies. The son, who made no effort to hide his disapproval, returned to the residence with many of the retainers in tow. It seemed that most of the family was in agreement with the son. If it was a true noble family, that should be the way it should be. The Margrave sighed at his isolation and helped lift M22 off the ground. I'm sorry. I was thinking of the house. Forgive me. No, Your Excellency. I understand that I am the cause of the disturbance. I'm sorry as well. M22 said, and prostrated herself on the ground. Margrave Doldrin raised an eyebrow. He didn't have the perversion of letting his frequent skin-to-skin contact partner lay on the ground. Good. Stand. I am indebted to you. Then she looked up. Her face, as well as her hair, was covered in dirt and sand, but she didn't seem to be bothered by it. Tullius had explained to him that she was not without emotion, but I doubted it when she acted so nonchalantly. While lightly cleaning off the dirt with a handkerchief, I asked her about one thing that was bothering her. You're reporting to Marlin on how that thing behaves too, aren't you? Yes, Your Excellency. The movements of your entire family are also subject to report. The answer was close to the worst. The Doldrin House of Margrave was a large and powerful noble family that rivaled even the Marquises. They were the largest faction in Tullius' faction. They could be said to be pivotal. As the head of the faction, he would want to maintain peace. Tullius would definitely not allow the possibility of his son replacing him, whom he had brainwashed. In other words, his son will soon be under the clutches of Tullius brainwashing or be purged. Fear not. I declare. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, and Margrave Doldrin recognized it immediately. The voice of that which had even less emotion than M22's. Opus 5 Fem. A messenger from the devil that was supposed to be waiting for him in his office. Before he knew it, she had slipped out of the mansion and appeared behind him. As it stands, I have no intention of letting Master deal with your son. He's too busy with his research and dealing with the centralist faction. Rather, it would be more efficient to rely on His Excellency's abilities and leave it to you. Because I've already got the tools for it, huh? As he said this, he looked at the S-series, which remained silently in line. At first glance, the group appeared to be splendidly armed warriors, but their vacant eyes were fixed on their commander. So you want me to use these guys to achieve military success and thus erase any words of complaints from the house? That is correct. I affirm. If we do this, the bad publicity will turn into positive publicity, and their introduction will be seen as a wise decision. I see. They were fighters who could kick the crap out of a top-tier knight. The extent of their ability were comparable to that of B-ranked adventurer vanguards. It was a big deal to have 20 of them. It made up for the loss of the Scarlet Shield and was a force under his direct control, unlike adventurers who may be difficult to control. The name of the Doldrin Margrave would be ruined if he led this many troops without success. However, there is a caveat. I warn, they are all warriors and are not good at magic. To a certain extent, their enchanted swords will compensate for it, but they would only be placeholders for the real deal. If you need magic, please remember that you will need to bring a mage along separately. Fem reminded him. With all due respects, I should be of some use then. I have some knowledge in magic. M22 lowered her head to the Margrave. Exactly what I was planning to do. I'm the one who's getting a direct assignment. You'll be following me, won't you? M22 immediately replied in the affirmative. Yes, As long as His Excellency is in line with Master, I will give my all to you. Lucy, you can lie there and leave out the first half. Men are the kind that would be more happy that way. I am sorry, but that I cannot. I know it is essential to maintain trust between allies. I see you're a well-disciplined kid. Margrave Doldrin closed his eyes as he let out another deep sigh. For the past few days, I have been forced to become well acquainted with sighing. I wondered how long this would last, and quickly realized that it would never end for the time being, and became depressed all over again. Section. Collection of data from the S-series has gone without a hitch, I report. It is the product of the M-series and B-series, so there might be issues in their lack of independence and flexibility, but a capable commander should be sufficient to compensate for that. MMM. Well, it's as expected. It's well in line with our expectations. Not too bad, isn't it? In my usual private atelier in the underground lab of Marlin, I was receiving a report from Fem over the transmission. One of the abilities that I had installed in Fem was a virtual space storage. It was a useful ability that allowed her to store numerous armaments in a space that overlapped with her coordinates. This time, a large communication equipment was placed inside. Thanks to it, it was possible to communicate between Marlin in the southeast and Doldrin in the west. Well, M22 also has a communication unit, but that would be a different story. Basically, the idea is to let Fem do her duties independently and from the shadows. It would be awkward to have her share communication gear with M22, who had to follow the Margrave in the public setting. Currently, there are no losses in the test units, I report. There were some that had been seriously injured, but with early treatment, the injuries were not fatal. However, we have not encountered any A-rank targets that are beyond their capabilities at present. Well, I'd be worried about His Excellency, the Margrave's physical body. If that happens, you know what to do, right? Of course, Master. I reply, I should join and support the battle. Protect the Margrave and defeat the enemies, yes. As for the other escorts, for the ones that have not been brainwashed by Master, let them be feed for the monsters. Yeah, seems like you know how to deal with it. In the event that Fem did enter the fray, the witnesses would be thoroughly silenced. That has been a definite rule right from the start. Now was not the time to reveal her. The reason we sent her to the west was because my pawn, Margrave Doldrin, had territory there. After all, subjugation efforts against A-ranked monsters were like that. It would be unnatural if there were no casualties from such encounters. Also, the authority of the Margrave has been strengthened by the results of the operational tests. It seems that everyone in the house is once again yielding to the Margrave. However, M22 may have already reported on this. Yeah, I've heard that from her. I heard that they were even planning to change the head of the family because of the sudden presence of slaves in the house. It was a troublesome situation. Still, the Margrave was not simply a nobody. I heard that he went out personally with the S-series and brought back heroic accomplishments, enough to regain control of his retainers and the support of his people. Though the whole problem began because I sent slaves to him. But that Margrave is soft-hearted, isn't he? He didn't disinherit the son who tried to oust him and just forgave him. Even if he is the only heir, there's no excusing it, isn't there? Not only that, but he was not particularly enthusiastic about being brainwashed. I add, I know he can't disobey me if I order him to, but it's tricky. He's very skillful, but he's also very willful, and that can be a handful. I said, folding my arms. Margrave Doldrin and other nobles who have been forcibly incorporated into the faction were brainwashed using the same method used on Uni and due to prevent any overt personality changes. This was also the method used for the final adjustment of Says. The advantage of this method was that it enforced obedience while minimizing the impact on their mentality, but of course it had its own set of drawbacks. The enthusiasm or motivation to follow orders was completely dependent on the personality premodification. In the case of Uni and Says, the result was good. The former has been trained and educated to show only goodwill towards me, and the latter has had her personality mixed directly into her brain from the incubation stage. Du was a bit of a problem. He often had objections and was clearly uncomfortable with commands he didn't like. Well, he could be left as he is for to balance out the cons from groupthink, and the Margrave was in the latter category. This wasn't a favorable situation. If forced to carry out orders, he would probably do it, but it seemed that meddling with his kins caused him great stress. The precedent being M03, when her estranged brother became a bandit and tried to kill me, so he was taken care of. I don't know if it would be the same with mass-produced slaves, because there was a difference in the surgical method, and there was a world of difference between brainwashing and murdering. But the risk from not knowing was troubling. If we knew in advance what was going to happen, we could take countermeasures, but in this case, we didn't know anything. So we decided to shelve it. Well, fine, I can wait until I myself can hold the faction together. So long as the Margrave can maintain his influence until the problems with the centralist faction are resolved, we're good. After that, I don't really care what happens. Whether he stays active or retires, whether his son takes over or passes it on to his future child with M22, it doesn't matter as long as it's later. But that last part was just a joke. There was no way that the son of a slave could inherit a title, no matter what. Come to think of it, I heard he had gotten involved with M22. I was quite surprised when I heard her report, during the winter, that she had become the mistress of the Margrave. I was under the impression that he was a sincere and forthright person. I can't decide now if he was the type of person to do things because of responsibility or just because he could. By the way, the nobles of this world were also quite fond of women of lowly status. Margrave Doldrin, for one, or Count Carton's infatuation with a commoner. There was an old saying that upstarts preferred upper-class women, while the upper class preferred lower-class women. Oh, by the way, Count Carton was basically an upstart that rose with his own abilities, so he might not be a good example of that. Femme's voice pulled me back from my sidetracked thoughts. I will obey the will of Master, I swear. Do not interfere until a pressing problem arises, is that correct? Yeah, that's fine, I appreciate the hard work, especially in something so unfamiliar. No, I'm happy to be working for you, Master. That concludes my report. Over. Yeah, see ya, over. We exchanged a few words of greeting and terminated our communication. I jerked my shoulders lightly and leaned deeply against the back of the chair. S-Series, I guess it's a success for now. At this rate, we'll be able to meet the schedule. A new type of product. That is, the mass-produced modified slaves, the S-Series. To put it simply, they were slaves that have been strengthened and remodeled to improve solely on their physical abilities. In contrast to the M-Series and B-Series, which were mass-produced versions of the Uni, they could be said to be a mass-produced version of Do. Because their magic capabilities were not improved on, the surgical procedure became more simplified, and the cost to procure the slaves were greatly reduced since their magic qualities were non-essential. In addition, by specializing, their performance in their field of specialty was far superior to general-purpose types. M-Series and B-Series were about C to B in terms of adventurers' rankings. S-Series could only act as vanguards in a party or expeditions, but were considered to be at least B or above. Why would I be producing such slaves only now? It was inevitable. After all, even if we had made them before, we had no use for them. Since they were unable to do anything related to magic, they were not suitable as researchers or assistants at alchemy and can only be used for combat. Even so, their average fighting ability was lower than that of the mithril golems, another mass-produced pawn. There was no particular use for them. However, the situation is different now. I was sweet-talked by Victor and Laubert, and became the head of a faction that incorporated the surrounding nobles. In order to take care of them, just sending the Opus series from the shadows, as I have been doing, will soon become a problem. After all, the area they had to cover would grow too large. Therefore, it was necessary to have a force that could be moved publicly and that could be assembled in large numbers. The S-Series was responsible for this. And as far as the report was concerned, they were fulfilling their duties. Not bad. It's not bad, but I don't think Says is going to like it. They are all flawlessly made, and there's not much to tinker with, so it wasn't going to be interesting for her. After all, Says was very motivated by research. The S-Series, which was built around a technology that had already been proven and tested extensively, would not be of much interest to her. For now, she was proud of her work, but if we focused solely on producing the S-Series, she might get tired of it soon. I was thinking that it was about time for her to have her next training session, and that I had one of her bodies that I had no use for. Excuse me, Master. With a knock on the door, I heard Uni's voice. "Come in, the door's open." "I'm sorry to bother you. Lord Lobert is coming here. Would you have time to meet him?" "Oh, that's unusual." Lobert and Victor were officially in charge of internal affairs, so they wouldn't have any business in the laboratories where they carried out alchemy research. "Yeah, I don't mind. I've just got some free time on my hands." "As you wish, then I will call him in." As soon as I gave my approval, Lobert came into the room accompanied by Uni. He was carrying a bundle of documents under his arm. Hey, you didn't bring work for me, did you?" "Hello, my lord. A lovely day to you." "I'm glad to see you're doing well, Lobert. So, what brings you here today? You haven't set foot in this place since your tour of the mining veins." "Please don't be so cruel, my lord. I didn't come here for official duties. I have a few things to report regarding my work behind the scenes." He tapped lightly on the stack of papers he had brought with him. He seemed to be in a good mood, as if he was going to do a little dance. "The purpose of Lobert's visit is, oh, I see. If it was something to do with that, it's no wonder he came here." The reconnaissance of the royal capital that you're having the faction do. Did the report come up? The tedious task of organizing a faction. It all started when I consulted with Victor and Lobert to see if there was a way to conduct intelligence and operations in the royal capital. As I recall, I had also entrusted this man with the management of the intelligence agency that had finally been established recently. "Well discerned, my lord. It's been quite a challenge. I'm trying to put together information that several noble families have collected on their own. Some of them are duplicates, and some of them don't seem to be useful at all. It's also a pain to extract useful information out of them." He said that, but his face was glowing like a child who had just received a new toy. I guess he still enjoyed listening to worldly rumors. I hope he doesn't get too caught up in his hobby that he neglected his core responsibility of domestic affairs. Well, since he loved counting money as much as I did, I might not need to worry about that. "So, if you came all the way here instead of waiting for me to return to the mansion, do you have something important to report?" When I prompted as though I was irritated, Lobert's smile deepened. "Yes. There is a bad news, a slightly good news, and a very good news. Which would you like to hear first?" "I don't think the order matters. And it doesn't change what we're talking about, Uni. Which would you like to hear about first?" Just on a whim, I directed the choice to the girl, who was standing quietly after allowing Lobert to enter. Uni kept her eyes downcast and answered without pause. "Why don't we start with the bad news, master?" Why do you think so?" "My humble opinion is that it will be easier on the heart if the good news comes later, master." If you listen to the good news first and then the bad news, you will be lifted up and then brought down. The information itself doesn't change, but the mental state worsens, though it was kinda ridiculous to feel that way. "Okay, let's hear the bad news first." "As you wish, my lord. I have a report for you. Your Excellency's brother, Count Linus, is going to return to this realm." Lobert's report was enough to make me balk. It wasn't as bad as I was prepared for, but it was a move that would have a ripple effect on my future actions. "Is that the bad news?" Uni asked curiously. Well, politics was not her field of expertise, so it was no wonder she didn't get it. I tried to distract myself from my bad mood by opening my mouth. "Oh, my bad. After all, my brother was my superior who formally appointed me as a viscount. He's coming to his home province of Valden, which includes Marlin. In other words, Count Linus is not here to work as a noble of the kingdom as he was in the royal capital, but as a lord who will be managing his own domain." Lobert took over the explanation. "If that's the case, my lord won't be able to just send out reports after the fact and implement policies for Marlin, as he had been doing in the past. The Count is only a few days away by horse. I'm sure he'll use his power to interfere in everything we do. If we want to push a new policy, we have to go through him. He can audit our policies in detail and also order our lord not to meet other families without permission, and so on. It's not a fatal situation, but it will make things moving forward more difficult. It's depressing to say the least." He let out a deep sigh and concluded. Internal affairs, especially those related to industry, were also the core responsibility of Lobert. It was no stranger to this man. In short, they came all the way from the royal capital just to torment me. It's disgusting. I see your point. It's very good that you've come to an understanding quickly. Really though, Why now of all times? After holing up in the royal capital all this time and leaving the territory management to an official. And yet, Linus was trying to make things difficult for me, a man who had been doing well as a lord. With this thought in mind, I couldn't help but utter a few curses. Mostly, I think it's because they've finished making relations within the centralist faction. Since he was a newcomer and his original position was as a local noble, I don't think he had much credibility among them. I think it's because he had finally gained a certain amount of trust, and was now in a situation where he could leave the royal capital and come here. So Count Linus Aubeniel is now seen as a respected centrist. My brother sure is pitiful. I guess he won't be able to get his foot in the door anytime soon, even if old man Lavely passes away. I muttered to myself, to be trusted meant to be held accountable. If you threw away such trust, those who once put faith in you would resent you, and those who didn't in the first place would only distrust you further. Also, considering his personality, he was not the type of person who could abandon a responsibility that he took on. Just asking to confirm. The bad news is that it doesn't mean that they approached me unprotected, does it? Entering Valden also meant approaching Marlin. This was the place where I have brainwashed many nobles. If anybody enters my estate carelessly, my handlers will catch them and brainwash them. I'm sure he would have some insurance against that. At the very least, the old man behind him seemed to be aware that my methods included brainwashing. Lobert nodded his head in disappointment. Yes, I heard that a group of Imperial Knights would be accompanying them on a border inspection. It's the most elite and honorable of the Imperial Guards, the Second Order. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? I couldn't help but shrug my shoulders. The most powerful guards of the kingdom, the Second Order, renowned for their bravery, would surely not be working for a mere count. This was obviously the work of a certain well-connected somebody. I've heard that there were some disturbing developments in St. Gallen, but it's suspicious. I'm sure that country is having a hard time with the monster invasion now. They wouldn't have the time to mess around with our kingdom. I'm pretty sure a large number of lower-level monsters came pouring out of the forest. I don't know why that happened again. Perhaps it's the effect of bringing too many powerful monsters from their forest to the trees of darkness. Uni pointed out, oh, I see. I had removed a bunch of powerful individuals from the Black Forest, where monsters also kill each other and only the fittest survive. That would mean that the ecosystem would go out of whack and there would be a huge outbreak of lower-tier monsters. Well, that's none of our business. Even if it is our fault, as long as it doesn't affect us, we'll be fine. I heard the casualties are in the tens of thousands. No, speaking of that, it was the same when we burned down the royal capital last year. Anyways, going back to the main point, the Second Order will be garrisoned at the state capital of Valden. Effectively, they will serve as guards for your brother. It was a troublesome situation. If we were to directly confront them, I don't think my creations would lag behind, but after all, they were professional bodyguards. If he strengthened his surroundings, it might be difficult to sneak into my brother's place and brainwash him. I fully understand the bad news, so what about the good news? This one is a bit of a mess, really. Currently, the Marquis Lavely is busy with his involvement in the reconstruction of the royal capital. I hear he's having a dizzying number of meetings with merchants involved in the logistics, and I'm afraid he can't afford the time to mess with you. As though Lobert didn't seem to think much of it. He just said it briefly and didn't continue from there. But I couldn't help but wonder. I wondered if that scheming man could really stay quiet at this time of the year. I'm sure he knew that the burning of the royal capital was my attempt at buying time. In addition to that, he was also doing something elaborate like attaching imperial guards to my brother. Are you sure? Isn't that just another one of the old man's top-notch smokescreens? Yes, it is. It's very unlike the old man. I'm sure he will be up to no good again. It was Uni who agreed readily with me. She, too, has been given a hard time by that garbage of a person. The expression on her face didn't change, but inside she was probably holding a grudge. Lobert shrugged in response to our response. Isn't that too much to be worried about? I'm sure my lord is concerned about the fact that even the imperial guards have been dispatched, but if you think about it the other way around, you could say that he wants the Count to interfere with us until then. He probably wants to block the movements of our faction until the reconstruction of the royal capital is complete. Wanting to block our movement, that's a given. It's a given that he doesn't want to give us the upper hand. The question is, what does he plan to do by stalling us? It's completely unreal if all he wants is to rebuild the royal capital, to rebuild their readiness, if the Marquis camp has been damaged by the rumors from the fire. Sir Lobert, I'm thinking that would be a little too far-fetched. Yeah. That thing sees us as a full-fledged enemy. If we show any damage, that's when he'll attack. There's no way all he is doing is send your brother to harass you. I'm sure he'll try something even more outrageous. I don't know what we were going to be set up for. That old scoundrel had a tendency to turn even the most auspicious wedding into a stage for intrigue. I can't imagine how he could be so kind as to dance and sweat to our rhythmic claps. I gave Lobert strict orders. We'll have to start over with our investigations. Not only the Marquis directly, but also the merchants who interact with him. You have to re-examine them thoroughly. Understood. Why, yes. I'll keep that in mind. He straightened his back and accepted the orders. Oh man, you've to be more reliable. He was probably getting too carried away with the recent success of the town. Lobert had been watching his vision come to fruition. It was understandable that he would be proud of the fruits of his labor. However, it was not right to turn that into overconfidence and underestimate the enemy, especially if the opponent was Marquis Lavallee. The old man spent more years plotting schemes than Lobert's age and my age combined. Belittle him, and no matter how many lives we had, it wouldn't be enough. Oh dear. This doesn't give me much optimism for the future as good news, does it? Oh, that's a terrible thing to say, but I'm sure this next piece of information is excellent. I'm sure my lord would be surprised. I'm not sure I could place trust in his confidence. I don't think the newly established intelligence network would pick up on extraordinary information so easily. The information of my brother's return and the Marquis's movements were only found out because they were publicly known information. But it's better than staying in the countryside and not knowing anything. What is it? Has the king with no heir suddenly announced he has an illegitimate child? Or perhaps the culprit behind the assassination of the crown prince 7 years ago has come forward himself? Or perhaps you found an ancient document that contained the secret of immortality? My lord certainly doesn't have any high hopes for me, huh? Well, that's fine. You're the one who's going to regret saying that soon enough. Lobert grinned happily. Seeing this, Uni pressed for more information. If you are so sure that our master would be so pleased, I assume you have caught wind of some noble's weakness. You are correct, chief maid. You understand well, don't you? The only time he seemed to derive any pleasure was when there was money to be made, or when he heard a bad rumor about somebody. He was a man with really bad taste. The black-hearted internal affairs officer began to present the information he was so proud of. What I want to talk about is none other than your brother, who will be returning to the territory soon. My brothers? That certainly piqued my curiosity. Linus was more obsessed with being an upright aristocrat than anyone else. I wonder if such an uptight honor student would show a significant weakness that Lobert with his bad tastes would enjoy. Well, I was surprised too. I thought the only weakness of the Count was his brother, my lord, for that matter. That's something I didn't need to know. So, what is my brother's weakness? Has he been keeping a mistress behind my sister-in-law's back? When I jokingly said that, Lobert chuckled. You hit the jackpot, how did you know? Well, in the royal capital, my sister-in-law had to listen to me complain about her a lot. They don't get along that well. It wouldn't be surprising if he had a mistress or two. It's been less than a week since they were newlyweds, and here we are. Simone also sent me letters from time to time, but they were usually full of complaints about her husband. I wonder how incompatible they were with each other. At any rate, a mistress fiasco after less than a year of marriage is sure to be a lot of fun. I'm sure the Marquis Lavallee, who acted as matchmaker, is very distressed. He was more of a schemer than Lobert when it came to discovering the weaknesses of others. Naturally, he would have this under control as well, or so I thought. No, this is something that the Marquis Lavallee certainly is unaware of. Oh, come on, you're showing overconfidence again. But not this time, as he shook his head with a wide smile. This is something that needs to be utilized as soon as possible while we are still ahead. Even if we stood idly, the Marquis would be burned badly by this. Your brother has certainly sinned. I'm sorry, but I don't see what you're talking about. Could you please tell us your conclusion, Sir Lobert? Don't be hasty, Uni. I mean to say that our Lord's brother has been messing with a woman who will sure as hell bring about havoc. You know, like more than just a normal affair. My brother's reputation would be damaged, and the Marquis Lavallee would be dealt a blow, but that's all. There wasn't a lack of benefits for me, but the risks and costs of meddling were considerably large. In spite of this, the fact that he made such a big deal out of it means that it had the spark to blow up. And this spark had to be used before Lavallee figured it out. Did he lay his hands on the daughter of a very good family? Or did he sleep with someone else's woman? No, I'm sure the Marquis would find out about such matters. Then if it were a person of lowly status, it wouldn't be a big scandal either. Lobert was looking at me as if he enjoyed watching me guess at it. He's got a bad personality, that's for sure. And then Uni raised her hand in a small gesture. So, is this a case where the other person's low status is the reason it could blow up? For example, laying his hands on a slave. No way. I couldn't help but chuckle. That's not going to happen. This time, Uni was probably overthinking things. It would certainly be a huge scandal if he disregarded his new wife for a slave. It would be a terrible blunder to have the Marquis act as an intermediary. It was common for nobles to surround themselves with female slaves for sexual purposes, but this could be overlooked if there was no room in the family tree for a slave's child. In a situation where there was no other heir, it would be a disaster if the slave were to give birth to a child. The blood of a lowly person who was not even treated as a human being would be mixed into the family of a noble who valued bloodlines. If that happened, the prestige of the family would suffer. That's why having a slave as a concubine required a situation where you could avoid recognition, or at least inheritance, if you did have a child from it. This could only be done in a situation where there was already a legitimate child, like the Margrave Doldrin. This was also the reason why I was lectured on how to handle Uni when I first met Simone last year. It's hard for a bride to keep her cool if her brother-in-law was going to be involved in some scandal. Well, that was a misunderstanding, though. That's why it's impossible for him to take a slave as his mistress when his wife was not even pregnant. This was something that my brother, who aimed to be an honorable and dignified noble, should never do, however. That's exactly what I was going to say, Chief Maid. Well, you are a clever one after all. Hey, Lobert just said something incredible. She got it right. Uni's answer was spot on. That he had been messing with the slaves, that's ridiculous. This was the very brother who complained about me killing too many slaves for human experimentation and had been cautious about how he treated them. I've heard that he's even refrained from taking revenge on slaves who misbehaved these days. You're lying, right? At a tavern in the royal capital, one of our people came into contact with the head family's servant. I got this information from that source. I see. If this was a secret within the house, it would certainly be difficult for the old man to see it. How did you manage to find out so much? With any given opportunity, a little something could be added to the drink. Truth serum was used instead, since brainwashing scents could be nullified, yeah. While I was puzzled, Uni and Lobert discussed how to gain foolproof evidence. Seriously, my slave-hating brother of all people with a slave girl. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 54. From an otherworldly window, a lavish-looking carriage was traveling down the street. The chalk-white carriage was decorated with gold and silver ornaments and was led by 4 sturdy white horses. A group of cavalry knights clad in beautiful armor ran by its side. Somewhere further behind were several carriages, slightly inferior in looks to the lead carriage. Farmers working on the wheat fields along the road looked on with curiosity as the carriages sped by. This was what they might have seen in a painting, when powerful nobles set off on an official visit. The commoners, lacking in entertainment and hungry for stimulation, found this a perfect topic for gossiping. It was unclear whether they were praising the splendor of the carriages and the accompanying knights, or about cursing the nobility for their extravagance with wealth they have extracted from the commoners' blood. All the curious farmers stopped their work and watched the carriages go by. To these commoners, who were not given the opportunity to be educated, all the carriages of the nobility must have looked the same. Any person with some familiarity on the liturgy of the Kingdom of Arkwell would have recognized that since white horses were being used, the noble must be of at least the rank of count. This was because only those of very high rank were allowed to use white horses due to their symbolism to authority. It was also impossible for the noble in question to be a duke. A duke was either of royal blood, a prime minister, or a general, and would have instead used a unicorn, a sacred beast. The unicorn was considered a guardian of purity and could only be controlled by a maiden. Unicorns were only given to the king's close relatives or those in the apex of wealth and nobility. The distinction between the royal family and the ducal family was indicated by a ribbon around the horse's neck. Naturally, the more elaborately decorated horse belonged to the royal family. In other words, the owner of this entourage could be narrowed down to either the rank of count or marquis. The only way to determine which was the correct answer would be to look at the coat of arms on the carriage. This was a surprisingly difficult task. After all, every noble family had their own unique coat of arms derived from their family crest. Brothers and sons of the head of a family could all design their own coat of arms. This was the reason why the total number of coats of arms was so numerous. It was a painstaking task to detect the minor differences between the coat of arms and identify the owner of the coat of arms to a noble. Let's take a closer look at the coat of arms on the leading carriage. Overall, the coat of arms was a square shield. This was a common design in Arkwell. Most of the coat of arms of the nobility had the shape of a shield. Some say shields were chosen to help in identification of military merit on the battlefield. Others say defensive magic was engraved in it, but in all cases, it has its origin as armor. For St. Gallen, a part of the shield was chipped off to show their pride and bravery from past battles, and in the case of Malbyr, the shield was shaped like a spindle pointing downward. The shape of the shield differed from country to country. You could tell which country the noble belonged to by observing the coat of arms. Now, at this point, all that could be deduced was that this was a noble from the kingdom of Arkwell. Let's look at the finer details. How many colors were painted on the shield, and what colors were they? The nobles of the kingdom of Arkwell, who were particular about their culture and the arts, were also particular about the color choice of their coat of arms. Specifically for royalty and dukes, out of the 3 colors they would use, 1 color would be blue. Marquises do use 3 colors as well, but because blue represented blue-blooded royals, the use of the color blue was not allowed for them. Count families used 2 colors, and every rank beneath that used only 1. This coat of arms came in 2 colors, red and black. It was painted on the shield, dividing the shield into 4 sections from the center. Thus, it could be deduced that this noble was a count. The next clue is the symbol on the shield. Most families could be recognized by the traits of their symbol. There were 2 types of noble families, the legitimate bloodline and the illegitimate bloodline, and all of them used a standard symbol, as was the custom in the kingdom. The number of colors and the color used would be the defining trait of which family it was. The symbol that was carved on the coat of arms was indeed a snake with its tail in its mouth, forming a circle, an Ouroboros. The snake was a somewhat unpopular animal as a symbol. There were many reasons why people disliked snakes. They possessed no limbs, they were cold-blooded, their slippery tongues looked disgusting, some species were poisonous and bit people, and the way they swallowed their prey was barbaric and cruel. On the other hand, there was the favorable interpretation that their molting was associated with reincarnation, and their long bodies with longevity and continuity. They were also a symbol of wisdom in myths and stories. Although they were unpopular, they were sometimes chosen as the symbol of a family. Now we have sufficient knowledge to identify the owner of the coat of arms. The family that chose the circular serpent as a symbol of permanence and perfection, and a member of the Count family. In addition, it was a coat of arms with a simple design, without any complicated identifying marks, that only heads of family were allowed to use. It could only be the current head of the Albenules. The carriage was filled with an uncomfortable silence. The people in the carriage were not enjoying the idyllic scenery outside the window, nor were they engaging in conversation to alleviate their boredom, but were simply maintaining silence. There was a sense of tension, as if a needle would pierce the invisible membrane and create a shrill from it bursting. Such a delicate balance of silence surrounded the carriage. The 4 of the passengers sitting across from each other were distinctly separated by gender. First, the men. The blonde-haired noble, Count Linus Strain Albenule, dressed in elegant attire. He was on his way to his own feudal domain as a lord. The young noble, who was supposed to be the owner of the carriage, kept a stiff expression on his face, as if he was being carried in somebody else's carriage. From time to time, the sound of fingers tapping on the armrests of the seat echoed from his hand, making some of the people in the carriage stiffen even more. The one next to him, his face pale, was his butler. As he was in charge of the various affairs of the house, he was accompanying his master on this return trip. Although he was a close attendant, he was still a vassal, and perhaps because he was the lowest-ranking person in the carriage, he faced downwards. On the other side were the women. A young woman, Simone Meslier-Raubignolle, dressed in a neat summer dress. The new wife, who had just married Linus last year, was of course also in the carriage with her husband. It was an open secret, though, that the couple were on bad terms way before their marriage. They shared few words between each other and did not have similar interests in topics. In fact, she did not get along well with the servants too, because of her close friendship with the second son, who was considered an outcast in the house. The last remaining woman in the group stood out compared to the rest of them. First of all, the atmosphere she wore was different. She had the same stiff expression, but there was a difference in the quality of the expression. Whereas Linus and the others were uncomfortable with the tense silence, this woman didn't seem to mind it one bit. If the others were frozen in place, this one was reminiscent of a statue whose natural state was to be hard and rigid. Her attire was also different. While the count and his wife were dressed like aristocrats, and the butler was wearing a formal dress, the woman was wearing armor. Be it her breastplate or her helmet, the fine details on them presented an air of refinement, though that did not change the fact they were armor. She was even armed with a slender and sharp sword on her waist. It was unthinkable that such a person, ready to jump into the battlefield at any time, was seated together with a noble of such high rank. If somebody described her looks this way, another person might be inclined to imagine the ferocity of this woman, since her description was far from ordinary. But if seen in the flesh, the impression she gave off was different. Her shiny gold ponytail seemed to drift pleasantly while dancing in the air. She looked sharp, like a polished blade in morning dew. She was beautiful, as though she was a heroine in a legend. The fact that the atmosphere inside the carriage was uncomfortable, but did not deteriorate further may very well be because of the serene atmosphere she created. On the other hand, she was also partly responsible for the prolonged silence in the carriage. After all, she was the strangest among the strange here. The oppressive pressure she put on her surroundings, her exaggerated outfit, and her good looks. In both good and bad ways, they made her hard to ignore yet difficult to talk to. The fact she was the only outsider to the Aubignolle family was but a trifling matter when compared to her attributes. Finally, facing this woman who did not even seem to be breathing, a person broke the silence. It was Linus. "Are you perchance awake?" he said to the woman, who had her eyes closed, her beautiful face flushed with irritation. Simone frowned slightly at Linus' rudeness. This was not the way to talk to a fellow companion. The woman turned to Linus without appearing offended. Her vacant blue eyes looked just like blooming morning glories. "Were you referring to me, Count Aubignolle?" Her voice was on the low side for women, but she didn't seem to be in a bad mood, so that was probably her natural voice. Linus grunted ever so slightly and continued to speak. "Of course, Miss Elisha." "Don't use Miss Elisha." The woman known as Elisha interrupted promptly. Linus found himself at a loss of words again. She softened her tone somewhat and continued. "I'm still a full-fledged knight of the kingdom." "Excuse me, Lady Balbaster." That's good." Satisfied, Elisha leaned her back against the seat again and closed her eyes. The young count's expression twisted again. "Can't you take this job a little more seriously?" "Ahem." Linus cut it out. Simone couldn't help but stop him, but he continued on without a care in the world. "You've been silent with your eyes closed for a while now. I can't believe you're guarding me properly. I even thought you might be asleep." "Yeah, I was asleep, okay." "Huh." Linus' jaw dropped open at the outrageous response. "You were asleep, in front of a count of the kingdom as his guard? It was beyond unbelievable." Simone blinked in surprise, and the butler's jacket slipped off his right shoulder. Elisha continued indifferently to Linus, who had stiffened for God knows how many times today. "For what it's worth, I don't have much time for sleep during escort missions. I take naps while there is no threat of attack. Isn't that a natural thing to do? No, of course not. A guard is supposed to be on alert, watchful, and prepared for the unexpected. That's the basics of the basics. Mine is the practical application of it. The perimeter of the carriage is secured by those who are riding alongside. I, who am in the carriage, have nothing to do. If that's the case, then it's vital that I keep my wits about me in case of the unexpected, as the Count said, isn't it? She seemed annoyed that her sleep was disrupted. Everything she did and said wasn't like a guard. Linus was made a fool by Elisha's words and actions. First of all, I woke up when called upon. If there had been an attack, the noise would hardly be as soft as it was earlier. I will definitely wake up, so it's no problem at all. More frightening than that is the fact that your nerves are exhausted when the time comes. Being as tense as a hedgehog isn't the only way to protect yourself, Count. Ufta. Simone lets out a small laugh, as if she couldn't stand it. Elisha looked at her curiously. What is it, Countess? Phew. No, excuse me. It's just that you're not who I thought you were. I don't remember behaving in any way outside your expectations, my lady. Simone jerked her head more, as she tried to hold back her laughter, as the female knight replied earnestly. And Elisha's reaction to it made her nod her head repeatedly. Linus, now a source of ridicule for his wife, muttered to himself in amazement. Really? Is this the invisible sound, Princess Knight Balbester? I don't really like to be called that. Elisha turned her head to the side. For me, I'd like to be called by a more heroic and heart-pounding nickname. Oh, I don't know if it sounds heroic, but doesn't hearing it make your heart pound a little harder? I think it sounds romantic. Only weak men are attracted by your romanticism, Countess. I'd rather have a fight with a man who wants to rip out my heart than a cunning thief who wants to sneak out my heart. I'm sorry about that. I wonder if we should have spoken a little earlier. It's been a bit of a waste of time, with how boring it has been so far. I agree. Not sleeping enough is a problem, but sleeping too much is also not good. Staying awake for a little while and spending some time would be good. As if suddenly striking the right chord, Simone managed to open her heart. Linus, unable to follow their conversation, which may or may not be relevant to him, turned away. That old man has sent me another ridiculous woman. He vented in his mind at the old schemer who had connected him to Elisha. Every time he vaguely thought about the old man, he would be reminded of the old man's wrinkled face with a triumphant smile sitting by the window of the carriage, and it made him angry. But then again, would knights led by this unmannered tomboy be the top amongst the kingdom's knights? While thinking about it, he cast a side glance at the female knight who was making conversation with his wife. The most elite of the kingdom's knights, the second order of the imperial guards. They were known for their extreme meritocracy and harsh selection process, and she was the youngest and first female commander in their history. That was her, Elisha Rosamond Balbester's, title. However, when he saw that she had fallen asleep earlier and was now chatting with his wife, he could not believe it. The Marquis Lavallee may have taken him for a ride again. But, don't need to look so worried, Count. Elisha said without glancing at Linus, as if she could see right through him. Worried about? Linus was disconcerted for a moment, because she hit the nail right on the head, whereas Simone was confused by the change in topic. At their staring, Elisha boldly lay her cheek on the armrest. I hate to follow the old schemer's orders, but the Imperial Guards owes him one. And most importantly, I'm a knight too. I'm also, despite my faults, in command of the Second Order. I will protect anyone who asks me to protect them, even if it means dying. She sounded as if she was talking about somebody else, even though she mentioned giving up her life if necessary. As if she was still making small talk with Simone. But that is why there was no pretense in it. She really believed that she was willing to die at any time as it was her duty as a knight. She was able to say this because she didn't feel that it was anything special. Linus, who knew the shady underbelly of the aristocratic society and who had experienced all the tricks in the book, understood this clearly. Is that so? Then, I'm fortunate to have such a reassuring escort. He implied that her words held no lies. What I said earlier was a different thing, but anyways. So, lady, what were we talking about again? Yeah. It was. And so, the innocent conversation between women resumed, but Linus couldn't see her in the same light as before. This one is also a weirdo, With both awe and discomfort. Linus tried to refresh himself on everything he had heard and learned about Elisha Rosamond Balbester. She was the eldest daughter of the Marquis Balbester, a great noble. She was a tomboyish woman who devoted herself to swordsmanship. She rejected her fiancé on the grounds that he was weak and ran away from home. Up to this point, her story might seem like an anecdote about a tomboy that made listeners laugh. But her story was nothing short of extraordinary. In order to get away from her family and her fiancé, who would probably come to take her back sooner or later, she knocked on the door of the Second Imperial Guards, taking advantage of their policy of meritocracy. They were the only order of knights in Arkwell that employed women. Despite the doubts of others, she topped the entrance tests. Though, during the practical assessment, she sent one of the applicants straight to the church for healing and another, so fatally injured that healing magic would prove ineffective, to the grave. These people had ridiculed her for trying to be a swordsman while being a woman, but that only riled her up. In the case of the one who barely survived, it was ruled that she was in no particular fault, and she had in fact been easy on him, but he was too weak. As for the other person who did die, it was intentional. That's good. Wait, no, it was not good, but it was not a problem for the Second Order, which only valued the strong. What they did have a problem with was something else. What was amazing was that Elisha was only 13 years old at the time. She did not meet the age requirement of 15 to be appointed as a knight. She had submitted his application with a false name and an inflated age. This caused an uproar not only in the Second Order, but also all of the Imperial Guards. Since it was a violation of the rules and regulations, it was only natural to invalidate her acceptance as a knight. However, it would be a shame to lose out on her, the big fish among applicants who had passed the exam. After a heated debate, the head of the Second Order of Knights at the time, who was impressed by her talent, forced through the discussions and allowed her to pass the exam as a special exception. She officially became a Knight of the Kingdom. The fact that she was recognized as a knight also meant that she received the rank of knight apart from her family's marquis rank. In other words, under the laws of the kingdom, she became a separate family from her parents. The Balbester family could no longer bring Elisha back or allow their daughter to be with a man she did not want. This was an unprecedented runaway from home and an unprecedented method of breaking off from an engagement. Those who feared a repeat of the incident plotted to revise the laws, but it was never accomplished. This was because there was nobody else who could repeat her feat. After that, Elisha racked up military success one after another, which happened in part because of all the commotion she drew to herself. And now, 10 years later, she has become the youngest person ever to stand at the top of the kingdom's strongest knight order. She was too talented and too unorthodox. It's not just her talent with the sword that's out of place for a noble lady, but her decision to become a knight in order to get rid of her engagement, or how she drove her opponent to death during the assessment. Everything about her was abnormal. How could such a woman like this be born from a marquis family? In this sense, she was in the same league as Tullius, Henrietta, and Uni. She was unlike a child from the traditional and glorious noble bloodline, and was more of an unnecessary mutation. It was a monster child that made use of a human's womb to be birthed. And if she was the same kind of person as his abominable brother, then she could never be compatible with this Linus strain Albaniel. HMPH, no wonder it feels so unsettling. Once again, Linus felt a strong discomfort. Even though she was a key member of the Imperial Guards, she was a knight who did behave appropriately to account, unashamed to shed blood and trample on life. The more he thought about it, the more he saw the similarities of her with the despicable Tullius Shernan Albaniel. But the clear difference was that compared to that thing who always talked about wanting to live a long life, she didn't seem to feel any qualms about dying herself. Well, whatever. There is a saying, control foreigners with the foreigner. Lavely said that Tullius might be using some kind of dubious drug for brainwashing. If we enter Valden, his territory this time, his people might try to poison Linus as well. In preparation for this, the strongest of the Imperial Guards, the Second Order, led by Elisha, was dispatched under the pretext of border inspection. Linus could sense the role that Lavely was expecting him to play. He was bait to catch Tullius. If he acts unrighteously and points a blade at him, the strongest forces in the kingdom would move to crush him. If he decides to wait out this obvious trap, in that case, he would impose several unreasonable tasks on him and deprive him of his freedom. It didn't feel good for Linus. Even though he was assigned the strongest guards, whose main role was to protect the king, he was the decoy or the pawn to be made use of. There was no way he could take on such a role enthusiastically. However, there was a small chance that they might be able to slaughter their archenemy this time. Even if the other side chose to not make any moves, there was always the possibility of framing them and putting them to death. And the person who would carry this out would be the second order. It was an unpleasant and risky role, but depending on luck and his own ability, he can free himself of his distress in one fell swoop. Without thinking in this light, he wouldn't be able to bear being the bait. Oh, the scenery has changed. Is this the famous Walden vineyard? This is fresh for me. I've never seen it before. Whether or not they understood about Linus' melancholy, the two women were admiring the view outside the window. All across the mountains of the highlands, patches of fruit trees spreaded in stripes. Reddish-purple grapes were ripening, adding a vivid accent to the greenery. The Walden region was famous for its wines, especially for Cabernet Sauvignon. However, in the Kingdom of Arkwell, known for its fertile lands and the arts, it was difficult to narrow down the list of famous wine regions. What do you think, dear? Isn't it a sight to be missed? Simone seemed to be in an unusually good mood as she talked to me. In addition to her elation from the trip, she was probably relaxed from her conversation with Elisha. But it was not a topic Linus was too happy about. I've never seen it before either. After all, I've lived in the royal capital most of my life. Simone rolled her eyes at the unexpected response. It was not that she was trying to be mean to Linus. I suppose my father enjoyed the waters of the Ammon River more than the wines of this domain. He's been in Brauson ever since he became the head of the family. Of course, this applies to me since I was raised by him. This is the first time I've been in Walden. What have you been doing since your assumption of the headship, my lord? Perhaps surprisingly, even Elisha interrupted me. It was not something that could be carelessly explained to an outsider, but she was basically a chaperone assigned to me by Lavely. Now that she was asking him, he'll have to answer. There was no time for that. There was a lot of work to be done because of the change in headship the year before the last. Last year, there was also the wedding ceremony and many other social engagements. It was a ridiculous thing to say. The previous generation was drowning in the amusement of the royal capital, and the current generation, who grew up under him, stepped on this land for the first time 2 years after inheriting it. For 2 generations in a row, the land of Walden has had lords who only knew their territory on paper. When Elisha heard this, he glanced at Linus with a questioning look. And the place doesn't look as run down as it should, huh? Maybe it's just along this path. Are the Imperial Guards, these days contracted not only to guard, but also to conduct audits? Dear, right you are, that was indeed a presumptuous statement of mine. I'm sorry, forgive me, Count. Then Elisha began to chuckle in amusement. You're a man with a lot of promise. It's no wonder the old man went to so much trouble to lend you a hand. What do you mean? It's not a big deal. It's just that I'm glad you're a more worthy target for protection than I thought. You are making less and less sense. Linus looked completely out the window this time and turned away from the female knight, who was thinking about something he had no way of knowing. She smirked at him and was trying to hint at something. Such an attitude reminded him of that maniac and made him deeply uncomfortable. He didn't want to talk to this woman, after all. Linus firmly believed. And then, that. Once again, Linus would have to see disgust-inducing Tullius again. As long as he returned as the Count, he could not avoid meeting with the Viscount, who had been entrusted with the land. Also, if the other party was not forthcoming in meeting him, then he would have to arrange it. It was a depressing job. However, thinking about it further, on the contrary, while he was here, he could give orders to that man as he pleased. He could request inspections to make sure he was following the orders and reprimand and punish him for any faults. Then, he shall do his best. That man was a disgusting nuisance, like a cockroach. If the sight of something offended him, then he shall chase it and squash it. As soon as he reached his mansion, he shall call for him, who was probably holed up in Marlin. If he was foolish enough to come up with an excuse, then he shall ride there with the Imperial Guards. Marlin was a part of the Walden province. On paper, he had the power to request an inspection. Linus was making such calculations until the carriage reached its destination. But things didn't work out that way. Well, long time no see, brother, and sister-in-law too. Thank you for the long journey. At a small hill overlooking the state capital of Valden. The person in question who greeted Linus and the others in front of the mansion on top of the hill was the cheerful Tullius Shernan Aubeniel, accompanied by what looked like his vassals. Linus almost jumped out of his skin in surprise when he heard the voice that came as soon as he got out of the carriage. The butler, for example, instantly turned pale. Whoa! He even let out a short scream. Simone, on the other hand, blinked her eyes in some confusion, but soon replied somewhat happily. Oh, Sir Tullius, thank you for welcoming us. It's been a long time, too. Sister-in-law is still the same, no. I'm glad to see you are in good spirits. When they exchanged smiles, Linus finally broke his rigidity. With a movement that seemed to be from rust rubbing on each other, he turned to face Tullius. Why are you here? At these words, Tullius cowered in surprise. Why, more like why not? I heard that brother would be arriving today, so I came to welcome him like this. What's so strange about that? He was often said to be brazen. The primary purpose of Linus' return to Valden was to use his authority to bind the movements of the man in front of him. One of the ways he had planned to do this was to call him back and forth from Marlin under the guise of welcoming him and discussing the management of the territory. Annoyingly, his first move resulted in him dodging it. However, it was hard to imagine that Tullius would move out of his domain just for that. With the exception of Linus and Simone's wedding last year, there was no information that this man had moved from his domain, and he did not have the personality to move from his domain like this. It was hard to imagine that a man who usually retreated to his home like a turtle would come to the capital of Valden without being explicitly summoned. He must have some ulterior motive behind it. Despite the quizzical stare, Tullius clapped his hands merrily. Then let my vassals greet you as well. Some of them you have never seen before. When prompted, two people stepped forward and knelt, representing those behind them. Linus would know one of them, but the other, as Tullius had mentioned, would not be familiar. My name is Victor de Lacroix Lorge, a vassal of Viscount Tullius. I hope you will make my acquaintance. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, who behaved with more nobility than Tullius, introduced his name in a perfectly polite manner. Linus knew Count Lorge as one of Lavely's henchmen. He was so obsequious that he heard that the old Marquis even took care of his women. He was probably a son from that family. If that was the case, then the grass that Lavely once sent to be taken in was this man. Probably an illegitimate child, but if he was the Count's legitimate son, then the old man must have pulled off something real big, Linus pondered. Du Schwarzer, sir, it is my pleasure to meet you again. The rugged man, who was obviously not comfortable with being formal, was a military officer under the command of Tullius, who had met Linus several times. His greeting was somewhat more palatable than previously in the royal capital last year, so he must have practiced it a lot. Both of you dispense with formalities. I am Linus Strain, head of the Aubeniel Count family. Hey, Tullius. Don't tell me you've come all this way to let me meet with these people. When I tried to fish him out with a blank face, Tullius smiled. A bad feeling overcame Linus. What are you talking about? I told you it was to welcome you. Now, please come to the mansion. It's not the same as the one in the royal capital, but I've made arrangements for you all to be comfortable. What? Linus's heart jumped with a thud at the words. Tullius took it in his stride and called out behind him. Hey, is it ready, Uni? Yes, master. The cleaning and bed-making has been taken care of without a hitch. It will be some time before dinner, but if any of you wish, we can have the refreshments served immediately. The heating of the baths should be completed soon. There was a female slave who knelt beside her master and reported. As usual, despite being a lowly slave, she served the slave murderer ever so faithfully, no, more than with just faith. You've got to be kidding me. The rooms, the meals, the bath, all of it, you say, have been touched. When Linus realized this fact, he felt as if his eyes were going dark. If Tullius had entered Valden first, he would naturally have seized the mansion where Linus and the others were staying first. If his goal was brainwashing and assassination, he could do whatever he wanted to set up for that. And Uni's words fueled that fear more than anything else. At least for today, It was as if he had declared that all of the lives in the mansion would be placed under Tullius slaves. Don't mess with me." The angry voice that came out of his mouth was more akin to a scream because of his panic. "What's the matter, brother? Is there something amiss?" "Everything is wrong. As a viscount, it's thoughtless to enter the count's residence without permission and take care of the entire house." "Oh, really?" As Tullius feigned ignorance, Linus felt like he wanted to strangle him with his own hands. No, in fact, he really did want to strangle him to death. "Is that so, Victor?" "If you ask me, I suppose it is. However, it was done to cater for a banquet of my lord's brother who came a long way. I don't think it's something to get angry over." Linus glared at his brother, ignoring the whispering behind his back. "Of course. The fact that you also received a title means that you are formally a member of a different family from the Aubenil Count family. Just because you're my brother doesn't give you the right to mess with our family's mansion. That was the law of this kingdom. That's why Elisha succeeded in distancing herself from her family by becoming a knight and breaking off her marriage to a man she didn't like." But then Simone interrupted with a look of annoyance on her face. "You don't have to be so uptight about it. It's not like they broke into your house or sold it off without your permission." "Of course you didn't, Sir Tullius." "Yes, of course, sister-in-law. I'm proud to say that the children in my service, despite their low statuses, are very good at housekeeping. They haven't scratched a single thing or furniture. We fully paid for the ingredients for dinner, from a grain of wheat to every drop of oil. Well, as for the firewood, I borrowed from the mansion's stockpile, but I can compensate for that if you so wish." "And so he says." "Isn't that great, Linus?" When Simone heard the answer, she gave Linus a cold stare. She was probably thinking what a cruel thing Linus had said. It was true that the older brother was rejecting, based on formalities, the younger brother's goodwill, and that would be how it appears to others not in the know. However, it was impossible for Tullius to have such an admirable attitude. If Marquis Lavallee was right, he was the kind of man who brainwashed nobles from other families and used them as pawns. There was no telling what he might be doing under his mask of filial piety in this house. Linus, distressed, glanced at the knights around him. Well then, did he consider how to treat these guests? Most of the household members he brought with him are probably slaves as well. Would the dignified members of the Second Order, who traveled such a far way from the royal capital, accept the reception from my idiot brother's slaves? This is... Even Simone's expression clouded over and she stammered. Of course. It was outrageous for a slave to be seen by someone else from another family. And yet, they were going to let their guests into a room that had been touched by slaves, make them sleep on a bed that had been handled by slaves, serve them meals that had been prepared by slaves, and make them use a bathtub that had been cleaned by a slave. This was no joke. A barbarian like Tullius wouldn't care if a slave was dressed as a maid or a butler. However, such servants need to have a minimum status in order to serve a noble. If you were a maid, you must be a commoner or a child of a lower-class noble. And if you were a butler who would be sometimes consulted on the management of the house, the standards were even stricter. A slave was still a slave, no matter how you dressed them up or whatever etiquette they learned. They were only there to perform menial tasks behind the scenes, not to be entrusted with serving the guests. That was the common sense of this world. Simone can hate him more for all he cared, Linus thought. Apparently, when Tullius was staying in the capital, she was often having tea with him. That was unbelievable. Not only did she not know what he had served her, but this insane man must have had his slaves make the tea. If any upright noble had been served such a thing, they would have left immediately. She was truly poisoned by this madman. At any rate, this should be a good way to turn away whatever Tullius has installed for him. It was supposed to be. Don't be so grumpy, Count. The female knight, Elisha Rosamond Balbaster, said as she stepped down from the carriage to the ground in a splendid manner, with the ringing of her armor like a bell. And I hope you don't speak too ill of slaves. The Second Order is made of people of all origins, and some of us were slaves. If they heard what the Count had said, they would be offended. Lady Balbaster. Linus couldn't help but look up at the sky. He had forgotten. He had been distracted by the unexpected appearance of Tullius, but there was another person here who didn't take common sense as seriously. With his older brother behind him, the younger brother, who was the cause of the situation, bowed reverently to the woman who appeared. Well, well, dear guest. I am sorry to have behaved deplorably and also hindered you from getting off the carriage. I don't mind being kept waiting. I'm proud to say that I have patience. How dare a woman who, at age 13, killed her opponent after being insulted, say that? Although there was another girl right here who did it at the age of 10. My late introductions. I am Elisha Rosmond Balbaster. As young as I may be, I am in charge of the Second Order of the Imperial Guards. I look forward to working with you in the future. That is very kind of you, thank you. My name is Tullius Shernan Albeniel, Lord of Marlin. I have long heard of Lord Balbaster's high reputation. They exchanged words and looked at each other. Elisha looked at Tullius intently as if she was trying to appraise him, while Tullius looked at her as if he was uninterested despite his friendly smile. That was the impression Linus got from their meeting. Chapter 55. Portrait of Linus Albeniel. Why was that thing allowed to do whatever he wanted? Linus was in Valden, in his bedroom. As soon as he put down his luggage and took off his traveling clothes, Linus vented his frustrations. Elisha, the person he directed his annoyance to, stopped looking around the room and turned to face him with a sour look. I wouldn't be so stressed about it. Her reply ended there. As if that was all, she went back to her searching. Her behavior was too much for Linus. If I'm not stressed about it now, when should I be? You're asking me to sleep in a house where Tullius has everything under his control. If he wanted to, he could sneak into my room tonight and try to kill me. That's why I'm personally inspecting your room, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. I'm sure we can search more carefully after we get rid of that guy. Don't yell at me. You have such a tiny heart, Count. Elisha shook her head and smiled bitterly. There is nothing planted in the room. The detection spell didn't detect anything either. And so there we have it. Please don't take him too seriously, Lady Elisha. It's all in his head. It was Simone who let out a sigh. This was their bedroom, so it was only natural that Simone and Linus were both here. She was more sympathetic to Linus' brother than to her husband, with whom she has an uneasy relationship, and she couldn't imagine Tullius trying to harm Linus. Linus had suggested to her that Tullius might have been the mastermind behind the browse on fire. Even for a joke, it is really in bad taste. Simone brushed aside all of Linus' concerns. She was saying that continuing on with this was pointless. Are you going to frame him for the murder of my parents? He, who was injured so badly that day that his life was in danger. You are also irritated at Marquis Lavallee's schemes too. This topic frequently came up in their arguments, and they would never come to a conclusion on it. There was a tacit understanding between them not to mention this matter. Let's return to the present. In response to Simone's words, Elisha shook her head. Well, I think that's an overly optimistic view. They might leave nothing in the rooms to throw us off guard and go after the Count in some other way. It was surprising to hear that from her. If Elisha had not interfered from the very beginning, Linus would have been able to drive Tullius back to Marlin. The very person who had defended him admitted that Tullius had harmful intentions. She was too inconsistent. Then, why did you accept that thing's invitation to dinner? It's like you're jumping into a tiger's cave blindly. If we don't go into the tiger's cave, we will never be able to get the tiger. If your brother is so inclined, we can strike back at him if he tries to attack us. That way, the Count's problems will be solved all at once, and we won't have to worry about him in the future. I wonder if Lady Elisha has suspicions of Sir Tullius. Simone looked uneasy. She didn't want to believe that the person she thought was her ally after happily chatting with her in the carriage was actually on the same page as her husband and the schemers in the capital. Elisha considered for a moment before speaking. Well, if we are talking about whether I suspect him, yeah, and if we are talking about whether I don't suspect him, no. I have only heard about him from the rumors, and the old man and the Count have said a lot of bad things about him, but I will judge him by what I see and hear. Therefore, I have no intention of allowing myself to have my guard lowered around Tullius Albeniel, but neither do I intend to unilaterally eliminate him. You are the definition of ambiguity. Whose side are you on? Linus' annoyance was palpable. At the very least, I am siding with the Count and the Countess. After all, both of you are the priorities of my escort. How dare you throw us, the objects of your protection, into a tiger's cave? How can you be so sure that there is nothing dangerous in the room? What would you do if they served us something terrible for dinner? In the heat of the moment, Linus unintentionally punched the wall of the room. It made a loud noise. Elisha, who lived on the battlefields, was unperturbed, of course, but even Simone did not bat an eyebrow. She looked as if she was used to her husband's tantrums. Elisha looked fed up and shrugged her shoulders again. There's no need to worry about poisoning. After all, ever since the assassination of the Crown Prince, anti-poison or poison detection magical equipment have been popular among the nobility in the kingdom. It was true that since the incident 7 years ago, the high-ranking nobles, fearing that they would suffer the same fate as the Crown Prince, have all taken measures to prevent poisoning. Since then, no assassination by poison had ever succeeded. Linus and Simone, too, were wearing pendants that reacted when near poison. Elisha added on, "You're also taking measures against brainwashing, aren't you? After all, you guys believe that his method of expanding his power is through brainwashing. Of course, I wear a ring with anti-brainwashing magic in it. Not only does it prevent you from being exposed to it, but it can also undo the effects of a spell that's already been cast on you if you put it on." Linus held out his right hand, where a brass ring on his middle finger was. It was a bit cheap in design for a count to wear, but it couldn't be helped since this was the only anti-brainwashing equipment he had managed to acquire after exhausting all means of looking for one. First and foremost, poisoning is impossible. Brainwashing is also covered, so the only choice left is brute force. That would be a problem for him if his plot were to be exposed, and it would be difficult with us watching over you. There is no way that Viscount Tullius can directly harm you. If that is the case, then what's the worry? The female knight said so carefully. So, in other words, you think the same as Simone, and this is needless worry. There are some differences. I'm saying that if the other side tries something, it's an opportunity to obtain evidence, and without risks for us at that. Well, if they don't try anything, that's all the better. So he could try all he wanted, was what Elisha was saying, and turned herself around. Wait, where are you going? Because I'm not tactless enough to stay in the bedroom of a newlywed couple? Just kidding. I'm going to have a little meeting with my men. I'll leave a person in charge at the door, don't worry. The female knight left, after leaving a somewhat indecent line. All that was left was the couple, with even more awkwardness hanging in the air. Does that woman use her head or not? Not expecting a reply, he cursed to himself. Despite what Elisha had said, he found it preferable to get rid of Tullius entirely. If Linus was the one taking action, he wouldn't need to take direct action such as assassination. There were plenty of other ways to do it, such as through political means. But now that the other side had the initiative, there was a fear that he might have gained an upper hand. Does she even realize that? No way, she understood. She was a woman that left home because she didn't want to be engaged for political reasons. She looked as if she was ignorant of political affairs. Marquis Balbaster was a big shot in the decentralist faction. The daughter of the Marquis joined the Imperial Guards and showed signs of being on friendly terms with Lavely, the leader of the centralist faction. If she knew even a shred of common sense in a noble society, she would never have conducted herself like that. As Linus' thoughts became ever more clouded, Simone chided him. "You don't have to look so grim. She's thinking of us when she said that, right?" Ha, who knows? In any case, she was the kind of woman who didn't show the slightest bit of courtesy to Linus, who was a count. If she was any bit considerate, she should have showed some humility. From Linus's viewpoint, she was probably just saying whatever she thought firsthand. Really, whoever it is, you always dislike them. I've never seen you compliment anyone in all the years I've known you. HMPH. For some reason, all those people keep gathering around me, even I am disgusted. And I'm one of them, I see. Since you dislike it so much, shall I leave you? At her scathing remarks, Linus shuddered. He couldn't help but infer further meaning behind the word leave you. He wondered if she knew about the slave. Don't be stupid. Those words from Linus might very well be for himself. Yes, it was stupid. Her family had collapsed in the last year, she had no backing, she was close to Tullius, who was the snob of the family, and she didn't have strong support from the retainers. Nobody in such a position would suspect their spouse of cheating in such a situation. There was a thing known as woman's intuition, but Simone did not seem to have that kind of sensitivity. After all, she still misunderstood the reality of that undeniably insane person. Simone continued, oblivious to Linus' concerns. "Oh, you're worried about that matchmaker you hate so much, aren't you? I know it's not Elisha's words, but you really have a small heart. Ugh. You hate your brother, Sir Tullius. You also hate Marquis Lavely, who you have teamed up with because of Tullius. And now the guards sent by the Marquis. There's really nothing that can be done for you, huh? You're like a selfish child. You shut up. Are you telling me that you won't even grant me the right to open my mouth? If you think I'm so disgusting that you don't even want to hear a word I say, why don't you just leave me behind? With a count's power, it should be no big deal. I said shut up. His voice was basically a scream. The woman standing in front of him understood not a single thing. Why did she say such things? Why was she making such a face? Why did she look at him like that? It felt as if he was talking to another creature. If they were divorced, Linus and Lavely would be in trouble, but Simone would be in the most trouble. Her family had died out, and she had no hopes of being married again. Of course, Linus would have to provide her with enough money to eat, but even so, the scope of her life would be greatly reduced. She could choose to marry to a lower-ranked noble and resurrect the Pontauban Baron family, but that itself was a huge wager. In other words, she probably disliked Linus so much that she was prepared to do such a thing and willingly voiced her disapproval. "What's going on, Your Excellency, Count?" The door opened, and a disheveled-looking knight jumped in. It must be the guard that Elisha had said she would leave behind. He had shouted so loudly that one might have thought an emergency had happened. Linus waved his hand depressingly. He didn't realize it, but his face was as pale as a sick man's. "Nothing." "Yes, but there was a very loud voice." "I told you it's nothing." "Also, don't you guards know the proper etiquette of knocking on the door?" He became even more frustrated with the knight who failed to infer what happened. Simone looked at her husband with mixed feelings. Her gaze contained amazement, frustration, aversion, and maybe the slightest hint of pity. "We are sorry. He's just, what do you call it, that kind of person." Yes, then there is no issue." "My apologies." The knight grudgingly replied to Simone's shoddy explanation and retreated from the room. Simone had treated Linus as if he was mentally unwell, even though Linus was sure his brother was the crazy one. Being associated with his brother like that was discomforting. "I'm leaving for a moment." "Where to?" As Linus turned on his heel and headed out, Simone asked plainly. "If you have no interest in knowing, you don't have to ask." Linus held his tongue on that and simply replied, "Just a walk. What's wrong with a lord taking a walk in his territory?" He didn't really want to go out. He didn't know what Tullius had installed for him. But it was more painful to stay in the same room as Simone. She must have felt the same way. She sent him off with a loathing, irritated smile that was unimaginable since they were newlyweds. "Oh, is that so? Please enjoy yourself, Count." In frustration, he thrusted the door open, and then slammed the door closed. The knight waiting outside had another startled look, but Linus ignored him and walked down the corridor. Several times, the guard called out to him from behind, but Linus replied evasively. On the way, Linus passed a few shameless collared slaves, worsening his already poor mood. "We can't even tell whose house this is now, can we?" It was as if his mansion was under the control of Tullius, who had arrived earlier. It seemed that his vassals who were in charge of the house and territory could not say no to the second son of the main family who showed up unannounced carrying a lot of things. His notoriety probably had not reached Valden, which was far from the royal capital. Perhaps he should have written a letter to inform the people here. "This place is suffocating." Everywhere he went in the mansion, he saw the eyes, more eyes, and all the eyes of the slaves of Tullius. Eyes that harbored no emotion towards him, in other words, eyes that didn't think anything of Linus. As a noble, he was used to being served, but these stares were physically oppressive to him. He could not feel at peace inside this place. So he went outside. Alone in the cool summer breeze of the highlands, was he finally able to feel alive again. Even in summer, the air in the highlands at dusk was cold. That made it invigorating, on the flip side. It was as if all the invisible dirt that had been clinging onto his body was being scraped away. All of them are useless women. He expelled something that had been building up in the depths of his mind. But this one did not disappear immediately. The more he said it, the more it welled up in his throat. An evil wife who has no good eye and that bitchy knight, and then there are those slaves of Tullius. Why should I be involved with these women? He couldn't help but feel frustrated. In the royal capital, there was a perfect outlet for this kind of situation. The only thing that made that female slave worthwhile was the fact that she was timid, slow, and tight-lipped. He thought it would be unnatural to bring a slave with no significant role here, so he left her at the main residence, but it backfired. There was no one to take care of Linus' growing frustration. It was a regrettable choice. His marriage with Simone had started in the worst way last year, and there had been no sign of improvements. He was close to the limit of spending nights with her just out of a sense of duty to have an heir. In that respect, the slave was really good. As his official wife was a noble's daughter, there were certain things he would never dare to do with his wife. The female slave was different. She never complained at all. The way she surrendered everything to him satisfied his self-esteem. She was much more than Simone, who was a mere baroness but had a very high opinion of herself. Wait, what am I doing? He halted his thoughts, which were fast approaching a dangerous territory. He was committing the taboo of keeping a female slave without telling his official wife. In addition to that, it was not a righteous thought to place a noble woman lower than a slave, even if he had not openly declared. He wondered if he'd been brainwashed by Tullius without his knowledge, but there was no reaction from his anti-brainwashing equipment. So this idea was born entirely from himself. No, that can't be true. Feebleness struck him, and he knelt down on the summer grass. Linus started pounding on the ground again and again. Who am I? I'm Linus Strain Aubenial, Lord of Valden, Count of the Kingdom, and a noble. I'm not like my father or that scum. I'm the head of the respectable Aubenial family. There was no way such a person like myself would think such a thing. It's impossible, it's impossible. No one was listening, yet he needed to find excuses for himself. His father, full of debauchery, was a person who desperately tried to cover up his own incompetence, and then died of fright when he saw the madness of his second son, whom he had misguidedly pinned hopes on. His demonic brother made their mother die giving birth to him, grew up killing slaves, drove his father to his death, and was probably still committing evil, although he had no proof now. Linus kept repeating over and over again that he was different from these people. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He rubbed himself repeatedly with the back of his hand, but the tears wouldn't stop. Arg. A man sat alone in the summer wilderness, screaming with tears on his cheeks. If somebody were to look at Linus now, they would have a hard time distinguish the lunatic between him and his brother. In fact, Linus going mad should be the expectation. He had spent his most impressionable adolescence in fear of his murderous brother and had been unable to get rid of him. Without healing his traumas, he had fully grown to be an adult. There were those who took advantage of him like Lavely, those who didn't want to look at him like Simone, and the many nobles who ridiculed him, and Tullius, who continued to traumatize him. It would be cruel to expect Linus to maintain his sanity while surrounded by such people. It was a miracle that Linus had not shown his disgraceful behavior to the public, nor had he chosen to commit suicide. Linus continued to cry alone as his mind approached his limits. It took near dinner time before he came to his senses again. Section. Going back in time slightly. After leaving the Count and Countess' bedroom, Elisha returned to the room she had been assigned. The room was spacious enough to accommodate the guests of a noble, but the furnishings were old. The room had been cleaned well, and there was not a speck of dust on the floor, but considering the weathering of the room over the years, some people might even feel an eerie sense of discomfort. But there was no way Elisha Balbaster was that delicate of a flower to care for such things. She only thought that it was spacious, old, and that there would be no inconvenience in sleeping here. Welcome back, Commander. Everyone has gathered. Oh, Al, thanks. When she entered the room, she raised a small hand and answered to the voice of her subordinate who greeted her. Gathered in the room were 5 subordinates. There were 4 captains who each led 20 guards, and Alfred Simon Prudamash, the deputy commander who could be said to be Elisha's right-hand man. Even though Valden's mansion was large, it was only a noble's mansion. There was no way that a knight's order could be stationed here as a whole like in the royal palace. This was why only the executives of the second night of the Imperial Guards have gathered here. The only people who were given rooms were Elisha, the commander of the order, the captains, and a few others who were in charge of guarding Linus and his wife. The rest have taken lodgings in the city. Elisha glanced at her men and opened her mouth. Fine, everyone sit down. With the permission of the chief, The people gathered in the room sat down at their respective seats. There was only one empty seat, a chair located by the window of the table. Elisha walked to her seat and sat down. "Well, gentlemen, let me start by saying the journey here has been long." "Yeah, I'm sure it's fine for Big Sis since she rode in the carriage, but we were on horseback. My thighs are sore." The commander's words were met with a stream of ridicule from her subordinate captains. However, there were no ill feelings. There was a sense of friendliness that belied those words, as if they were idle banter between friends. In response, Alfred, the deputy commander, cleared his throat. "Everyone, please don't spout rubbish. Also, this is our commander. I don't think it's appropriate to call her Big Sis." "Wow, you're still as hard as ever, Al the husband." "Of course. If I don't at least be harsh, the discipline of this night order will slacken. And you can also call me deputy commander." Well, let's just ignore Al's nitpicking as usual. While they quickly dismissed the deputy commander, Elisha continued. "So, let's hear your reports. After a quick inspection of the house, did you all notice anything unusual?" "No, none at all." The four voices replied unanimously. A captain took initiative and explained further on behalf of all of them. "Of course, it would be difficult to complete a thorough search of the house in a single day, so we have only investigated a limited portion of the house. Nevertheless, we are focusing on the rooms that the head of the family would use. As a result, at this stage, we can confidently say that there is no possibility of assassination, kidnapping, brainwashing, or any other unpardonable behavior to occur. Same for the right area." "Me too." So the Viscount only came to greet his brother. She twirled her hair, which was tied into a ponytail, lightly like a toy. It was Elisha's habit when she was thinking. Alfred made a curious expression at the gesture and asked, "Are you not convinced, Commander?" "I can't really be convinced. Tullius Aubenil is the kind of person who picks a fight against the old man and wins. I'm sure he's more than familiar with all kinds of shady tactics. How could he have possibly come to meet his political rival so recklessly? Then, Commander is suspicious of the Viscount. Yeah, don't let Madame Simone catch wind of this though, okay? Because she seems to have a soft spot for her brother-in-law. In the meantime, may I ask if you have any proof?" The beautiful female knight commander sniggered at the deputy commander's question. "That stuff is easy. Look at his history since he became a Viscount. Not a speck of dirt to be found, is there? A bad boy who used to reek of rumors of slave murders and who was once taken by his father to be exorcised. Normally, a Viscount like him should have caused a public incident or two by now. But this guy has only been countering his political enemies. It is possible that he has repented and corrected his behavior." "Impossible. How old is he?" "He was 18 when he became a lord, and he's 20 now. He's not old enough to be able to control himself completely." No matter what kind of saint a person is, youth is the thing that would get the person in trouble. In addition, he is a heretic who has gained his notoriety as a slave murderer. If he holds the powers of a lord, he will definitely be up to no good. Power was enticing, and youthfulness made one susceptible to temptation. A young man who had been killing slaves with impunity even as a child had gained power over a region. If nothing particular happened, it would be extraordinary. Ha ha ha. It's extremely persuasive when it's said by someone who has youthful indiscretions herself, isn't it? One of the captains broke off the conversation by saying so. Elisha continued, unconcerned. "That's why I can say that with conviction. The lack of anything strange is strange in itself, though this sounds just like a conspiracy theory. Old man Lavely is also not the kind of naive person to get his ass kicked so easily by a virtuous rural lord. Now then, I wonder what that young innocent lord has behind his mask. So you think that he is the main culprit behind the great fire of the royal capital, as the Marquis claims? I have no proof, though. If you only look at the results, last year's great fire was carried out in that young master favor. The city was burned down in a mob uprising, and the political instability in the capital was not good for nobles from outside the capital to stay. So it was a good excuse to get out and go home. In the midst of all this, he was wounded by an assassin from who knows where. Thanks to that, the old man was suspected of assassination, which caused him major problems. Those gossiping mouths started to believe that the old man was involved in the arson. What do you think? Everything ended up working in the Viscount's favor. You said he was stabbed and suffered life-threatening wounds. I also heard that there was no hesitation in the wounds, though. That's a stupid question. She replied snidely. There's somebody serving him who might be able to do that, right? A person who was formerly known as a strong adventurer, and who seemed like she took part in the slave killing. The Silver Wolf Uni, one of the main players in the trial, right? The deputy commander said with a snort. The Knights of the Imperial Guards, the most elite in the kingdom, were different from other knightly orders that were like lounges for nobles. They did not underestimate the monsters that were a threat to humanity and the ability of adventurers who fought against monsters. Unlike the pampered First Order, in the meritocratic Second Order, if you make a mistake, you will be given the boot on the very same day. She is an exception of the exceptions, as she is ranked C and yet has a nickname. Surely she has some skills to show for it. Then it might be possible that she possesses the ability to land deep, yet non-lethal cuts. In addition, judging from the way the Viscount is behaving today, he didn't seem to have any lasting physical disabilities. He was stabbed by an assassin who was trying to kill him and barely lived. That allowed him to succeed in escaping from the stronghold of his political rival, while there seems to be no long-lasting injuries affecting him. Come on now, how blessed can he be? You're right, big sis, it smells fishy. The other captains agreed deeply with Elisha's words. They were often away from the capital to promote their military prowess to the lords, but they were originally guards with the purpose of protecting the city. They have dealt with threats of assassination to the point of being disgusted by it, and they knew how people were like after being victims in assassinations. In light of their knowledge, the assassination of Tullius seemed suspicious. Regrettably, there is not a single piece of evidence. Why don't you call the former Count Carton, Lady Josephine, and the witnesses from the trial? There's no evidence of the assassination, but the trial. I'm sure that old man had already tried that. But it's no use. No matter how much we try to undo the brainwashing, the High Court has already issued a ruling. If they try to overturn it now, it will be too late to produce the proof. People might think the losing side is just making a fuss. The moment that becomes the widely accepted opinion, it is over. But brainwashing a noble is a huge crime. If it's true, then the High Court has no time to be care about honor and what not. As the deputy commander said, brainwashing the nobility was as serious a crime as assassination. Twisting and arbitrarily manipulating the will of another person, if used with evil intentions, could cause more chaos in society than assassinations. There was no way it could be overlooked. However, Elisha waved her hand, dismissing his argument. I told you it is too late to present any proof. Tullius Albaniel is now protected by a faction that includes even Margrave Doldrin. If we poke them, they'll protest furiously. This is fabrication. They are false accusations, or it must be a conspiracy by Lavallee. If these mindsets take root, more people will hate the centralists and join forces with the decentralists. Both sides would then have the same common enemy, the old man. If we aren't careful, they will use force and start a civil war. In order to prevent that from happening, we need to target the faction members. As I recall, neither the anti-brainwashing treatments nor magic have shown any effect on the moderates, have they? The nobles in the new moderate faction were unlikely to associate with a man who was abhorred as the man-eating snake. The best explanation they could theorize was that they had been brainwashed. But when they took them into custody, they did not respond to any of the anti-brainwashing treatments. If they did, Tullius would have been sent to the executioners a long time ago. So why did they team up with Tullius Shernan Albaniel? She couldn't even begin to guess at the reason. When she queried the nobles, she did not get anything sensible. They would beat around the bush, throw some herrings here and there, or simply say they absolutely could not speak about it. What an indiscernible man, isn't he? That Viscount, why did you accept such a man's welcome? Alfred said, holding his temples and trying to hold in his headache. It was Elisha's words that ruined their chance to get rid of Tullius. If it hadn't been for that, they would have been able to drive that monster away to Marlin. She knew the dangers, so why did she overlook it? It's obvious, isn't it? It's to learn about him, Al. Elisha said simply. The reason why the old man, the most underhanded person in the kingdom, was so spectacularly defeated last year was because he was ignorant of that young chap's methods and did not understand his purpose. We have to find out what his methods are and get at least a part of his secret. If we don't do that, the situation can only get worse. The kingdom may end up being eaten by the man-eating snake from within. In order to prevent that from happening, we have no choice but to head straight into danger, even if the risk is a bit high. Well, it's like force reconnaissance. So we, the second strongest imperial guard in the kingdom, are scouting out the snake noble. That's a very manly story, just like Big Sis. Absolutely, ha ha ha. The captains laughed at their commander's resolve. As knights and warriors who considered it honorable to die fighting on the battlefield, the bravery of their commander could be commended. However, as a deputy commander with responsibilities, Alfred couldn't do that. Not only us, but the count and countess as well, right? Yeah, with them along for the ride too. Elisha's reply sounded rather cold. Originally, it's a problem within the Aubeniols. It is the fault of the head of the family and his brother, Count Linus, that he became a problem for the entire kingdom. If you think about it, they should be equally prepared to be sacrificed too, don't you think? It is true that if Linus had not made Tullius a viscount, this would not have happened too. It was said that he was hoping he would commit blunders and use them as pretext for his execution, but the plan was too optimistic. In view of the current situation, it would have been better if he had dealt with the situation as soon as possible, even if he had to bear the disgrace of killing his family member. The Countess is a hell of a mess, isn't she? She's in this kind of danger because of her husband's negligence. That's why I don't want to marry a bad man. The woman will be at a disadvantage without it being her fault. It's just too much to bear. That's what the woman who flat out rejected her engagement by becoming a knight said. Then she released her hair from fingers. However, I can't be so ungrateful as to leave him to die. Count Linus Aubeniel has some potential in his own right. Protect him as best you guys can. Well, I suppose it would be a disservice to the name of the Imperial Guards to fail to protect them without any resistance. I'll leave that to you guys. The best of our troops will be by the Count's side. And when one of the captains said that, the magic equipment on his chest made a sharp sound. It was communication magic. Excuse me, it's me, what's going on? I see. Keep going, let me know if there's any change, okay? Bye. From the Count's escort. Yes, it seems the couple's quarrel has made the Count uncomfortable. He went out for a walk to take his mind off things. A blanket of air drifted into the room. The man who had been so vocal about the threat of Tullius was now going out unprotected. From the point of view of the guards, it was unacceptable. Of course, one of my men is following him while hiding himself. You are too lax. A single shadow guard can't protect him sufficiently. Hurry up and send more. If you don't have enough men, send yourself there too. I'll take care of the Countess in the mansion. Yes. At Elisha's immediate decision, the captain accepted the order with a salute without any delays. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was old enough to be the commander's father, and yet he had no qualms in receiving his orders from her. In fact, you could see the pride he had in his commander. The loyalty of the Second Order to their leader was well known. The Knights of the First Order claimed that those who call themselves Knights in the Second Order are not subjects of His Majesty King Charles, but servants of Queen Balbester. Ignoring the first half of the statement, the second half was no exaggeration. After all, strength was the raison d'etre of this order. Young or old, male or female, no questions were asked. Their creed was that the strongest knights are to be followed. With that in mind, what could possibly go wrong with having her, the youngest and only female leader of the order, at their helm? The queen smiled strongly as the men responded to her. Come on, hurry up. We can't leave the target of our escort unprotected for even a second. Sure thing, Big Sis. Hey, I already said, not Big Sis but Commander, whatever. Chapter 56, The Aubeniel Dining Table. If somebody had to be chosen as a target for Tullius, it would be Linus, and that very same Linus was walking about unprotected. The Second Order of the Imperial Guards moved swiftly to protect him. In spite of that, nothing extraordinary happened. For Elisha, who had been anticipating a move on Tullius' part, the result was rather disappointing. Well, I'm sure the Viscount is not as shallow as to make a move in this situation. She half-guessed what was going to happen. If Linus were to be harmed now, the culprit would be assumed to be Tullius. Even if he wasn't the mastermind, the old man in the royal capital would certainly assume so. It was the height of foolishness to stir up trouble despite knowing this. Otherwise, it was somebody else who wanted to frame Tullius while burying Linus at the same time. No choice then, I'll have to make some assertive moves. She tightened her corset as she thought. She was in the middle of getting dressed for dinner. Even though she was a knight of the Imperial Guards, she was not imprudent enough to wear a suit of armor to a dinner she was invited to. She had 10 to 20 dresses for such formal occasions. Though she would be much happier just keeping a single dress while spending the rest of her money on new armor. However, if she lost face as a noble, her parents and a certain old man would be annoyed. How could the daughter of Balbaster, even if she ran from home, have only a single piece of dress? Or, the Imperial Guards also act as a billboard for the royal family, so it's part of their duties to dress a little, isn't it? She had been lectured to the point where she had calluses in her ears. In fact, she once sold a dress, but a replacement was delivered the next day. And that was given to her from both her parents' house and the Marquis Lavallee. Those guys were usually bickering with each other, but they got along well only at times like this. Since then, she kept all of her dresses, and they were either rotting in her closet or reluctantly put on when she needed them, as she did today. Damn, it's difficult to move in this, as usual. Why do I have to wear something like this? There was no reply to her mumblings. There was nobody insolent enough to be peeping on her, since this was the Second Order, and nobody in the whole kingdom would dare to make an enemy of Elisha Rosamond Balbaster. Elisha did not have a squire to help her get dressed, nor a slave. It was tedious, but she had to do it herself. She lightly fixed the crumples on her clothes that appeared when she was wearing them, then lightly combed and tied her hair before putting on her belt which had her favorite sword. From the mirror, a beautiful woman who could outshine the moon was standing dignifiedly. The unusual appearance of her sword was just a spice to her unrealistic beauty. And yet, well, I guess this isn't too bad. These were her personal feelings. In the first place, where Elisha was about to go was, in some ways, a battlefield. It was a battlefield between nobilities, where words were exchanged instead of swords, tricks and ploys were employed instead of arrows, where deceit was magic itself. She would like to protest with her unwillingness, but since she had been assigned this role, she had no choice but to dance to the tune of it. Well, time to go. She patted herself on the cheeks to get herself together, and then turned on her heel to the door. Her destination was the dinner table where the man-eating snake was waiting. Section. Linus Strain Aubennial had a pale look. What was about to begin was a dinner hosted by the most abominable Tullius. It was the world's most horrible dinner, hosted by a butcher and served with slave-prepared food. The thought of having such a dinner was unnerving. The mental stability he had just regained was about to crumble again. This was the first time in his life that he felt so reluctant to eat. After all, who knew what was in the food? Elisha mentioned that poison would be detected by their equipment, but on the other hand, anything other than poison could be added into their food. What if it's mixed with the blood of the slaves he killed? No, maybe he dissected humans and made dishes out of them. Or perhaps, they might be served with the flesh or raw livers of the most bizarre-looking monsters. Gruesome images floated in his mind one after another. He wanted to jump out of his seat and return to his room. But his honor would not allow himself to display such behavior in front of Elisha and the others who were his guests. He also didn't want to leave Tullius here and make it look like he was the bigger person in the mansion. It wasn't a matter of willpower. If Linus couldn't entertain the guests and let Tullius play host, his brother's position in the family would appear relatively higher than his. The position of the man as a descendant of the main family of Aubennial would grow. It was unlikely that the slave killer, who was hated even by the vassals of the main family, would be nominated as the head of the family instead of him, but there were always exceptions to the rule. There were mainstream and non-mainstream factions within the vassals under Linus' control. What would happen if the latter faction became more and more distrustful of him, the current leader? It was unlikely, but not impossible that they would pick Tullius as their figurehead to destroy Linus. Considering that, he could not afford to show any weakness to his brother or his retainers here. Even more so to the members of the Second Order, who were outsiders and could present the events of today to the outside world. It was these thoughts that bound Linus like chains to his uncomfortable seat at the table. In deep contrast to the elder brother's tormented and awkward smile, the younger brother was in a jovial mood. He folded up his napkin and hummed to himself, as if he was looking forward to the meal. If this man was looking forward to the dinner, then surely something outrageous must be up. Linus frowned. "Thank you for waiting, respected sirs and madams. Dinner is ready." It was Uni who appeared from the kitchen and greeted them. Linus wasn't waiting for her at all. He even hoped that she would not come forever. But the female slave, whose emotions could not be discerned at all, continued without any conscientious consideration of his disappointment. Tullius gave his affirmation, stood up and began to lead the toast. "Well then, ladies and gentlemen, let's have dinner. Only this time, I, the unworthy one, will take the lead in place of my brother." But before that, he sat back down and brought his hands together in front of his chest and lowered his eyes. "O Lord, ruler of the heavens, we thank thee that thou hast given us sustenance tonight." He began to offer up prayers that would be common at the house of believers. It was common practice in this continent, and there was nothing remarkable about it. But the fact that this was Tullius Aubigneul doing it sent shivers down Linus' spine. What the hell is this godless, homicidal maniac doing now, he thought. In any case, it was an appropriate start for a meal. If one failed to do so, it was the worst in terms of manners. Linus grudgingly followed suit. Naturally, Simone, Elisha, and the other guests, as well as their accompanying retainers, also followed suit. After Linus finished his prayers and looked up, he saw Tullius looking like he was in an awfully pleasant mood. "Well, let's eat then." "Wait, Tullius." Linus interrupted him. "We have not been informed of what food we will be served tonight, have we?" If he decided to give an outrageous answer, Linus would send him criticisms. With a smile on his face, Tullius took on his question. "Oh my. How forgetful of me. Well, I apologize for the rudeness." He scratched his cheek lightly as he said. The lack of remorse in Tullius' attitude made him irritated all over again. The season is now summer, and you all must be tired from the long journey. So, although it is a little out of season, we have prepared this course with a lot of anguilla, which is very healthy for the body. Anguilla was an eel. Normally, eels were fatty in the fall and winter, but relishing them in the summer was delicious too. Having learned that it was something more decent than expected, Linus felt slightly relieved. On the other hand, the fact that it was not an ingredient he could complain about was irritating. It was a mixed bag for him. Hors d'oeuvres will be quiche with anguilla and summer vegetables, and the soup will be warm, considering the cool weather in the highlands. The poison is braised angle in wine. We hope you will enjoy this combination of seasonal ingredients and the specialties of our region of Valden. Oh, it helps that the soup is warm. I don't really do well when it's cold, Simone said casually. She didn't seem to bear any bit of the same fears that Linus had. That's good to hear. I'm honored that I was able to prepare an entree that suits sister-in-law, even if by accident. Now for the main course. Tullius' fluent introduction of dinner continued. Whether Linus should be relieved or disappointed, there was nothing miserly about the selection. Oops, I mustn't forget. The wine is of course our local Cabernet. We will be having a 112-year-old. Linus gave a small grunt. It was a wine from a bountiful year. Oh, come on, Viscount. You can't take something like that out without telling the head of the family, can you? It was Elisha who made fun of Tullius. A bottle of this expensive liquor could easily pay for the construction of a house. If it came from the wine cellar of the mansion, it would certainly be an issue. Don't worry, it was acquired with my own private funds. I spoke to a prominent person in the area, and he gave me one that he had in his warehouse. I could have bought it at a cheaper price in canals, but it's summer. They say you can't let wine travel. Is that so? Yes. Sunlight will damage it. Temperature changes and the frequent shaking are also bad for it. It's that kind of delicate drink. It was unexpected. Linus had never heard of this carefree kid who had no regard for the common sense of the aristocracy, having even a passing acquaintance with wine. In fact, the real problem was this former daughter of a marquis and presently a knight, having no clue on the treatment of wine. Well, that's enough of my long-winded explanation. I would now like to move on to the dinner toast, Victor. Yes. The retainer who had been instructed to do so poured champagne, an apéritif, into the cups of those present. Apparently, he was not thoughtless enough to have a slave pour the wine here. although it was already a problem that a slave wielded the knife and prepared their dinner instead of a professional cook. Glasses were passed around to each member, and Tullius held one in his grip. So, here's to the land of Valden, which has now welcomed its rightful lord, and to the prowess and glory of all the Imperial Guards. Cheers. Cheers. A cheers. A few bouncy voices mingled with Linus' somber voice, and the clear sound of glasses clinking together. The dinner began. This quiche is cooked just right. It's really excellent, big sis. Cough, cough. Oh, I mean, Commander. The knights were already starting to work on the appetizers. Since the guests had already started eating, Linus, the head of the family, had to follow suit. There was no reaction from his poison detection equipment. There would probably be no harm brought to him by eating, at least not to his body. After moistening his dry lips with aperitif, he fearfully cut the quiche with his knife. The dough was split open to reveal only eel meat and vegetables, just as Tullius had announced. There was no weird meat mixed in, no reddish-black, fishy juice dripping out. It was just ordinary, delicious-looking quiche. He stabbed it with his fork and gently brought it to his mouth. The gesture was at a very slow speed. It was like a child being forced to eat something he didn't like. For a while, Linus stared at the quiche. Simone gave him a dumbfounded look. "Oh, is the quiche not to brother's liking?" Tullius called out, in a deceptively disappointed manner. More than hating the quiche, he hated the people who had served it more than anything else in the world. And the person who created it second. Ah, damn it, whatever. Linus shoved the fork into his mouth with determination. The first thing he felt was crispiness. The next was the soft cake-like texture of the eel. The flavorful fats filled his mouth, while the fresh vegetables, with some bitterness, acted as if to wash it away. Together, they stimulated Linus' tongue. He wondered if there was some kind of herb in it, since he could taste a refreshing scent in his mouth and nostrils. "Oh my, it's wonderful," Simone couldn't help but comment. Linus had to fight off the urge to chime in like Simone did. "What do you think, brother?" Tullius smiled as if he was showing off a treasure. It was a shame, but it was delicious enough that such an attitude was warranted. Linus grunted in response. "HMPH, not bad. Only passing marks, is it? Wow, that's strict." "Don't be so modest, Sir Tullius," Elisha commented. The plate in front of her was already empty. Even though it was hors d'oeuvres, wasn't it too early to finish it? "It has such a captivating taste. Who made this?" "Uni, it may not be proper for a slave to cook, but she is the most skilled in my house." "Oh." The female knight's eyes seemed to glimmer. At least from Linus' point of view. Very magnificent. This must be another example of the Count's excellent education. A grinding sound on a plate could be heard with a knife somewhere. It was Victor. It was still fresh in everybody's mind last year, when there was a dispute over the ownership of Uni, who was claimed to be the illegitimate daughter of Count Carton. In any case, it was a big conflict that escalated into a court case. In the end, the Count in question was ordered to retire. Elisha's statement sounded like she was referring to that Count. Miss Elisha, that is. "Yes, I heard that she was trained strictly by her seniors when she was in the main house of the Albanils." Before Simone could chide Elisha, Tullius explained. As if unaware, Elisha puzzledly replied, "I see." While finishing up the rest of her aperitif, "This woman." Linus gave a stern look to Elisha. He had not expected her to offer such sarcasm so casually. He thought she was a shrew who knew not what an aristocracy was about, so this was unexpected of her. Perhaps this was why Lavely had chosen to send her here. "Well, since we have a guest who has already wiped her plate clean, we can't leave her waiting like this. It's a little early, but shall we bring in the soup?" "Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. When I eat good food, I tend to get hungrier." "SHH, don't talk to His Excellency the Viscount so informally." The man who claimed to be the vice commander interrupted Elisha. With that, Tullius snapped his fingers, and the slave in question brought a bowl of steaming hot soup. "Please enjoy it, esteemed guests." Speaking of which, I have not heard what's in the soup." Elisha muttered to herself, while watching Uni place the soup on the table. Indeed, all they were told was that it was warm soup. What ingredients were used remained unclear. Linus looked at the soup and noticed an oily film floating on the surface and the reddish liquid beneath. The ingredients seemed to be some kind of meat. The combination of red and meat made Linus imagine something sinister again. Tullius laughed impishly. "Oh, my, I'm sorry. I completely forgot to tell you all about it. How about this? Wouldn't it be more fun if you all taste it first, and then guess what kind of soup it is? Doesn't that sound interesting? I'm in. Quick to act, Elisha scooped up a big spoon of soup and put it in her mouth. She rolled it around her tongue for a while to get a feel of the ingredients, chewed on them, before swallowing. I don't know what the heck this soup is. While Linus was worried, Elisha seemed to be thinking for a while. Chicken? Not really. It's similar, but a little more wild. It feels like it's leg meat, but a little thicker. It doesn't seem like a wild bird. Oh, I get it, turtle. Turtle? Turtles were a rare ingredient, but it was certainly not uncommon to be used as a delicacy. It was a creature of longevity, and in some areas it was said to be a good luck charm. If that's the case, it would suit the taste of Tullius, who was always saying that he wanted to live a long life. Correct, you are really good at this, huh? Reptiles are similar in texture to chicken. When I was on a mission to defeat bandits, I once ate a lizard because I was out of food. That's how I first tasted something similar. These legs are thicker and shorter than those. I see. You seem to have lots of interesting experience. It was unusual to see Tullius react as if he saw something special. This was the first time he had seen another person who would be considered weird, but this was nothing to be pleased about. It only made Linus feel sick. Commander, such a topic at a dinner table is not a pro. What's wrong with talking about food while eating? Also that lizard didn't taste bad at all. Fortunately, I had a stockpile of salt, so I ate it with a sprinkle of salt. Leader. What is it, Al? You look scary. Fortunately, the sensible vice commander cut off the conversation. Linus patted his chest in relief. You're really weird, Miss Elisha. Too weird. Simone's bewilderment was evident in her voice, and Linus' sigh echoed it. Once again, it was rare to see consensus being made from this chilly couple. However, for Linus, it was nothing to feel happy about. It is very hot, please be careful. Delayed by the knights who had finished their appetizers, Uni then brought Linus and the rest their soup. For a moment, his eyes met those of Uni. Her eyes were as emotionless as ever, but there was a faint hint of dislike. Even if her slave collar had been removed, she was the woman who sent her father to hell and came back to avenge her mother. She would never stop hating a person who fought on the other side from her master. It was mutual for Linus. If he could, with his own hands, he wanted to strangle the person who, as a slave, had served the slave murderer and who had crushed his marriage ploy. He switched his attention to the plate in front of him, trying to hide the bone-chilling emotions he was trying to conceal. The reddish soup that filled the plate was steamy enough to make one think that it had been boiling up to the point before it was served. He scooped it up lightly and let it cool a little on the spoon before taking a sip. It was thick and a little quirky, but the taste was rather pleasant. When he saw the steam billowing out of it, he thought it might be overcooked, but then he realized it was the kind of food that was tastier the hotter it was. If possible, he would like to try it in winter, but this was in the highlands where it gets cold at night, so eating it during the summer was fine too. I didn't know. Linus muttered under his breath, sweating lightly as his body warmed up. He had no idea that this cold-looking woman could cook food with such warmth. No, he heard that she had often slayed people who insulted her lord. Thinking from this angle, she might be a passionate person at heart, although her passions might be excessive. On the other hand, the other woman with a voracious appetite. I'd like a refill if that's okay. She had already emptied her bowl. Just like with the appetizer, she ate too quickly. And yet, her gestures were not completely rude, so she was quite a curious person in that sense. Uni bowed slightly. That's fine, but there will be more from the main course. Are you sure? She was right, they still had a fish dish and a meat dish for the main course. And of course, dessert. Even though it was a soup, too much of it in the stomach would be a problem later. But Elisha dismissed her fears with the wave of her hand. No problem, the more I eat, the hungrier I get. Soup doesn't count as a meal, it's more of a side dish. I'd like to have more of it. Missy's gluttony is well known in the order. Ha, totally, man. Stop spreading our shame around. As you wish, lady. I will bring it to you immediately. As the vice commander grumbled to the excited knights, Uni went to get a replacement bowl. Some time later, the main course was brought out. Poison was the main dish. Linus had no complaints about the taste of any of the dishes served, to say the least. In fact, if he hadn't known who made them, he would have praised them with open arms. The only thing that bothered him was that the other main dish was St. Gallen-style hamburger steak with brown sauce. It was tasty, but food from a barbaric neighboring country was a bit unpleasant. The reason why these knights were sent here was also because of the unrest stemming from that country. They ate it without a care in the world, and Elisha even put 3 steaks in her stomach. Finally, dessert was served. We have prepared a chocolate cake for dessert tonight. Chocolate? I'm not familiar with it. It's not something weird, is it? To Linus' concern, Tullius blinked his eyes in surprise. Oh, you haven't heard of this. It's a popular confection among the canals merchants these days. It is made with imported beans from another continent. The beans are grinded, roasted, and then mixed with sugar. It can also be used as a confectionery if it is cooled and hardened. Imported from another continent. Linus could not get a good impression from that explanation. There was nothing good that came from the other side of the ocean. Among them were potatoes and other bulky crops that had a cheap taste and were poisonous when sprouted. Linus hated those. He heard that they were hardy plants that grew well on infertile land and were used as an experimental crop to help the common people. In direct contrast to her husband, Simone's eyes sparkled with innocence. You keep coming up with these new delicacies. I can't wait to try more. Thank you for that. As for me, I hope it's not just unusual, but also palatable to sister-in-law and others. No sooner than he said, the dessert plates started to appear on the table. The chocolate cake was a mixture of regular cake with a brownish hue and a slab of pastry on top as an accent. Taking a closer look, it could be seen that the cream used for decoration was also brown. Then this color must be because of the chocolate or something. The aroma mixed with the sweet smell of the cream was quite fragrant, and it gave his stomach, which was supposed to be full, an appetite for more. As a matter of course, Elisha was the first to put her fork on it. Chew. Oh, this is a sweetness I've never experienced. You say it's made from grounded beans, so I was expecting it to be bitter. Yes, it's bitter without the sugar, though the bitterness can be enjoyed as well by controlling the sugar. Tullius explained with a self-satisfied look. To Linus' chagrin, he became somewhat interested. Linus also took a bite. Sweet. It was so sweet that it almost made his tongue fall out from his mouth, and yet it had a depth that was not all sweetness. The addition of sugar and cream to something that was originally bitter brought out the sweetness further. Really, it's so sweet and delicious. But if it's this sweet, I might be worried about the amount of sugar. Simone spoke of her very feminine concern. There were many aristocrats who indulged in extravagance and consumed too much sugar, becoming fat like pigs. So they might not be able to enjoy the dessert too much if there was an excessive amount of sugar in it. Don't worry, we've considered that and used a little salt to enhance the sweetness. Really? Yes. The human tongue is a strange thing, and it's easier to perceive sweetness when it's mixed with something a little salty. Of course, even though the amount is reduced, it still contains a lot of sugar, so it is not good to eat too much of it. There should be no problem unless it is eaten daily. Tullius spoke as if it was nothing. But should he be so quick to divulge the secrets of pastry making? Making sweet pastries was a huge money-making venture. If one could save on sugar, which was a luxury commodity, it was even better. The confectioners of the aristocracy would drool over these ideas. At any rate, Simone seemed to be relieved. She happily started on the cake again. And yet, Elisha, who already had the cake in her stomach, spoke up. This dinner is quite excellent. It's not every day you get to see such an array of delicacies, even in the palace. I am very impressed, Lord Tullius. Why, I'm very grateful for your kind compliments, Lady Balbester. The amused gaze of the female knight, clashing with the amiable smile of the dinner host. For such delicious food, you must have gone through a lot of trouble to prepare them. Oh no, haha. Well, I'm well aware that I'm a little too showy for somebody my age. Tullius scratched his head in embarrassment. As Elisha had said, today's dinner was too elaborate in many ways. The food, the wine, and the imported confections. In a crude way, it was too much money for a viscount to spare. If they were as innocent as Simone, they would be happy to see that he was so caring, but Linus and Elisha were not. On the one hand, they were brothers who have been at odds with each other for years, and on the other hand, they were the heads of armed factions. It was also the result of Lavalley's reforms that allowed the Imperial Guards to expand and allow the Second Order to be known as the best. How is it that they were being treated so lavishly? He could not help but wonder what the intentions behind it were. Let me get straight to the point. I would like to know about tonight's hospitality and your intentions in hosting it. By which you mean? Forgive me. It was unexpected for a simple knight like me to be welcomed so warmly. I'm sorry for seeming ungrateful like this. Even as she apologized, Elisha was completely relaxed as she sipped her glass of after-dinner drink. If you're up to something, tell me now, she implied. There was a limit to how direct one could be. Tullius chuckled, amused. Good gracious, the head of the Second Order, the most elite of the elite Imperial Guards, calling herself a mere knight. If that's the case, then a person like me, who simply serves a regional lord, has no place at all. Right, do. Don't bring me into this, master. The man, who had spent the entire dinner keeping to himself, said in disgust. Most likely, he was struggling to keep up with the table manners and was trying to keep quiet to avoid embarrassing himself. After teasing his subordinate, Tullius stuck to his impressed expression and continued. Well, this is just my way of apologizing. Oh, an apology, huh? Yes, I'm sorry if this sounds awful, but I'm not as good as my brother. Ever since I was a child, I've been a great source of trouble for my brother, and now that I'm older, I feel ashamed of that. Linus' eyebrows drew together grimly. How was he able to spew such lies? Even as a measly viscount, he was still steadily building up his aristocratic faction and was planning to challenge him. Truly laughable. Such thoughts swirled in Linus' mind, but since he was in the presence of guests, he had to restrain himself. He threw the rest of the cake into his mouth as if to adjust the bitterness in his mouth. My brother raised me to the rank of viscount and even gave me territory. It is a debt of gratitude that I can never repay. You were given the remote land of Marlin, was it? Miss Elisha. Simone chided her for her provocative language. But Tullius shook his head, not caring. Even though we are in the middle of nowhere, we have a lot of potential. In fact, new copper mines and other unexpected new industries have sprung up here. To be entrusted with such a place, I would have to say that my brother has a good eye. Well, I didn't think there was even such a thing as a dungeon, he said, with a devilish smile on his face. Linus felt sick to his stomach as he listened on. It wasn't the sweetness of the pastries or the richness of the food he had. It felt like black needles were poking him in the stomach. He felt like holding his ears together and crouching. Thanks to my brother, I've gained a lot of knowledge that I would not have gained otherwise by being confined to the residence in the royal capital. I can say that everything I have today is thanks to my brother. Truly, it is thanks to my brother that I am where I am today. Stop, for God's sake, not a single word more. That's why I wanted to give my brother and his precious guests a taste of my best efforts. That's all. Truly, he said, and Tullius moved his eyes. Don't look at me. Please, just for now, don't turn to me and talk to me. In spite of Linus' fervent wishes, Tullius fixed his gaze on Linus and concluded. I'm really grateful to you, brother. Unable to take it anymore, Linus got off his seat and stood up. The guests looked at him suspiciously, but Linus couldn't even pay attention to them. Sorry, I'm feeling a little tipsy. Forgive me for leaving. It was all he managed to squeeze out. Hey dear, what's wrong? Linus shook off Simone's unusually worried expression and walked quickly out of the dining room. At his back, the voice of the man he least wanted to hear followed him. Oh, if you're feeling tipsy, please refrain from bathing. It's not safe for you to stagger and fall in the bathroom. Of course. I shall rest in the room. Linus left without giving a second look. It was not praiseworthy to leave one's guests as the head of a count family. But more than that, he could not afford to sit on the same table as Tullius for any longer. What did that man say? He owed his life to his brother? Was he really grateful? That's ridiculous. All Linus ever did was to get in his way. He threw him out of the royal capital to stop him from killing slaves as an experiment. He sent them to the poorest and most corrupt backwater in the kingdom. He mixed up his new retainers with spies. He also sent spies to the feast celebrating the completion of his residence. He also took part in a conspiracy to rob him of his most important servant. It was as if he was declaring that it was all in vain, that it would only benefit him. And objectively speaking, that statement was absolutely correct. Marlin was now rapidly prospering, and Tullius was even the head of a faction that had taken in many moderate nobles. It's much bigger than it was before he was expelled from the capital. If he had been kept in Brauson, he would have been just a blood-drunk lunatic. Yes, everything was in vain, brother. Everything you've done was worthless and pointless. No, it's the other way around. In my opinion, it's even harmful to the Albenil family. What do you think, brother? How is it, brother? Why aren't you saying anything, brother? In an afterimage created by his own mind, Tullius' smile warped and turned into a sneer. Shut up, stop laughing, stop talking. Scum, dirt, shit. Don't try to act cocky and imitate a human's voice. His fast walking pace had turned into a sprint before he knew it. Linus ran as if something was chasing him from behind. He ran into the living room, locked the door, and threw himself on the bed. The sheets, exposed to the cool night air, were cold, and despite their softness, they seemed to be rejecting Linus. Ugh, no, no more. Please, please let me go back to the capital. He scratched his head and whined as he pressed his face against the bed. He couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to see Tullius. He didn't want to breathe the same air under the same roof with that thing. He had put up with it for years and years, tried to get rid of him over and over again, but all to no avail, and now he was even being told that he was grateful for it. With a faint smile on his face, he said such cruel things without a care in the world. He didn't want to be associated with such a monster any longer. However, he could not escape. It was his job as the head of the Count family to inspect the territory and review the governance. And it was the intention of the centralist faction, including Lavely, to send Linus away. He was tied up in a double bind of obligations. Nobody could take over his place, nor offer a helping hand. Despite his position as a Count of the Kingdom, Linus Strain Albenil was completely alone. Help me, mother. Father, why did you let that monster be born? Lavely, please, kill that thing as soon as possible. The ramblings gradually took on a hallucinatory quality, and the past and present began to blend together. While his mind was exhausted and overwhelmed, his body was aching with a fever. The imbalance between mind and body was driving Linus further and further to the edge of collapse. The sound of gnawing nails echoed in the dark room where he was alone. The exasperation he had endured was turning into an urge to hurt himself. Linus couldn't stop even as his teeth tore through the flesh of his fingers and blood trickled down. If this went on much longer, he might have to take a razor blade to his wrist next or even hang himself. But just before that happened, "Dear Linus, what are you doing here without the lights on?" The door opened, and light from the hallway filtered into the room. With her back to it, the shadow of a woman appeared in the backlight. Who is it? His brain was short-circuiting and was on the verge of exploding. The past and the present and his jumbled-up memories overlapped his vision. A dark room, a woman. His exhausted self. He was breathing hard like an animal, the shadow of a woman in the dimness. Oh, that's right. The confusion in his mind and the liquor he had consumed at the dinner gave Linus a conclusion. Oh, yes. That's the woman in front of him. His slave. Did she come to be struck by me just like previously? Did she come to be held? With the impulse from his memory, Linus pulled himself up from the bed and approached the woman. He grabbed her by the hair with one hand to prevent her from escaping and locked the door with the other. He was so happy. He didn't know that there was someone who would be there for him when he was in so much pain and suffering. He didn't know that there was someone who would take care of him, someone who would help him through this pain. Ow, hey, stop it, you're hurting me. Linus? Hey, are you listening to me? Linus smiled gently at the woman who screamed in protest. If there had been a light to illuminate his face, it might have made the viewer think it was a crazy smile. Shut up, slave girl. He ordered, as if this had played out before. A slave should not call out to her master like that. She should behave in a more frightened and flirtatious voice and gently reassure him that he was above her, as she had always done. So Linus, as usual, pulled the woman by the arm to the bed and threw her down on it. Yikes. Wait, what? What are you doing? He liked the fierce resistance that was not always there. He'll hold her down with his hands and make her feel helpless to the fullest. Let's make her admit once again that she was inferior to him. That's what this is all about, isn't it? She had always satisfied herself that way. Linus chuckled and draped himself over the bed. I love you, he admitted for the first time in his life in a whisper. Section. I'm screwed. The man was sitting helplessly, muttering in a hollow tone. He took off his hat, which indicated his position, scratched his thinning head, and continued to look desperate. The subordinate let out a sigh of exasperation at the man's condition. I wonder if he's okay, this guy. No, I guess not for a while. Another subordinate shrugged, but was it that much of a shock? It can't be helped. After all, he lost to a slave. Don't say that I lost. The man slammed his hand on the chopping board, and his men cowered in unison. They were in the kitchen. The man was the head chef of the Count of Albenyl's family. He had come from the royal capital to prepare food for the Count, the Countess, and their guests. However, the one who prepared the dinner they had on the first night was a lowly female slave who was not fit to be in charge of the kitchen. He objected to it and tried to kick her out of the kitchen. Before that, please open your mouth a little. Yes, just like that, then please enjoy. The taste of the food that was thrown into his mouth made him lose all words. The man who came from the royal capital with great enthusiasm was overwhelmed by the taste of the test quiche and was forced to leave the kitchen. The chef was stunned for a while, but as soon as he came back to himself, he sank into a depression, and now he was here. I am no match for that savage female slave. Yes, she must have been cheating. She must have mixed some magic potion into the food to change the taste. She's an assistant to that alchemist, after all. Damn that whore. She must have shook her ass at the second son and begged him for some weird potion. This time, he manically tried to find excuses for himself and cursed Uni for beating him. The subordinate cooks all struck a pose of disapproval at the sight of their boss. They hated the cocky, iron-faced slave and her notoriously cruel owner. However, when their immediate superior behaved in a way that made them think, "This is not how I want to be as a person," they couldn't decide whose side to take. Well, if you say so, I hope you can entertain the Count with your cooking tomorrow. Yes, that's right, and I'm told that the thing is only going to stand in for today. HMPH, of course. I will teach you the taste of Brausan, the taste of royalty and nobility. The head chef declared with a snort. One of his men pointed him to a basin lying in the corner of the kitchen. So, how about we start with a dish that uses the same ingredients to show the difference in class? Hi. The chef didn't notice the basin until he was told about it. It was a large basin that took several people to carry. It was filled with water, and several live eels were wriggling around in it. What the hell is this? What is it? Obviously eels. I can see that, you damned fool. How come there are eels here? Maybe they made a mistake in ordering and received too many ingredients. They did say since there are many more of these eels, whoever is cooking tomorrow, please use them, he said while dexterously grabbing an eel. The fish, with its long, slimy body, slumped in his subordinate's hand as if appealing to be released. It's very active, isn't it? We'll be able to enjoy them for the rest of the week at this rate. Oh, taking a closer look, there's also a turtle inside. Ouch, this turtle, it bites. It bit me. The head chef's shoulders slumped as he watched his men playing with the food in the basin. He imagined the menu for tomorrow and what the nobles would think when they tasted it. Oh, the same ingredients. You want me to use that? You want me to use the same ingredients to make that delicious? No, I mean slave-made food. Ha ha ha. Of course, if served with dishes with the same ingredients, the eater would compare the taste of it with the previous one. What if, as a result, he was rated as a poorer chef than the slave? He would be disqualified as a chef. He would lose the right to enter the kitchen of the house of the Albenyls. These thoughts passed through his mind. It's over, it's still over, I'm screwed. The man sank back into despair. He had no choice but to be in despair when he thought about his bleak future as a chef. The eels swam unconcernedly in the basin. They were swimming in the cramped water, unaware of the sorrows and joys of humanity and of their own fate as food. Chapter 57, The Demon and the Bride, the next morning. At the Albenyl mansion in Valden, the maids were up early and working busily. However, they were not slaves brought by Tullius, but genuine maids. They were the original servants of the Count's family, the daughters of lower-ranking nobles who were sent to learn etiquette, and the daughters of commoners who were born and raised in families with a decent background. For these women, the slave maids that Tullius brought with him could only be considered a laughingstock. The slaves served by the side of the wealthy and the powerful, and sometimes even became impregnated with their children. It was a joke that these slaves were fulfilling such a role which even commoners looked down on. This was acknowledged by all the maids. The maids were a mix of those who Linus had brought from the royal capital and those who had been working at Valden's mansion from the beginning. However, they quickly got along. The reason for this was because they had a common adversary. These slaves dared to wear the same maid's clothes as they did, and on closer inspection, their uniforms looked better. They were all vying for the favor of the young head of the family, Linus Aubigneul. But there was room for amicable relationship between the maids if they were facing these eyesores. Especially for those from the royal capital, there was nobody more annoying than female slaves. The fact that Linus' mistress was a slave was an open secret among the women living in the main residence in the capital, though Madame Simone was not informed since she was not popular among the servants. No way could they let the little bitch steal a march on them, especially since this was now a good opportunity where Linus' main wife had yet to show any signs of pregnancy. This made their resentment towards the slave class even stronger. Therefore, the existence of the slaves of Tullius, who were female slaves masquerading as maids, was beyond annoying to them. "Here she comes," one of the maids quietly whispered into the ear of her colleague, who was carrying the laundry. Out of the corner of her eye, one of Tullius' female slaves was just passing through the hallway. The two maids confirmed this and gave each other a wry smile. "Let us teach you a lesson in proper behavior, you impudent slave." They had something planned for her. They were both maids who had been employed by the House of Aubigneul in the last year or two. That's why they didn't know about the time when Tullius was in the mansion in the royal capital. They had heard rumors, but thought it was just a fictitious horror story. He had probably killed a few slaves who made blunders, and as news spreaded, the stories became wilder. They were probably just stories that could only trick children, they assumed. If their predecessors had been here, they would have warned them not to get involved with the slaves. Until a few years ago, the mansion in the royal capital had been ruled by slaves. Even when Tullius was away studying, there were slaves he left behind in the residence working. The sight of the slaves reminded them of the appalling massacres that took place in the basement room. There was a considerable number of people who became mentally ill and quit. The maids, unaware of this, were about to bully the slave. HMPH, she was a mere slave of a viscount. Even if the viscount complained about the slave bullying, there was no way the count would step in since he was on bad terms with the viscount. Also, when a person gains a title, it means that he has established another family. They thought it was unlikely that outsiders would be able to punish them since they were servants under the count. "Let's do it, okay?" "Yeah, all right. 3, 2, 1, take this." When she finished the countdown, the maid threw the laundry forward. They had intended to cover the slave who walked in with all the dirty clothes. Many of the clothes in the laundry were soaked with the sweat of the traveling group after their long journey. If it got on the slave's face, it would be very uncomfortable. If the slave chose to complain about it, then they could respond by saying, "You bumped into me and I dropped my laundry." They had checked their surroundings carefully and there was no third party around. If it came down to an argument without any evidence, there was nobody who would stand up for the slave. They could place the blame on the slave for carelessly bumping into the count's servant. And now, all that was left was to enjoy how the slave reacts uncomfortably or how she would choose to defend herself. That was their intention. But, the full laundry basket, which she had thrown forward with all her might, was still in her hands. The confused maid was met with an annoyed glance from her accomplice. "Hey, what are you doing?" "What? No, that's..." She thought she had thrown it, but before she knew what happened, it was back in her hands again. But there wasn't a way she could convince the other maid of what happened. She would only be treated as if she was crazy. While she was racking her head for an excuse, the female slave they were targeting passed them with indifference. Ah, whatever. Now that it has come to this, she was going to feign falling and scream loudly. If she did that, the slave would undoubtedly be caught in the commotion. She willed herself to fall, flinging her body towards the ground while throwing the laundry to one side. "Ouch, what are you doing, you slave? Are you all right? What's wrong with you? Are you even looking ahead of you?" Hey, that's no good." For some reason, her fellow maid became impatient and stopped her. She thought she was just trying to add fuel to the fire. Well, whatever. Now all they have to do was to get involved in a squabble with this man, This man? I was looking carefully to the front while walking, but if you are carrying such a bulky load, it's dangerous to walk since you won't be able to see in front of you. It would be better to split up the laundry and move them in separate batches. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed noble was helping her pick the laundry scattered on the floor. He was definitely not a maid with a collar. Sir Victor Lorge. She couldn't help but raise her voice. This man was not a slave, but a vassal of Tullius, and even though he was an illegitimate child, he was born into a count's family and thus was a big shot. It was not a person that a maid like her should have a beef with. Yes, I'm Victor. Why are you so surprised? Did you mistake me for someone else? And no, of course not. She apologized profusely and glanced sideways at the other maid. She wondered if there were any other people in the area apart from them. The other maid must also be thinking the same as she nervously asked Victor about it. I didn't see you a moment ago. When did you arrive here? Is that your question? I had some urgent business to attend to, and though it was rude of me, I came running. When I saw that the person next to you was about to fall, I stopped her in a hurry. As he said this, his hair was indeed slightly unruly, and his forehead was slightly sweaty. Was it a special trait of a protagonist that he was able to appear cool and handsome rather than unsightly in such a state? By the way, did I hear you say something about a slave? Yes. Yes, I passed a slave a moment ago and she tripped me. I fell down because of her. Sensing that it was a great opportunity, she made her complaint in one breath. Now they could make him a witness. It was payback for embarrassing them in front of a handsome man and for her to vent her anger. But where is that slave you're referring to? Hi. Victor gestured towards the back of the maids. Behind them was a deserted hallway. Naturally, there was no sign of any slave or any person at all. I'm sure she hid in some room, very sneaky. Yes, she must be a cunning slave. Victor's eyes were somewhat blank as he looked at the maids. However, this was only for a moment, and he immediately put on a serious expression and asked a question in a very sincere tone. So, what were the characteristics of this slave? Because if it's true, I'll have to punish her for that. I would very much like to know. Yeah, about that. She had dark hair and her eyes were green. Her skin was so fair that I can't tell if she had been working at all. I'm sure she's a lazy bum who skips work too. Yes. She had an impertinent armband on her left arm and a weapon hanging from her waist. Truly an unbecoming slave. The maids each gave their testimonies. They would never admit that she was beautiful. That would make them admit that they were inferior. That's quite the unique slave. Considering it all, it sounds like she is our chief, Uni. Definitely the Viscount's slave. It would be in the best interests to fire her, or even terminate her. Maybe that is too much to ask. She said so in a cat-like voice to Victor, who appeared apologetic. And then, how may I help you, Sir Victor? From behind Victor, a slave in a maid's uniform appeared silently. Oh, Chief Uni, just the right person I was looking for. I was told by these ladies that you had bumped into them and caused them to drop the laundry. No, I don't remember any of that. Is that so? Since she said that, what do we do about this? The two maids didn't react to Victor, who was pretending to act as a mediator. They were frozen to the ground, terrified. What, when, how? Where did this slave, called Uni, come from? How did she, after passing by them and leaving, and after Victor appearing, reappear once again? In the first place, once they lost sight of her, when did she have enough time to hide in a room? And did they hear the sounds of her footsteps at all? Many questions were running through their heads, but no answers were forthcoming. Or rather, they were forced to believe in the impossible. The next thing they knew, she appeared in front of them. She was like a ghost. I am sorry. I think it was just our imagination. Oh, we were up so early in the morning, did we daydream? Ahahaha. They made forced smiles to try and gloss over their previous accusations. They had enough. It was too creepy. They were scared. Now they wanted nothing to do with her. The maids, witnessing the unbelievable phenomena by the maid in the early hours of a midsummer morning, were gripped by an intense sense of repulsion towards the slave dressed as a maid. Victor said to the girls, who were fast turning pale, "Both of you don't look like you're feeling well. What do you think, Uni? How about you take over their duties?" Yes, no problem, Sir Victor. I shall wash the clothes and hang them to dry in the courtyard. Will that do? Yes, I'm sure the girls will be feeling better by the time the laundry has dried. How about that? Yes. Please do so. The two maids handed the full laundry baskets to Uni and walked away. They ignored the fact that they were abandoning their duties and the fact that they feared this slave. For now, they just wanted to get away from this silver-collared slave. That was the only thing that occupied their minds. On this day, there would be one more ghost story about the slaves of Tullius. Victor exhaled deeply. I hope you exercise restraint when using me to come up with excuses, Chief Maid. Yes, Sir Victor. I will try to do so as much as possible. As long as it is within my master's orders, though. In other words, it's something that could happen in the future. Sigh. Section Du Schwarzer was puzzled. Ever since he had met Tullius, he had been accustomed to outlandish events and mysterious situations. But what was happening before his eyes was different from the norm. Well, could you please just calm down and talk to me? Tullius was troubled. No, this man was also human. He's downright demonic, the kind of person you want to look for to find horns, wings, and tails, but alas, he was actually human. There would be times when he appeared troubled and annoyed. However, it was very unexpected that Tullius would be caught up in such a situation and be troubled. Help me, Sir Tullius. I can't take it anymore. I can't stand living with him. The one who cried and clung to him was Simone, Tullius' sister-in-law. Du thought she had not shown up at the breakfast table, but as soon as he went back to Tullius' room, she appeared. When he let her in, she immediately clung to her brother-in-law with tears in her eyes. Did my brother say something again? No, I don't want to say it, please don't ask. What do you want me to do? Tullius looked at Du as if to say, do something about it, but there was nothing Du could do about it. If a woman was crying, he could only choose to let her cry until she felt better. A man who was all about swordsmanship and who had only ever had the pleasure of one-night stands with women should not be expected to handle situations like these. Even Dre, his closest partner, was not the kind of girl who would burst into tears in front of a man. It was hopeless, he tried to say by shrugging his shoulders. He could not offer any better plan. It seems like something very personal, so why don't I just stay out of it? If you need anything, just call me. When Du said that, Tullius made a blatantly disgusted face. This man probably found it more disagreeable that he would be left with nobody guarding him than the fact that he was stuck together with Simone, who showed no signs of calming down. Fortunately, Simone had buried her face in Tullius' chest and was crying incessantly, so she didn't see the look of displeasure on her brother-in-law's face. If she had seen it, it would get even more complicated. Ooh, please do that. I don't want anybody else to hear. Yes, I understand, so there's that. Du and the rest may leave. Don't go anywhere on your own, okay? All right, let's get going. Yes. Together, he took the mass-produced slaves that were packed in the room and went out to the hallway. Some time later, after closing the door, they began talking. It's not that he was actively trying to listen, he was one of Tullius' masterpieces. His hearing has been enhanced as a result of all the work he has done on his body. A single wall or a single door was not sufficient as a barrier. Please have a cup of tea first to calm down. I'm sorry for my poor brewing skills. Oh, thank you. I'll take it. I wish Uni was here, but she had some business to attend to. It'll be a little while before she returns. As Tullius had said, Uni had left her master's side in the morning to attend to business. Once that was done, the plot to unseat Linus would be closer to fruition. Simone was crying out to the man who was plotting to bring down her husband. It was such an outrageous situation. It's warm, your tea. Ah, it hurts. Oh, what happened? Could it be that there are cuts inside your mouth? Excuse me, may I have a quick look? Yeah, please do. The sound of the floor creaking, the scraping of different clothes against each other, and other such sounds filled Du's ears. Tullius must have approached Simone so that he could examine her. Yes, please open your mouth. That's a pretty big cut. You must have bled there too, right? Since you were not treated at the time of the cut. Well, if it's hard to say, I won't force you to say. I examined you to help, all right, it's healed. You should be able to drink now. The faint fluttering sound of magic was probably Tullius' recovery magic. Then the sound of bodies separating. The sound of a woman's voice saying goodbye. What the hell is going on here? Why was she raising her voice like that now? Did she really have a thing for Tullius? Du shook his head at his own imagination. It couldn't be. Even her feelings of goodwill towards Tullius was a mistake. To fall in love like that now would be the height of insanity. After all, Tullius Shernan Aubenul was the exact opposite of the kind of man women liked. He was cold-hearted, self-centered, unconcerned about the feelings of others, and was not afraid to put women in the line of fire for his own survival. He was far from the ideal image of a kind and dependable good man. The only women who could love such a man would be those whose brains were tampered with. On the other hand, her relationship with her husband, Linus, was on the verge of collapse. If so, it was not impossible that the desire to rely on her brother-in-law, who was in a bad relationship with her husband, might turn into a love affair. Besides, he has learned how to keep up with appearances these days, damn bastard. It seemed that Tullius was learning to behave more or less like a noble, thanks to the desperate teachings of Victor and Laubert. At least, much more than he himself did. Simone saw very few bad sides of Tullius. The Tullius she knew was the brother-in-law who came from afar to congratulate her on her wedding day, the one who patiently listened to her complain about married life, the one who fought against Lavely and others for the sake of a mere slave. The only flaw she knew of him was perhaps the rumors circulating about him being a slave killer, but it was offset by the way he went all out for Uni during the trial. If so, then it was a terrible misunderstanding. The smile that he shows to others was just an affectionate gesture to avoid unnecessary friction. He smiled because he felt no concern towards them. The only time that Tullius smiled sincerely was when an experiment was progressing well, or when satisfactory results were produced. It was a little too difficult to describe what kind of disgusting smile he had in those situations. The only reason he had saved Uni was because she was a valuable asset, and there was a good chance he could get her back with little effort. If he failed, he would have immediately burned her and the royal capital to the ground and fled. It was not surprising that he had managed to make a good impression from all the points he had listed, but when Tullius' facades are peeled away one by one, this is what he really was like. Well, maybe I'm imagining things too much. Dew smiled bitterly and cut off his useless thoughts. It was not the place for a swordsman to be prying into somebody's love life. To remove the awkwardness he felt, Dew made a small cough and concentrated his attention on security instead. Inside the room, they were finally about to get to the core of the matter that Simone had rushed in with. So, you said that you were looking for advice about your life with my brother. And I suppose it has something to do with these scars. Yes, you are right. No, to be precise, it's just part of it. No matter how much Dew tried to concentrate on guarding the room, his enhanced hearing would pick up the voices in the room on its own. The following was a brief summary of what she had said. Last night, she followed Linus, who had abruptly left the dinner table, to their bedroom. Strangely enough, she found her husband crouched on the bed with the lights off, moaning about something. She was worried and called out to him. Linus got up and suddenly treated Simone roughly and forced her to have unconsensual sex with him. He grabbed me by the hair and forced me to the ground. When I didn't like it and resisted, he punched me as hard as he could. Unbelievable, isn't it? It's true that I was married to him to carry his child. But, ooh, isn't that way too much? Even if he doesn't love me, how could he treat a woman who would bear his child like that? Simone's voice was hoarse again, as she remembered the fear and humiliation she felt. All the while without knowing that Dew had been listening on and was equally mortified by what he heard. That's terrible. It's very much not something a married couple would do. I know, right, but that's not all. Do you know what that guy said to me in the middle of it? He said I was a servant. He said I'm a slave. You're only here to satisfy me, he said, laughing at me as I cried. Ah, I can't do this anymore. Finally, she let out a scream and started to cry in earnest. She almost forgot that Dew and the others were waiting outside just beyond the door. I can't do this anymore. I can't stand it. I don't want to be with that man. I want to go home. Please, please let me go home. Please let me go home to my mother and father. Please send me home to my mother and father. Ooh. As she cried out her painful feelings, her emotions must have gotten stronger. It was as if she had turned into a child. The person there was neither a countess nor a baroness. She was just a lonely girl who had been tossed around by men and was devastated. Even though she was a wife and a sister-in-law, if you counted only her age, she looked the same as Tullius. She was no more than a helpless girl, lacking the strength to take on the hardships and tribulations. Dew couldn't help but sigh as he listened. The family home that Simone wanted to return to was nowhere to be found. Her parents were already dead. Both had been burned to the ground by Tullius last year. He had brainwashed the commoners into rioting, and they had all been killed in the aftermath. She didn't know that the man she was burying her face into and seeking help from was her parents' murderer. Couldn't he laugh at her for being stupid or chastise her for being shallow? No, he had no right to do so. He had unknowingly clung to the hand of a demon and was now an accomplice, a tool, in the shedding of countless innocent blood. The demon spoke to her in a hushed voice. "Please calm down, sister-in-law." "No, I'm not your sister-in-law. I'm not that man's wife." "Then, Miss Simone." There was an unnatural pause in Tullius' words, as if he was trying to smooth over something. He must have had a momentary expression of displeasure because he had to deal with somebody so annoying. "My brother's cruelness is surprising, but it must be true, given the wounds you have suffered. And I have personally heard what has happened from the wife. As such, I would like to take strict action to ensure that this never happens again." "Why, you believe me?" "I believe you. It's Simone, after all. More than your own brother." "Of course. Last night, I wanted to resolve our long-standing feud, so I held a banquet and tried my best to apologize and talk things over, but he left abruptly. How can I trust him if he behaved like that? How could Tullius say that?" Who was listening outside, could not help but be amazed. If he were Linus, he would have been unable to suppress his desire to kill him as soon as he heard what Tullius was saying last night. Tullius had foiled all of Linus' attempts to get rid of him, was boasting at how he had become stronger than ever before, and was grateful to Linus. The sarcasm was way too much. It was a miracle that Linus had not died of rage on the spot. "I believe in you, Simone, so please believe in me too. I'm going to help you," the devil calmly announced. The temptation he presented to her was gentle and sweet. He smiled and said without hesitation that he would grant her wish. Even so, the normally firm Simone would have been able to fend it off. But now she was feeling trapped and vulnerable. She was shocked and confused by what her husband had done to her, so there was no way to resist such a temptation. "Yes, I believe you. No, I've believed in you since the moment I met you." Much more than Linus ever did. Without realizing the weight of her decision, she chose to believe in the devil. "That's not even close to bad taste, master." "What's that?" "I was just helping her out, wasn't I?" After Simone left, as soon as she returned to the room, Tullius feigned ignorance. But from Du's point of view, it was all a scam. All the events that plagued Simone were caused by this man, who she was complaining to while drinking tea. It was because of the conspiracy against Tullius that she ended up marrying Linus, and it was because of him who started the fire that she lost her parents. It must have been because of him that Linus became mentally trapped and began to behave abnormally. And yet, he made it seem like he was seeking salvation for the origin of it all. If this was not in bad taste, what else could be? "Oh, come on, that's all too far-fetched, isn't it, Du? Please don't blame me for everything. It was old man Lavely who chose her to be my brother's wife, and it was my brother who agreed to it. In the end, it was her parents who made the decision to give up their daughter. The fire in the royal capital was one thing, but please don't make me the mastermind of everything else as well." "So, what about the events in their bedroom last night?" "That's all my brother's fault, isn't it? I've been his brother for 20 years, and I've never heard of him being a sexual predator like that. Lobert told me that he was also rough with the slave he claimed to be his mistress." From the tone of voice, there was no hint of guilt or heartache. In fact, he threw his gaze into the air as if he was blaming Linus for being unkind to Simone. "Then again, I couldn't imagine he could do such a thing to sister-in-law. If he wanted to do something too daring for his main wife, he should get himself a slave mistress, right? And yet, yesterday was his first day back in the territory. So he lost his patience and treated his wife roughly. He must have been doing something like that on a regular basis then. The count did fall because of the sexual tendencies you said. But what about your speech that you gave at dinner last night? That was very provocative. I wouldn't be surprised if he got angry and acted out of character because of that." At this point, Tullius blinked his eyes in wonder. Why?" He looked surprised, as if somebody had pointed out a trivial mistake on an answer that should have received a perfect score. Du couldn't help but choke on his reply. Could it be that he really said that without any additional meaning to it? Did he really say all that without any malice in his heart, without knowing it would rub Linus the wrong way. If that were the case, how insensitive was he? Because now my enemy isn't an individual like my brother or the old man. It's the organization called the Centralist Faction. If he is willing to cut ties with them, then I have no reason to fight him. On the contrary, he gave me a great place to do research in Marlin. I'm grateful to him now, oh yes. I was planning to be more considerate towards him, until sister-in-law asked me for help. I'm stunned. Did you really think you'd be able to make up with your brother now? That much is, well, you know. But I've had the upper hand in the fight against the old man lately. In the first place, the Centralist Faction is not a faction that matches my brother's ideology. The development of Marlin, which was given to me as a territory, and my faction as a backer. With all of these ingredients, it wouldn't be surprising if they turned to us, right? Certainly, in terms of pros and cons, the option to work with Tullius was more appealing. That is, if the pros and cons were strictly the only matters being considered. First of all I want from him is that he doesn't interfere with my research, that's all. If he does just that, I'll be more than happy to lend him my wisdom and strength. I've been saying this since before he became a count and before I became a viscount, but he is always stubborn about it. I can't stand it. Du tried to follow up with something but stopped immediately. There was nothing he could say to this man. While he was in the business of opening up the brains of others, playing with them, and twisting their ways, Tullius had no understanding of the human mind. No, Tullius was fully capable of understanding the mind. Otherwise, even if he possessed the cheat-like techniques of alchemy, he wouldn't be able to come up with schemes. However, he fundamentally lacked the ability to empathize with the feelings of others. The value of others in his mind was 1 or 2 orders of magnitude lower than that of a normal person because he was too focused on not dying himself. People other than himself were tools or trash. That was the only reason Du could come up with. Otherwise, it would be impossible to subject several people, even slaves, to human experimentation. He would not have come up with the idea of messing with people's heads to make them obey him. He would not have sacrificed tens of thousands of people just to escape from the grasps of a scheme. That was fundamentally why he failed to understand Linus's suffering. Even if he could understand Linus's pain, he could not understand his inability to prioritize gain and loss over it. No matter how much his brother hated, angered, or feared him, he could not empathize with those feelings. A man who could not see anyone but himself as a human being could not care for the feelings of another human being. Let's just leave it at that. So, what are you going to do about the lady? Du had no choice but to change the subject. All that he would get from continuing that topic was a greater level of suffering. Though the topic he was directing towards was also an obviously unpleasant topic. Simone had reached a breaking point in her marital life. What should we do with her? Now that it was time for him to speak, Tullius reclined on his chair and answered. I will think of an idea. I'm always grateful to people who treat me well. If sister-in-law wants me to help her, I'll help her to the best of my abilities. To the best of your abilities, you say. Those were untrustworthy words. A person who placed himself first doing everything he could for others. In other words, it was a way to help her while achieving his own goals. And as usual, the method employed by Tullius would be the accursed alchemy. Would Simone really be happy if she was helped like that? Well, let's talk about it later with Uni and Victor. I think it would be better if you all considered my idea. Is that so? Then, I'll hear about the details after preparing myself. After a while, they had a discussion with Uni and Victor. The determination that Du prepared was, unfortunately, not in vain. Chapter 58 Interlude. A weak and fragile person. Even though it was the height of summer, she was freezing. In the corner of a large mansion, in an even smaller corner of a small room, she hugged her knees together as she tried to hold her breath. She had to stay out of sight until she had work to do or he called her. That was her place. She was a slave. She was not a slave from birth. Before she was shackled to a collar, she was a commoner, the daughter of a craftsman in a local city. She ran out of luck when her father ruined himself by getting into a drinking addiction, and then borrowed money to provide for the family. Before long, the debt ballooned, and her mother ran away. Her father, whose nerves had been frayed by moonshine, sold her in exchange for a month's worth of liquor. She remembered being more relieved to be away from her father, who used to beat and kick her when he was drunk, then she was miserable to be a slave. She was somewhat fortunate, one could say. The slavers did not sell her cheaply. Perhaps it was because she was a woman with not bad looks. If she had been a little more beautiful, she would have been groomed for night work. On the other hand, if she had been a little less good-looking, she would have been thrown into the harsh workplace as one of those readily available labor slaves. For better or for worse. With such an evaluation, she was sold as a slave to perform menial tasks at the residence of a noble. It was a young count who bought her. I have no particular expectations for you. Do a job that anyone can do, and do it properly. The buyer, with an annoyed expression on his face that didn't match his handsome features, spat out. As he had mentioned, she was not going to be made to spend the night with him, nor was she going to be subjected to an exceptionally cruel punishment. The work she was given was really nothing more than just chores, and aside from it being numerous and dirty, it was not much of a hardship. She was not worried about the scornful stares of the household members. She had grown familiar to them from the time she was kept in a cage in the slave market or when she was avoided as the daughter of a drunkard and debtor. Nobody raised their hand against her. The slaves were the property of their owners, and if they broke or damaged them without permission, it would hurt the count's honor. Once she thought of herself as a dog or something, it was way better to be the slave of a noble. The quality of the food she received were the same or sometimes even better than when she was a commoner. Since these were leftovers, it showed that the diet of a noble was beyond the imagination of a commoner. As long as she did her routine work day in and day out, she was able to get a decent meal. As long as she could endure the maids and their insults, she didn't have to deal with the violence from her father. Boring and gloomy, but peaceful. She was grateful to her master for allowing her to spend her days like this. But one day, oh damn it, when she went to clean up after the guests who left, her master was in a rage, throwing the tea utensils. The corner of the eye was flaring up, his white face had turned reddish-black, and he was stomping his feet. This was the first time she had ever seen such ferocity unleashed on an inanimate object. Ah! A short scream escaped her lips. She remembered her life together with her father, which was even worse than being a slave. He went on drunken rampages, smashing everything from household goods to work tools, and when there was nothing left to smash, he would beat her. Her memories, painted in the gray of poverty and the vivid colors of pain, came back to her in that instant. The fears of the trauma made her stiffen. "What's with your eyes?" A voice like a snarling beast. It was only when she heard it that she realized that her master was looking at her. Her master's scrutinizing gaze, eyes bloodshot with anger, made her bite her tongue. Her feet had chosen to retreat quickly on their own, but she moved ridiculously slowly. Rather than being weak on her knees, her limbs were stiffening up. Still, she tried to force herself backwards, and she fell on her butt. Her vision slowly became distorted. She was so terrified that she even started to cry. No, it wasn't just fear. It was more than that. She was sad. Her master, who had not been kind to her but who at least had given her peace, was now as fierce as her father. She felt as if she had been betrayed. Fear, sadness, and a little bit of condemnation. Her master's face twisted even more as he was gazed at with such a mixture of emotions. "Don't look at me like that." In response to his magic-infused orders, her collar sent pain to her body. Her eyelids closed in obedience to the collar, and a reddish-black darkness covered her vision. This was the first time she had been subjected to the magic of the collar by her master. And this was the first time she understood the true horrors of being a slave, of having all your freedom taken away with one word from the master. "No, please don't, master." With her eyes blinded, she laid on the floor, begging for forgiveness. She knew from experience what would happen next if she didn't receive forgiveness. "Shut up, shut up." It turned out the way she expected. He grabbed her by the hair and pulled her up, before she felt a hot lump on her cheek. She was hit. Before she could recognize the pain, she cowered from the shock. She collapsed on the floor and the man climbed on top of her. "Why must I hear that voice now? Why do I have to see that face now too?" He continued landing blows on her while saying something incomprehensible. The punches were relentlessly directed at her face, and her face again. There was nothing she could do. Just like when she was a child, she had to accept the abuse from her drunken father. Am I going to die like this? completely shrouded in darkness because she lost her vision. Such fears passed through her distant consciousness. She felt a burning sensation all over her face, and even though she was lying on the floor, she felt a floating sensation as if she had been thrown into the air. She couldn't feel any more pain or shock. Was this the end of the world? She thought. But it wasn't. The man had simply stopped hitting her and changed his way of aggression. Please don't there. A hand was placed on her clothes. A hot, unnatural tension was pressed against her stomach. She knew what he was going to do to her, despite being unable to see. No, don't. The screeching sound of tearing garments cut her voice off. His tyranny changed in form, but grew more intense. He split open her unraveled body as if he were ripping open a piece of raw wood. Her buttocks were stretched as if he was whipping a horse. He bit into the soft parts of her skin as if he were going to devour her alive. The hands on her limbs and neck were too forceful to be called an embrace. It was the deed of an animal that used all authority and violence to engage in depravity. Even the remnants of human dignity that she had maintained despite being reduced to slavery were swept away in the storm. An ordinary woman would even be made to feel that she had to die afterwards, but she didn't. Ga. Sobs leaked out between ragged breaths. It wasn't hers. She didn't even have the energy to cry. The crying belonged to her master. Why do I have to deal with all these things? Before she knew it, the order from her master was released. She opened her swollen eyelids in wonder. He wasn't a noble, a slave master, or a scumbag who was attacking a woman. What emerged in her fuzzy vision was a man burying his face in the woman's chest and letting out tears like a child clinging to its mother. Save me, mother. Everyone, nobody can help me. My dad is dead. He, Tullius, will ruin everything. No. Then he would whine and cry. His brother, who had the abnormal habit of slaughtering slaves, had caused great damage to the family name. Her master drove him to the backcountry, but now he had created a new spark. His dead father had been cold and uncomprehending in his hard work. And yet, he was incompetent as the head of the family and not competent enough to correct his brother, who was a cancer in the family. He was treated coldly by the people around him due to rumors he wasn't aware of. He felt the pressure of taking over a family whose reputation has been severely damaged and undermined. And above all, he was simply scared. His own brother, a bloody, cold-blooded animal that he didn't know what he was going to do. He said that he was unbearably scared and disgusted by the fact that the one person in this world that he disliked more than anything else in the world existed as his blood brother. It was a rambling monologue with no context, and the timeline of it was a mess, but it was certainly his true thoughts. She listened in silence. No, sometimes she even made vague gestures. It was not the kind of behavior one would expect from a victim in the midst of being abused. It would have been more normal for her to reject him and express her resentment. However, at that time, it seemed natural to her to do so. From a very young age, she was at the mercy of her good-for-nothing family, and her life was ruined by the convenience and desires of complete strangers. Thinking about it, he might have resembled herself, who was forced into slavery by her alcoholic father and her mother who ran away alone. As soon as she felt that, everything changed. It's fine. As she said this, she cradled his head cautiously, which was buried in her chest. I will not betray you, master. I will not reject you. I will accept your everything, she said in a halting voice, combing his golden hair with her fingers. She couldn't help but love the weight on her, the body heat of the other person who she should be uncomfortable with, the person who caused her pain. The pain, the hurt, and the abuse were nothing if she thought of it as an outburst of this man's heartache. What was her mental state like to be feeling like that? Pity or compassion? Did she mistake submission for acceptance? Was it a misunderstanding of the tension and agitation caused by aggression as a fluttering of her heart? Or was it a false goodwill that arose from a desire to curry favor with the other in order to prevent further violence? Or was it the perverse satisfaction of being ardently desired by another, even if she was only used as an outlet? She didn't understand the logic behind it. She was uneducated, young, and in the first place, it was a concept that did not belong in this world. She just believed that the emotion that arose the moment he clung to her was called love. That's all. The man looked up with a dazed expression on his face and started moving again. On the way, he suddenly hit her, cursed at her, cried, and then spoiled her. He also called his mother in a voice that sounded like he was turning into a child. She took it all in, just as she had vowed earlier. At the end of the day, they both gained their satisfaction. When it was over, he changed his behavior and became arrogant. Her master was a noble man. It would have been an unbearable humiliation for him to bury his face in his slave's chest and reveal his true feelings. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could behave like an ordinary person. He should have been in internal turmoil. It was as if he had completely forgotten what he had just done. No, in fact, he had probably forgotten about it. It was clear from his wild behavior that he had lost control of his mind due to his overly intense emotions. It was also possible that he forgot himself in the heat of the moment and thus did not remember the act. When she recognized this, she felt a tingling current run down her spine. The only person who knows exactly what has just happened here was herself. It was a secret that nobody else in the house, not even he himself, knows about. His secret was her own now. As she brought her lips together, she tasted something sweet. Since then, she had been summoned by him at every opportunity and was forced to deal with him on a daily basis. He didn't lose his mind as much as he had at first, but he still cried out to her in a childish tone from time to time. When she scratched his head and gently caressed him, her heart was filled with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She could endure anything for that pleasure. She could endure anything, no matter how her master treated her, no matter if she was bullied by another maid or forced to do hard and dirty work. In fact, the moment she decided to love him, it had quickly transformed from satisfaction to some kind of a spice. She was happy. She believed that she was happy, even though she was oppressed and despised by others. And she loved him, the man who gave her happiness, with all her heart. His clumsiness and fragility, his hands that didn't want to let go. All she wanted was to continue receiving such affection. But now, her desire could not be fulfilled. He was not at his mansion in the capital, but at his estate far away from here. It was the duty of a noble to govern his own domain. Even she, a slave, understood that much. Still, the loneliness of being separated from the one she loved was unbearable. The coldness of being separated from human skin reminded her of winter in the height of summer. The skin all over her body was pining for his heated intensity that came with pain. There was another thing that made her gloomy. The woman who suddenly appeared in this mansion last year, the woman who occupied the position of his wife out of nowhere, was accompanying him. For her, there was nobody she hated more than that woman. It was annoying just to have her standing next to the man she loved, but she also didn't like his personality. She was an insensitive and unreasonable woman who argued with others. She used her education and dignity to point out the flaws in others shamelessly. Naturally, she did not get along with him, and it was an open secret in the mansion that they argued every day. On the other hand, she was said to be in close communication with the second son, who annoyed her master. At this point, she could only imagine that she had malice towards this second son. Since their marriage, he has been losing his temper more and more frequently, even during secret meetings. It was obvious to her that his relationship with his wife was causing him further heartache. She was a self-centered woman who hurt her spouse, and yet always seemed to make it like it was the other person's fault. It seemed only natural that she would be exhausting to be around. It was as if she was a combination of all the bad aspects of her parents. That woman. A whisper escaped her lips. That woman is not fit to be with master. It was a murmur mixed with vileness and passion. After she said it, she realized. She didn't mean to speak to herself like that. It would have been the height of irreverence to complain about the Countess, even though she was only just a slave. If by any chance somebody overheard her, at best she would be tipped off and sent away. In the worst case, she could be killed. Fortunately, the gossipy maids had accompanied her master to his estate, though there were some maids remaining who did not think favorably of her. She hoped those people didn't hear her. That fear was only half realized. HMPH, jealousy, not a very pleasant emotion to behold. Suddenly, a sly, snorting laugh echoed in the room. She froze involuntarily at the sound of the voice. She had been heard, somebody heard her. The words that would control her fate were heard by somebody. Her face contorted in despair, but then she realized something else. What? That voice, it's coming from inside the room. Currently, the slave quarters in the mansion were rarely used, and this room was like her own private quarters. So when she wasn't doing her duties, she was able to get lost in her recollections alone while hugging her knees. Why was there somebody else's voice all of a sudden? She was confused, but the voice continued. Don't be so frightened. I'm here to help you. In the darkness of the windowless room with the door closed, a faint human-like shadow floated. It was vague and hard to see, but there was definitely somebody in front of her. There was no sign that somebody had passed through the entrance. So, could it be that someone had heard her muttering and somehow managed to enter the room without opening the door? She shuddered in horror as she wondered if it was a ghost. No, the person might really be a ghost. However, there was something that shook her more strongly than fear. You will help me. This somebody said she would aid her. For what purpose would they help a slave who had no position, no wealth, no power, no superior ability, and was merely an outlet for her owner's frustration and desire? A mysterious being who suddenly appeared in front of helpless people and offered their kindness. It was as if, are you a demon? A monster that seduced and corrupted people, forcing them to sacrifice their flesh, blood, and souls, as they were often depicted in fairy tales. She was reminded of such a being. Then the being that appeared in front of her let out a giggle. Well, that's quite a way to talk to somebody with good intentions. I'm not the kind who would make petty contracts. As she said, the owner of the voice raised her hand to the level of her face. It was hard to make out in the darkness, but it was as if she was removing something near her eye. I did try calling out. But there's no special meaning in doing so. I will cooperate with you regardless of your intentions, because I will only serve my purpose by doing so. Immediately, an ominous glow lit up the air. It was coming from exactly where the shadowy person's left eye was, purple light. So she isn't a demon, she thought to herself in her fading consciousness. A monster with glowing eyes that appeared from the darkness and teased humans. How could such a thing not be a demon? But what she saw was worse than what she had heard from fairy tales. After all, she was going to act as the monster pleased without a mutual contract. Chapter 59, Sounds of Ruin. Dear brother, let's do our best today. With the unpleasant, chirpy voice came a stack of papers that was placed on the desk. It was a scene that had become routine in the past few days at the living room of the mansion. Linus glared at Tullius, who kept a taut grin on his face. What is it this time? What documents have you brought? This is a plan to build roads connecting Marlin to various parts of the region. Since my territory is undergoing a lot of new development, it will be essential to build infrastructure to support logistics. However, since this is a large project, we will have to obtain several loans from merchants. And since it affects the entire province, we will need the approval of Brother, who is the governor of the region. Tullius spoke at great lengths before ending it by presenting the documents for Linus' perusal. Linus reluctantly opened the documents, inspected the contents, and cringed. Are you an idiot? Linus's response was straight to the point. The plan says that the road will extend not only to our territory, but also to the lands of the neighboring lords. There are limits to how far you can cross boundaries. He argued without hiding his discontent. As Linus had said, extending the road networks to other territories without permission went beyond their authority. Roads have a great impact not only on the economy, but also in national defense. In the unlikely event that the armies of another country enter their lands, what would happen if there were routes connecting to the different places? Naturally, the ravages of war would spread to many places in the blink of an eye. Although there were advantages for the attacked side in the speeding up of gathering and movements of forces, the mainstream opinion in this continent was more afraid of the aforementioned danger. In addition, they would have to rethink their supply plans, forced deployment strategies, amongst others. Since it would have such a huge impact, it was not something that could be decided on the sole authority of a single viscount. But when Tullius was told this, he gave a nonchalant look. Yes, that's why I'm seeking your approval, brother. Since a viscount couldn't do it, Tullius wanted a count to do it. Linus wondered if that was his intention. Nonsense. It's the same whether or not I approve of it. Even with the authority of a count, such a thing is. Brother, Tullius rudely interrupted the head of the family and leaned forward. Linus couldn't help but skip a breath at the carefree, but nonetheless chilling gaze Tullius gave him. In that case, why don't you ask your friend for advice? What? Linus shuddered at the meaning of those words. This abominable man was asking him to take this matter to the people who ran the country, the people Linus was connected to, the centralist faction. It's true that what a viscount or a count couldn't do, the powerful within the heart of the kingdom's governance could do. They have access to the ministries, the court, and the authority of the royal family. If they could mobilize these resources, they would be able to launch the road construction project that could improve logistics within the province and develop links to other provinces at the same time. And with such a large undertaking, there were often various backroom dealings. The materials for construction and food for the laborers would be provided by the merchants for free as bribes, so they would receive various special benefits, like being exempted from various obligations. For the centralist faction, which had less territory than the decentralist faction, this was a great opportunity to enrich themselves. Does he want to strike a deal with the centralists through this project? It was not impossible that the tasty bribes could be used as bait to improve relationships with the centralists, with whom Tullius had conflicts with. Tullius has zero political background. His faction, which brought together moderate nobles, was not formed to team up with the decentralist faction, but was formed to protect these moderate nobles from the political schemes of the other factions. As long as Tullius his past feuds with the centralists, forming an alliance with the centralists was not out of the realm of possibility. He was not joking. Linus was still a member of a faction whose principles he was incompatible with because he wanted to get rid of this piece of shit in front of him. Why else would he join hands with this wily old fox and his plans to remove powers from the various lords? If there was a reconciliation between Tullius and the centralists, the opportunity to cleanse himself of the many years of hatred would be lost. Linus shook his head. There is no way it can be done. The old Marquis Lavallee is also busy rebuilding the royal capital. His voice trembled. He needed to convince not just Tullius, but also himself that the plan was impossible. Yes, the ringleader of the centralist faction was Marquis Lavallee. The very Lavallee that was opposed to the lords who had their own territories and who had bad blood with Tullius. No matter how appealing this idea was, there was no way that the man who now considered Tullius as dangerous would accept his plan. He should not have time to worry about this business in Valden, though. No, I'm not going to bother the old man with too much work either. However, Tullius continued his words as if he had anticipated them again. I'm sure you have other acquaintances other than the Marquis. How about, for example, Count Langogny or Count Chambery? Those names he referred to were all influential figures within the centralist faction. Count Langogny was the leader of the younger members in the faction. He was a spirited young man, about a year older than Linus, and he made no secret of his pride and ambition because of his talent. A way to replace the old guards like Lavallee was to use the road improvement project as both an achievement and as tasty bribes for allies to fill their pockets. Surely, it would bring about much attention. Chambery was even simpler. He was a firefly that wandered towards sweet gains. He wasn't popular and was considered a background character, but as he was formerly in the decentralist faction and his large territory, he was considered above average within the centralist faction. And he was more hungry than anyone else for opportunities to satisfy his own desires and strengthen his position. All of them are men who would go to the extent of betraying the leader of their faction, if necessary. It was brilliant that Tullius chose not to bring up a resolute yet influential person like Count Mirbon here. He cared not for the big game because he could not be captured and focused solely on those that could be tempted. It was a choice that could only be made by someone who has information about the capital. It's hard to believe that this was the same Tullius who made the mistake of carelessly falling for Lavallee's ploy the year before the last. Rejected, Linus stated with a grunt. Such an undertaking is a matter of national importance. It is not a proposal that should be made by a viscount. First of all, there was no merit for him. No, if Linus was a count who was truly subservient to the centralist faction, he could gain a reputation for improving the territory and gain a better foothold in the faction. However, as mentioned many times, he has no intention of contributing to the faction. He was forced into the faction by Lavallee's schemes, and his resentment towards the faction was stronger than his gratitude. and he was the head of the Aubenil family. He believed that he lost honor because of the madman standing in front of him, and that only by killing him would he be able to amend his disgrace. As if unconcerned, Tullius smiled. "Oh, is that so?" Despite the complete rejection of his proposal, Tullius seemed unperturbed, as if it was not much of a surprise. How infuriating. "Is that so? Is all you have to say?" Bang! An ear-splitting noise was made. Linus slammed his hand on the desk. "I told you, know your boundaries, mind your own business. There's no need for you to think of such grandiose plans when you're just a subordinate in charge of the territory I've given you." As he shouted, foam flew from the corners of his mouth. He couldn't hold back the anger that was welling up. Whenever he opened his mouth, rage gushed out, and even if he tried to stop it, he couldn't. He simply couldn't maintain his cool in front of this abominable person. He wanted to punch Tullius in the face. He wanted to smash his front teeth, crush his nose, and gouge his eyes out. But that was not possible. The other party, no matter how lowly, was also a noble, and Linus would be punished if he assaulted him. In addition, this man wore many layers of defensive armor, so the physical strength of a normal person would not be able to hurt him. "Calm down, Count." The woman who had been keeping quiet from the corner of the room suddenly spoke up. "It's good that you're lecturing your brother, but don't go too far out of your way. A reprimand is only effective if it is reasonable." Elisha Rosamond Balbester. She was a knight of the Imperial Guards who accompanied Linus from the capital due to an arrangement by Lavely. Linus was horrified to realize that he had almost lost his mind in front of a third party. Aye. What was he doing? He was bloodthirsty, hitting things, and shouting at the top of his voice. How could he let such a maniacal behavior be exposed so brazenly? With a small sigh, Elisha turned to Tullius. "Apparently, the Count is not feeling well today. How about discussing political matters on another day?" She had no authority to decide on such things. This was a matter for the Aubenil family, who had inherited the land of Valden from generations ago. So Linus didn't want her to butt in. But right now, he hated being face-to-face with Tullius even more. It was always unpleasant to see his foolish brother, but this summer was especially bad. He had no choice but to recline on the chair lightly, as if to affirm it. In fact, he was feeling so tired that he could hardly straighten himself. "As Lord Balbester has said, I can't be bothered to talk with you anymore. Tullius, you will stand down. No, you shall return to Marlin." Linus was at his breaking point and decided to give the order. He couldn't bear living under the same roof as this person anymore. "Oh, is that okay?" Linus almost clicked his tongue when Tullius asked him for confirmation. "I said yes. Return and devote yourself to your duties. If I need you, I will call you over. Do you understand?" "If you say so, brother, then tomorrow. By the end of the day." "I understand, by the end of the day, right?" Linus yelled again, but this time, even Tullius seemed to be somewhat shocked. It was somewhat therapeutic for his stomach, but he realized that he had acted disgraceful again. Altogether, it was negative to his mood. "Now, if you'll excuse me." Linus silently watched him leave the room. It was unpleasant to see the suspicious looks of the guards outside the room. As the door closed, Elisha approached the slightly dazed Linus. "Are you sure, Count, that your brother is now leaving?" "Don't tell me that now." Of course, it was no good. The order from Lavely was to use the management of the territory as a means of stalling Tullius. It was a poor move to allow Tullius, who he had at his beck and call, to return, even if Tullius had given himself up from the beginning. But Linus was already at the end of his patience. Since the night of that unpleasant dinner, Tullius has been coming to his room every day. It was not the first time they've talked about political matters, such as discussing the tax rate for the year, or seeking advice about a dispute between villages across the border, or proposing a new policy, as they did today. When Linus showed signs of irritation, he would say something like, "Brother, if you're feeling overwhelmed, why don't you take a horse and go on a long ride? I'll accompany you. If you want, we can take our bows and go hunting. Wouldn't it be nice if we brothers could be alone together for once?" He was so thick-skinned to even suggest it. Since it was Tullius' fault that he was annoyed, Linus would rather Tullius kill himself. Negative thoughts clouded him. As a means of motivating himself, Linus turned to Elisha and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as I'm in Valden, I'll have no shortage of excuses to call that guy from Marlin." He pointed to the pile of papers and letters on his desk. The tax collection plan for fall, the petitions from the villages in the territory, and the proposals for policies all serve as a justification for Linus to arbitrarily summon his brother. He could say that the documents submitted were incomplete, or that he wanted to hear more details of certain parts of his policies or numerous other things. It won't make much of a difference if he sent him back to his estate while he took his time to regain his composure. But this rude knight dared to share her blatant suspicions against him. "Well, I'm sure you'll have plenty of excuses. Do you have any intention of calling for him in the future?" Ugh. She hit him where it hurt the most. He was going to call him back once he calmed down and was mentally ready. He insisted that he would be mentally ready soon, but when would that be? Linus himself did not know. If it was for the purpose of killing the devil in one fell swoop, he could have forced himself. But this time, he couldn't see what Lavely was planning to do behind the scenes. Before his departure, Lavely only hinted at a plan to halt him, saying in a roundabout way that he would need to conduct various meetings and discussions with Tullius. In short, if Linus was willing, or more likely, if he was not willing, it was not impossible for him to leave Tullius to his own devices. If he didn't mind being further isolated from his faction after failing, that is. "I don't need you to tell me what to do. This is my family's business." Linus realized himself that it was an excuse. Countermeasures against the third faction, which stood between the centralists and the decentralists. This was obviously not just a problem within the Aubenil family. That was why Linus was sent here at the behest of the leader of the centralist faction. However, the woman who was supposed to be pointing out the problem only let out a light sigh. "Well, good. If that's what the Count says, then I'll leave it at that." Elisha walked out of the room, leaving Linus, who wanted to be alone. In the corridor, Alfred Prudemash, the second deputy commander of the Second Order, was waiting for her with a bored expression. "Commander, how is the Count?" "Terrible." Her reply was straightforward. Rhetoric was beyond her capabilities. So, every time there were things that required formalities, the deputy commander would be put on the spot. To her bitterly smiling subordinate, Elisha continued. "His brother has been giving him a hard time since forever. Just talking to him makes the Count endlessly nervous." Haha. Sounds like the kind of syndrome new recruits get into. I bet. What Alfred was referring to was the actions towards Simone that took place in the bedroom after the dinner. The man in question thought nobody found out, at least Elisha didn't know, and even Linus himself had already forgotten about it. But it had already spread wide and far in the Second Order. Their secret meeting here was also to prevent Tullius from taking actions against Linus and Simone, so guards were placed outside their sleeping quarters as well. A man whose reason had been worn down engaged in extreme acts on a woman to calm his nerves. It's common to the inexperienced on the battlefield. It is a pity that the Count, despite having no experience in battles, is in such a situation. Elisha's subordinates felt somewhat awkward at hearing this from an unmarried lady. It was not a bad thing for women to be understanding towards a man's mental state, but being too frank might not be so pleasant either. If I had to feel sorry for anybody, it would be the Countess who was forced to go along with this kind of indignation without knowing why. I sympathize with her, but it's not a responsibility we should bear. Elisha said and walked away on her own. She was going to console the Countess now. After all, the man that the Countess had been relying on for mental support was going to be kicked out. Madame Simone Meslier-Raubignyl. She was a pathetic woman who was forced to enter into a marriage with the Count just for the sake of a ploy. Elisha couldn't help but feel sorry for her, but on the other hand, Simone must have been partly responsible for the Count's mental breakdown. The woman blamed Linus for forcing her into an insincere marriage. But no matter the degree, marriages filled with pretense and greed were commonplace in aristocratic society. If she hated it so much that she actively denounced and rejected her husband, there was no way a family could be built together. On top of that, Simone had lost her family home in the fire last year. Linus' attitude might have been different if she had been a little more gentle and showed some cuteness. Of course, a woman like Elisha, who had run away from her family because she didn't want to marry for political reasons, couldn't have said that. She knew the irony in it and thus couldn't say what she thought. Finally, Elisha reached the room where Simone was. "Oh, Elisha, I'm so glad you're here." The owner of the room greeted her with a voice that sounded like she was delirious with a fever. "I'm sorry, Madame Simone. I'm sure you're not feeling well. Please pay no heed to courtesy and continue laying on your bed." Since the day after the incident, Simone had been staying in a separate room from her husband, claiming that she was sick. Her excuse was that it might be a dangerous illness. Of course, she was feigning illness. She probably refused to share a bed with her husband, who treated her poorly. She looked embarrassed for a moment, then obediently followed Elisha's suggestion and laid herself down on the bed. "Did you hear, Elisha? I heard that he had another fight with Sir Tullius." I was there when it happened." "Well, so he would do that in front of a guest. I mean, really, that guy." Simone exclaimed unhappily. She sounded restless, but her slender fingers gripped the sheets tightly as if she were clinging to them. She must be feeling scared. Simone was frightened by the fact that Tullius, with whom she shared a common enemy, Linus, had been driven out and she was left alone with her tyrannical husband. As if to vent her anxiety, she continued. "Sir Tullius, told me. He told me to rely on Miss Elisha while he is gone. She's a fine knight, and she's also a woman, so she'll be able to help sister-in-law in her time of need." "Oh, is that so?" "Yes, he did." Sounds like it came from nowhere, Elisha thought. She didn't remember saying or doing anything that would have earned her that kind of recognition from Tullius. In fact, she had even thrown a few provocative words at him in an attempt to draw out his true intentions, which he simply hid behind a thin smile. Other than that, they mostly shared conversations on administrative-related affairs regarding the territory's military supplies. Hardly enough to earn her the level of trust to be tasked to take care of his sister-in-law. It's possible that, in their brief conversations, he had enough evidence to discern that she would not act coarsely towards Simone. "I guess you just don't care where you put this woman, huh?" There was a possibility that he said whatever that came to his mind, to calm Simone, who was in a troubled state of mind, in order to give her some relief. This sounded more likely. From the looks of it, Tullius Shernan Albaniel was a monster who was only concerned with self-preservation. His outrageous deeds, such as the slaughter of slaves, were only to the extent that they caused upset in people, but did not violate any law. He didn't let the allegations, such as the one about the fire in the royal capital, catch him from the back. It was said that he used an unscrupulous method to brainwash people during the trial, and now he had formed a third faction to protect him. He was that kind of guy. He was pretending to protect Simone, but at the same time, trying not to get too deep into the delicate position of her brother and sister-in-law. Elisha nodded affirmatively, not even trying to think further into it. "Then leave it to me. It is one of the duties of a guard to bring relief to the hearts of those being protected. There are not many people in this country who can do that as well as I can." "Well, that's encouraging." Simone let out a relieved breath. In the end, she and Linus were just like each other. They were both proud, refined, and unable to bend themselves. Because they were the same, they repelled each other and hurt each other. If there had been even one time when either side compromised for the other, this would not have happened. For example, if Linus had apologized to her or expressed his guilt a little bit when the political marriage was decided. If he did so, then Simone might not be always blaming Linus. But it was highly doubtful that the noble young count would be able to show his weakness to a woman he had just met. Or perhaps, if Simone had been able to see the true nature of Tullius, then Linus might be more at ease with a partner who recognized the same enemy as he did. However, being treated as a mere pawn in a plot, it would be difficult for her to side with the people who were the cause of it. They were both equally incompatible with each other, nothing good could come out of it, but still. Yet they were still young and had a long life ahead of them. It would only be a few more months before their first marriage anniversary would come to pass. Even if things were at their worst right now, there was always a chance that things would turn around. Elisha hoped for such a miracle. It was not like she disliked either Linus or Simone. Naturally. There was no way that the devil had prepared such a convenient script. Section, my brother, who became angry at me suddenly, kicked me out of the place. We traveled through the night on a carriage for 2 days before finally arriving back at Marlin. "I'm home." "Welcome home, my lord. You're back early." Lobert, who showed up to greet me, said. He did not appear to be surprised at all, though. He must have guessed how it was going to go. If that was the case, there was no need for me to explain at all. I opened my mouth while relaxing my shoulders, which had become stiff from the ride. Thank you. My brother really has a bad temper. I don't know why he's so angry when we were just discussing political affairs. Why, of course. Victor, who came after me, wore a composed expression. Not only did Linus receive a suggestion that was beyond your authority, but you also implied that you were aware of the information within their faction. I'm sure your weak-hearted brother would have shuddered at the thought. Stop saying it like it doesn't concern you, Victor. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. You were the one who came up with this plan, weren't you? I don't know what you're saying, acting like you have nothing to do with this, and bad-mouthing my brother. No. This was also due to the information that Lobert had gathered, so it's very, very hard for me to claim credit for it alone. He deftly deflected my eyes on him. Yes, being an annoyance and finally being kicked back to Marlin was a strategy that Victor and gang developed. This time, my brother's return was a blatant attempt by the centralized faction to halt my progress. Since I had no need to play along with them, we came up with a faultless way of retreating, though I had not anticipated that it would be this effective. The Count is as afraid of your shadow as a lady is of a worm or a snake. I knew that if you kept meeting with him day after day with some excuse of sorts, he would no longer be able to keep it up. So rude. What kind of insect or snake was he calling his boss? Yeah, the family crest was a snake, but isn't that the same for my brother? It was getting kind of uninteresting, so let's change the topic. Well, I don't really care about the retreating strategy. It's the other one that has greater importance. The plan to get out of Valden was, as they say, a bonus. If it came down to it, I could have left the research to Sayes and the others and taken a leisurely summer vacation in the Highlands. Of course, I was still happy to have been able to minimize any time wasted. So, shall we get into the crux of the matter? Of course. The deadline for this is before my brother returns to the royal capital. I have to finish it as soon as possible. I don't want him to leave in a jiffy while being in a bad mood. I don't think that will happen, Victor confidently asserted, showing no sign of being fazed when we moved to another topic, instead of discussing his earlier successful plan. That man is very meticulous. He won't be able to leave the state capital until at least the documents he submitted have been verified. At least for the rest of the summer. I guess that's how it works. As expected of our Victor, you're so crafty. Are you sure you don't have that old man's blood in your veins? Stop it, Lobert, else I'll kill you, damn it. As my retainers exchanged heartwarming words, I hurried towards the lab. Uni, get me that. Yes, master. I held out my hand as we walked, and Uni handed me an item wrapped in a handkerchief. What emerged from inside was a tightly sealed test tube. The lid of the tube was tightly corked, and the inside was filled with a mysterious fluid having an aura that seemed to repel the air itself. This was it. I went all the way to the Valden to take this from my brother. It was worth all the elaborate preparations, wasn't it? I didn't expect them to do it from day one. Yes, it was sheer luck. Or maybe I didn't have to go through all this trouble and can still retrieve it from him in the future. Oh well. It's better for my mental health to know that the risk taken was rewarded. As I lightly played with the object in my hand, Dew peeked at me from the side with a stern look on his face. Is that the Count's? What are you so embarrassed about? I suppose it isn't something that can be said out loud. It's all right, nothing special anyways. Also, they had no idea at all, right? There was the slightest chance that the poison detecting gear would have picked up on the drugs. If it was his own, he should be used to seeing it all the time. But to conceal his shame, Dew asked a series of questions. But to think he would have such a wrong assumption. I didn't use any drugs, I just served them a healthy meal. Hey, Uni. Yes, a fish dish for an appetizer with angle. A soup of spotted turtle and sauce made from its blood. And the chocolates for dessert had a slight uplifting effect on mood. She was a good cook, so she could ramble in detail about the food. But even after hearing that, Dew didn't seem to catch a clue on what she meant. Can't be helped, huh? Guess I'll explain further. You know, Dew, even the liquor you drink every night, if drunk excessively, can be poisonous and cause death, right? But it's not like the poison detection amulets would react to alcohol. It's the same thing. It's not a poison or a medicine, but an ingredient that has effects on the body and mind. I just served them dishes made with that. There's nothing strange about it. The bottom line was that the detection capability of their equipment was limited to highly poisonous materials. No matter how poisonous it was to drink in excess, if the equipment raised an alert every time a toast was being made, the liquor industry would be out of business. In addition, there were many things that we consumed in our daily lives that could be poisonous if taken in excess. Salt, sugar, fat, and even water could cause lethal poisoning if taken in huge amounts in a short time. Even vitamins, which were generally considered to be good for the body, were said to be lethal to humans, at least in the quantities found in the internal organs of polar bears. That's not to say that we should be so concerned that we should react to ordinary food and water with, poison. I'm sure there are no mages out there who would manufacture such an equipment. The food Uni cooked for us that night was nothing more than a healthy meal that provided energy and improved blood circulation, just that it might give a little too much energy and make you less patient than usual. Of course, I doubted that it would work on its own, so I brought in more ingredients than I needed and encouraged their cooks to cook with the same ingredients. I don't know why I had to fully explain this obvious trick. I blinked in annoyance and Du frowned. Are you in a bad mood right now, by any chance? Yeah, sorry about that. I'm feeling a little heavy thinking about what we're about to do. As I said this, I played with the sample in my hand. Uni had extracted it from the laundry that morning. This thing was anaerobic by nature and will die quickly in open air. With magic and elixirs, we were able to keep it alive for longer. We have to use it before it expires. To be precise, it's not the executing of the plan itself that weighed me down, but the aftermath of it. It would certainly hurt my brother and the old fox Lavely, while dealing no direct damage to us. However, the thought of all the trouble that would surely arise made me depressed. Well, okay. Let's get the bad stuff out of the way as soon as possible, shall we? Yes, that would be good. The reassuring voice from my attendant beside me gave me motivation to finish my uncomfortable work as quickly as possible. Chapter 60, Successor of the Crest. Part 1, The End of Summer. A carriage with Linus inside was now racing through the streets of the royal capital, Brausan. After completing his duties in his territory, he left behind the knights who were officially stationed there and returned to the royal capital in a hurry. Yes, he returned to the capital. From his birth to now, his experience waking up in Valden was the first time he experienced an uncomfortable feeling, as though he did not belong in the home of a stranger. The strange interior of his room, subordinates he met for the first time, the unfamiliar climate, and the hostility he felt from everyone he met. All of those things made him feel out of place. After 2 months in Valden, he decided he was done with the country life. In the end, he could only be in the capital, Linus thought. The latest fashion, music, and the buzz of the city gave him a sense of familiarity. There was no place outside the city that was fit for him. He could no longer laugh at the people of the centralist faction who clung onto the capital like parasites. Linus felt a tinge of melancholy mixed with his homesickness. After all that, he could not muster the strength to call for Tullius again. It's about time, today is the day, or how about tomorrow? He was stuck in a constant loop of procrastination. Whenever he made up his mind to finally do it, he was reminded of the sickening face of the man he was supposed to summon and hesitated. Before he knew it, countless days had passed. That old man is going to make a fuss again. Even though what he was supposed to do was hinted at indirectly, Linus failed to follow Lavely's instructions. It's not impossible for him to argue that it wasn't clear instructions, but he would then lose favor with the kingdom's top political power holder. What should he do about it? He immediately stopped his train of thoughts. A heavy exhaustion weighted on his shoulders. He had no energy left for this. It was fundamentally impossible to expect him to deal with Tullius while performing his duties at his estate. He had to deal with the problems that piled up in his absence, and also had to meet with the influential people of the land. A local lord has numerous other tasks than one might imagine. The fatigue from all the nerve-wracking work and the long journey he had to endure made Linus too tired to think further. He wanted to go back to his mansion. He wanted to crawl into bed and sleep for the entire day. For a serious person like him, it was rare for him to feel so lazy. And the woman. During the stay at Valden, Simone started to openly refuse to share a bed with him. At first, she declared she was ill and thus had to use a separate bedroom. But somehow, even after she recovered, she refused to return to their bedroom. She was faking her illness. When Linus discovered it, he was so furious that he pinned Simone down. She did not resist, but the person underneath him stared at him with cold eyes as if she was looking down on him. He lost his strength from that. He had no choice but to select a few of the maids. Of course he felt guilty at the infidelity, but Linus was a young man. He was not so impotent that he could endure sleeping alone. Especially so when the fruits would fall at his beck and call. One of the reasons for having beautiful maidens serving as servants was because they were expected to play such a role. The aristocracy tolerated such behavior. Of course, it would ruin the honor of the wife and the matchmaker if they gave birth to children before the wife. Though if he could, Linus would gladly smash Simone's and Lavalley's faces with his own fists. However, he could not be satisfied. He could certainly finish the act without a hitch. He was freed from the days when he couldn't sleep until early morning because his body and mind were unnaturally excited every night. However, there was no fulfillment in satisfying himself like that. It was just tasteless lovemaking where he simply spat out what he was holding in. It was like fulfilling one's hunger with cheap sweets. Linus wondered if he had chosen the wrong woman and tried switching women several times, but the end result was the same. As expected, the woman needs to be her. He tried to remember the face of the slave, who was waiting for him in the royal capital. She was dull, unpretentious, and had no outstanding features. But she was a woman who devoted herself to him. She did not reject him like Simone, nor did she show greed like the other maids. She was a slave who lived only to satisfy him. Submissive eyes that silently accepted any kind of punishment. Lips that only leaked obedience. A body that desperately tried to quell his rage. No matter how many other women he met during this journey, he always found himself comparing them to her. Linus almost let out a sigh. The desire for her skin that had been away from his fingers for so long might just be what it is to be in love. It might not be a bad idea to change things up for tonight. On a whim, he wondered. What if he held her gently for once? What if he praised her for waiting patiently at home and chose not hit her or curse at her? Would she be happy, or would she be confused? Would she think something is amiss? Would she find it insufficient? After all, they were the kind of people who show satisfaction when they were being treated roughly. Perhaps they deliberately misbehave at times so they could be punished. Ah, the thought of it brought a smile to his face. Hee hee. As he let out an unconscious laugh, there was the sound of a thud. It was Simone. She seemed to have misunderstood Linus's laugh and made a recoil. This woman has been acting like that for a while now. If he pushed her down, she looked back at him with contempt, but if he didn't, she reacted as if she was frightened by his every move. She was like a hedgehog, so to speak. If he touched her, she would stab him in return, but in reality, she was just a timid little animal that was afraid to even come near him. He turned away from the charmless person and looked out the window, facing the view of the royal capital. The reconstruction due to the Great Fire had progressed well, and from the main streets, there were no obvious remains of the tragedy a year ago. Though, if he looked around the slums, there were some residential areas that remained burnt, and the impoverished population seemed to have expanded greatly. However, this should only last for a few more years. With the reconstruction and urban planning, the once burned city would regain its strength and beauty. Linus drove all the seeds of depression out of his brain and indulged himself at the sight of his beloved city and the thought of the woman who was waiting for him. When they arrived at the residence in the royal capital at dusk, they were greeted by silence. Both tired of waiting and suspicious of what was happening, Linus got off the carriage. Even if he brought some of his servants with him when he went to Valden, there were some servants left behind in the capital. When the head of the family returned home, they should be at the gate to greet him. However, the only response to the neighing of the horses when they stopped was silence. The main residence of the Alchemist family was as quiet as if nobody lived in the mansion. What is the meaning of this? When Linus stared at the butler with an obvious grimace, he stiffened and looked back at Linus with a bewildered expression. I don't know. I had informed them in advance with a letter of the date of our return. You're sure about that, aren't you? Absolutely, yes. I've definitely sent the schedule. The butler who had accompanied him throughout the journey answered, his face drenched in sweat. If so, then what was the reason for the quietness of the house? Could it be that all the people looking after the mansion had escaped in the night? Linus couldn't help but imagine such a ridiculous scenario. Have they finally run out of patience? Simone said in a haughty voice. It's been a long time since she had used sarcasm, but of course Linus could not be elated about it. Don't be ridiculous. He was fed up with his wife, who had become so stubborn to the point of being gloomy. He was also annoyed by the fact that she was always like this with him, her husband, but regained her old cheerfulness when she spoke to Elisha. Frustrated, bewildered, and feeling the chill of the early autumn evening, Linus quickly headed towards the mansion. Passing through the front gates without being greeted by his vassals would be a disgrace as the head of the family. On the other hand, it was improper to simply wait until who knows when, while freezing in the cold. Those who failed to present themselves would be punished later. He was not going to give them a half-assed punishment like a pay cut. He was going to flog them with a whip and then beat them. Then he would write a public notice to everybody that these servants have been kicked out. It would be a disgrace to let these servants, who knew not even the basics of welcoming their master, serve another family. Linus opened the front door while fuming. The inside of the house was dark. There were no light sources. Only the setting sun shone through the windows. It looked just like a haunted house, but the air he breathed in was clean. This was a sign that the house has been regularly cleaned. Until recently, the mansion must have been well managed by the vassals and servants of the family. Then, why didn't they show up? It was as if the people who had been taking care of the house had disappeared just as Linus was about to return. Curses! Is anyone here? Linus raised his voice, but all that echoed back was his own voice. Nobody was in sight. Not making any further progress, he grabbed the candlestick and lit it. It lit up in a soft glow. Follow me. Yes, sire. Ugh. Linus walked slowly, staying alert for signs of life. He was followed by his faithful butler and a sulking Simone. The wife followed not because of her affection or trust towards Linus. She was simply bound by common sense that she should be by her husband's side and reluctantly followed along. Anyway, it didn't take too long before they ran into whoever was still in the mansion, a room on the second floor. In one of the rooms, a dim light leaked out from the door. Ha! Not only that, but he could also hear amused laughter. The soft illumination provided by the candle revealed Linus' bitter scowl. What's with them? Did they forget to greet their master because they were fooling around? If that was the case, they were completely making a fool out of him. In anger, Linus quickened his pace and paused in front of the door. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. After reining in his temper, he opened the door. What the hell are you guys? His voice was filled with anger, but it was cut off mid-sentence. It was because he was caught off guard by the scene in the room. It was not the scene Linus had imagined, where the absent vassals were playing around, oblivious to the return of the head of the family. "Ha! What's the matter, Count Linus Aubeniel? Why do you look so stunned?" A noble, waited on by Linus servants, was sitting on the sofa in the reception room with a wine glass in his hand. As if to mock their original master, who was standing at the doorway, he threw a smile full of pleasure. This was a face Linus recognized. He had brown hair and brown eyes, and a well-trimmed beard that seemed to add a hint of dignity to his youthful appearance. He was in his mid-30s, and his smile had a strong softness to it. But those with opened eyes would know that the emotion behind his handsome face was arrogant pride and burning ambition. Linus grunted as he spoke the man's name. "Count Langogny. Why are you here?" He was in the Centralist faction, a spirited flag-bearer of the younger generation of nobles in the faction. They were comrades simply because they were in the same faction, not because they were friends. They've had their fair share of arguments. However, they were not so casual as friends that he could be allowed to barge into his residence without a prior appointment. All the more so if he was casually having an early evening drink. In fact, his relationship with this man tipped nearer to the side of acrimony. This was because Langogny, as a young leader, was wary of the younger Linus, who had the same rank as he and also held a larger piece of land that he himself possessed. The potential power of Linus was enough to threaten his own position, even if the Aubeniel reputation had been damaged because of Linus' foolish brother. As if enjoying Linus' agitation, Langogny scrutinized him from head to toe. Linus felt his annoying gaze. He was a man who could be admired for his eloquence and energy, but not for the real him he hid beneath his robe. Well, don't just stand there, sit down. You must be tired after your long journey. Oops, isn't that your wife there? You too, come on. And he even said that in a friendly way. Stop messing with me, whose mansion do you think this belongs to? Linus was tempted to throw the candlestick in his hand at him, but he managed to restrain himself. The other party was his senior and also a frontrunner in the faction. He couldn't just grab him by the collar and ask him what he was trying to do. It's not that Linus was not angry, but it was more advantageous for him to follow his advice and then speak against him. Linus blew out the candlestick and placed it on the table while sitting down on the couch facing Langagni. He didn't bother to make a bow. It was the least Linus could do to protest his rude behavior. Simone made a slight bow and then sat next to Linus, though with a little bit of distance. Count Langagni, what is the meaning of this? Langagni let out a chuckle at the question. Whoa, 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 you skipped the greeting. You must be very busy. Let's enjoy ourselves with a little conversation, shall we? Speaking of greetings, where were yours? Linus stared at the glass, held by the other man across the table. What's the point of asking for greetings when he was having a drink in somebody else's house without asking for permission? Oh, by the way, the glass is empty now. Can I get a refill? All right, away. Langagni, unconcerned, raised his glass and began to urge her on. The housekeeper poured the liquor without delay and without question. Linus' patience was quickly running out. What do you think you're doing? He slammed both fists into the table and leaned forward. Simone became more and more tense from the outburst and distanced herself. Not caring about that, he continued. How dare you break into my mansion when I wasn't present, beg for liquor, and then offer me a seat? He then turned his attention to the vassals, who were standing beside the intruder in question. You too, to neglect to greet me, and to indulge in entertaining this guy, you have no idea what you're doing. Have you forgotten who your master is? One of his vassals, who had been subjected to the full force of his anger, straightened her back and shrieked for a moment, but immediately afterwards hid behind the vaguely smiling Langagni. What the heck is this situation? Linus thought with his shoulders tensing up. His vassals were ignoring him and following the command of the man who appeared out of nowhere without warning. And the man was treating him with an attitude that could hardly be called polite. It was as if, not feeling like you're being treated as a noble, are you? Linus strained Albaniel. The man on the other side of the room, drinking his liquor, hit the bullseye. Langagni was completely relaxed. Towards Linus' censure and his incomprehension, Langagni only returned a half-hearted glance. And then, out of the blue, he said, By the way, if you haven't noticed yet, there must be a lot more servants in the mansion. If they were all here, the room would be cramped. I wonder where they have gone. What do you mean, Count Langagni? Simone spoke out, while Linus was visibly confused. The man replied with a worried expression. Oh my, I didn't want to break the news because you would be most upset. They have left. Huh? I am told that all of them have quit, except for the few in this room now. Oh, how troubling it must be, really. How can that be? Linus bared his eyes wide open and slammed the table again. Even the peaceful-looking Langagni frowned, annoyed this time. In his impudent expression, Linus could now sense some anger. How is it possible that my servants and subordinates would resign without notice? If you had wanted to make up some rubbish, at least make it. It's possible, isn't it? After all, this is the house of the Albaniels, after all. Linus felt as if he had been splashed with cold water. It was true. In the past, it was not uncommon to see people fleeing from this house. The time when the abominable heretics laboratory was located in the basement of the mansion. The screams and cries that could be heard all night, the sight and smell of dead bodies being cremated as if the dead were trees burning. There was no end to the number of people who became frightened and ran away without even tendering their official resignation to the head of the family. Was this a repeat of those days, Linus thought? What has Tullius done again? Even though he was in a remote area of Marlin, far from the royal capital, had he done something that would cause people to flee from his mansion? Langagni flashed a wry smile at Linus, who was considering the possibilities. Perhaps you're thinking of your brother. If so, let's just say that you're off the mark by a wide margin. Huh? Linus looked, wide-eyed, at the contemptuous look directed at him by Langagni. They were emotions that would never be directed at an equal person. such as pity for a naughty child or ridicule for a foolish servant. Let's get down to the main point, shall we? The reason I'm here today in the first place. The man said and snapped his fingers. His retainer, who was waiting outside, must have received the signal. The door opened behind Linus. The sound of footsteps approached. Simon, who had turned to see what was going on, gasped and froze. Linus couldn't move. He had a bad feeling about this. He felt an ominous feeling that if he turned around now, his life would be ruined. That sensation forced his head down, and he couldn't move, as if he were paralyzed. Linus had the right premonition. However, it was futile to refuse to turn around. From behind him, he heard a woman's voice, tinged with joy. "Welcome home, master." Linus looked behind him, trembling, as if the voice was grabbing him by the hair. He didn't want to, he shouldn't look, but he couldn't stop his body from moving on its own. He turned around and saw the slave he had kept, supported by a male attendant. "Ah!" A cracked voice leaked out from Linus' throat. He couldn't believe the scene he was seeing. His slave was standing there with a happy expression on her face. That's good, but why was she in a different attire? A bulging belly obvious to the eye was pushing through her shoddy clothes. She was pregnant. She had become pregnant. Anyone could see that she was carrying a new life inside her. Whose child was it then? Who was the shameless man who fathered a child with the slave of a count who did not have a legitimate child? A voice with no attempt to hide his own superiority gave the answer he sought for. And so, this is the reason why. Congratulations on your first child. Linus Aubeniel, ha ha ha. In other words, I'm here to congratulate you. He gave a slow applause. Langogny was clapping his hands in delight. This person of the same faction as Linus and the same title as Linus had discovered a fatal scandal of his. He was rejoicing in this moment with a big smile on his face. The man was ecstatic at bearing witness to Linus' disgrace. What do you mean? Simon's murmur was distant. It sounded as if it came from a neighboring country, further away than the distance that had been left between them to show the coldness of their relationship. "Oh, pardon me. This must be no laughing matter, oh, poor Madame Simon. It's been a year since your wedding. I'm so sorry you've had to go through this." Langogny's overly theatrical voice pierced Linus' ears. While Linus was stunned and had no recourse, the scene continued to progress on. "I know this is hard to hear, but let me explain. Linus was having a secret relationship with that slave girl. Relationship, even though we do not have a legitimate child yet. It is indeed hard to believe. When I first heard about it, I thought it was just a bunch of nonsense. But just to be sure, I did some investigation while you were away, and here we are, a female slave with a big belly, owned by this young master. What happened between the two of them is plain as daylight, isn't it? How can is this real Linus?" Someone was shaking him hard on the shoulder. Even so, Linus's gaze remained where it was, as if it had been drawn to a single point. The female slave continued to caress her belly as if she were carefully polishing a precious treasure. She wore a dreamy expression and looked towards Linus. She paid no heed to the proficient narration of the noble she knew not, nor to his wife's obvious agitation, but simply begged for her master's attention. As if to say, "We have a child now, please praise me." She innocently waited for him to say something, unaware of the implications the baby would bring. If the other party was a commoner, or if you have a successor, then this would simply be an internal family issue. But a slave, a slave is no good. It's not uncommon to see commoners who have made a name for themselves to be placed among the nobility, but for somebody with a collar. Who in the world would obey a man who has the blood of a domesticated animal? This is a serious problem for the entire noble society. No wonder your vassals ran away when they found out about it. Langogny was right. What if, by any chance, even after the birth of this slave child, no heir was born to Linus and Simon? The legitimate bloodline of the Aubeniels would be passed on to a person with the blood of a status that was looked down upon even by commoners. To nobles, this person would be a failure, unaccepted by all. This was the birth of an existence that contradicts the obsession with nobility of blood, the foundation of aristocratic society. To have a child with a slave, much less to have it as your first child, was to spit on the very system of this kingdom and the continent. How cruel of you, Linus, to marry such a beautiful bride, and to have a man as great as the Marquis Lavallee to act as the intermediary, and yet cause such a scandal. And this problem will surely affect Simone and Lavely. A noblewoman cuckolded by a slave would likely be subject to constant scorn and ridicule for the rest of her life. Whereas the matchmaker who arranged a marriage for the man to disregard his wife for a slave would be questioned by those around him on his choice. This was an extraordinarily ugly scandal that could hardly be compared to the slave killing of Tullius. It can't be, tell me it's a lie. It's sad, but it's true, Madame Simone. If you still think it's a lie, why don't you ask Linus? Command the slave to tell us who the father of the child is. If Linus uses obedience magic, surely she would not be able to tell a lie, would she? Langogny kindly hinted to Simone, but in reality, he was pushing Linus to the 13th step of the execution table. Admit your guilt now, he was basically saying, face your judgment. I am possible. The voice that escaped him was not directed particularly to anybody. There's no way it's mine, I had properly. Except for the first time when he was careless, he had always been concerned about that. Ever since he realized that he couldn't use this woman to bear children no matter what, he had been taking steps to avoid this situation. But the accuser was not concerned at all. What is it? Did you use some kind of fish bladder? Or did you use some weird medicine? How ridiculous. I'm sure it didn't work, which is why we're in this mess today. It's about time you gave up on finding excuses. Linus made a squeaking motion and turned again towards Langogny with difficulty. What? What do you want? The voice that asked sounded like Linus was throwing himself at Langogny and begging him. Such a scandal would have too wide an impact to be exposed simply to kick out a competitor within the faction. There was even a possibility that the centralist faction itself would lose its weight if this entire incident blows up. As the leader of young aristocrats in the faction, surely he was concerned with that. It was hard to believe that he was simply trying to protect the reputation of the faction and wanted to handle this matter in secret. If that was the case, it would make more sense for him to report it to Lavely and receive his approval before moving forward. From Langogny's attitude, Linus did not think he had such intentions. If so, he might be planning to offer Linus some kind of deal regarding the handling of this secret. Langogny revealed a predator-like smile. You're not a good listener, are you? But you've hit the nail on the head. Indeed, there are things I want from you. It's a change of head of family for the Albinuls. The words came like a splash of cold water down Linus' spine. What? Changing of the head? With whom? Linus didn't even need to think far. There was only one person in this world at the moment who could replace him as the position of the head of the family. Why? You are telling me to give up the headship to Tullius. Tullius Renan Albinul. He was a bloody madman who was abhorred as a slave killer and a man-eating snake. Because of him, the Albinul family lost all the reputation they had gained from 200 years of prosperity. It was a possibility that he had feared for the past 20 years, even though he thought it was impossible and would never happen. It suddenly became a reality and grabbed Linus by both shoulders. Ha ha ha. You don't have to look at me like it's the end of the world, do you? Well, listen up. Here's the story I've written. Langogny's proposal could be summarized as follows. Linus would have to lie low, pretending he was ill with a fever. It will only be a fake illness, of course. And then, when the time is right, he will make this announcement. Due to his illness, Linus became unable to have children. A man who cannot pass down the blood of his forefathers could not be allowed to continue to occupy the position of head of the family. Naturally, the position would be handed over to his younger brother, Tullius. And Linus, now that he has retired, should be able to live a life of leisure and comfort with his retirement pay. He was a count of a province, after all. Surely he could afford to have attendants take care of his needs. If he desired, he could surround himself with slaves too. With this plan, what does it matter if you have a second or third child with the slave over there? After all, you would publicly be unable to have children. This way, you will be able to maintain your relationship with that slave without adding any lowly blood to your family's genealogy. I think I can take care of Madame Simone too. Would you like me to plan for that? If Madame Simone wishes, I am ready to introduce you to any man I can think of who will marry you. No, I won't stop you if you want to stay with your husband. If you just want to remain with the Albinuls, you can also choose to remarry to the new count. Me with Sir Tullius. Simone, who was suddenly faced with such options, blinked her eyes. In addition to her husband's infidelity and the unusual situation of having a child with a slave, she hardly had any time to process the situation, much less make a decision. Surely she was somewhat confused by it all, though it seemed she was a little bit happy hearing that final part. In the meantime, Langagni turned his attention back to Linus again. "What do you think, Linus? Isn't this a wonderful proposition? You'll be married to someone with whom you'll have a good relationship. Madame Simone will be able to start her life anew with minimal flaws. The slave over there won't have to be killed or be forced to abort. I'll at least provide shelter until the whole thing is over. And there will be no loss of reputation for our faction. It's a win-win situation for everybody, as long as you give up your position as head of the family." Since a while ago, this man had stopped referring to him by his title. That may be reasonable. Whether Linus chose to accept or reject Langagni's proposal, it was impossible for him to maintain his current position. No, to begin with, Count Langagni didn't see Linus as a noble. "Why you?" Linus tried to come up with a counter-argument, but it was futile. Count Langagni raised one eyebrow in disapproval. "You?" "No, I mean, what's in it for you?" "Ahem. You don't need to go to such great lengths to bury this matter in the dark. Why are you making such an elaborate proposal instead of doing so?" The quickest way to handle this case was just as this man had planned. Abort the child or kill the mother and child. All that was left was for Linus to keep his mouth shut about the matter. His retainers and others who knew what was going on might make a fuss, but if the mother and child, the literal living witnesses, were dead, it would be nothing more than a rumor. At least, there was no need to involve Simone in secret. In addition, Langagni was not the kind of man who would show mercy to a slave, nor was he merciful enough to take care of Linus, who showed his weakness. This was evident from how he made a mockery of him up until now. This proposal had to be for his own benefit and not for the sake of others involved. Langagni showed his disdain. "I struck a deal with your brother." "What?" "Think about it. The political situation in our kingdom is in a mess because of you brothers quarreling. In addition to us centralists and those damned decentralists, there now exists a moderate faction. He was tormented by you and the old man, so he created it just to protect himself. Thanks to that, there is a new force growing that could shake the balance between the two factions. This unstable situation needs to be resolved as soon as possible, right? Certainly, the faction that Tullius had created through his dubious methods, incorporating even the Doldrin Margrave, was a threat. Although they were inferior in size to the two mainstream factions, if they formed an alliance with one of them, the alliance would have a significant advantage over the other not in the alliance. Langagni was afraid that Tullius would team up with the decentralists. The man was based in the countryside, made ties with lords in similar geographical conditions, and was hostile to both Lavely, the leader of the centralist faction, and Linus, who was under his control. If the two factions were weighed in the balance, it was obvious that they would naturally gravitate towards the decentralized faction. Before that happened, he wanted to get rid of Linus, the root of their conflict, and ingratiate himself with Tullius by making him the head of the family. In addition, it was likely that he was trying to put an end to this ugly scandal with as little problems in the future as possible. What? You won't be lonely just because you are going into early retirement. Your old tea-drinking buddy is old. The time has come for him to retire as well. It would not be a bad idea for the two of you to spend the rest of your lives together, away from the troublesome political theater. Lavely, who had been conspiring with Linus to wage a feud against Tullius, would also be asked to step down. The vocal support of Doldrin behind that madman, the momentum of the young nobles that the man himself held, and the distrust of the Marquis that had been festering within the factions since the Great Fire of last year. Altogether, it was enough to knock the old fox out. If he succeeded in bringing in Tullius and the others, it would be a big achievement. With his high family status of a count and the endorsement from his predecessor, the one to replace Lavely as the leader of the faction would be him, Langagni. News that a newcomer in his 30s would be taking over after the old and ugly had been purged would also have a great political effect, as it would show a change in the times and promote innovation amongst the political members. With this ploy, he can defeat Lavely, overtake Mirbon and the other old guards, and take Linus, a potential future rival, out of the picture. Not only that, he would be able to settle the long-standing political dispute between the centralists and the decentralists, ending off everything swiftly and skillfully. Surely, Langogny had a glorious vision of a future where he would be remembered in the history of the kingdom as a great political leader. From his boastful attitude, Linus could sense his euphoria. However, there was a trap that he had overlooked in this scheme. No way I could accept that. A scream of rebuttal. Do you think you can control that thing, that monster? He's a demon that won an unwinnable trial, brainwashed other lords, and burned down the royal capital just to escape. And you let him be a count. Are you trying to destroy this country? Are you out of your mind? You're the one who's out of your mind. The reply was spiteful and straightforward. Use your common sense. Brainwashing is very obvious, and though it is powerful, there are plenty of countermeasures for it. There is no way he could have successfully used brainwashing as a method to get his way. As a matter of fact, when the nobles who assisted your brother were experimented with brainwashing canceling methods, none of them showed any changes. See Count Carton was. Ah, the former count. Something tells me he's making a big deal about being brainwashed too. It's been almost a year since the trial ended, and it's not a pretty sight. That's just an excuse, isn't it? A former court mage was manipulated by the lowly art of alchemy. Isn't that even more shameful? Langogny snorted contemptuously. Yes, this was the common sense that one should have. Alchemy was an inferior art to other forms of magic, and the use of brainwashing and other dirty methods were the stuff of fairy tales. Langogny was the one with the sane mind. As for the great fire of the royal capital, well, let's not pursue it any further, shall we? It would be bad for us if the truth were to come out, wouldn't it? He was implying that Lavallee was complicit in that. In fact, Linus had thought so during that time too. Was the fire used as a diversion while purging the countryside nobles who happened to be at the capital for work and Tullius? This suspicion was a good cause for Langogny to oust the old man. Therefore, there was no chance that Langogny would think otherwise about the great fire. Erg. Linus slumped his shoulders and looked down. He couldn't find the right words to retort with. What could he say in this situation? If he rejected the offer, Langogny would bring the scandal to light. The centralist faction itself would be damaged, but for Langogny personally, he stood to gain more by bringing Tullius to their side. Linus would be accused by the whole kingdom of being a fool for allowing a slave to have his child, and the honor of the Albenules would suffer yet again. There was no vassal who would willingly support the head of a family with such a reputation. Rather than the father of a child born from a slave killer might be preferable to the other nobles. Of course, a certain old fox who was the matchmaker for his wedding would be taken along for a ride too. It was better to accept the deal. Even if he had to step down, it would be less painful for all parties involved. That's the natural conclusion one with rationality would come to. And no. Still, Linus' emotions didn't quite agree. No. What no? Langogny replied as if he was dealing with a child throwing a tantrum. Langogny did not bother hiding any of his exasperation. Linus continued. No, I can't let Tullius, that man, take over the family. I am the legitimate son of this house. Since I was a child, I have never neglected my studies to become my father's heir. I practiced etiquette. Since the fall of my father, I have been acting as his representative. Who do you think has done the most for this family? It's me. Look at it this way. What did that man, that abominable child born after my mother's death, do? He bought a slave with a disfigured face and then slaughtered slaves one after another in the basement. Studying alchemy, research. What lies? He was satisfying his sadistic streak or offering them to demons or evil gods. I will not give this house to a monster who is like that. The Albenule family is my family. The words that gushed out like a waterfall sounded like a heartbreaking plea. What has Linus done up till now? What has his brother done instead? He poured out his deepest feelings. Linus' vision became clouded. He was so overcome with emotion that tears began to well up in his eyes. He was angry, he screamed, he cried. But all of this did not touch the heartstrings of the man in front of him. So, what possible extenuating circumstances could that possibly have to do with the mistakes you have made? If you, before you became the head of the family, put in painstaking effort, does it cancel out the sins you do afterwards? If your brother was killing slaves, is it okay for you, his brother, to violate and impregnate them? Answer me this, Linus. If you think that you are worthy of being the head of a count's family, why don't you express your opinion in a dignified manner like a noble? You can't write. Without saying these direct words, this was being put across to Linus. Langagni casually brought the glass to his lips. As if waiting for an answer, he slowly swallowed the amber fluid. During this time, Linus could not even move his tongue the way he wanted to. After a short pause, Langagni continued. If you can't tell me, I'd like to hear your approval or disapproval of my proposal first. Do you want to swallow the pain and minimize the damage to yourself and others? Or you can refuse, ruining your family's name and bringing some people down with you to heal the pain. Either way, you'll be brought down, and Sir Tullius would be the one left standing. I hope you make a wise decision. Take the deal, Linus. A cold, emotionless voice. It was Simone. This is a situation brought about by your selfishness and rashness. At least get it over with without causing any trouble. What a cruel woman, Linus thought. You were the one who betrayed me. You sided with him instead of me, your husband. You chose to support Tullius but not me. Linus slowly shifted his point of view to Simone. Her expression was twisted beyond contempt, as if she was disgusted with the filth on the street. Nobody could endure this. Linus quickly brought his line of sight downwards. It's okay, master. Suddenly, a warm feeling enveloped him. That slave woman, the source of all this, hugged him from behind. The touch of her skin, separated for 2 months, touched him with a horror he had never experienced before. No matter what happens, I'll be with you. I'll take care of all the painful things. As always, please let it all out on me, but I have a baby now, so I'd appreciate it if you'd be a little kinder. The woman's voice was subdued. Still, he could clearly hear the joy in her voice. Yet the father of the child was suffering immensely. And yet, she was more than happy to cling on to him. This is all crazy, Linus thought. Vulgar. Simone muttered from the side. From what the female slave had said, she must have guessed the relationship between the two of them. Linus wanted to shout, this was not true, but he himself couldn't figure out what was not true. The baby just moved. Can you feel it? Here. The woman pressed her belly against Linus. Her innocence stood out like a sore thumb. It was terribly revolting for Linus. Something was going wrong with his head. Crazy wrong. Linus's mind was being shaken by the incomprehensible words and actions of a woman he should be familiar with. The fear of a madman touching him made his fingers instinctively move in search of a weapon. A few attempts at grabbing nothing but the air, and then the feel of hard metal. The candlestick on the table. Linus grabbed it and raised it violently. Linus Aubenial, what are you? Langagni became anxious for the first time today. Linus could hear no longer. Stop it, stop this nonsense. Hey, somebody stop him. No, you murderers. Linus didn't really remember what happened. The only thing he felt was a sense of exhilaration, as if he was completely freed from something annoying. The negative feelings had cleared up, and yet, why was he crying? When Linus tilted his head in wonder, he noticed red drops dripping from his hair. His blonde hair, stained with blood, looked like rust, and he wore an innocent, aimless smile. The sight of him killing a slave made him appropriately deserving of the nickname he hated so much. As if he were the same as that somebody. Chapter 61, Successor of the Crest, Part 2. How do you intend to take responsibility for this, Marquis? Holding his bruised cheek up, Count Langagni drew near to the old man. The centralist faction were having a meeting at the residence of a noble. The topic discussed at the meeting was the incident that occurred in the royal capital the other day. The man who claimed to be involved in the incident gave a detailed and self-serving account of what had happened from start to end before directing his question to the faction's leader, Lavely. The old man, exposed to Langagni's piercing gaze, calmly rubbed his chin. Responsibility, him. Yes, of course. I want you to take responsibility for what has happened. The responsibility of bringing such a person to the ranks of us patriots. Burning passion and righteousness were on his face. However, there were instances where his manner of speech seemed to display his pleasure in attacking his political enemies. Count Mirbon and others could discern this and let out a sigh. It was all an act to rouse everybody up. Everybody knew he was just acting up and pretending, but he continued his vehement criticisms nonetheless. I can understand why this might be hard to swallow, Marquis. Even I still can't believe what I had witnessed for myself. Alas, I never thought he was that kind of man. Count Langogny. Count Chambery nervously directed his question towards the sorrowful Langogny. Is it really as you say, Count Linus Aubigny? Ex-Count Count Chambery. Immediately, he interrupted Count Chambery to correct him. The middle-aged noble snickered slightly, but continued his question. That the ex-Count had been violent towards you. Didn't I say that earlier? This scar is proof of it. He pointed to the bruise on his cheek. It was a bruise that could have been removed in the blink of an eye with healing magic, but he had left it as it was as evidence. Once this whole thing blew over, he was planning to get it healed, since there was no reason at all to leave this as a scar. The young noble's elegant eyebrows quivered as though there was pain whenever he touched the scar. A few days ago, Linus suddenly went crazy and violently resisted the forces of Langogny, who tried to stop him. Screaming wildly while swinging metallic candlestick as a weapon, Linus indiscriminately attacked anybody nearby. The bodyguards had to deal with Linus. Langogny had taken only a small number of men with him in order to carry out his task in secret, but that had backfired on him. In the end, Langogny himself was forced to grapple with him, and as a result, he was bruised by Linus' elbow. HMPH, you damn madman, making me go through all the trouble. Frustration bit at Langogny's heart every time he felt pain from the bruise. The thought of having not been able to foresee this outcome made the scar on his face seem even bigger than it actually was. Langogny thought it would be as easy as twisting a baby's hand to get Linus to give in to his demands. He would pressure him, frustrate him, take away every bit of his hope, and then dangle a thread of hope in front of him. He thought he would be forced to take that only hope. But what Linus did when he became cornered, he became a slave murderer. Just like the younger brother, the elder brother too, it must be in the blood, right? Langogny spat out the thoughts in his chest. He was being a sore loser. In the first place, Langogny had not predicted that the slave, the reason for a scandal, to be killed at the last minute. There was no way he would do such a thing. Langogny was confident in this assumption. He pushed his opponent too hard. It was also a mistake to bring the slave to the scene just because he was too eager to witness Linus' dramatic breakdown. He had carelessly placed the threat herself in front of the victim he was blackmailing. It would have been enough to take Linus into custody and bring him out of the mansion. However, there was one thing that could be called a blessing in disguise for Langogny. But calling Linus an ex-count without trial. Isn't that too hasty, Count Langogny? That is not quite the case, Marquis Lavely. That Linus Aubigny, where do you think he is now? Well, where is he then? It would be customary for us to meet all together and discuss it. He was implicitly accusing Langogny of unilaterally attacking Linus while he wasn't present. If it was a dispute within the faction members, then the usual way was to listen to both parties and mediate. If that failed to work, the incident would be taken to the High Court. Normally, that's the way it should be. Langogny gives a small snort at the reason why this could not be done. He is at a monastery. Oh, one of the nobles present rolled his eyes. A monastery was a place where ordained believers lived to pray to God and serve the church. But to the aristocracy, the word had a separate negative meaning. You mean he has gone mad? In other words, it was an asylum for the disabled. A jobless, illegitimate child disowned by a family. A child who failed to gain recognition. Those with physical disabilities that rendered them unable to fulfill their duties as nobles, as well as madmen. It was a facility to hide those abandoned by human society by throwing them into the bosom of the infinitely merciful God. From the perspective of human rights, this was ridiculous, but unfortunately, this world did possess such common understanding of rights. To be more accurate, there might be one man who understood such concepts, but he did not value such ideals. This meant that Linus Strain Aubigny now had no place in this society except in the grounds of the monastery. His maniacal behavior shocked the hell out of me. He killed a slave in front of me, a guest of his, and then went on a rampage until we seized him. Just when I thought he had calmed down, he would suddenly start laughing, crying, and getting angry. The words he spoke were utter nonsense. That's simply so sad. His family hurriedly brought him to a monastery, free from worldly problems, so that he can calm down. I would personally offer my apologies later when he calms down. That day would likely never come. Langogny was almost certain of it. The last look he saw of Linus was incredibly bleak. He would shout randomly, laugh merrily without any restraint, and then start crying gloomily. Just when Langagni thought he had finally calmed down and could make sense out of the words, he would scream something incomprehensible like a child. Linus would look at him with a puzzled expression and ask, "Who are you, mister?" Langagni felt his skin crawling with eeriness at that point in time. Linus became unable to recognize him, the person who he had been competing with all this while. Surely a man in such a state would no longer be able to attend meetings or testify in courts. The chances that he would recover was infinitesimally small. According to the priest's assessment, it is unlikely that Linus would recover in the short term. Perhaps retirement is the only option for him. At the end of the day, Linus was forced to leave his position as head of the family. There exists no noble who took care of aristocratic responsibilities in a monastery isolated from the world. In the near future, the notorious second son of the Albenules would take over his place, and the title of count would be transferred to him. When the source of the scandal, Linus' slave, was killed, Langagni felt that being torn apart at the same time. But with heavenly providence, Linus too was destroyed. Regardless of the process, the scheme to replace the head of the Albenule family was accomplished as planned. The end result was better than Linus choosing to accept his proposal. Langagni hid these abominable emotions within him. Originally, Langagni had wanted to blackmail Linus into faking illness and, with that excuse, retiring. With this proposal, he could live together with his filthy slave while posing no challenge to society. However, that disgraceful man shed blood and became a madman. This was negative publicity for the centralist faction. He was now truly irredeemable. So, Marquis, back to the topic at hand, how do you take responsibility for introducing such a lunatic to the faction? Still, it wasn't bad at all. The more incompetent Linus was, the more negligent Lavely became seen as, since he was the one who embedded him in the faction. Who would have trust in a leader that recruited such a man? A man who went crazy, killed slaves, became physically violent against other nobles in the same faction, and finally sent to a monastery. He turned to the old man and flashed a look, as if to say, "What do we do now?" Feel free to desperately curse out loud. Show how flustered you are. That shall be the dawn of a new age, and the end of the age of the old generation. Lavely looked back at Langagni somewhat languidly. The Count is right on everything. I have no excuse for it. As a leader of the faction who holds all your trust, I have acted too rashly. It was an honest statement that was atypical of how he carried his affairs. The other nobles present started to stir. So you accept responsibility for this? Now that it has reached this point, I can't simply abstain from all responsibility. I shall step down from my position as leader. What? It was Count Mirban who rose up in surprise. That Lavely, that filthy, old, ugly schemer, was now accepting responsibility and stepping down from his position. Even Langagni, the man who had been rebuking him, was baffled. The old man continued quietly, leaving his comrades whispering to each other. I am 80 years old now. By now, I should have passed my title on to my children, and by now my grandchildren would be on their way. The time has come to retire, I suppose. It's a shame that the reason that I do so is because of such a reason. Wait a minute, Marquis. Mirban interrupted, darting his eyes around nervously. This is a very serious matter, so I can only imagine the pain you must be feeling. However, with the current political situation in the region being so unsettled, I believe that there is a great need for your wisdom. Even though Lavely had to be responsible for this time, he was still necessary for the faction. Langagni could not help but chuckle under his breath. If Lavely were to lose his position, the next person to take control of the faction would be, according to plan, himself. If that were to happen, Mirban would be bettered by a man 2 or 3 times less than his age. It was ridiculous that he was pinning his hopes on the old fox. Mirban himself had definitely tried more than once or twice to best his seniors too. In the end, Mirban is just some relic from an older generation. The Marquis gave a small shake of his head, while the up-and-coming noble simply gave a smug look. The times are changing. Even among the young, there will be those who have the wisdom to influence the times. Allow me to leave the stage here and watch them. Yes, leave it to me. Wisdom, he has it of course. Langagni lowered his head to a bow. To kick things off, Linus would be taken out of the picture while bringing down Lavely as collateral. Then, he would team up with Tullius. In doing so, the alliance between the Centralists and Tullius faction would overwhelm the Decentralists. With the success credited towards him, he would oust the slave murderer and consolidate his position within the alliance. After all, they were the infamous brothers, not forgetting that the elder brother made a name for himself a few days ago. He had gained first-hand experience of what a real madman was. Therefore, he would have to settle it cleanly this time. The power to control the kingdom was well within his grasp. While Langogny smiled, Lavely stood up to leave his seat. So be it. I have some things to do before I retire, such as instructing my grandchildren. I think I'll leave now. It was well known that the legitimate son of the Marquis had died young, leaving the Marquis behind. Fortunately, the grandson of the legitimate line was still alive and well, so he would probably hand over his position to him. Well, this old man was known to have plenty of vigor despite his advanced age. If something were to happen to his grandson, it wouldn't be all that surprising to find his illegitimate heirs springing out of nowhere. To be honest, it was a bit disappointing to see him go down so easily. However, enjoying the fall of his political opponent was just an appetizer compared to power he would soon gain. As soon as the old Marquis left the room, he quickly took action. On behalf of the Marquis I shall proceed with the meeting. Are there any objections? As he said this, he looked around with a watchful eye. Mirbon kept his face down, Chambery with a vague smile. The rest of the nobles darting their eyes around, confused at the pace at which the situation was changing. Everything is according to plan. He was the one in control here. There was no one who would stand up against him since he was the one who ousted Lavely. No objections, am I correct in assuming? Then let's continue. First, with this momentum, he would start a vote on whether they should form an alliance with Tullius faction. With the merit gained from the alliance, he would secure his position as a leader of the faction. Once he secured a firm position in the centralist faction, he would start the purge of the decentralized faction, the fools with large territories. The old man had let these country dwellers get too carried away by idling and not doing anything to them. Now that he, a young leader, was taking the helm, he was going to demonstrate that things were not going to be the same. Once the kingdom's internal problems are settled, it wouldn't be all that bad to go for the prime minister role. It was a position that even Lavely could not attain, the ultimate position that they, as vassals of the kingdom, could hope to attain. Or perhaps the option of being related to the royal family would be appealing. With some luck, the lineage of the Langognes would end up as the ruler of the kingdom. The thought of it sent an inexplicable rush of pleasure down his spine. Langogny was intoxicated by the endless possibilities and future that awaited him. He truly believed that everything was within his grasp. He completely forgot about the lingering pain in his cheek caused by Linus Aubenial. Section, Congratulations, sister-in-law. Yes, thank you, Sir Tullius. Simone smiled back, with a hint of embarrassment, after I congratulated her. It seemed that there were many shocking things that happened in the royal capital, but I was glad that she was feeling better now. We were now at my home, in Marlin. My sister-in-law lost her family once more due to brother causing an incident at Brauson. It seemed that her relationship with the servants in the Aubenial family was not pleasant, and so, at a loss to who to turn to for help, she came to me. So, a week has passed. She had been completely depressed and sickly when she visited. However, today's health examination revealed a fact. What fact? I'm sure anyone would be able to guess by the way she was happily patting her belly, though there were no signs of any bulge at all. Please take better care of yourself from now on, madam. Uni respectfully bowed while commenting. After all, this was an examination that should only be performed by another woman. As she was from the same sex, she was more suitable for the job. In response, Simone gave a small giggle. Of course, now that there is a very, very important new life in here. Yes, a joyous occasion indeed. Of course, the child in her belly was truly my brother's child. I did not possess enough poor taste to consider sleeping with my brother's wife, nor was I interested in starting any unnecessary rumors. A scandal due to relationships with women was far more impactful on reputation than human experiments with slaves. Naturally, I would be disinclined to be put in such a dangerous position. So, I am about to be an uncle. I thought I was still young, though. Even so, you're 20 now, aren't you? Don't you think it's time for you to have a real child, not just a niece and nephew? Haha, yes, you're right. I'll think about it. I had simply meant for it to be a light-hearted remark. The unexpected response from Simone left me scratching my head. That's right, I'm already 20 years old. In addition to that, if we were to combine it with my previous life, I'm already old enough to be called an old geezer. I guess it wasn't that strange to have a nephew or two now. It was even more so in this world, where the marrying age was much earlier. I would not be surprised if somebody my age had at least one child by now, and in fact, it would probably be considered strange for me to not have any romantic flings. But well, depending on the definition of having children, I do have them. I raised Uni and created Fem. Says calls me her father too. Well, the only person among them who was Simone's acquaintance was Uni though. But there is no need to be hasty. The house of Albinyal will be inherited by your twins after all. Sir Tullius. My words made her eyes moist, as if she was feeling very emotional now. Her son would eventually inherit the Albinyal Count family. I have made preparations to announce that publicly. In place of my brother who was sent to a monastery, I would temporarily take the position and responsibilities as the interim head of this family. However, as long as the blood of a legitimate son exists, it was the right thing to do to return it eventually. Are you sure you want to do this? You can treat it as my thanks to you. Don't worry about it. The head of the Count's family is too much for me to handle. Brother, and father, when he was alive and well, had always been saying that. I'm fully content with governing Marlin. Of course, I am willing to serve as a substitute so that your child would not have to face too much hardship in the future. I'm so sorry. I'll leave everything to you then. Please don't feel this way. This is like atonement for my sins. I'm sure what happened to brother was partly the stress I caused him, so please let me do at least this much. Really, there was no need for her to worry about this and that. Even I stood to gain by having my brother's child take the reins. If there were a formal heir to the Albinyal family, I would be able to avoid the greedy people who would try to force me into a political marriage. Aside from the faction's members who were at my beck and call, the rest of the nobles were apparently excited by the prestige that comes with the Count's family and the territories that came with the rank, even if the Albinyal name was tarnished. Surely this baby would be able to suppress such people from drawing near. Even if I am related to him, it would be my brother's child who would eventually hold authority in the future. What I don't like about political marriages was the fact that they add new relatives to the family. The number of people I have to interact with would increase, and if I ever slight them, it would be one heck of a pain. Even if I tried to suppress it with my own methods, the effort and cost would not be zero. I'm going to be very busy with how brother ended up. I shall gladly rely on the baby in her belly as a dam against all the trivial matters. Conversing for too long is not good for your health. I'm sure you're still tired, so why don't you take some time off and rest? Yes, I will do that. Simone stood up somewhat regretfully and walked towards the door. Oh yes. I have to check one thing before I do that. Miss Simone. What is it? She looks back at me curiously. Do you think you are in bliss now? To her current plight, this might seem like an absurd question to ask. A slave has cuckolded her, and he has gone mad. She was young with a growing belly. No matter how much her brother-in-law guaranteed the future of her child, the situation was not light enough to make everything fine. And yet, yes, I'm happy. She smiled brilliantly, as if she were a large flower blooming. My new family is right here, so close to me. If I don't call this happiness, what should I call it? She then affectionately caressed her belly, showing her affection to the beloved child she carried within her body. There would be nobody who would think that she was deserving of pity with how happy she looked. All mothers become this strong, huh? This explanation seemed to connect the dots for me. That's good to hear. Well, take care of yourself. Section. Victor Delacroix Lorge entered his lord's office, switching places with the former countess. There, the Lord Tullius Shernan Albinyal was being served tea by his prized slave. Your Excellency, did you not serve tea to the madam? I was not trying to be inhospitable. Stimulants like caffeine and herbs are too strong for pregnant women and can be harmful. I wish for her to give birth to healthy children. As he said so, Tullius took the cup from Uni's hand and brought it to his lips. The way he was enjoying the aroma and taking it easy, it appears that Tullius was completely relaxed. In other words, things must have gone well. Was your treatment of her a success? Otherwise, I would be somewhat more panicked. Treatment, of course, brainwashing treatment. Where else in the world could give such happiness to a woman after such an ordeal? When she arrived in Marlin, Simone was in a terrible state. She looked so devastated and ghostly that Victor thought it would be better to send her to the monastery alongside her husband. It would be impossible for her to recover from such a situation in a short time unless she was messed up in her head. And that kind of external method was the trademark technique of this, casually drinking tea, Alchemist. It's a piece of cake compared to the procedure I did on Dre and you guys. Simone is a lonely person, you know. I biased her view on things a little bit and redirected her loneliness and hunger for affection towards the child in her belly. That's how we end up with a young and strong caring mother. As Tullius sipped his tea, he blurted out atrocities as though they were nothing. Victor had heard how she cried out to Tullius that summer day, the morning after Linus did something to her. She had said, let me go home to my parents. However, no matter how good an alchemist he couldn't bring her parents back to life when they were already dead. Perhaps he has ideas on how to do so, but the world would not tolerate it. So instead, Tullius gave her a new family. Children were the perfect recipients of affection. It is ironic then, isn't it? To be impregnated in the same manner as the slave involved in an affair with her husband. Victor was slightly amused. The reason for the events this time was the pregnancy of the female slave. This was all arranged by Tullius, and he used the same method to give Simone a child as well. Being impregnated in the same manner is an odd choice of words, isn't it? There's usually not that much variation in the way children are made. Certainly, but the measures you have taken are not the obvious ones, are they? Then I think it's appropriate to describe it as such. Well, that's something you and Lobert would say. Well, I don't hear of any artificial insemination technique being used anywhere but here. Artificial insemination. A technique in which the sperm of a man and the ovum of a woman are extracted to produce a baby entirely artificially. This was the technology used in the production of the EE series and Opus 6, Says. With this technique, the population of the long-lived elves could be increased as easily as sowing seeds in a field. There was no reason why it could not be used for humans. The surprise visit to Valden's mansion and the hospitality. That was done in order to secretly collect Linus's semen. In order to do this, the couple were treated to an energy-boosting meal. Hopefully, the couple, despite their cold relationship, would get down to business, and the following day, the relevant cells could be extracted from the laundry. And while Linus was stuck at his post in Valden with his political duties as lord, the slave he had kept was kidnapped. And then, an offspring is planted in her. In order to secure the target, Dre, who possesses the eye of mind control and had the flexibility to move with teleportation magic, took action. Even if the opposing party were aware of Tullius brainwashing techniques, there was no way they could prevent everybody from being affected. The cost of protection against brainwashing was very high. The important servants of Linus came along to Valden. The protective gear would have been given to them. Even though she was the mistress of the head of the family, there was no way that a mere slave could be valued enough to be given an amulet to ward off brainwashing or be given security protection. Linus Aubenyel was a person who could not act against common sense. Unlike his brother, Tullius. Once the preparations were in place, and the slave was returned to the mansion in the royal capital with a growing belly, news of it would naturally spread to the nobles who were incentivized to take down Linus and Lavely. These nobles would act to remove Linus, who impregnated a slave despite not having a legitimate child. That was the plan this time. By the way, Victor, you're not doing all that bad for yourself, huh? When I heard that brother killed the slave on the spur of the moment, I thought we had messed up. But as it turns out, it was a great success. You did great, really. No, I'm still very much inexperienced. This time round, you've been saved by Lady Luck. Victor let out a sigh of frustration. He had not expected this flaw in the plan. Based on the information that Lobert had obtained, the plan was to utilize the artificial insemination technique that Tullius possessed. The one who came up with the idea was Victor, of all people. He had poured his heart and soul into crafting the plan, hoping to get rid of that eyesore of an old man, but the problem was the pawns he used in the final stages. Count Langogny, he's not what he seems to be, is he? They would have never dreamed that he could lead the conversation such that Linus would kill the slave. Fortunately, Linus went completely insane and the blunder resolved on its own, but Victor felt very uneasy that he was completely certain it would not turn out like that. If Linus had not gone out of his wits, he might have been able to argue, despite it being completely nonsensical, that it was Langogny who had impregnated and killed the slave. No, if Victor was in his position, he would definitely choose to do that. If the slave was still alive, he could use the magic of obedience to find out who the father was. On the other hand, if she was killed, everything would be buried in darkness. Though he did not seem to show much interest, Tullius asked, "Was he really that bad? He is the youth leader of the Centralists, right? Didn't you choose to use him because he was capable?" "Nope. I used him because he was just the right pawn to use for this strategy, compared to the other nobles." Victor explained further. The first choice might be my own family, Count Lorge. He would be out of the question. After all, he is a dog of Lavallee who was forced to have a concubine as if she were an object, and even had to recognize the child that was in her belly. If I were to indirectly pass this information disadvantageous to Lavallee, he would probably consult his owner while wagging his tail. He cursed at his family for mistreating his mother and for letting her die. Tullius, too, snickered, but he nodded in approval and urged him to go on. Next, Count Chambery. He is a bat, a creature that cannot live without a branch to hang on to, incapable of knocking down a decaying tree to pave the way. Thus, he is unsuitable in my opinion. So the only people in the Centralist faction who were capable of ousting Lavallee are Count Mirbon and Count Langogny. I wonder why you didn't choose Count Mirbon then. He's one of the oldest members of the faction. While he may not like the old man, he also trusts him for his strength. He has been by his side for a long time. It's a 50-50 decision at best. You don't like risky bets, do you? Of course. 50-50 is such a low probability, I wouldn't want to bet on it unless it was the only option. Tullius responded without hesitation. For him, risk was a concept to be avoided more than futility. After all, he was not willing to die and was attempting a moonshot, inventing a way to be immortal. See, the only one left is Count Langogny, right? That's why I had no choice but to use him. Of course, since he's the face that brings the younger members of the faction together, I was expecting him to hold a certain amount of ability. But the way it went, it's not what you had expected. Yes. In the end, he proved to be a man who only has big talk but no real capability. Victor tried to think through the achievements by Count Langogny. He was a man who inherited his parents' position in an orderly fashion and became the face of the young aristocracy as he was carried along by those around him. He was the kind of person who, from birth, walked on red carpet laid by others and truly believed that the carpet would stretch out forever. He had never suffered like him, who was kicked out for being an illegitimate child, nor has he worn out the soles of his shoes looking for a job like Lobert did. Surely he must not have had major conflicts with his brothers like Tullius did too. Even though he was over 30 years old, he was still a young man who never faced true difficulty. But Uni, who had been silently listening to both of them, opened her mouth for the first time. Since he is such a person as you describe, surely he could be easily manipulated. If he was incompetent, that might have been the case. Victor smiled bitterly. When the person being manipulated thinks he or she is capable, the manipulator has a lot more work to do. Like this time, they'll do all kinds of unnecessary things. In other words, an incompetent worker. That's how Tullius summed it up. Tullius usually makes half-baked remarks, but sometimes he has a way of saying things that are right on target. Victor solemnly wished that Tullius could be like that all the time. I see, I can understand now. The problem is that even incompetent workers have to be used. He is a valuable link to the Centralist faction. If we can brainwash him, it will be quicker, but it will be difficult if he is a big person with roots in the capital. There's no end to annoying matters, isn't it? I have to take over my brother, reorganize the vassals, and negotiate with the Centralists. I don't know when I'll be able to concentrate on my research. Uni, refill. Yes, right away. The expression on Tullius' face as he grumbled gloomily did not show any guilt for driving his brother to madness. In fact, you could even see him blaming his brother for causing him trouble. Victor thought to himself, he really has an unreasonable lord. However, while Victor might have a grudge against his own father, he had fully devoted himself to a scheme to rid Lavely of his position. Perhaps then, Tullius and Victor were a great pair as lord and retainer. Then again, we have finally gotten rid of the biggest thorn in our side. Nothing can be considered too excessive in regards to that. Victor could feel the dark pleasure crawling up his spine, because he finally had dealt a blow to the man who had abandoned him and his mother. It was not enough to have driven him from his position as the leader of the faction, but this was all he could do at the moment. However, if he were to continue aiding his lord, there would be more opportunities for him to give the old man a hard time. Both brother and Lavely have been dragged down from the stage, but other than the old man, I think what happened to brother was unfortunate. These were unexpected words. Victor never thought that Tullius would say that he missed his brother, with whom he had always been at odds. No, this wasn't pity, judging from the way he's been talking. He must be regretting that he couldn't get his hands on something useful as a pawn. Tullius took out a small fist-sized lump from his pocket and released it at us. "What is this, sir?" "It's a potato. It's a crop grown in another continent. It grows well in rough soil and cold weather. My brother was trying to plant this in his territory as a hardy crop." Oh, now this was certainly interesting. Even Tullius, who could use alchemy to change the properties of the soil, would have difficulty changing the weather. It would not be impossible to do so with the magic of Dre or Says, but even so, it would be a heavy burden to them. It would not hurt to grow some hardy crops in case of a wheat failure or other natural disasters. Linus Aubenjol is a man of internal politics, isn't he? Now that I think about it, he had done most of the governing from the royal capital, but there doesn't seem to be complete collapse in this far-flung territory. It's more amazing than you think. He must have been able to find and correct minor discrepancies from letter reports, and take steps to ensure that nothing is overlooked. Well, if he could have done that, I wish he had taken better care of Marlin before I arrived, too. He was a man of outstanding administrative skills. He was more like a shrewd bureaucrat than a lord. He must have been a very rare talent for the centralized faction for managing territories under orders of the kingdom. This would certainly be a shame, but at the same time. However, we already have Sir Victor and others on the internal affairs side. Exactly as Uni had described, Tullius had Victor and Lobert here to handle internal affairs. The addition of Linus would certainly make things easier. But after he teamed up with Lavely, the disadvantages of trying to court him were not balanced by the advantages. It was a bad deal. Yes, I suppose it's no use regretting what has happened. Rather than that, let's plan how to grow these potatoes in Marlin. Wasn't there land that wasn't suitable for wheat fields but could be planted with these potatoes? Yes. I will have the subordinates report on it. Uni, you should share potato seeds with the lab's food department. This should improve our underground self-sufficiency. Yes, master. Once that was decided, the rest was history. Linus Strain Aubenjol's name would never be mentioned again. That was the extent of Tullius' brother to them. I'd like to change the subject, Your Excellency. I've finished that thing, and I will bringing it to you. Enter. Excuse me. At his signal, one of the B-series entered the room with a rolled-up cloth under his arm. Victor doesn't like to have his slaves carry such formal items, but their lord paid no mind at all. While worrying about this point, Victor unfolded the item he took from the slave. The flag was evidently heavy, as it landed on the ground with a thud. Painted on, it was a red and black shield with the crest of a snake and its tail. This is the crest of the head of the Aubenjol family. From now on, the seals and decorations used in the house will be replaced with this design. Please display this banner in this room as a token of your honor. This symbol of his lord's ascension in power left Victor slightly excited. But as for Tullius, Uni, go ahead and do it. Yes, master, it will be done immediately. The symbol of the head of the count's family, which many nobles would have coveted with bloodlust, and which his brother had tried so hard to protect, did not impress its new owner all that much. I've been thinking about this for a while. Uni muttered to herself as she quickly hoisted it up and adjusted the angle a few times. This crest is only suitable for master, isn't it? Really? Well, it's just some fancy design that might bring good luck to me. It appeared that Tullius did not dislike the flag. What were Tullius' ancestors thinking when they came up with this design 200 years ago? But for a mad alchemist seeking immortality, no emblem could be more appropriate. A serpent in a circle, representing perfection and eternity. The symbol of Aubenul had finally passed to a bearer worthy of its meaning. Chapter 61.5, Extra a fleeting moment, this dream. I feel like I've been in this dream for a long time. Section, Hey Tullius. A strong shake on my shoulders woke me up from my comfortable slumber. I blinked my sleepy eyes and saw my brother looking back at me with a fed-up expression. It was strangely discomforting. Would my brother, Linus Strain Aubenul, have been the kind of person who would wake up his napping brother? I was curious about that, so I asked him, "Oh, brother, why are you waking me up?" "Oh dear, just when you have finally woken up, and this is what you say." Brother grumbled and sighed. "We're finally at Valden, and he's still napping next to me. Of course I'm going to wake him up." We were now at Valden. Those words somewhat cleared my hazy mind. Ah, I was in a carriage on my way to Valden, wasn't I? Since I was headed towards brother's territory, I sat beside him as a passenger en route there. There's nothing strange going on. I might be an oddball, since I have memories from a different world, but we were still blood brothers. It's perfectly normal for us to be moving together. But why were we together? Why does it feel like some of the pieces in the puzzle don't fit together? This scenery should be perfectly natural, but something feels out of place. As I tilted my head, I heard a chuckle from the seat across. "You brothers are as close as ever. I'm so jealous as a fiancé." It was my brother's fiancé, Simone, who said so with a mischievous smile. Well, this wasn't the norm, was it? On a journey by carriage, it was abnormal for two male brothers to sit next to each other without their beautiful fiancés. That's exactly what's so dizzyingly strange about this situation, isn't it? I ignored the nipping discomfort in my chest and called out to her. No, we aren't ignoring Miss Simone. I thought you were sitting across me so that my brother could see your beautiful face throughout the journey." "Wah. Hey, Tullius. My, how flattering." My brother's white face flushed instantly, and she responded in an amused, not too subtle way. Looking at such a scene, I couldn't help but feel the unnaturalness I felt after waking up was just my imagination. Ah, this must be our daily routine. My brother, who was strict but shy, and my future sister-in-law, who handled him with grace. My life revolves around such people. I don't know why I'm realizing this now, but Simone is turning the water toward me again. Then again, your timing couldn't be any worse, Sir Tullius. Timing? Yes. You fell asleep just as we were passing through the wheat fields. Brother snorted in amusement. Seriously, what kind of idiot snores away when greeted by the fruits of their efforts? It's because you are like this that. Yes. We can take our time with the lecturing later. Don't we need to make your entrance to the mansion? Ahaha, exactly. Thank you for your help, future sister-in-law. I quickly ran out of the carriage like a rabbit. According to the 36 stratagems, the best thing to do in a tight situation is to beat a retreat. Trailing behind me were, "Wait, I'm not done yet. What's with your terrible manners?" While listening to his complaints, some memories came back to me. I had consulted my brother on a proposal of mine, to improve the territory using alchemy. Specifically, we could make the soil in the fields more fertile with the help of a large number of alchemists, or we could distribute inexpensive elixirs to the poor who could not afford church services. The end result could go either way, but judging from the reaction of my brother, it went well. My brother, however, was still blurting out something while getting off the carriage. "Really, it's because you always behave without composure like a child that you have not accomplished great deeds. Are you still saying that? Do me a favor and let's discuss this later, brother." "Phew, please don't be so mean, Sir Tullius. When somebody is paying a lot of attention to you, it means they care fondly of you, so please take heart." And Simone, as the fiancé, quickly jumped to support him. Besides, he seems to have a tendency to talk too much when he's with someone he's comfortable with. "Simone, don't go off on a tangent." Simone replied with a dejected look. However, it seemed that such a bashful tone lacking in strictness was not enough to stop a lady in a good mood. "By the way, have you heard yet? He's wondering whether he should let you take over part of his domain or find a family for you to marry into. That's why he's being so harsh with you now. What is this for real? That's a bit of a problem. I don't have the confidence that I can handle such a heavy responsibility. The best I could do with my management skills, learned under the few years of working alongside my brother, was to help in small matters. I've no intention of following in his footsteps since I was a child, so I didn't receive any education in that area, or more like actively avoided them. I can't possibly be tasked with, go handle the duties of Lord from today onwards. Just like that. I must have made a really sour face. When my brother saw my expression, he gave a surprised look while saying, "Oh, you don't have to be so reluctant. It's true that you are using questionable techniques such as alchemy, but your measures have been producing results. As long as you have the ability, it's only natural for you to work hard to achieve further results in a position that is commensurate with your achievements." No, a position commensurate with achievement should only belong on the lap of brother. Ah, no way. My excuse was flatly rejected. Why is it that we nobles are blessed with warm clothing and food and are served by our people? It's because we fulfill our duty as befits our noble lineage. We have the duty to protect and nurture the lands given to us by the king and to serve as the royal family's defenses. To let you leisure as you please and allow your abilities to rot away is to go against our duties. That's noblesse oblige, isn't it? Yes, it's called the duty of the nobles. It was the duty of those born into privileged positions. When he said it like that, I felt somewhat guilty. In any case, in addition to enjoying the benefits of the privileged class, I have also been studying alchemy abroad at the behest of my family. Since I had exercised my privileges to that extent, I should now fulfill my obligations. I have no way to refute when attacked from this angle. With no other choice, I raised my hands slowly to surrender. If you say so much, I'll give it some thought, but please don't arrange my marriage. I prefer a marriage born from love. You are an extravagant man, aren't you? It's not every day that a noble gets to be with someone he likes. That's what my brother says, but it was he who achieved the not-so-common thing. Our late father had already arranged a marriage for him, but one day he fell in love with Simone, whom he met at a party. This couple caused lots of confusion, since Simone's family was from the lower rungs in the centralist faction, and especially much trouble for the other party whom brother was engaged to. Well, with his territorial management capabilities, he was a person who could overcome any protests. I've been helping out a bit too. Anyways, well, I can always dream right. It's not like specific plans have been made. When I tried to defend my position, a surprise attack came from an unexpected direction. Oh, who is this person that Sir Tullius is dreaming about? It was Simone, of course, who said with deep interest. It seems that even in this world, women love to talk about their love affairs. It seemed that my sensible sister-in-law was no exception. For example, the young lady from St. Gallen who was your schoolmate. She said that she was referring to Frederica-san, who was in the same class as me when I studied abroad. No, it's not. She was always mean to me. I don't know. I think a man like you might be better suited to a woman who can be somewhat direct, don't you? Even my brother grinned and said so. Simone was more on the frank side, so I couldn't help but wonder if he was projecting his own preferences. If she heard this, she would just snicker. I let out a dry laugh. After all, when Frederica was chatting with a schoolmate and when the subject of romance came up, she was heard to have said resolutely, "I'm never going to fall in love with Aubenil." I might lack common sense as an aristocrat, but there's no way for me to be that dense when such a lady had expressed herself so directly. She's not a bad person, but I don't feel like I could get close to her even if the world changed tomorrow. Besides, we would first need to take care of your marriage ceremony. It's right after we return from this territorial inspection, right? Sensing that the tides were against me, I tried to change the subject. My brother's wedding was scheduled to be held when summer ended and autumn arrived. Yeah, I guess. My brother gave me an embarrassed smile. The territory is prosperous, and Simone's formal entrance into our family has been through a lot, but finally. Inspired by his deeply moving words, I couldn't help but think of all the things that had happened. The sudden death of father, who ruined his health while living in luxury. A quick trip back from studying abroad. Dropping out of school to join brother in quelling internal disputes. After that, he continued to use his skill in internal affairs and ploys to get things done. And then, just when I thought we could take a break, brother, for whatever reason, fell in love with a woman connected to the centralist faction. Never mind, let's not talk about that. It wasn't Simone's fault. It's the fault of brother, who was usually a serious person, but doing as he pleased at a critical time. Yeah, a lot has really happened. A lot. Oi, Tullius. Are you trying to say something about me? Hee, it's just your imagination. Just your imagination. Yes, it's just his imagination. It's not like Tullius was revealing a crooked smile, nor was there any hidden exhaustion on his face. If he indeed appeared like that, it must be because Tullius was thinking about that person, surely. As the heartwarming conversation continued, all right, save your breaths for later. It's not too late to continue, after we enter and rest in our room. Okay. We both ended up being scolded by Simone. We were so tight-knit, really. It became nighttime. I've had too much to drink. I opened the window of my room to let in the cool air and leaned against the frame, while relaxing my entire body. A welcome party was held by the vassals who took care of the territory in the absence of their lord. I drank too much of the famous red wine of Valden. I am weak to alcohol, but I was made to drink nonetheless. Regardless of which world it was, it appears that there are people who refuse to start a conversation without first having a drink. Why is this so? I wish the world was kinder to those who couldn't hold their liquor. Hesh, you look completely out of it, Tullius. As I lamented at the injustice of the world, my brother called out to me with an amused look. How could he be like this when his brother is pale and suffering? Are you sure, brother? Shouldn't you stay with Miss Simone? I took a dig at him to counter, and he frowned. Don't be silly. Even though we've pledged our futures to each other, we're still unmarried. It is unthinkable for us to meet this late at night. Oh, I see. My face stiffened. Man, he's so strict. I guess he thinks that premarital sex is sinful, as would an upright religious person. However, they were both over 20 years old. Surely whatever they do would be tolerated. I wonder if Miss Simone feels like a fish that failed to eat the bait and yet was caught. Well, phrasing it like that might be too crude. We were both silent. Us two brothers stood side by side, admiring the scenery outside. The meadows of Valden were illuminated by the fading moonlight. The scenery of the summer grasses rippling and the night breeze caressing the plateau made the viewer's heart feel neither tranquility nor desolation. Just emptiness. Suddenly, my brother opened his mouth again. Hey, what is it? He looked away once before continuing. When I think about it, I've been giving you a hard time. I could say the same. I said in a jest, with the intention of reducing the seriousness in his look. However, it was not all a joke. I am sure that my presence had been a burden to my brother Linus Strain Albaniel. Our father was a foolish person, who wanted a superior child to enhance our family name while ignoring everything else and indulging in luxury. What he got in exchange for his wife's death was this me, a reincarnation of a person from another world. My father had unusually high expectations of me, because as a child, I had acted differently since I had my memories and experiences from my previous life. At one point, he even wished for me to become the next head of the family, over my brother who had received a strict education from an early age. It must have been a burden for my brother. If that's true, you're the one who should have been in this position. You see, my father's cold treatment and me as a special being still casted a shadow in his mind. I couldn't resist the urge to sigh as he shared his woes with me. I've told you many times that we should stop talking about it. First of all, I can't be the head of the family. I'm a person lacking in empathy. Do you think such a person would have the spirit to take on the royal court and the various lords and their vassals? And what you would always say is, brother is better suited for it, huh? My brother looked distantly at me as though he didn't accept such a reasoning, but that was in fact what I had always thought. I wouldn't be able to manage villages and cities while in the royal capital hundreds of kilometers away. The same goes for socializing with nobles from other families. There was no way I could endure half an hour, much less hours of a noble's rhetorics. What was required of those who stood above others was neither the knowledge from my past life nor alchemy. The answer was more straightforward and simple. A sense of responsibility, patience, and a little bit of tolerance. That was all that was necessary, and I lack such qualities. That's why the current situation, with my brother standing at the top and me lending a little wisdom from below, was not the wrong decision. Brother shook his head in a pained expression. Even so, because of my powerlessness, your dream. He was probably referring to the time when I had to drop out of the Magic Academy after father's sudden death. The study of alchemy and my quest for immortality. That's what I've been pursuing ever since I was born, no, ever since I was reborn. He must be regretting that his brother's dream had to be disrupted midway because I had to lend him a hand. But that doesn't matter now. I don't mind at all. That was something I knew was coming anyway. My voice, shivering in the cool summer night air, was dry. The realization of immortality through alchemy. This ridiculous ambition of mine was like a mirage that gets further away the closer I get. Learning from the wisdom of my predecessors, and with my own unique take as a newcomer, I had tried different innovative approaches, but still could not find any hints to get closer. Whether I was spending all my time experimenting in the basement or studying under a professor at the academy, I could only sigh at how far off to the end goal I was. To put it bluntly, I was tired. I'm tired of being ridiculed and despised by people, and I'm tired of achieving eternity. No matter what happens, I don't want to die. I'm going to reach immortality. I've been preoccupied with such foolish thoughts. Those who are alive would eventually die. That was the unchanging law of nature, even if the world was different. I was not as arrogant as to stay confident that I could overturn it just because I was able to be reborn by chance. No, not because I lacked arrogance, but because I lacked strength. No matter how many times I tried to break through, the wall kept getting thicker and sturdier, and I was the one who broke first. Tullius. The voice of my brother was weak. Please don't look so sad. I'm sure I've gone back to the orthodox track, and that's all thanks to my brother. It's been 12 years now. My father told me to buy my first slave, and I used it as a test subject for my alchemy experiment. Of course, my father soon found out that I had done such a thing. Naturally, father became furious. In the face of my father's anger, which I could not tell if it was because he was angry or drunk, I used to reply with my impudent arguments. You don't have to be so angry. According to the laws of this country, slaves are not people, but objects, right? Father and brother have killed slaves before, haven't you? I was no adorable child. On the contrary, I was more likely to be considered insane. My father, unable to argue with such unreasonable arguments, turned red and purple, and his mouth was always left agape. My brother, however, was different. He punched me in the cheek and rebuked me. What kind of idiot kills for fun? Fool. Then he began to lecture me earnestly. Slaves were not treated as human beings because of their sins. Sometimes it could be just because of their inability to pay taxes, thus limiting their rights as human beings. The reason why father and I executed slaves was because of them sinning further. In other words, they were executed as a punishment. Yes, the end result was that slaves were killed, but the process leading up to them is different. It's not proper behavior for a noble to let a slave die in a random and frivolous way, justifying it as an experiment. I was made to listen to this kind of lengthy lecture. Of course, at first I only pretended to understand and held back my tongue. I don't want to be lectured to. What do you even know? You've never been frightened of the possibility that you might die tomorrow. I cursed secretly while planning on how to conduct my next experiment. Indeed, I was a brat that was humiliating to bring out to anywhere. However, I was only able to keep at that for 2 to 3 years. My research stalled, and my experiments failed to produce the results I wanted. The prospect of me becoming immortal was just like finding a needle in a haystack. The more time I spent like this, the more my passion for eternity faded away. As my final attempt at the problem, I unreasonably declared that I was moving abroad for studies, but all I learned was nothing related to immortality. In the meantime, father died and my brother became busy with the sudden change of the head of the family. I'm sure this is for the best, I'm sure. I ended my reminiscing and smiled at brother, who still hasn't opened his eyebrows. The wisdom of alchemy that I had learned for most of my life was insufficient for immortality, but it had helped in the tasks that brother was now responsible for. I was able to improve farmland by altering the composition of the soil, upgrade infrastructure such as wells, and reduce the cost of elixirs as an alternative to healing magic. alchemy became useful to help others, rather than prolong my life. Somewhere along the way, I found happiness and satisfaction that my work was useful to others. That would surely be a much more fulfilling and human way of life than pursuing eternity for selfish reasons. So I can't thank my brother enough for putting me back on this path. Even if I am drunk, it was not something that I could easily be honest about, even more so saying it directly face to face. I changed the subject. I'll ask you the opposite, is brother unhappy? You've got to be kidding me, what have I got to complain about? He jokingly concluded with, well, I'm not very happy about being bothered by an old man like Lavely. That was what he deserved. He was asking for it by falling in love with a maiden from a family that belonged in the lower rungs of the centralist faction, which was mostly controlled by the wily old fox. From now on, he would have to battle it out until the old man kicks the bucket, leaving it at that. Then it's good, isn't it, as long as you're happy? As long as my family was happy and I could spend my days in peace, there was nothing else I could wish for. I realized this as I said, oh right, me and brother, we are family. I was reborn and my memories of the past kept pulling me back, and somewhere in my mind, I thought I was a fake. I thought that my real family had been left behind in another world, and that my father and brother living in this world were inadequate replacements. It was ridiculous of me to think that way. I am now Tullius Shrunnen Aubenjel, living on the continent of Idusura. I no longer the XXXX that lived in Japan. In order to live in this world, this was something I had to first recognize. I am such an idiot to only realize it now. I'm afraid I'm too drunk myself, I have said too much. I could hear brothers murmuring from behind as I indulged in self-derision. It's already this late. It's time for me to go to bed. You should head to bed early. Too much exposure to the night wind can be harmful to your health. Yes, I know. I'm a firm believer of living as long as possible. Huh, that's not very convincing coming from a frequent night owl. We joked about it for a while. Good night, Tullius. Good night, brother. We exchanged our greetings and parted ways. I continued to look out the window, alone, a desolate moonlit wilderness. As I looked at such a lonely landscape, the fear of death suddenly appeared in the space between my heart again. But I won't be trapped by that anymore. Tullius Shrunnen Aubenjel is a reincarnated person. But before that, he is a human being living in this world. He lives a finite life, and when he has lived for as long as he can, he will eventually succumb to death. I was not ready to accept my end peacefully without doing anything, but now, I don't intend to abandon everything and cling to eternity. For the first time in my 20 years of living in this world, I felt from the bottom of my heart that it was okay. Section. Linus woke up from his long dream. He sat up and looked around. It was a small, cramped room with bare stone walls and a poorly made wooden floor. Next to the simple bed was an old and smelly night pot. The mere act of staying in this room was enough to damage a person's spirit. This was a room in a monastery that housed lunatics, those who had committed shameful crimes or those who had fallen from noble society. Ah! He tried to recall what he had been dreaming of. The dream felt so impossible, but he had deeply wished it was true. But he could not remember the fine details. A dream is something that becomes vague once the person wakes up. In addition, Linus' thoughts were muddled by his madness. Trying to remember his dream was impossible. He started moaning and groaning. Eventually, as if he had enough of it, he laid down on his bed again. He didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to be alone and quiet without anyone bothering him. Linus closed his eyes and fell asleep again while hugging his knees. He tried to forget the past, the present, and reality as he fell into a slumber once more. A happy life that existed only in his mind. This was his last refuge. Section. Good Master. From my long dream, I was pulled back to reality by such a voice. My head felt heavy. My thoughts were in a mess. My eyelids felt like they were glued together because I could not bring myself to wake up from the dream. But I had to get up. Now that she was calling me, it was time to wake up. Still in a daze, I raised my body. A cool and soft hand pushed me up. I rested my weight on her hand and managed to pry open my swollen eyelids. Blinded by the morning light, I looked at the owner of the hand that helped me up. A girl in a maid's outfit with green eyes was looking straight at me. "Ha, good morning, Uni." "Good morning, master." She, Uni, replied to the sloppy greeting with a sigh. without seeming to be offended. Waking up as usual, it's a normal morning. You look very tired, how can I help you? Yeah, I've had a lot of busy stuff going on for a while now. I haven't been sleeping enough. As I said this, I thought back to my recent busy days. After defeating my elder brother and taking the position of count, I became swamped with the responsibilities. It was a series of tedious and uninteresting tasks, such as controlling the vassals of the count's family and understanding the internal documents of the new territory. I'm tired and frustrated because I didn't have enough time for research. It's no wonder I have trouble waking up from sleep. Long dreams were a sign that my sleeps were shallow. I don't think I was in a healthy state. You seem to be having a bit of a nightmare. Yeah, I guess I was dreaming something weird. I tried to recall what the dream was about, but none of the details came to mind. The plot felt strangely realistic, but it also didn't make a lot of sense. Oh, that's right. I thought something felt amiss, but come to think of it, it's probably because she wasn't there. I guess that was the reason for the strange feeling I had about the dream. I remembered that someone came out, but it was not the girl in front of me at least, and I think I even forgot about her existence in the dream. How could that be? It's ridiculous that I failed to remember my masterpiece that acted as my hands and feet, even in a dream. Was I not there, master? Oh, don't worry about it, it's only a dream. I waved my hand lightly at her, who took my mumbling seriously. Yes, I don't care about the dreams I have while sleeping. They are just the random mix of memories and thoughts that my brain churns out during sleep. What's more important were the dreams that I held while awake. But Uni seemed to be bothered by it. Master, if there's something I'm not doing right. No, you don't have to worry about it. I chuckled and shrugged my shoulders. She's got a very feminine side to her, worrying about the dream like that. Well, she is a teenage girl, so I guess it could not be helped. Anyway, why don't we get dressed and get on with today's work? What is the schedule for today? Yes. Doldrin Margrave is supposed to visit and congratulate you on your appointment as count. He's so diligent. Just one of those congratulatory letters would have been enough. Margrave Doldrin had been brainwashed into being nothing more than a completely obedient pawn. But still, he had to be treated with hospitality. It's not like his emotions were removed fully, so if he was treated roughly, stress could accumulate. More importantly, Victor, who is particular about formalities and etiquette, might get annoyed. I wondered how I should welcome him. As I was making the arrangements, I thought about the dream I had this morning. I couldn't remember most of the contents, and I seriously don't think it matters, but the only thing that bothered me was that Uni hadn't been there. My first work. My first achievement in alchemy. What if this achievement never existed? The lack of an excellent pawn could pose an issue, but more importantly, it would have led to my reduced confidence. As a lone person, with nobody to understand or help me, how much conviction and stamina could I really muster in order to attain the far-reaching goal of immortality? Just the notion of it was enough to bring me chills. Uni said I was having a nightmare, and that might have been the case. Life without her help would have been a nightmare. When I thought about it that way, I could understand why she was so upset that she hadn't been there in my dream. I paused and turned my head towards Uni. Let me reiterate. Yes, I need you, Uni. At my words, she held her breath and opened her eyes widely. Why was she acting so surprised? I have at least a little bit of gratitude towards her for doing so much for me. As I was thinking about this, Uni bowed her head in an exaggeratedly deep manner. I am deeply undeserving of such words. Master. Section. Two brothers, separated by feelings, distance, and now even position. Could the same dream they had on different beds been a coincidence? Perhaps it was some kind of glimpse into another world born from a different possibility. However, the true nature of this dream would be difficult to discern unless they were gods. No, the gods of this world have no way of knowing this. It had to be so. End of Volume 3.